And we are live for the MMA rewatch party marathon, whatever we want to call it. I think I've changed up the name a couple of times now, but this is something that I've wanted to do for a while now. And as you guys can see, the studio is going through a little bit of a renovation right now. This is not the final draft of the studio. This is actually the flip side of it. I got some nice things going on the other side, but I'm not going to unveil that until the new year and once we get the new podcast down. But yeah, so this is I like to call it the rewatch marathon. So what I want to do, I want to make this like a yearly thing. So every holiday season, preferably the Monday after Christmas, when normally pretty much the majority of people have time off, I want to do like a full day stream. I want to go back and watch some of the best cards that we've seen. Right now, I'm going to be doing my favorite era has actually, I call it the golden era per se, is the between UFC 100 to UFC 199. And my favorite card in that stretch is UFC 139, which is headlined by Shogun, who my favorite fighter of all time, as well as Dan Henderson. They went to a 5-round all-time classic, so that's a no-brainer for me in terms of a show that or a card that I wanted to watch for tonight. And then I let the fans choose the next two cards. And they ended up choosing the funny thing is they chose the first card in that era, which is UFC 100, and then the last card of that era, which is UFC 199. So in order, we'll be going UFC 100, UFC 139, and UFC 199. And I'll do my best in terms of being able to make sure that everybody can sync up whenever they hop in live. I'm assuming there's no way anybody's going to be sticking around for the full 9 hours, but still, I want to give you guys markers in terms of when I'm going to be letting you guys know in terms of when we're syncing up. If you have Fight Pass, I do have all the links to the fights or the main cards in the description below, so you guys can click on that, and then I'll let you guys know where we're going to be syncing up. I will resync every time I have a new guest on as well, and that's another caveat I want to add to this stream is that I'll have a guest on. I have them set pretty much in like 30-minute increments. I have over 10 to 15 guys that have coming on. A couple guys that might be hopping on last minute as well too. But I'm super thankful and appreciative of everybody that accepted on coming into this stream and joining your boy. So yeah, let's get things going. So we got UFC 100, which is the first card that we're going to be going over or rewatching. But again, the stream is 1 to rewatch, 2 to go over 2020, and 3 to look forward to 2021. A bit of a recap episode of the year, but also a fun way to kind of get everybody to be nostalgic in a sense as well too. So shout out to everybody that's going to be joining us. So if you do have UFC 100 loaded up with me right now, I'm going to be hitting play in 3. Again, this is the main card video on Fight Pass. Again, the description is in the link below, so you guys can hit play. I'm going to give you guys about 5 seconds. If you want, thankfully with YouTube, you can actually rewind a bit on my video and then make sure it syncs up as best as possible. All right. I'll be starting the UFC 100 fight video in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I'm just muting it on my end, so obviously we don't have any bad feedback or anything like that. And then I'll be having one of my guests come in as well too. As soon as he hops back in here, I saw him hop in and hop back out, but I'll get him. There we go. Okay. All right. First and foremost, in terms of my guests, we got director and MMA analyst over at MMA Play 365, as well as stepping into duties for a heavy-duty fight management as a manager. We got my guy, Newsome MMA. Newsome, what's going on, dude?
How are you doing, brother? How's it going?
I'm good, man. I'm good. So let's get you synced up real quick. I'm not sure if you actually heard me actually start up this video. So let me know when you got the video up, and I'll let you know what timestamp we're at.
Yeah, it's up, man.
All right, we're at 46, 47, 48, 49 seconds, 50 seconds, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. We should be good.
Right, I've just it's just loading up now. It's just taking its time. I'm on about 57, 59,
106, 107, 108, 109, 110. As long as you're within 5 seconds or so, I think we're good to go. At least this is an event we know the outcome for, so I'm not spoiling anything for you here.
Yeah, for sure.
So first and foremost, how has your 2020 gone? I know you stepped into a managerial position over at Heavy Duty. You've been working very closely with those guys as well too for the last little while. And if I'm not mistaken, they have a little to do with MMA Play 365. So how was this first little stint for you gone? Has it gone to your expectations? Something more than you expected? Let me know your thoughts.
Well, to be honest with you, you know, when I'm looking back at 4 or 5 years ago, I would never have, you know, if somebody had said to me, you know, you're going to be a professional handicapper, you're going to be managing MMA fighters, you know, I'd have wanted a bit of whatever they were smoking, you know. But yeah, it's crazy. It's been a roller coaster ride, and yeah, this year, well, I've worked with Heavy Duty and Carl for a while, you know, whilst I was running Newsome MMA, which was many things, but one of it was, you know, a sort of a media publication, so to speak, where we'll have journalists at events covering events and stuff like that. So I work closely with Heavy Duty in regards to being their main source of, you know, providing interviews for the fighters and the fighters that weren't the bigger names as, you know, UFC fighters, and just making sure everyone was covered. And yeah, like I said, in the middle of this year, I had a conversation with Carl at Heavy Duty, and we were talking about, you know, potentially increasing the roster of Heavy Duty, but obviously he was running primarily things on his own, so it was difficult. So I presented the idea to him, you know, in regards to having a think, potentially bringing me on board, and nothing was mentioned for a couple of months after that. And yeah, one day I got a message, he wanted to meet up, have a chat, and yeah, it went from there. With I came on board. I already knew a lot of the fighters anyway that was on the Heavy Duty roster, because I'd interviewed them, and you know, I'd met them at events and stuff like that. So that relationship was already great with all of their roster. And then yeah, since I joined, I don't remember what month it was. Since I joined, we've now signed 3 fighters. 1 fighter was announced yesterday. So 3 good fighters, 2 potentially on the horizon as well. Not sure if that'll be, you know, before the new year, so that maybe after the new year. And yeah, it's been good. It's been a bit of a slow year anyway, obviously, as you can imagine. For example, like all the top promotions, aside from the UFC, so, you know, Bellator, Brave, KSW, they're all running events at sort of 50%, you know, 50% events in regards to the fights and stuff like that. And then all the current contracted fighters for those promotions are getting the fights. So in regards to signing new fighters and things like that, it's been a little slow, which you can expect due to the year of COVID, you know, we've had with COVID. But yeah, I'm hoping next year, obviously at the start of next year is still going to be a little bit sketchy, but I'm hoping by the middle of next year, and you know, it's going to hit the ground running, and we're going to continue for the rest of 2021 doing good things. So yeah, super excited from that perspective. And yeah, Carl at Heavy Duty is also involved in MMA Play 365 from a business perspective. So he helps, you know, drive business to the website, and you know, makes all those connections that helps grow MMA Play 365, which it has done. You know, it's grown ridiculously. Even this year, it's been a tough year, but you know, it's been a good year, needed year for getting things behind the scenes that people from the outside looking in just won't see. So yeah, everything's put together really well in regards to everything that I do in regards to MMA Play and Heavy Duty fight management. So it works well hand in hand. So all's well, man.
I feel like you have a bit of an abbreviated year when it comes to managing fighters, especially the regional fighters. You know, I mean, more often than not, you're going to have way more MMA promotions actually putting shows on, but due to COVID, there's not as many. You got the KSWs, you got the UFCs, but you have even smaller shows that these guys usually build their names on, which eventually lead them to the KSWs and the UFCs, right? So you're not really getting a full look right now at what a full MMA managerial position really looks like. I'm assuming we're going to start to see things start to lighten up a little bit in 2021. Have you garnered any type of experience from the guys over there at HD and kind of what to expect when you are working with more regional shows when it comes to sponsorships or even just lining fights up to begin with?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of our fighters are, you know, Cage Warriors, KSW, Bellator, and UFC anyway. So we do have a couple of fighters that are outside of those promotions, but we've even had a few small shows this year, putting on events and stuff like that. So it's been a good year. And all of our fighters have been fighting, which is great, you know, if they're not injured or anything like that, so injury permitting. So all of our fighters have been, you know, getting fights this year. So it's, you know, it's been good, and credit to Cage Warriors as well. You know, shout out to them, because, you know, they're not the sort of tier that people would class, you know, your Bellators, UFC, Brave, KSW, you know, and it's been difficult in the UK. So for Cage Warriors to actually be able to put on events, and they've done 2 trilogy events as well, which,
that's
is, you know, 3 events in 3 nights. So Graham Boyle and Ian Dean, absolute shout out to those guys, because they've been brilliant, and, you know, they've been able to give our fighters a platform to fight during, you know, the harshest, most difficult time that we've had in our life, or at least myself anyway, in regards to the global pandemic. So yeah, I've still been able to get good looks. I've still been learning. And I'll tell you right now, people think that, well, I don't know if people think, but if anybody assumes that the fight management game is an easy game, I can absolutely promise you I've got so much respect for Carl at Heavy Duty, because until I joined Heavy Duty and I was put in the WhatsApp groups and introduced to the promoters and things like that, honestly, I just didn't realize the amount of work that actually goes into it. Like, it's crazy. And we do a lot for our fighters as well. It's not just a case of getting talking to a matchmaker and getting a fight matched and getting the contract signed and saying, right, off you go, you know, good luck. It's a lot more than that. We really deal with our fighters closely from a one-to-one personal basis, and everyone else that's associated with Heavy Duty fight management, our dietitians, our nutritionists, all the tests that we put our fighters through, the blood testing through Premier Solutions. So, you know, I'm learning, which is great. You know, I didn't come into the fight management game thinking that you know, I was going to have the answers for everything, but, you know, working alongside Carl and, you know, seeing what he does on a day-to-day basis and how he manages situations and things like that. Yeah, it's been a productive year for sure.
Shout out to Roberto Lopez. This is not recorded. This is absolutely live, hence why your question is currently on the stream. Let's get back to my guy Adam Newsome, though. Let's switch over to the betting side of things. I know a lot of the viewers are going to be here for the mainly betting information. So right off the top, I'm going to ask you if one bet comes to your mind that you made in 2020 that you would classify as your best bet of 2020. Is there one that really comes to mind, or even one or two that you can let me know about?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was on Z's podcast just a couple of days ago, so, you know, I made that list for then. And the one that sticks out to me more than any other, if you were going to give me one, is the Bartosz Fabinski and Darren Stewart fight. And that was actually the night that the UK got locked down as well. We were getting locked down at 12 a.m. That event finished, I think, about 11:30 or something like that. So, yeah. And it was also that crossover UFC London card as well, where obviously Bartosz Fabinski and Darren Stewart are both UFC fighters, but they fought on the main event at Cage Warriors, which, again, shout out to Cage Warriors for doing that, because they didn't have to. So, yeah, that was my that was probably my, you know, if you were going to ask me one bet, you know, I got plus 230 on Bartosz Fabinski. It was crazy. I understand why he was an underdog, for sure. You know, I was expecting maybe plus 120, plus 125, but to get plus 230, and then when I saw that line and I decided to look into the fight and tape that fight, it was just like I've already said so many times with Darren Stewart fights, is every single one of his fights has extended periods of time against the cage clinched up. And for some fights, that's great for Darren Stewart, because he's got nasty elbows, he's got power in his hands, close up, dirty boxing. So that works for Darren Stewart. But in that particular fight with Bartosz Fabinski up at middleweight, that was another misconception. People thought he wouldn't be the same fighter up at middleweight. I had an opposite opinion, less of a weight cut. That'll make him stronger as well, because he'll be able to work on strength and condition, opposed to just running on a treadmill trying to cut the weight. And it played out exactly like that. You know, Bartosz Fabinski was strong in those positions against the cage. He scored regular takedowns. He doesn't have the best topside Brazilian jiu-jitsu, but it doesn't matter, because if you get back up, he'll keep a hold of you, he'll take you back down. And that's exactly what we saw. And it was for a plus 230, it was, you know, one of the most comfortable plus 230 underdog fights that you're ever going to see. You know, he wasn't really put in any sort of danger or adversity. I know he got cut badly on the head during the fight, with an elbow from bottom by Darren Stewart, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But aside from that potentially being a horrible cut and the doctor stopping it, which it wasn't that bad, blood permitting, it was a good bet.
I remember going into that one because Darren Stewart was actually coming on a 2-fight winning streak. I believe he beat Duran Wynn and Bevan Lewis. And a lot of people were thinking that Darren Stewart was like turning the corner at that point in time, right? A lot of people were like, all right, he's finally coming into his own. He's working on his cardio issues. His grappling looks a little bit better. But when you're talking about Bartosz Fabinski, you're talking about a guy that's just like the epitome of your favorite type of fighter, which is just hold on to a fighter as long as you can. Maybe, be a little bit more dominant with some ground and pound or something like that. Push him up against the cage. Just be the stronger fighter and be able to do that for at least 15 minutes. And that was Fabinski to a T. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how much more effective that type of style can be for a guy like Fabinski, as we saw in his last fight where he got tapped out by Andre Muniz. So that's not the best spot, but to get plus 240, plus 230 for Fabinski in that spot was an absolute steal. I believe I was checked out of the whole MMA thing because that's, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was the week after the last UFC event before COVID.
Yeah.
Or the week of. Yeah, you're right. And I'm just like, all right, I'm not bothering with this. Who knows what kind of effect COVID is actually going to have on some of these fighters, from the testing to the different protocols that they have to follow leading up to the event, to even abbreviated training camps or anything like that. So I was just like, what?
I was exactly the same, and I nearly didn't bet the event for that reason. I had another read on the night with Jamie Richardson. I don't remember the opponent now, but I had similar thoughts. I was very cautious with it all, but with Bartosz Fabinski, like I say, the line was ridiculous. It was much wider than what I expected it to be. And the bottom line is, with Fabinski, you're not going to get any nasty surprises. Sure, he got tapped out by Muniz. I was on Fabinski that night as well. So that wasn't his night. So sure, he got tapped out by Muniz, but like you're not. Fabinski isn't going to do anything inside the cage that you don't expect him to do. If he's had a rough camp, if he's had a rough year, if he's on a win streak, if he's on a losing streak, you're going to get the same Bartosz Fabinski. So for me, I was super cautious. I nearly didn't bet it, but I just felt that given the betting line, and then when I analysed it a little bit more, I just thought, yeah, it's got to be played.
You're so right about Fabinski in terms of his style, because I remember one of those fights, the commentary was talking about, I think it was Brian Stan, who's like, oh, I was talking to Fabinski before the fights, and he's like, oh, I've been working on my striking, but I'm still going to go out there and grapple fuck this guy if I can. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go out there and try to showcase my striking and get possibly knocked out. Yet he still goes out there and just clamps onto you as much as he can. All right, we talked about our best bet. Now let's talk about our worst bet. What's the one that you kind of regret the most in hindsight? Obviously, hindsight is 2020. However, you still want to, you want to own up to your losses. I'll obviously drop mine as well too, but I'll let you go first.
Yeah, for me, Max Ruskov against Austin Hubbard, minus 175. Again, it's just, it's a bad bet, and any handicapper that tells you that you don't make a bad bet is lying, because we all make bad bets from time to time. Max Ruskov for me was that I bought into his I didn't buy into his wrestling so much. The wrestling credentials were there. It's not as if it was a haze, or if it was being misconcept. The wrestling credentials were there, and again, I like that type of fighter that's got that sort of wrestling background, because they're going to bring that wrestling background into the UFC when they come in there, or into MMA in general. But obviously, like you said, hindsight's great. I don't think anybody expected that fight to end in the way it did. I for sure didn't. I don't think, I've racked my brain, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before in sort of the 12, 13, 14 years I've been watching MMA in the UFC. So obviously you couldn't have predicted that, but the betting line at minus 175 for a debutant against somebody is gritty. And, if a fighter is going to suffer from the UFC debut jitters, which are a real thing, and you do have to take that into consideration, then it's going to be a fighter like Austin Hubbard that takes advantage of that. That's, like I say, just a gritty dogfighter that will always be in the fight regardless of what you throw at him. So yeah, like I say, the betting line was minus 175. It shouldn't have been played in hindsight. Considering Ruskov was relatively green and making his UFC debut, I sort of overlooked that in regards to his abilities and his wrestling credentials, thinking he's going to get the job done. But I don't think I was alone. I know there was a few people that were on Austin Hubbard, and props to you guys that cashed that dog bet. But I do think there was a lot of people behind Max Ruskov that night as well, and bet it also. So yeah, for me, that was the one that sticks out as a bad bet. And the bad bets, you will always remember them. That will be one that I remember. Yeah. Another bad bet from 2 or 3 years ago was when I bet Yair Rodriguez. Even though that was plus money, I believe, against Frankie Edgar. The bad bets always stand out, but it's a good thing because you know not to sort of make that mistake again.
The interesting thing about Hubbard going into that fight was he was coming off that Marco Madsen fight where stylistically almost falls into the Roskopf type of fight, which is getting this fighter down over and over again and kind of grinding him out. Maybe possibly finding a submission too in Roskopf's fight because he seems a little bit more intent on finding the finish compared to Marco Madsen. So yeah, unfortunate bet there. But again, hindsight is always 20/20. I know a lot of people were on Roskopf going into that fight, so I can't really blame you for that spot. In terms of the bet that you're most upset about passing, because one thing Z always says when he comes over to my spot or whenever we're just talking, he goes, losing or passing on a winning bet is worse than losing, and I absolutely agree with him because it feels like you're just passing up money that you're like, all right, this is a bet that I'm quite confident in. I'm just not sure why I have that itch to not pull the trigger. Is there one that really comes to your mind here?
I mean, we watch a lot of fights throughout the year. We bet on a lot of fights, analyze a lot of fights. So it's tough for me to just obviously thrown that at me off the cuff. It's tough for me to think back, but there is one, and I only remember it because it's very recent, and that was Gavin Tucker and Billy Quarantillo. So again, I had a read on that. Gavin Tucker was the dog of the week at MMA Play 365. It wasn't an official bet. So from my perspective, with my own money, I didn't bet Gavin Tucker in that fight. And yeah, for me, that was one that, I mean, I didn't think it was going to be that dominant. Again, in hindsight, I liked Tucker in that fight. I did have a few question marks. Ultimately, I was sitting on it throughout the week, and I just didn't end up pulling the trigger on it with serious money. So for me, that's the only one that can spring to my mind. I'm sure there will be a couple, but without obviously spending half an hour flicking through the entire year. I can't think of anything off the top of my head aside from that.
That one, it was weird because like that one was quite heavily debated in that fight week. However, a lot of people seem to be siding with Billy Q there. And I think a lot of people were just on that boat of that Gavin Tucker's cardio is just going to drop off for some reason after round one, like that he's just going to completely fall flat. And everybody thought that Billy Q was going to absolutely win round two and then absolutely win round three. And I think that the confidence that a lot of people had in that really took them away from what Gavin Tucker is actually good at. And obviously that Rick Glenn fight stands out in a lot of people's minds. But I truly believe that was a bit of an anomaly. I personally took a shot on Gavin Tucker there. I thought the line was getting absolutely crazy, especially when he got up to like that plus 130 range. I was absolutely stunned that people were just kind of neglecting Gavin Tucker to that extent. And it happens a lot. I'm trying to think of other instances, but it's like people completely disregard the frame of or the body of work that a fighter has done just based on whether it's a fight that they've had in the past or whether it's the other opponent just looking so dominant as of late, right? And I feel like here it was kind of the similar thing with Billy Q looking so good, obviously having that style where he's going out there and just outworking guys, and then even if he gets beat up in that first round, he's going to come back and look stronger in the second and even stronger in that third round, probably putting you away in that third round. But I felt like his technical shortcomings were really the key factor in here in Gavin Tucker winning this fight. So I thought that was a shout out to anybody that actually took the plunge on Gavin Tucker. Personally, I did too, and I got so much hate for it during that whole fight week. They're like, what are you talking about? Billy Q's going to smash him, blah, blah. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, let's look at this. And there's a reason people come and watch cappers like us, because they're almost looking for us to almost have a differing opinion than what the popular opinion is during that week, right? And then when you go out there and have these cases where you feel like you're up against the public and you actually cash, it's very it's very satisfying. Is there one that really comes to your mind this year where you're like, everybody was against this guy, I bet on this guy, and he won?
Again, recently, without looking, like I've already said, without looking through the entire year, the one recently that comes to mind, and I think I heard completely the opposite from somebody else. It might have been yourself, but I felt that when I bet Rafael Fiziev against Renato Moicano, that just every man and his dog was on Moicano, and you know, when I looked into that fight, yes, there's many things that we look at, and sure, Moicano's got the record of who he's fought against. He's smashed guys like Calvin Kattar, and you know, when you look at that side of it and you're getting plus money, I get it. But I think a lot of people looking at recency bias and records sort of overlooked the style and skill set, the style of the fight and the skill set of Rafael Fiziev. And again, obviously one of the fighters that we manage at Heavy Duty is Mark Diakese, so I know a lot about Mark. I've spent a lot of time with Mark, and for me, actually watching that fight with Mark and Fiziev, it shocked me of how, because I know how good Mark is, and seeing Fiziev do that to Mark in the way that he did it was just it was mind blowing for me, and that proved to me how good Fiziev was. So when I was obviously looking at the fight, I had that in my mind, and then I was looking at Fiziev getting better in the body of work that he actually puts in. I didn't expect him to knock Moicano out in round one, I will say that, but I did it. You know, he started fast. He was landing on Moicano. I was a little bit concerned as if Moicano took him down, he would probably roll on him on the mat, but that first takedown, he tried to get him down, and Fiziev stuffed it and got back up. I thought, right, okay, we're good now, because I knew Fiziev could stop that. So yeah, to answer your question, to me, and what I was hearing from the public, it sounded like everybody was on Moicano. So obviously, I've bet Fiziev with what I've seen, and yeah, I know what you mean. It feels good when it cashes because it feels like you're up against the world, and so yeah, that's one that stands out to me for sure.
No, Fiziev is definitely a very, very interesting prospect that I can't wait to see kind of flourish in the UFC. I'm going to be talking to somebody later in this stream that knows him very, very well, and I'm really looking forward to actually finding out a little bit more about Fiziev as well too. All right, on the back end here, I'm going to let you plug anything that you want here in terms of what you're working on, what you got coming up for 2021, and where people can find you. So the platform is yours, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate that, brother. So yeah, MMAplay365.com. That's where you'll get all your betting advice. Plenty of different packages there to choose from as well. There is going to be some nice, pleasant changes coming January the 1st, which I won't reveal right now, but just keep your eyes out for that, including some free content each UFC week as well. So that's going to be great. And yeah, Heavy Duty fight management also. There's going to be a lot of things the same moving forward into next year. I don't think there's going to be any drastic changes. It's just going to be, you know, carrying on from the back of this year, hoping to have an improved 2021 with the whole global pandemic and everything. So yeah, at MMA Play 365 across Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. If you want to follow myself, that's Newsome _MMA on Twitter. And that's me, brother. Once again, thanks for having me on. And I wish you the best in the new year. Happy New Year.
For sure. I ended off UFC 254 at my 100th episode with my guy Newsome helping me break down the main event. I had to start this one with him. I know he's on a completely different time zone than me, but I'm happy that he was able to jump on first with me and get the show rolling. Also, that was a platform for you to plug the tape index, my man. We got the tape index over there at the MMA Play 365 website. Make sure you guys go check that out. Everything that you guys need for your gambling preparations, we got you covered. Everything set up right now. I believe we have everything all the way up until the end of February, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure you guys go check that out. Go ahead.
We're that efficient with the tape index. We've even given you instructions of how to create a Youku account from the Chinese platform. You know, exactly. that was a night that wasn't really enjoyable for me, and I'm sure it wasn't enjoyable for you. But we got there. We've got instructions. We found a source. That source is probably going to think, you know, what the fuck is with all these referrals from our website? What's MMA Play 365? I'm sure they'll find out soon as well. But yeah, so he's got everything, like you just said, it's a good time to plug it. It's got everything you need. Previous fights, topology profiles, records, Instagram pages. It's got a place to submit, any broken links. If we're missing a fight, a place to submit that as well. And like I say, some nice instructions that will help me through learning Chinese.
Great, perfectly put, my guy. All right, Newsome, happy New Year, happy holidays, and I'll speak to you very shortly, man.
Thanks, brother. Thank you.
See you, buddy. All right, so that was Newsome MMA. As you guys know, I've been doing a lot of work with him ever since I stepped into the MMA sphere. Pretty much my first friend, I would say, on MMA Twitter, and we've done a lot of good things together, including the Tape Index, which we're very, very proud of. All right, let's keep the train moving along. Next up, we got my guy, MMA Knockout Bets. You guys can find him at Bets and Picks MMA, if I'm not mistaken, on Twitter. Andrew, what's going on, dude?
What's up, bro? How are things?
Good, man. If you guys remember, Andrew and AMG Warrior Bets both came on for UFC. What was it? 256, 255.
The one where Figueiredo fought Perez and Valentina fought
Maya. Yeah. So this is the second time that we're talking. It feels like I've been talking to you forever, dude. Before 2020, we didn't really speak that often. I did see you on Twitter every now and then. I try to, interact with you here and there. But really, this year is when we really started to connect and stuff. And you've been a great dude for sure. And you've had a very solid betting year as well too. And that's where a lot of people know you from. So let's dive right into that. I actually wanted to know. Actually, you know what? You have a UFC 100 pulled up for yourself right now?
I do.
All right, let me get you synced up first, and then we'll jump into actual conversation. So I'm at 28 minutes and 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8, 9, 10. We're just in the middle of Akiyama and Belcher. You got it?
Yep, I'm with you.
All right, perfect. All right, let's get into a little bit of a conversation first, and we'll hop on over to this fight. Again, if you guys are joining us live too, and you guys want to sync up, the UFC 100 main card link is in the description below, so you guys can click that and then sync up with me and Andrew here as we're taking in Belcher versus Akiyama. This was July of 2009, which is absolutely crazy in terms of timing. But let's get into your betting year first and foremost, and we'll hop on over to this. First thing I want to ask all the cappers that we have on, what's the best bet that you think you had in 2020?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. I'll give you two answers, I guess. I'll give you a prop and then a money line. I think the best prop bet I had this year was probably Lauren Murphy to submit Shakirova at plus 1,800, which was
Fire line.
Which was a pretty nice hit. A couple money lines that stick out that I bet, even like at the end of the year, like Stephen Thompson at plus 100 over Jeff Neal, Du Bronx plus 145 over Tony Ferguson.
Oof, that one's fun.
I'm trying to think because I tweeted like a top like 5 like the other day. I'm just trying to remember. Oh, Andrei Arlovsky at plus 300 over Tanner Bozier.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pretty big dog hit. And then Strickland over Brendan Allen was probably, I think, at plus money, one of the best bets of the year. So those are just a few. I mean, obviously easy to say what the good bets are in hindsight.
Of course. Well, with that said, I want to bring in the other category, which I have is worst bet of 2020, which is obviously clear as day in hindsight. Is there one that really comes to your mind where you're like, fuck, why did I make this bet?
Yeah, so this is a funny one actually. So one night I was bored and I was going through like my bet MMA and I had realized I hadn't lost on a minus 300 favorite or wider in like almost 2 years. So I was like 24-0 since like January 1st, 2019. I'm betting minus 300s. And I tweeted out, I was like, I haven't lost like a minus 400 since like,
I think I remember this,
like in years. And then I bet Kai Kamaka at minus 300 against, I can't even remember the kid's name.
Jonathan
Pierce, right? Yeah. And he just like didn't look good at all. He got beat. And I was like, oh my God, that is terrible timing. But I'd probably say that's the one that I was like, in hindsight, I definitely wouldn't make that one again.
I think you freaking jinxed yourself because if I'm not mistaken, you actually tweeted that record of yours right before this card, right, and then it just bites you in the ass.
Right before.
That freaking sucks. Yeah. So actually, when Newsome was on, I was going to actually give my worst bet of 2020 as well too. So I might as well drop that now. The one that I'm most ashamed of, and as soon as the fight was over, I was like, what the fuck was I thinking? I hammered Joe Duffy against Joel Alvarez. And that one really stung me, as I believe that from what I saw on Joel Alvarez on tape, I was not impressed with the guy whatsoever. You know what I mean? It didn't look like he really had the chops to go out there and beat a guy like Joe Duffy. And I knew there was a lot of narratives going in about Joe Duffy. He talked about retirement in the past. He had a bunch of injuries and all that. And I kind of overlook those things when it comes to fighting a guy like Joel Alvarez, who was just not proven at the time, who didn't really seem to have the skill. And it was a really last minute bet for me too, because I'm pretty sure I placed that bet maybe an hour or two before the fight even kicked off, because the line was starting to swing in Joel Alvarez's favor. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting a better line on Duffy here. Let me just take the shot. And then I believe it was like one of the first couple fights of the night, and he just gets tapped to a guillotine. That's the worst. Like the worst way you can lose a bet is by amateurish shit like that. You know, a guy jumping guillotine or women's MMA armbar from full guard. I mean, things like that, you're just like, God damn, what the fuck was I thinking? I mean, so that one definitely one of the worst for me. And in terms of best bet of 2020, something that I didn't touch on yet was I got to go with Derek Brunson over Edmund Shahbazyan. I got him at plus 257 first, and then I put a little bit more on him at plus 304. And then I also hit the round 3 prop, which I believe was either plus 2,800 or plus 2,200. I got to put up the props or my bet MMA for that. But easily one of the best spots for me. Another spot that I got ragged on all fight week. What do you think? Derek Brunson's chin is gone, blah, blah, blah. Edmund Shahbazyan is a beast. But that's what you need to build in this type of game, is the confidence to go out there and make these types of picks. Like you made the Charles Oliveira pick. Like you made the Andre Arlovsky pick against Tanner Boser. You can't be going with the public's consensus. You know what I mean? That's how you separate yourself from everybody else, is by making, like with me, when I made the Derek Brunson pick, when I make the Jake Collier pick, when I make the Gavin Tucker pick against Billy Q, everybody's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, there's a reason I got to this platform. And yeah, I may not have crazy betting records like my guy Andrew here or like AMG or any of these guys, but I know I can pick my spots, and I know my spots when I'm making them. So it's not just. And then certain moments kind of come back and bite me in the ass, kind of like when I pick Jordan Wright to beat Joaquin Buckley. It's not always going to work out, but when I do have, odds that I feel are favorable on my side, I'm going to take a shot. And sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. And the Brunson spot was definitely one for me there. Here's one that you might not know off the top of your head, but
wait, let me interrupt you really quick. That Collier bet was legendary.
Sorry?
You're a legend for that Collier bet.
Dude, I don't understand why people were just writing it off so easily.
You nailed it.
I don't understand it. Like, look at their last fights. You know, Tom Aspinall knocked out Jay Collier in less than a minute, and Gian Vellante made it to round 3 with Maurice Green. Are you telling me that Maurice Green and fucking Tom Aspinall are the same fighter? Fuck out of here.
Really not.
And even the week before, it was Parker Porter against Josh Parisian. I didn't bet Porter, but I picked him to win. And everybody's like, you're absolutely insane. You're a fucking madman.
I said that Parker Porter was the best bet of the week going into that card. And I did bet it myself. And he was one of them for sure.
I believe that was the first week I was doing that prop show with Cody. And one of the best props that I put out was Parker Porter via decision at plus 800. And bang, you know what I mean? I think that was a bit of a part of me that actually made me want to bet Jay Collier the next week, because those fights were only a week apart, right? Where I'm like, I had the confidence in Parker Porter, but I didn't pull the trigger. I have the confidence in Jay Collier. I'm going to fucking pull the trigger. And it worked out for me this time. So here's another category I want to throw at you that it might be a little bit harder to kind of figure out. The spot that you regret most passing on in 2020. Is there one bet where you're like, I was so close to pulling the trigger, but I just didn't?
There's a few. Give me a second to think about that.
So I'll let you know what mine is right off the bat.
Yeah,
I was hammering Hagholm all week against Irene Aldana, where everybody's like, another one where it's like, are you crazy? Aldana's going to knock her out, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, Holmes got this. But for some reason, I just didn't end up pulling the trigger. And it's not a lack of disbelief in Hagholm, because earlier in the year, I ended up betting her against Raquel Pennington, and that worked out perfectly for me. You know what I mean? Obviously, Pennington, Aldana, completely different opponents, but still, I felt like Holm had the veteran savvy and the durability to still go out there and, piece up a girl like Aldana, for the 5 rounds. Same thing, I compared it to Wonderboy Thompson and Jeff Neal this past week or 2 weeks ago, where I'm like, it's a savvy veteran that's proven, that can go out there and put on a good technical performance against a young up-and-comer who's kind of more often than not looking for that knockout. And if that knockout doesn't transpire, the decision is a little bit harder for them to win. And also, this is the first time that Aldana was fighting a girl like Hagholm, and the first time that Jeff Neal was fighting somebody like Wonderboy Thompson. So I thought those were perfect spots. Any other spots that come to your mind yet?
Yeah, just a recent one that comes to mind is probably RDA over Felder. Just for whatever reason,
Yes, same.
Got turned off by RDA's fight with Chiesa, which it's funny, I literally just rewatched that 15 minutes ago because I was looking into Chiesa versus Magny for the January 20th card. Mm-hmm. But I think I just got too turned off by that RDA fight versus Chiesa and ended up not pulling the trigger, even though I thought that RDA, his style was going to pretty much handle Felder, and it ended up coming true. But can't be too mad at passing on a fight in general.
I always like to take the quote from Z, what he put on my banner, which is, I believe, passing on a win is worse than a loss. And I kind of feel that, you know what I mean? Like it's money that you kind of left on the table. But again, if you did that with every single bet that you were passing on, it may not work out for you in the long run, right? So it might be good to just kind of have a tally on the side to be like, okay, these are the bets that I passed on. If I had made the bets, what is my year going to look like, right? All right, let's get into, instead of the betting perspective, let's get on to the fan perspective now. What's your favorite moment of 2020 that you remember as a fan?
I'm probably going to get heat for it, but Conor coming back and beating Cowboy was it was the very beginning of 2020, but that for me, just, I've been obviously following Conor's career closely for a long time, and just the history between him and Cowboy, from that press conference, the famous press conference everyone remembers, to both of them advancing their careers so much since then, and just a vintage, like, to not even knowing if Conor was ever going to come back and fight again. I mean, a lot of people thought he was never going to fight again, but him coming back and just putting on a pretty much flawless performance against a future Hall of Famer in Cowboy is probably my favorite moment of 2020. A couple other that come to mind, I think it was surprising to a lot of people, including myself, when like John Jones and Dominic Reyes had that really close fight. It was exciting. Like, I've always been a John Jones fan, which it's funny because a lot of people hate him, but even like as a John Jones fan, like a self-proclaimed John Jones fan, it was fun to see like that aspect of, oh my God, like the unbeatable almost like may have just gotten beat here. And I scored that fight for John, but I certainly wouldn't have blamed anyone for scoring it for Reyes. And then another one I personally liked was Colby beating up Woodley, because that fight had been brewing for years, and they had both said a lot of stuff about each other that was really serious stuff. That I remember wanting that fight in like 2018, maybe even earlier. I remember when Woodley fought Till in September of 2018. Like, that was supposed to be the Colby fight. And I remember just shaking my head, being like, the UFC missed here. Like, Till needs a little more time, and the Colby Woodley fight's the one to make. And then the whole Usman thing happened, where he just, his rise to the top just happened so dominantly and so quickly that it almost, like, you might have never thought that Colby Woodley fight was going to happen, but I thought those two needed to settle it, and obviously Colby did so in a dominant fashion. For whatever reason, as a fan, I've always been into the people who talk shit and can back it up. So when you say you're going to do something, then you do it. And so those are probably top three for 2020 for me. But what about you?
2020 for me, I gotta say, and this kind of falls hand in hand with betting, but being able to cash against Tyron Woodley twice this year, probably my favorite spots. You know what I mean? Especially hitting that round 5 prop with Colby Compton was great as well. I think everybody and their mother was on that too. Before I actually continue with my favorites, I find it interesting that you say that you like guys that talk shit and all that type of stuff. Normally people that have that type of like get pleasure from that come from a wrestling background, not like collegiate wrestling, but I mean like pro wrestling. Were you ever a wrestling fan, WWF, WWE, or anything like that?
So when I was a kid, like obviously, I mean, I shouldn't say obviously, there's a lot of people I'm sure who are watching this don't know me, but like I wrestled my whole life, like amateur wrestling. I wrestled growing up in high school and college, whatever. And so I was probably in like 3rd or 4th grade, and I used to watch WWE like all the time. Like I loved it. Like I like John Cena and The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels. And then I used to play the video game like on my PSP or whatever. And then I remember finding out that it wasn't real. And it just completely, like as a kid, as like a 9-10-year-old kid.
Oh, I went through that too.
Yeah, bro, I'm sure so many people watching this went through it too. But after that, like it turned me off for good. Like I never watched again. So I haven't watched WWE since I was like in elementary school. Like not even like for like a big event or something. Like I just not for me.
Yeah, I was balls deep in it. Right now, like I still have a couple friends that are like super into it, and like we'll get together and watch Royal Rumble or we'll watch WrestleMania or some shit. But that's really about it. That's the extent of my love for professional wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to love it back in the day. I mean, shout out to my guy Roberto Lopez, who's saying Stone Cold Steve Austin, probably one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. We got Austin, we got Michaels, we got Bret Hart, all those guys. Like, I believe I'm slightly older than you, so I have a little bit further back of these guys. But yeah, like those characters were great. And like the Attitude Era, that was probably like the pinnacle of wrestling, where guys are just like, you see guys drinking beer in the fucking cage or swearing, or like you have these crazy storylines with like guys' wives and like all this soap opera bullshit. But it was so enticing as a freaking kid. And I get why Conor kind of brought that to the UFC, and it's worked out from him. You know what I mean? Chael Sonnen was kind of the first guy, in my opinion, that really tried to crack that mold into MMA. And then Conor, like the issue with Chael though was he talked the talk, but he didn't walk the walk, because he didn't like he still went out there and fought these guys, but he never won. You know what I mean? Like he never really won in these big moments. His biggest moment in MMA is a loss to Anderson Silva, where he beat him up for 4.5 rounds and then gets choked out in that 5th. But then Conor McGregor was the first guy to go out there, talk the talk, walk the walk, knock these guys out, and do everything that he would say he was going to do, right? So that's why I think he really transcended more than what Chael Sonnen was able to do with his limited skill set.
Yeah, what I will say about Chael is obviously Chael's one of my favorite fighters ever. I met him in New York last year, and it was like awesome for me. I'm the last person to like fanboy out or whatever, and I didn't, but I was like, wow, meeting Chael is actually really cool, and he was a great guy. It was like, it seemed like he was as excited to meet me as I was to meet him. It was just great. I've always been a fan of his, and the one thing I do think he deserves a ton of credit for is every one of his fights was against like a world champ or someone of that caliber. Like he fought guys every like week in and week out. Like he was fighting 3-4 times a year against guys like Anderson Silva, Michael Bisping, Brian Stann, even like later in his career, like Rashad Evans. Like, so I always respected about him that John Jones, that he wasn't scared to fight anyone. He would say yes. And I think a lot of those guys don't, like, it kind of gets blown under the radar a little bit, because like I say this all the time, there's people who, like, as fans, who say, oh, so and so like lost this amount of times and like they can't be considered great. And I think that encourages people to kind of like cherry pick the record. Like I personally, as a fan, would rather someone go 8-2 against the best guys in the world than 10-0, like, and like hand pick their fights. And that's just me personally. Everyone has different preference, but I worry sometimes when I see all these fans saying like, oh, so and so lost the fight, like they can't be good, or like every response in the comments on Twitter is like Conor getting choked by Khabib, and that's an extreme example because Conor talks a lot of shit. So like people like, but I think about that from like the Conor versus Khabib thing. Like I'm not insinuating that Conor's like a better on the all-time list than Khabib, but like Conor fought at 145, 155, 170, and Khabib never went up and fought Usman or Colby or GSP or someone like that. And it's not a knock on Khabib. I'm just, in my head, I'm like, if Conor just stayed at 145 forever and beat up Frankie Edgar in his next fight, like instead of going up and trying to get the 155 belt, like would people like be calling him the GOAT right now? And it's just something I spend a lot of time thinking about, is just fans' perception of someone's career, like, because I think doing that and going after those hard fights, like, just deserve more credit. Like what Adesanya, it seems like what he's going to do is he's going to go try and fight Blachowicz, and it's him going above and beyond. Like he could defend, he could give Whitaker a rematch and probably beat him, and then he could give Paulo Costa a rematch and smoke him again. But he's going to go try to test himself. And I mean, like I look at the the Khabib being the GOAT thing. And it's like GSP came back after like a 3-year layoff, went up to 185 when he's clearly not a 185 pounder, and fought Michael Bisping, who was the current champ, on the biggest card of the year and ended up finishing him. So when I talk about like the GOAT conversation, so to speak, like I put a lot of stock into like strength of schedule and willingness to challenge yourself and push yourself. So I know that was a little bit of a rant, but
no, for sure. I'm glad that you went that far with it. The interesting thing about Conor's run, I'm very intrigued to know what the landscape would currently look like if Dos Anjos didn't pull out. And you know what I mean? Like how different things would look. Would Conor have passed that? And even if he did, would it not legitimize him a little bit more to go out there and have a big victory over a guy who's as established as Dos Anjos, right? So it's a bummer that that fight never really got to play out. I'd still be down for it if somehow, some way, they put that fight together as like the fight that we passed by or the fight that we just missed. I'd totally be down, and I think a lot of fans would be down for that too. But luckily for us, with him pulling out, we got the whole Nate Diaz thing, right? Competitively, probably not the best or the most intriguing, even though Nate Diaz got that first win. But we know on a full training camp, Conor can go out there and beat this guy over 5 rounds, right? And that was the knock on him. A lot of people didn't think that Conor would be able to take a 5-round decision over Nate Diaz, but that's exactly what he did in that second fight, right? Very, very impressive on that end. But I think he learned a lot from that first fight. And I wonder how differently that next fight would have gone if they never fought the first time. I wonder if Conor still would have gone in there with that mentality of I'm not going to be able to knock this guy out in the first round. I should conserve my energy and go out there and try to beat him over 5 rounds. I'm not sure. Like it played out in that first fight. I mean, he thought he could dead him, and he didn't. Right. And it worked against him. So we got a great, 2 fights out of that. It got a publicity for them. We made Nate Diaz a millionaire. Red Panty Night, as my guy Greg Love is saying in the comments right now. But yeah, the Conor has absolutely transcended this sport, and that's kind of why I didn't really include any of his cards in this rewatch tournament that I've been doing, because I knew just right off the bat everybody was going to vote for his fucking cards, and I kind of wanted to switch it up. I wanted to give these other guys chance. Like right now, we're halfway through the first round of Bisping and Henderson. Did you watch the UFC back then? Did you watch it back in 2009?
So in 2009, I think I was in like 7th grade, maybe 7th or 8th grade. And I followed it, but not nearly as closely as I do now. Like some of the earlier fights I remember. Well, it's funny actually, because I remember watching The Ultimate Fighter when I was in like really young, like in like early middle school. And that was kind of like some of my first exposure to the UFC outside of like just knowing those huge names like George St. Pierre and like John Jones were like the first guys, like Jose Aldo were like the guys I first started to hear about. And then I kind of followed it casually for a while. And then almost like the Conor era really, really dragged me in. And then like to be a super hardcore. So like that 2013, 2014 time frame, I just like fell in love with it again. And obviously being in the wrestling space is kind of like being in like a lateral to it. So I was exposed to a lot of people who were either going into MMA or fans of it. And so when I was in early high school is when I really started to get to be like hardcore, as you could say. And then once I started taking betting seriously is when I obviously, like you do, watch every single fight on every single card, just because for other purposes rather than just wanting to be entertained as a fan. So I think in 2009 I was following the sport pretty casually, like maybe like the biggest fights of the year I'd watch and talk about with my friends and all that. But yeah, you were pretty hardcore back then too. No,
I'd say my love for the sport really started to take off in 2008. I'd say 2000, like late 2007, 2008. I came over with the Brock Lesnar thing. I mean, I was a big wrestling fan back then, and then when Brock hopped over to the UFC, I'm like, I'm in. This is real. They're doing this shit for real. I'm in. So that's really when I came over. But in terms of becoming like a super hardcore, watching every single prelim and all that type of stuff, I gotta say it came around. I went to my first ever live UFC event at UFC 113, which is in Montreal, which is just a couple hours here from Toronto. And Shogun Rua instantly became my favorite fighter. He won the title that night against Lyoto Machida. And I really got into it from then. That's where I really started watching like every single prelim, every single main card, making sure I made the time to go out there and watch it. And back then it was like one UFC every month. You know what I mean? Now we're getting fucking 25 straight weekends of fights and 12 fights every weekend. It's absolutely insanity, or absolutely insane in terms of the level of progression with the UFC over this amount of time, right? So if any time to be an MMA fan or a UFC fan, this is now the time where we have so much exposure. And not to mention Fight Pass as well too, which is like, you know, giving us access to all these regional promotions too. So if you want to get even more balls deep rather than just UFC, you got all these other promotions as well to watch. All right, I'm going to get you out on this. You know, anything you want to plug, anything you want to drop, let the fans know everybody's watching. We got 25 viewers right now, but I'm sure on the flip side, we're going to have a ton of other viewers. But please let us know what you got in the works right now.
Yeah, well, first of all, I appreciate you having me on. Obviously, always good time talking to you. Just my Twitter is at Bets and Picks MMA. The handle is MMA Knockout Bets, and my Bet MMA page is linked there. So if you want to follow me on Twitter or see my past bets or future bets, it's on my Bet MMA.
All right. I appreciate you coming on, Andrew. Make sure you guys follow him. He's one of the sharper guys on MMA Twitter that we have right now. Had an absolutely beautiful year. What, plus 90 units in 2020? Is that right?
Yeah, something like that. I definitely.
When you start stacking it up, you're just like, whatever. It's fucking amazing. That's all that matters.
Bigger things to come in 2021.
For sure. He's aiming for that 100-unit mark in 2021. All right.
Sure.
I appreciate you, man. Make sure you guys go follow him, and I'll catch you on another stream in the very near future.
Awesome. Take care, man. Have a good New Year.
Later, buddy. All right, that was my guy Andrew at MMA. Or sorry, let me just get his Twitter handle correct before I butcher that once again. It's at Bets and Picks MMA on Twitter. His handle is MMA Knockout Bets as well, and his name is Andrew. Very wonderful dude. All right, let's keep the train rolling here. We got my guy Jason Hagholm, the co-host of Jason and the Gentleman. He's also the voice of BTC Fight Promotions. Jason, what's going on, dude?
Oh, you know, not too much. Just relaxing, enjoying this day off, catching up on some of the best of MMA this year. As I'm gonna later on today be recording my year-end awards with a couple guys, Nick Baldwin of The Score, Eric Marcotte of Post Wrestling, and Shaquille over at Fightful. So look for that to drop later. But yeah, just having to review some stuff and watched Joanna and Zhang today because I forgot how amazing that was, and just. What a war.
Absolute war. I got to put that on my list of things to rewatch for before the new year's up. Actually, do you have UFC 100 loaded up? You want to do rewatch real quick? All right, let me get you. We're just about to see the Henderson knockout of Michael Bisping. So let's get you caught up on that real quick. I'm at the 54 minutes and 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7. Let me know if you need it once more.
I'm about there, yeah.
All right, perfect. All right, let's actually start off with this. We know the big knockout's about to come. You used to watch? Well, I actually had Jason on the Combative Tours earlier this year before the whole COVID situation hit us. And we talked about your love for UFC and MMA and how you were watching way back in the day, the Elite XC days. So if anything, you're a little bit more of a veteran than me when it comes to this stuff. But what do you remember about UFC 100? Because that was a huge event at the time. Like I was just becoming an MMA fan at the time. And to get, two big title fights, not to mention George St. Pierre, not just on the event, but not even a main event. You got him as the co-headliner. GSP is normally the guy that's going out there and selling the pay-per-views, selling the shows, the big draw. But the only guy bigger than him physically and, pay-per-view wise was Mr. Brock Lesnar, who took the main event there. What do you remember about UFC 100 and the buzz surrounding that?
I just remember that I felt the sport had broken through. Like I remember the coverage on mainstream sports, like whether it was, The Score was a network at the time, TSN had stories on it, Sportsnet had stories on it up here. Like the sport had reached a level that I didn't think it would get to, and it got to it so quickly. And, it was UFC 100. They stacked this card at such a level. When it was taking place, I actually didn't get to see it live because I was working at a restaurant that was actually airing it. Because the Bisping knockout, which is about to happen, I remember the owner coming in like, oh, man, that was one of the most brutal knockouts I've ever seen. And I was like, yeah, it may be brutal, but it's better than it in boxing where Bisping were taking like 17 more unanswered shots. But so I went when I got home, I got to watch it. But I just remember Brock Lesnar because I'm a wrestling fan. So Brock was a big, selling point for, a lot of the shows. And like, I remember when Brock beat Randy Couture at UFC 91 and the Sheerdog Forum went down. Like it was donezo for a couple hours because everyone was in shock that this ex-WWE guy beat, Captain America, Randy Couture, to be UFC heavyweight champion. And I remember the countdown for it. Like Frank Mir was just cutting amazing promos. Brock was in the zone. It was just an amazing night. Like you could just feel the energy that this felt special, and the event delivered then some.
Dude, even the Ultimate Fighter leading up to UFC 100 with Bisping and Henderson, and then having it end the way that it was, must have been so satisfying. Like just have absolute elation for American fans who are just like, screw Bisping. He played the perfect heel on that show as well too. So to have such a captivating ending to that story with that vicious knockout that we just got to witness, absolutely insane. Do you remember, did you watch that Ultimate Fighter? Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember that season of the Ultimate Fighter. It was, not maybe the greatest. I know Ross Pearson came out of that, and DeMarcus Johnson were some of the names.
I believe Andre Winner as well was on.
Yeah, Andre Winner was one of them as well. Nick Oshipshak as well, just because of such a unique name. Yeah. But I remember that season. I just remember Bisping, coming off, but he was totally playing the heel. But as the knockout's now airing on my iPad right now, that was probably the turning point for Henderson, because he was this big deal coming into the UFC from Pride, got choked out by Anderson Silva. Before that, had lost to Rampage Jackson, and finally he'd been able to pick up a big win here against a UFC guy that they'd really pushed in Bisping, and was really putting him back into that title contention.
It's insane the level of competition you're still able to face after that. Like the next event that I'm going to be watching after this is UFC 139, where he has that absolute war with Shogun Rua, right? Where everybody's just like, all right, this is the end of the road for Henderson. He's not going to be able to push it any further. Yet he still goes out there, knocks these guys out, has amazing performances, even fights for the title again, I believe at UFC 204, I believe it is, against Michael Bisping. Doesn't end up getting the victory there, but was damn close. I remember that decision being very, very close, where he absolutely could have gotten the nod there. How amazing would that have been if we got Dan Henderson champion in 2016, I believe it was. Absolutely insanity if he was able to pull that off. So the narrative behind this stream is my golden era. I consider UFC 100 to UFC 199. That's where it really turned for me, from being a casual fan to being a hardcore fan to being able to watch every single fight that they ever put on. Is there one instance between 100 and 199 that really stands out to you the most as either your favorite card, your favorite moment, or your favorite victory, your favorite loss, whatever it is?
I think, since this is 2009, there's, obviously this card's one of them for sure. You picked 139. I remember being in my basement just watching the war that was Shogun Henderson and thinking, like, this is one of the greatest fights, and still is, to me, one of the best fights in the history of the sport. But a lot of those WEC shows as well were a big turning point for me, because WEC was still this hot property, only ran about 5 shows a year, but it showcased, bantamweight, featherweight. They had their own lightweight division, and within a year they'd be merging into the UFC. And, the names that came out of there, like Dominic Cruz, Anthony Pettis, Benson Henderson. Like, I loved WEC. WEC felt special. They were, like, sometimes on random nights, like a Wednesday card. But it was, a real fun experience. And I just love WEC. It really made my love for the lighter weight guys. Like, I like lighter weight boxers. So the transition to me was natural. And I loved that. 199 is totally an underrated card as well. Like, I remember the Polo Reyes fight. And that was like the first fight on the card. It just blew me away for an amazing night of fights. I know as well, once UFC 165, which was in Toronto, Jones and Gustafsson was like an amazing back and forth war. And best fight on the card, because it's a pretty forgettable card other than that, where, Gustafsson was given the shot because, he earned it for sure, but he had the reach advantage on Jones, but was actually able to push Jones. And Jones had always been wanting that rival. He thought it was going to be Rashad Evans, but it may have turned out his original rival was Gustafsson, then turned into Daniel Cormier. But man, just what a night it was. And it was just seeing the sport really explode in this market, which had taken forever to get legalized.
It's funny that you brought up John Jones because between 100 and 199 seems to be his breakout time, right? Speaking of UFC 100, he was on the prelim.
Yeah.
With Jake O'Brien.
Irish Jake O'Brien, yes.
He submitted him halfway through the fight pretty much, but then we see him get the fight against Ryan Bader at UFC 126, beats him, gets the news in the cage that Rashad Evans is pulling out, and they need somebody stepping on short notice against Shogun Rua. I believe a month or two later, he accepts it. He hops in, beats Shogun Rua in March, then defends the title a couple times that year. I believe he beats Rampage Jackson. Then he
choked him out.
And then he beats Lyoto Machida at the ACC as well, right? So he goes out there and has an absolutely amazing year that year, which he won the title in. But it's funny that you bring up the Gustafsson fight because that's where I truly believe it starts to change for him, where he starts having fights are much closer. You know, people are saying maybe Thiago Santos won, maybe Dominic Reyes won, maybe Gustafsson won. You know, there's an argument that a lot of people thought that Gustafsson got robbed that night. But I think people are just buying into the illusion that, okay, John Jones is finally having closer fights. Maybe these guys are finally starting to catch up to him with his level. Or it's the other way around, where John Jones's talent is like staying stagnant and everybody else is slowly starting to reach his level, right? In terms of the most dominant champion between 100 and 199, it's got to be John Jones, right? Or are you going to throw Anderson Silva in there, even though it was kind of on the tail end of his run?
Yeah, for Anderson to be the tail end, I mean, you'd include George in there, but George was getting to the point where he was getting clipped, and I remember Carlos Condit did some serious damage to him. He probably should have lost the Johnny Hendricks fight. That's still one of the most controversial decisions of all time. And what a change for Johnny Hendricks too. Like you lose that fight, you're robbed of it, then you lose the Lawler fight and your career goes into a tailspin. But it has to be Jones. I mean, the level of competition he fought in the UFC's marquee division, and he was able to beat everyone that he put in there. Sure, he may have got close decisions, but it's not his job to score the fight. It's his job to go in there and perform. I mean, do I feel Gustafsson won the fight at UFC 165? I do a little bit, but then he was able to silence those critics when they rematched like 2 years ago around this time, where he like absolutely dominated Gustafsson.
No, for sure. So we are just approaching the Thiago Alves and George St. Pierre fight on this UFC 100 stream. Once again, if you guys want to hop on, we are currently around the 1 hour, 3 minute, 27, 28, 29, 30 second mark. So if you guys want to sync up with that, you guys are more than welcome to. Do you recall going into this fight how much of a threat people saw Thiago Alves being? Yeah,
like Alves had picked up a big win streak at UFC 90. He beat Josh Koscheck pretty handedly, and Koscheck at that point was a real threat. And before that, he had a flying knee knockout against Matt Hughes, which that was really, I guess, the start of the tail end of Matt Hughes, because Matt Hughes tore his ACL as a result of that knockout on the fall down. But Alves had really put it together and looked like a threat because he had power, he had solid wrestling, and, you know, if he got him in the right situation against George St. Pierre, he maybe could have dropped him. But I mean, St. Pierre's, I believe he's coming off the Fitch fight where he just manhandled John Fitch. Like, he had that one right hook that just like hit Fitch, flew back like it was a video game. Like, no one was beating George St. Pierre. And the thing that's always remember about me in this fight is George to his corner, I think in like the third or fourth round, I tore my abductor, and he tore his abductor and was still able to grind out Thiago Alves for a unanimous decision victory.
Bonus points for that French Canadian accent. I love your attempt at that. That's a good shot at the dark. I remember just going in there and I didn't know too much about Thiago Alves at that point in time. So I'm just like, okay, this guy looks like he'd be a serious threat. Now, even actually going back and looking at the betting odds for it, he was actually a plus 250 dog going into this. So still one of the better odds that you'll ever get on George St. Pierre at minus 275, because it was always heavy odds when he was coming in and fighting anybody, especially Matt Serra. But that was like the only time it's ever worked against him, right? So UFC 100 to UFC 199, we got George St. Pierre, we got John Jones, we got the heavyweight division kind of in a tailspin where you got Cain Velasquez struggling to fight. You know, I believe he won the title all the way back at UFC 155, where he won it back, from Jorge Dos Santos at 155. Then he loses it, I believe, at UFC 193 against Fabrizio Verdum. But is there a heavyweight that you can truly say between 100 and 199 that really stood out we had Brock Lesnar fighting on this event, obviously. Then he goes on to defend against Shane Carwin at 116. Then he loses it at 121 against Cain Velasquez. Personally, my favorite heavyweight of all time, Cain Velasquez. I thought he had the most potential out of anybody to go out there and beat guys on a consistent basis. That Fabricio Verdum fight, I feel like we're truly robbed of getting a prime Cain Velasquez. That was him coming off of several injuries, if I'm not mistaken. But is there one heavyweight that truly stands out to you in that era?
For me, I was the same. It was Cain. Like, Cain Velasquez had I think 2 fights outside of the UFC, and the UFC's like, we have to sign this guy. Yeah. And then for the rest of his career, he's fighting MMA at the highest level in the UFC. Like, when he beat up, knocked out Big Nog, that was the one that really got my attention. I was like, this guy's for real. He's got serious power, plus
that
the
combination.
That combination. Like, just the head snap and the smacking back from Nogueira was unbelievable. Cain would be there. I mean, obviously the amazing victory over Brock to win the heavyweight title, and just the trilogy where, sure, he didn't look great in the first one against Junior Dos Santos, but was able to pretty much manhandle and dominate Junior Dos Santos the rest of the way through. But another guy that, we got to talk about in this era that injuries as well ruined was Shane Carwin. Shane Carwin was a guy that I really thought was going to be still in the running to be a serious heavyweight. Like, when he destroyed Frank Mir to win the interim title and nearly finished Brock Lesnar, if Josh Rosenthal had been maybe a referee that wanted to stop it earlier, Shane Carwin could have been a heavyweight champion. But unfortunately, he didn't get the job done that night, and then injuries just ruined his career.
Speaking of injuries, somebody that we have a close connection with because we're Canadian, Mr. TJ Grant was supposed to fight Anthony Pettis for the title, or I believe Ben Henderson. I believe it was Ben Henderson, actually, who had the title that time, and pulled out. I remember there was a lot of conspiracies going around where people are like, Dana just paid him stacks to go, eat shit while Ben Henderson or Anthony Pettis could, have a rematch. And especially after their amazing performance they had at WEC, the final event of WEC, where we got the Showtime kick and all of that stuff. But we just haven't seen TJ Grant since then. He was on an amazing run. I believe the last victory he had before that fight was against Gray Maynard, where he absolutely brutalized him up against the cage. It's unfortunate that we haven't really seen him go out there and do much since then, because he was right there. He's just about to get a title shot. Have you heard anything about TJ Grant or what he's been up to since then?
No, TJ's been, I think The Athletic did a feature on him, actually. So if you have a subscription to that, go check it out. But yeah, I remember he was right there, about to get a title shot, representing the eastern side of Canada. I think he was from Halifax. Yeah. So that would have been a real big thing for, that side of the country to get someone. But he was just put it together. And then, he had serious concussions issues. Yeah. And obviously safety first. But man, when you look at what his record, you mentioned the Gray Maynard fight. He finished Matt Wyman, Evan Dunham, Carlo Prater, and Shane Roller. That was his win streak to get up to the title shot. So, he's beaten tough guys, and not only beating them, finishing the majority of them. So it's a real, a what if for TJ Grant. Where would he have been? Apparently he's was in debt and didn't want to take the risks and whatnot. I don't know, but that's why he walked away, I guess. I don't know, but it's real unfortunate, because if he would have had that title shot, maybe the money in there could have helped him the rest of his way. I know pay is a big issue in this sport, especially for even a fighter getting a title shot, but still, that money could have maybe helped him a lot.
For sure. All right, let's quit talking about the past. Let's talk about the future a little bit. You are the voice of BTC Fight Promotions. For most people that don't know, that's one of the more premier Ontario MMA organizations when it comes to putting on professional fights. Is there anything you can share with us in terms of what 2021 holds for BTC?
Well, they've announced, I believe, 5 events for the plan starting in March in Oshawa. There's a card in Oshawa. June will be in Burlington, which is their home base. There's a card that'll be in August in Brampton. And that's good for you.
Shout out.
And then there's a card that will be in November in St. Catharines, because that market's been huge for the promotion. But that's all we have right now. There's apparently as well 2 events that'll just take place at the gym there. So kind of like what the Apex has been doing and whatnot. But that's all we have right now. A lot depends on what the government says, right? Like I was really hopeful they could get some shows going on in the summer. They were hopeful they could get some shows going on in the summer. And, hindsight now looking back, wish we could have done it because obviously the cases for COVID right now are just through the roof and we're in a lockdown again right now. Yeah. So would have been fortunate, but you know what? The plan is to, hopefully by March we can get things going again. Hopefully this lockdown straightens everyone out. We do the right things. The numbers drop. This vaccine gets more into cycle, and we can hopefully get back to normal, and we can get some fights going in. Because one event last year, or now still in 2020, I guess we are, but one event in 2020 is just not enough.
For sure. You guys had that event in 2020, correct?
Yeah, it was February 20, Leap Day 2020 in Kitchener, in my hometown. I know you were there.
Was I there? Oh, yeah, I was. Yes. With Adam Insenzo was fighting on the card.
Yep.
And I believe,
Jesse Ronson fought Troy Lamson in the main event.
Yes. Well, I don't know why that was completely. Honestly, like pre-COVID, I totally forgot that I even did those Combative Stories episodes with people coming over to my studio and all that stuff. Mind completely blank over there. So we do have, you said 5 cards scheduled for 2021 tentatively, right? So
yeah,
we're still waiting on.
That's the plan. We're waiting on that. I mean, it's good to see as well. Like, BTC, they're trying to get out there with it, and there's other promotions in the country like Unified and BFL. They just got on Fight Pass, so they have plans. Hopefully, they can have them in Canada. I did see BFL was potentially looking at moving their card from Canada to put it somewhere in the States. I don't know where that would be. That may be still up in the air, but it's just good to see that hopefully the scene has a plan and hopefully it can go into fruition because this country, obviously they took their precautions on COVID pretty serious, but it's really hurt the sport right now. The sport's at a stagnant right now. And when you saw like other promotions being able to put on events with, no fans and there were safe ways they could do it, I would have hoped that we could have found a way to put on events because the sport, especially in Ontario, has grown so much that there's got to be a way that you can put on events, even with, upping a pay-per-view fee or, just the fees like that or more sponsorship, whatever it may be. But there's got to be a way we could have done it.
The main issue with the lack of shows, and Dana's even talked about this himself, is that they don't really have that feeder league mentality anymore. Like the regional scene is slowly dropping off, and we're not able to get these guys fights. The one guy that always comes to mind for me is Ergis Segeta. That's my guy, and I'm waiting for him to finally burst onto the scene. Like he just won the IBJJFs at the end of 2019. He had a ton of momentum rolling into 2020, and then he just had to. I watch his Instagram, I watch his Snapchats and all that stuff. The guy's still out there putting road work in, still going out there and getting his work in and getting his repetitions in. But he's just not able to go out there and actually compete in the cage and actually get on the radar of the UFC or Bellator or ONE FC, whatever it may be, right? Speaking of these young up-and-coming Canadian guys, is there one that's really on the top of your head where you're like, this could have been the year that they broke through and made it to the big show? Is there one guy that you're kind of feeling like how I feel about Ergis? Is there somebody that's on your mind?
Well, luckily for this Canadian fighter, he did get some opportunities because he got some opportunities to fight for in the States, and that's Aaron Jeffrey. Like Aaron was coming off, a tough go on the Contender Series, and then won a fight and he was supposed to fight, I believe, on our show for BTC show in Kitchener, but his opponent fell out, and we weren't sure what was going to happen. And for him, it's just tough getting fights. And then his management did a great job getting him a fight. Fought Bruno Assis at SFT 23 in Miami, had a third round TKO there, and then he had a second round TKO for LFA against Andre Petrovsky. So, working his way up and getting back on that UFC radar. To me, that would be my breakthrough Canadian fighter. There's some guys still like Kyron Cameron's a welterweight, still on the come up. He fought for all his fights have been with BTC. He had a first round submission at BTC 9 in Kitchener. But as well, like there have been some Canadians doing well as this year has been tough to get fights in. Like, a Gavin Tucker this year. Like Gavin's had himself a solid year. Trying to think. Jillian Robertson did, even though her last fight didn't go her way. Hakeem Dawodu, Tanner Boser. Talk about a guy breaking through. Like Canadians have done well getting their opportunities. And sure, some of those shows are more main level or top tier, like an LFA type show. But, with hopefully 2021 being our year to turn things around, you're going to see a lot of prospects coming up because there's a lot of big plans that BTC has, a lot of top talent that they're trying to get on these shows. And I'm just excited to be a part of it and see the growth of some of these guys.
Has there been any talks in terms of having fans at these events, or any preliminary talks, or having any type of spectators at these events for BTC?
As far as I know now, no. I mean, that's more a, I guess, government thing right now, and we have to lower our COVID cases to even consider that. Like, I think the big thing for MMA in the province would have to be watching what like the Ontario Hockey League does, because when they can come back safely, because they've talked about maybe having limited fans in, but they just pushed their start date back again to a TBA, to be announced. It was supposed to start for the OHL in February, but with the spike and now the lockdown, they've pushed that back, and we're not sure. So as of now, no fans, but hopefully we do get fans because these events need fans. They're such an important part for the success business-wise, and I think people will just be craved to see some live sports again when they get out there. So I know they'll get out there, especially the markets they're planning to go to, like St. Catharines in November. Burlington always shows up for the home base. Oshawa is a market they've been looking to run for a while, so they'll be getting there. There's a couple of fighters that have fought for us that are close by. And then, of course, Brampton in the summer. I mean, where else would you want to spend your August in Canada than Brampton, Ontario, doing some fights? I mean, I'm excited for it.
I love that you're plugging Brampton so hard for me, and I love it. And I hope that I'm able to come out to some of these events because, yeah, you're right. Like, I think a lot of people are itching and craving not just sports, but just live entertainment. You want to go out, you want to have fun, you want to have some drinks, watch a concert, watch sports, whatever it is. People just want to go back to regularity. I mean, when I'm watching some of these movies I've been binge watching during my holiday season, the one thing that just gets me a little bit is just seeing everybody so closely packed together, especially these Christmas movies. Like, I watched Jingle All the Way the other day, and if you remember that movie, where
a great movie, the best Christmas movie,
right. It's the first time my wife ever watched it. She goes, "What is this shit?" I'm like, "It's the greatest Christmas movie of all time." But seeing all of them like just crowding around trying to get Turbo Man, you know what I mean? Like, just crowding around in the shopping malls and just having that experience of just being around people again. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get back to that comfortability. Like, I don't think everybody's going to be to that point where they're like, okay, I'm completely okay with just being, packed in a can like sardines at the shopping mall anymore. But I think we're slowly going to get to that feature where people are really craving that live sports. And you guys would be a huge part in that with BTC Fight Promotion being able to give us that outlet to finally be like, all right, let's go to whatever, the Powerade Center or the Hershey Center, whatever it is, and just enjoy fights, enjoy being a human again. You know what I mean? And I think having sports like this is a very important thing.
Yeah, for sure. I know what you're talking about with the cans of sardine and like in events. Like, I was flipping through channels and Sportsnet 360 had WrestleMania 32 on.
Wow.
So this was at the Cowboy Stadium in Dallas where the Cowboys play, and 101,000 people were there. And they did an overhead shot. It was like everyone was like, "Oh my God, are you social distancing? Where's your mask?" Oh, wait. It's 2016. That wasn't a thing. So I had to snap myself out of that. But yeah, it's just, I think we will eventually, once the vaccine's in place and there's a way where still know more about this virus, because this virus continues to change each and every day and new information's out there. But we'll get back to that. But yeah, live events, live anything, as you mentioned, like concerts are going to be huge. And I just think of like what puts me in a happy place is when those events are back, the businesses around that have taken such a hit this year are going to be back and are gonna just love it. Their smiles are gonna be on their faces. Like, there's gonna be people like, "Oh, you want me to work like a 12-hour shift?" Done. Because
easily
we weren't doing that at all. We've been locked down twice. Where barely people are working. So I just can't wait to get back to that and be a part of that too. Because anytime BTC comes into a local market, there is a big craving for it. And they pick these markets too where, if you're, out, you can make the trek out to pretty closely, like Oshawa, not too far out from Toronto, and Ajax can make the trek over. Brampton, same thing. Like, there's a lot of close areas for these communities that can run. Like, when they ran Kitchener, that's a perfect market. Like
Yeah.
people like yourself, you came from Brampton. Burlington people can make the trek down. It's only 45 minutes away. So they're picking these smart locations. They're putting on quality fights with quality fighters that you will be hearing about. Like, look, Jesse Ronson, obviously a name from that you'd heard of, but he got his shot back in the UFC with that win at BTC 9. So this promotion keeps putting out top tier fighters to top tier promotions. And I'm just excited that I get to be along with my broadcast partner, the gentleman, Josh Hill.
I'm kind of jealous of you in that aspect where you get to be ringside for these events where you have no fans. And I kind of compare it to having like an underground fight club where you just have like the best of the best fighting each other, and it's just for your viewing pleasure. Obviously you have a job to do and you're commentating the fights and all that stuff, but like even being able to be at like the Apex or being at some of these Cage Warrior shows, or even being at the CFFC, who's been doing a bunch of shows as well too, right? That atmosphere is just so appealing to me, to hear the punches, hearing the kicks, hearing all these things, hearing the coaches. Yeah, man, I feel like that's an amazing experience that a lot of people that are a part of these shows are very grateful for and happy about. I'm sure you as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy that those shows are going on, and hopefully with these 2 shows that they're doing at their gym, like I'm excited for just that experience because I've watched all this MMA. Even the boxing has been like, without fans, except I guess the Anthony Joshua fight, but still just that, and like they can actually hear what I'm saying. Make sure you get the stats right, like make sure your information's correct, and but like they can now hear you, so that adds an element on your prep. Your prep has to be better, so I'm excited for just the aesthetics of it too. Like Titan did a couple shows like that in a gym in Florida, and their other shows have been done in a hotel in Miami. So I'm excited. I'm just excited to get back and doing it because we've been on hold for so long. We're just itching to get back and be a part of this crazy thing that's MMA.
I'm definitely going to have you on after you do one of those shows because I would love to pick your brain in terms of what you felt in that atmosphere, whether you had to hush down a little bit so they didn't hear you, or whether you're okay with just talking nice and loud and be like, I don't care. They know this is my job and I got to see, call what I see. But I'd be very interested to pick your brain regarding that. All right. We're getting down to the end of your segment here. So I just want to give you the platform in terms of being able to plug anything that you like off the top. Obviously plug the podcast that you have with former UFC fighter and current Bellator fighter Josh the Gentleman Hill, representative of Hamilton, I believe it is.
Yeah, he's from fighting out of Stony Creek, Ontario.
Stony Creek. That's actually where I was born, by the way. Anyway, the platform's yours. Please plug anything and everything that you'd like.
Yeah, for sure. So give us a follow on, give yourself a follow. That's J Hagholm1 on Twitter. Plugging the podcast, Jason and the Gentleman, where we record every Tuesday. The show's up every Wednesday morning talking about the recent events, the week of, whether breaking down cards, the news of the day. It's nice to get Josh's perspective as well, being an active fighter, especially at such a high level, with him fighting for Bellator. Plug that. And that's pretty much about it. Looking for bigger and better things. Planning to get some interviews going. And as I said, on my personal YouTube channel, we'll have a year-end reward video that's being recorded today. So it should be up Wednesday or Tuesday. It's kind of hard to keep track of the days with the holidays and everything like that. But yeah, I'll have Shaquille from Fightful, Nick Baldwin from The Score, and Eric Marcotte of Post Wrestling with our awards for the best of mixed martial arts in the year of 2020.
Perfect. I appreciate you coming on, Jason. I'll definitely have you on closer to whenever these BTC fights go down so we can promote it a little bit more, and then obviously get your thoughts afterwards in terms of how that experience went for yourself. So, all right, make sure you guys follow Jason. Make sure you guys check out his year-end show as well, too. And Jason, once again, thanks for coming on, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, and enjoy the stream, and make sure you find some time for a bathroom break, because that's a lot of fights to watch and sit and doing this. But keep up the good work, man. Looking forward to seeing your content as well as we hit 2021.
I appreciate it, Jason. Take it easy, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that was Jason Hagholm, once again of BTC Fight Promotion. If you guys don't know, BTC is the regional MMA show that we have up here in Ontario, Canada. There are a couple others that are running shows, but they are definitely the most consistent and the most reliable, one of the more reliable shows that we have up here as well. So in terms of guests, we do have a little bit of a lull here now. I am going to be roughly an hour without a guest here. So most of this is actually going to be focusing on the fights that we got on right now. Let me just go over these notifications to make sure that I don't have anybody that's going to be jumping in. 1 second, guys. It seems like we do have a guest coming right up. Somebody that you guys are very familiar with if you're in the MMA Twitter world. Um, ba, 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 ba. Really excited to have this guy on. I'm hoping that he can figure out his technical difficulties right now. But we are in the middle of GSP versus Thiago Alves way back at UFC 100. I am just taking one more look at these notifications. This is a lot harder to do than I thought it would be in terms of keeping track on the Twitter, keeping track on the guests, making sure everybody's ready to go. All right. Yeah, so for anybody that's in the stream right now that's watching UFC 100, I'll give you guys a quick timestamp update. We're at 1 hour, 27 minutes and 1 hour, 27 minutes and 6 seconds. 7, 8, 9, 10. There's a resync for you guys right there. Shout out to everybody that's been chilling with me for the last hour and a half. I'm just setting up my last, my next guest, I should say. Somebody that I'm very excited to have on. Let me just send him the link real quick. All right. So I can't remember the last time I watched this fight between GSP and Thiago Alves, but it was definitely earlier in my UFC watching fandom, I should say. Again, if you are just joining the stream, you guys can just rewind a little bit and I give you guys a quick sync up in terms of the time. Once again, we're at 1 hour, 28 minutes and 10 seconds, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to some of these loads so I can actually watch some of these fights. It's a good way for everybody to kind of just stay connected, in my opinion. I really like, I like these events between UFC 100 and 199, which were, in my opinion, just something slightly different than what we're currently getting. I'm not 100% sure why. Obviously, I much prefer John Anik over Mike Goldberg, who was obviously on every single fight card during that time. I believe the first fight card that John Anik called in full was UFC 208, or at least pay-per-view, I should say. He did do a couple fight nights as well, too, where he started to like really hone his craft and then take over the reins of Mike Goldberg. Thankfully, they made that transition because, goddamn, that was a little tough to have to go through listening to Mike Goldberg. But yeah, well, pretty much just about 30 seconds into this fourth round. And from what I've been seeing in my peripheral, it's pretty much just a quintessential George St. Pierre fight. And as I say that, he goes for a beautiful takedown and lands it perfectly against Thiago Alves. They're absolutely beautiful takedown and entry, I should say, too. Probably second to none when it comes to, entries, takedowns, and especially top control, too, because that's something that Thiago Alves had a lot of difficulty with in this fight. Let's see. Let me wet the whistle real quick. Let's get the chat going. What are you guys saying? How's everybody's holidays going? Any big plans for the New Year's? Obviously, we're up here in Ontario. We don't have much opportunity to go out and do anything. So yeah, it seems like this New Year's is going to be spent at home with my ass and obviously the wife, and maybe doing a bit of a party, a Zoom party with a couple friends. It's crazy the ability that GSP had in being able to control these guys in these positions, and especially when they scramble. He does a really good job of grabbing their back. There's an instance where we just saw GSP try to go for an armbar, and he missed it, or he whiffed on it, I should say. And now he's on his back with Thiago Alves on top, which is not a position we normally see from GSP more often. Like whenever we watch his fights, I'm actually interested to know exactly the amount of time that George St. Pierre has spent on his back since he was UFC champ. Obviously, he had some struggles against Matt Hughes, which was probably one of his tougher tests early in his career. But later in his career, he was usually the one on top doing good damage. Look at Thiago Alves doing some work on GSP from the mount position. Not mount, sorry. From full guard, I should say. Not often that you see George in this type of position. I do have a ton more guests. You know what? Let me give you an actual number of how many more guests that we got coming up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more guests with one tentative as of right now. I'm still waiting to see if he's able to figure his shit out. Finally, GSP, after spending about 2 minutes under Thiago Alves, pushes him off, gets the fight back to the feet. Thiago Alves looks beat up. It's interesting to me also that GSP was such a proponent of having drug testing in the UFC. And once they actually did it, he didn't end up fighting that much. If I'm not mistaken, he only fought one more time post USADA. And that was a fight against Michael Bisping where he went up to 185 pounds and won that title, and then promptly retired after that as well. And again, beautifully caught kick straight to a takedown from Mr. George St. Pierre. Just clockwork pretty much with his MMA fighting style. Let's see what else we got. So if you guys missed it, I had my best bet of 2020 is Derek Brunson over Edmund Shabazian. I thought that was a great bet. The worst bet of 2020 got to be Joe Duffy over Joel Alvarez. That one really hurt. Spot that I regret passing on this year has got to be Holly Holm versus Irene Aldana. I wish I really bet home there, even though I picked her in most of my prediction videos. I didn't actually end up betting her, though. Favorite fan moment of 2020. Ooh. I got to say probably Ioane and Jacek versus Weili Zhang. And I know that's a fight, so we can absolutely put that as fight of the year for 2020. But in terms of just favorite moment, that fight had everything that you wanted in it. You know, I mean, all like absolute chaos, amazing exchanges, a lot of back and forth, a close fight too, even though that Weili Zhang definitely won it. It's still a close fight. You know, amazing performance there from both ladies. Fighter of the year. This one is going to be tough too, because there's a ton of fighters that I believe are very deserving of it. Then you have to take into consideration level of competition in that amount of time, amount of fights they got in, taking into consideration this whole COVID era that we're in as well. It's hard to not give it to a guy like Kevin Holland, who, even though his level of competition truly hasn't been the greatest, maybe you can make him a breakout fighter of the year too, since he went like 5-0 during the stretch. But fighting 5 times in 12 months is a very, very tough feat. Only 3 other fighters have managed to complete that amount of fights in a calendar year. And obviously, Kevin Holland is one of them. So it's very impressive that he was able to go out there 5 times and get 5 very solid victories too, especially the last one being a knockout of the year contender over who did he knock out? Goddamn, Jacare Souza. So that one was very, very crazy too, for sure. Just checking up on my possible guest that we got coming on. I think you guys will like this one. Again, if you guys are part of the MMA Twitter world, you will definitely know him. What are your favorite moments of 2020? That's what I really want to know. What are you guys digging? I love that every single time that I'm looking over at the fights, it's George St. Pierre taking down Thiago Alves. Pretty much what we expected. Just going to send over the link for this stripe. What do we got? Jordan C. One of his favorite moments is Masvidal stepping in versus Usman. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't mind that. I do believe I had money on Kamaru Usman that night. Heavy favorite, but I still felt it was a very favorable matchup for him, even though, you know, his path to victory was foot stomps and clinch fucking and grapple fucking. But this is MMA. You know what I mean? This is not the ultimate entertainment championships. This is the ultimate fighting championships. And you're going out there and trying to rack up W's. And that's exactly what Kamaru Usman has been doing. Obviously, now there's that narrative that if Masvidal came in on a full camp, he probably would have had a better performance. Possibly. But I also think that I also believe that Usman would still win. Truly, I believe the only challenges that Usman has at this point in time in the welterweight division is Colby Covington, even though he already beat him. Colby Covington, who I believe is a legitimate threat to Kamaru Usman, and then Gilbert Burns, who I believe is supposed to be fighting Kamaru Usman next in March, if I'm not mistaken. So those are my 2 biggest threats to Kamaru Usman for the welterweight strap. I'm not sure if any other guy will be able to come close to dethroning Kamaru. My guy, Josh Ratchmel. Sorry if I'm butchering that. He's saying Karen versus the old guy standing at the Walmart door. And I wish I remember which one you're talking about, because we've had a ton of viral shit. Jordan C is saying Chimaev. Yes, this could see if we got Khamzat Chimaev versus Leon Edwards the other week and he won that fight, you got to say fighter of the year, Khamzat, right? Goes in there, dominates 2 guys, and then goes out there and beats a guy that was pretty much in line for a title shot. You know, I mean, if Leon Edwards, and if this whole COVID thing didn't happen, Leon Edwards was scheduled to fight Tyron Woodley. And what happened with both guys, or pretty much anybody that's beaten Tyron Woodley as of late, they're getting a title shot. You know what I mean? Gilbert Burns, not really in title shot contention or even talks, goes out there and beats Woodley, and now people are getting him to fight Kamaru Usman for the title. You know what I mean? So I think there's a ton of different ways that you can go about it with Khamzat. You can make him breakthrough fighter of the year, but it's tough to do that against a guy like Kevin Holland, who obviously had a huge victory over Jacare Souza to end his 2020 campaign, whereas Khamzat Chimaev goes out there and ragdolls 2 guys that don't really have a wrestling background or even have much resistance when it comes to the wrestling realm. So I'd go with Kevin Holland as the breakout fighter, but you definitely have to mention Khamzat Chimaev when you're talking about UFC and when you're talking about 2020, because he definitely was a bit of a talking point The guy blew onto the scene, and it's not often that you see a fighter who's only had 1 or 2 fights in the UFC sitting side by side with Dana White watching the fights. And that's what absolutely happened with Khamzat. I believe it was either after his McKee fight or after his who the fuck did he fight? John Phillips. You know, you don't often see that. John, what's going on? Besides GSP, who do you really realistically think could get Khabib to come back for one fight? Man, I wanted to say Ferguson, but obviously that's not going to happen anymore since fucking Charles Oliveira dethroned him. Maybe if Michael Chandler comes in there and like dusts Dan Hooker, who's supposed to fight next, goes out there and dusts another guy or two, I think maybe that's somebody that Khabib will want to come back and fight. You got to get somebody that has a bit of a run going, somebody that's a bit of a the talk of the town. And at lightweight, there really isn't anybody. Like he keeps saying he doesn't want to do the fucking the Conor rematch. You know what I mean? And personally, as a fan, I'm not really that interested in it. Like I don't really care to see Khabib Conor 2. But obviously the money surrounding that fight would be absolutely insane. So I get how financially you could possibly convince Khabib to come back for that one fight. Other guys, maybe Charles. You know what I mean? Charles is on an 8-9 fight winning streak. If he goes out there and beats maybe one other guy, you could absolutely put him in there as a guy that could fight Khabib, right? You need somebody that has a little bit of hype and steam around them. So personally, the only 2 guys that really come to mind that could potentially build that steam are Michael Chandler and Charles Oliveira. CD816, shout out to a Patreon member. I believe he's on the Patreon. Big money wins were my favorite moments. Gaethje KOing Ferguson. I get that. I believe my main play for that card was under 2.5 in that fight, so I was really bummed that it ended up going 5 rounds. Fig KOing Joe B. I had the under in that fight too, so that was great. And then Glover submitting my head to that was something I was on as well. So yeah, absolutely, those are big spots. Jordan C. Whitaker had an underrated year. You are correct. He beat Darren Till and he beat Jared Cannonier. Both fights where a lot of people thought he would get knocked the fuck out in. So yeah, good call there, Jordan C. Very, very good call. Martial arts fan, what's going on, man? Chimaev is a beast. I got him. Only thing I'd be worried about is his cardio. Yes, you are correct. We haven't seen his extended cardio, and we don't know what it's going to look like. So if he's not able to go out there and put guys out nice and early, it's going to be even tougher for him to do that later in fights. Martial arts fan is saying Edwards has the good clinch, I'm assuming. I know he liked the elbow out of the break. Yeah, that's a good read for sure. So that would be interesting to see how that would have come into play if we got that fight. I believe that fight's happening on January 20th, so at least we'll still get to see that fight nice and soon. John Ratchmo, is there anybody at 170 for it could be worth fighting? I'm not sure if he would do it, but the fight that I would be most intrigued by is Khabib versus Usman. That would be a great fight in terms of guys that have high-level wrestling, solid cardio, and very, very highly competitive. But I'm not sure if that fight would come to fruition as Khabib and Usman are both managed by Ali Abdelaziz, and I believe they have a good working relationship too. I know Ali has managed guys in the past that Usman has fought, and even Khabib has fought. I believe Gaethje being the most recent one with Khabib. So I'm not sure if that's 100% a reasoning there. But yeah, I do like Khabib versus Usman. That'll be a great fucking fight. I don't think we see Khabib in 2021 is what my guy Jordan C is saying. I think if we don't see him in 2021, I don't think we see him at all. I think he would get his fight over with sooner rather than later. Jordan C, who do you think is the best prospect in the UFC right now in each weight class? Ooh, this is a fun game. This is a fun game. I'm totally down for this. Also, if anybody is following along with the UFC 100 main card, the GSP versus Thiago Alves fight just wrapped up. We are at 1 hour, 44 minutes and 32 seconds, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Again, the link is in the description below, which will link you directly to the Fight Pass link of this card, which is where I'm actually watching it. I believe they are prepping right now for Brock Lesnar versus Frank Mir, a fight that I'm very much looking forward to watching here. We got a couple possible people hopping on. All right, I think we got shit sorted out with my next guest coming on very shortly, hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so. All right, let me do this best prospect in each weight class. I'll try to do my best with it. Let's see. Since 125 pounds doesn't really have much of a division, let's go with those guys first. Solid prospect at 125 pounds, Raulian Paiva. I think he has a very bright future for sure. Bantamweight, prospect in bantamweight. Can we consider Merab Dvalishvili still a prospect? Because I think actually, you know what? I'm going to go with Hani Barcelos. I think Barcelos is a very, very, very good prospect at 135 pounds, who I believe will have a ton of success there. Let's move on to featherweight. Bryce Mitchell is a solid one. I'll go with Sodiq Yusuff. I think he's a very good prospect that's just waiting to break out right now and waiting for that big fight of his. So, yeah, I think he's a very good prospect there. Let's move on to – actually, how am I forgetting these guys? So we're talking about 135 pounds, 145 pounds. Movsar Evloev is definitely one of my top prospects at 145 pounds. I think he has I think Evloev definitely has title aspirations in his future. For lightweight, I want to go with another guy that's over from that side of the world. We got Damir Ismagulov, who I think, had it not been for his lack of activity, he'd be a ranked 155 right now and possibly even in the top 10. Another guy somebody should look out for at 155 pounds is Diego Ferreira, who just is coming off a win over Anthony Pettis back in January. I believe he's scheduled to fight Drew Dober next, which should be a great fight. Welterweight, you got to go with Khamzat Chimaev, right? He's ranked number 15th now, but he's still pretty early in his UFC career. So I'm still considering the guy a prospect. He's definitely somebody to look forward to. And if he's able to spring the upset over, not upset, actually, he's the favorite against Leon Edwards. But if he's able to get the victory there, things could get very, very interesting for him for sure. Whoop, I even got my fucking straw in the shot. Don't want the straw in the shot. Keep it moving. Middleweight. I guess Edmund Shabazi is no longer a prospect after losing. Who could be at middleweight as a prospect? Let me shift to it. If you have any middleweight suggestions, please do let me know. I'm just going to go through the UFC's website and see middleweight. Let's see what these guys have. I love how they still have like Oluwale Bamboshe on it. Like, what the fuck? Update the website, guys. Not a believer in Joaquin Buckley. I think he's slowly going to get exposed. Kyle Daukaus is not too bad of a middleweight prospect, in my opinion. Dricus Duplessis is another guy. Man, the UFC's website really sucks. I guess Kevin Holland's not really a prospect anymore either. But either way, I'm not the biggest on him either. Yeah, middleweight's tough in terms of prospects. There isn't really anybody that maybe Mahmoud Muradov, but I'm not sure if he. Tafon and Chukwi definitely looks very, very intriguing. So I'll go with Tafon unless there's anybody that jumps out to me here. Yeah, I'll go with Tafon as a solid prospect I'm looking at. I believe he's 26 years old, so he still has time to grow and really fill out. All right, let's go on to light heavyweight. I think that Magomed Ankalaev is a solid prospect. Again, you can probably, unwrap the prospect narrative from him as he's really starting to come into his own, especially after knocking out Iwan Kutilaba not too long ago. Yuri Prohaska, definitely a solid UFC prospect. And then let's move on to the heavyweights. Obviously, Cyril Gana is a very, very interesting prospect who just got a big victory over Junior Dos Santos a couple of weeks ago. And then for women's, let's go with women's strawweight. I think that Amanda Hebos is a very solid prospect. I think she's just waiting to burst. Even Yan Xiaonan, who's probably only 1 or 2 fights away from a title shot at this point in time. Women's flyweight, Tyla Santos, intriguing prospect for sure. Now she's really starting to come into her own, so I could absolutely see why people are starting to get high on her. Women's bantamweight, I wanted to say Julia Avila at the beginning of the year. However, she loses to Sijara Eubanks, so that really kind of bursts her bubble. Not too many women's prospects. Maybe Miranda Maverick. I think she's talented and she could absolutely get done. And then obviously the featherweight division for the women's doesn't really have much merit to it, so I don't really want to say too much about that. All right, let's get back to some of these comments. Appreciate Jordan C for giving me that question to fill in a little bit of time here. Let's get back to the comments. CD816, he thinks Khabib submits Usman. Ooh, interesting. I wonder what the line would look like for that fight if they did it. John Ratchmel is saying, any early predictions for live dogs in January? Possibly Cater. Possibly. Let me go over that card I'll go over those first 3 cards for you guys real quick in terms of dogs that stand out to me. A part of me wants to take a small shot on Anthony Hernandez due to the possible cardio issues we could see from Rodolfo Vieira. Plus 400 is an insane line, but I know a lot of people are very, very low on Anthony Hernandez at this point in time. I think Alessio Di Chirico is a solid underdog at plus 250 against Joaquin Buckley. I think Akhmedov is a solid dog as well, plus 130. Not many other dogs on that card specifically. Maybe Nasruddin Imavov against Phil Hawes. Again, I'm not the biggest on Phil Hawes. Like Matt Schnell as a dog against Tyson Nam. I like Zaruk Adashev as a dog to Jeffrey Molina. Again, these are all pre-tape. I haven't really done the work here. That will begin actually tomorrow is when I'm going to start dropping the breakdowns on Patreon. So if you guys aren't on the Patreon, that's where you guys are going to get the nice and early looks from me. What else we got? Leon Edwards plus 150 against Khamzat Chimaev is intriguing. And then the 257 card, Amir Albazi, I like as a dog against Zalgas Shumagulov. Not many other dogs. I don't know why Antonio Carlos Jr. stands out to me a little bit against Brad Tavares here. The fight doesn't go to decision for Marcin Prachnio versus Khalil Roundtree is awesome. Even the under 1.5, minus 135, I think that's a wonderful line. I get the hype around Amanda Hebos, but minus 310 over Marina Rodriguez is a little crazy. Plus 155 for Hakeem Dawodu over Shane Burgos. I think that's a solid spot. Ooh, Michael Chandler plus 150 against Dan Hooker. Interesting. Jessica Aya plus 100 against Joanne Calderwood, I think is a solid spot. Yeah, those are my thoughts for the first 3 cards of 2021. UFC. I got one more guy possibly hopping on. Okay. Just figuring out a couple things here with the guys I got coming on. I am just going to do a quick washroom break, so I will be right back. I knew I was going to have a couple of these, but I need to have one right now. Let me even get up a little banner. Bang. I'll be right back. Whoop. And I'm back. Just in time for the main event of UFC 100. Let me get this chat going. All right. Let's just go over these comments real quick, and then I have my next guest queued up and ready to go. Somebody I've been waiting for a long time to do something with, and I think you guys are going to really like who I got coming on. Let me just tweet it out real quick for you guys, too. You can get these people in here. All right. All right, without further ado, let's bring in my guy. I know I'm going to butcher his name, so I'm hoping that he'll help me out here. We got my guy, Kairos MMA, coming in. Please tell me I got it somewhat correct.
No, you got it. You got it perfect. Can you hear me?
Shit. Kairos.
Yep.
Shit. All right. For anybody that's on the stream, if you guys are a part of MMA Twitter, you know my guy here. He's doing a lot of work on YouTube as well, too. He gave me a lot of tips and pointers for getting my home studio ready to go. I got to thank him a lot for putting up with my dumbass questions every now and then, and just definitely giving me some tips. Seems like you got a pretty sweet setup there, dude. Your camera's nice and crisp, dude.
Listen, man, this is 6K resolution. The best a consumer can no, let me chill out. It's a great camera. It's a great camera.
It's 2021. It better be. Fuck.
Yeah.
First and foremost, how are your holidays going, dude?
It went well. I know every single holidays we like to go out and carol with people, but because of COVID, we couldn't really do it the way we wanted it to. So we stood outside of old people homes and sang it that way. And it was great. It feels good to make people happy, but hopefully COVID ends.
For sure. Even with 2020, right? Given how this whole year has gone, to just go out there and see people and make people smile and shit, I'm sure it's something that you really wanted to do. Is there anything that you got planned for the new year though?
Video related, yeah. I've sort of procured a lot of interviews with different fighters across the country. Obviously, some of them are not paid, but a lot of them are. But I'm just trying to make sure I schedule myself so that when everything opens up, I have my hand in places that people didn't have their hands in. And it's not just mixed martial arts stuff. I'm doing stuff for people who are in football, basketball, other sports like that, but that won't be on my YouTube. That'll just be other stuff. Would you say that MMA is the main focus for you next year? Or just video creation to begin with? It's my primary focus, but I acknowledge that there's a lot of people in MMA who don't want to have that type of work done with them. So I'm not going to waste my time trying to force something that might not come. For sure. But this is an MMA show. So let's talk some MMA. How would you say, given the whole COVID situation, give me a ranking out of 10 that you would give the UFC in terms of how they handled it and the fights and everything that we've seen during this whole COVID era? You gotta give them respect. It's got to be a 9 or a 10 because they were doing it when no one else had the courage to do it. And I know there's some people who are going to nitpick on people catching COVID and things of that nature, but it's okay, that's going to happen. It's going to happen. You have to acknowledge that that's going to be a factor. And they dealt with it. They at least gave their athletes an opportunity to make an income, because for a lot of these people, that's their only source of income. So 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. Absolutely. I'd have to agree. And they were the first ones to really go out there and just put themselves on that block to be all right, let's start getting things back to normal as much as we can. Even though we don't have fans in the stands, let's at least go out there, give these people to someone to watch, even if they're locked down. I mean, at least they can turn on something and watch some live entertainment for sure. In terms of your favorite moment of 2020 when it comes to MMA, it doesn't have to be UFC specific. Could be Bellator, could be one, could be whatever the hell else. But is there one that really stands out to you this year that made you be I'm so happy to be a fan of MMA? Yeah, this is going to be a little bit out of the park, but when Bellator started grabbing the prospects that the UFC was overlooking, I was that's what's going to take MMA to the next level. You had them signing, who was it, Nurmagomedov? They had them signing a few other people. And I was thinking to myself this. The UFC has a monopoly on the name. Everyone knows that there's even that saying of, I train UFC. The UFC is the brain trust for MMA. But in order for this sport to grow even larger, the UFC can't be the only front runner. You have to have other promotions that are pulling people from different regions, getting other demographics from different places, and that'll all culminate into the sport becoming larger. So when I saw that when I saw that the Bellator was grabbing better prospects, and I saw that the PFL was just grabbing people too, I was just that's what's going to take the sport to the next level. And I want it to be the biggest sport in the world, but we'll see. It's one thing to grab the UFC, guys that are over the hill, even Anthony Pettis. I mean, not making the jump over to Bellator, yet he's going to PFL and Bellator. If they wanted him, I'm sure they could have gotten him, right? They already have his brother, which is a different situation, I believe, because he still has potential to truly grow and become a bigger and better fighter. Whereas Pettis is a little bit more over the hill, and Bellator has really shown over the last couple of months that they're steering away from that. They want to build their own homegrown talent. They want to go the Michael Chandler route, and hopefully they don't, end up with the Michael Chandler that's just sayonara, I'm out. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that doesn't happen with some of these guys that they're signing, because I believe that if Bellator chooses this way, in my opinion, is the correct way. Build their own fighters. Have the AJ McKees. You know what I mean? Have the Pitbull brothers. I'm hoping for competitively. I would love to see the Pitbull brothers against anybody in the UFC. You know what I mean? Give me a Pitbull against Volkanovski. Give me a champ versus champ fight, right? That would be freaking amazing. But for Bellator's brand, I truly believe that they should keep them
I mean, or do their best to keep them, I should say, just so that they can say, okay, these guys were Bellator lifers, but they went out there and showcased their top talent every single time out. No matter who we brought in to fight them, they were still able to go out there and continue their dominance. I mean, so I'm hoping that that's what they're able to do with some of these guys that they're signing. One guy that I'm most excited about that they just recently signed, who just fought, was Magomed Magomedov, who has a victory over Piotr Yan in the past. Obviously, Jan is able to avenge that a couple fights later. But but that's a great answer, man. That is a diehard MMA's answer right there in terms of the best thing about 2020. That's why I wanted to freaking have you on, because you're gonna bring that real shit. In terms of your favorite fight of 2020, what's the first one that comes to your mind?
Favorite and best are weird. Like, my favorite fight isn't necessarily going to be the fight of the year. You know,
Sure.
I'm just going to put y'all are going to kill me for this. I'm going to get killed for this. And I know, but I'm just a huge fan of hers. When Meishy Sesson came back to fight Shana Young, I was just like, I'm probably her biggest fan in the world. So to see her come and compete on a short notice opponent and dominate, she beat her like 30-26 or 30-27. It was bad. It was bad. And I was just like, that's why she's the best fighter in the world. I was like,
tearing up.
2 years. She's going to give me for title 2 years. Mark my words. That was my favorite fight. That was just my favorite fight. But I think the answer that people wanted for me to say is either Shane Burgos versus Josh Emmett or Whaley versus Joanna. But that Shane Burgos fight was a heater, man. Dude,
you really brought that one out of nowhere, because that's one that I haven't really been seeing much, is that Emmett fight, man. I definitely got to go back and watch that one for sure. But that's a good dig right there for sure. Joanna versus Zhang got to be unanimous for everybody, right? Like,
yeah,
you got to be. I think the only one that really comes close is probably a Hooker and Poirier. But even that, like, I don't really think it has. I don't know if it's the fans that were a big driving factor of that Zhang and Joanna fight being as good as it was. But even if you took the fans out, I think we'd still would have gotten a barn burner, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even going to lie to you. A lot of people are like, I don't need the fans to come back. We need the fans. All them people talking that shit about us not having the fans, get out of your fucking mind. We need the fans back.
Dude, I'm actually one of those guys. I'm like, I'm good with no fans. You know what I mean? I don't mind it. Like, I trust me, I'm one of those dudes that love the atmosphere thing. Like, if I was there live, of course I want, like, it would be cool to have fans there and just get engulfed in that atmosphere and that energy. I'm sure you've been to a couple UFC fights as well, right?
No, I've been to zero. That's why
Shut
I want to
the
go.
hell up.
Dude, I'm not. Why would I lie? Why would I lie about this? I've been watching the sport for almost a decade, been to zero events. That's why this upcoming year is going to be so big for me. I'm going to be going to events. I'm going to be meeting with, dude, I'm trying to do it all in 2021. Bring the fans back, man.
I believe you're in the northern U.S. You're in the Michigan area, and they've had some good cards there, man. You could have watched freaking Francis Ngannou knock Alistair Overeem's head into to the moon if you actually went to that fight. I believe that was UFC 218, if I'm not mistaken. I might be off on that as well too, but yeah, you had some great cards there in that Detroit area. What was stopping you from going to these cards?
Well, two things. I was in college for the past 4 years, so I would be in Tennessee for a lot of the time. So, like, when they would have a card in Michigan, it would either be I wasn't there, or the simple fact of the matter is just like I wasn't trying to go to the shows. It was just simple like that. But like now I've learned my lesson. I'm gonna take everything I can. Any single pay-per-view, any single thing that's in the United States, I'm gonna try and go to it. Like, my goal is to go to as many as possible in 2021.
That's a great goal. I love attending UFC events. I think I'm nearing 20 events now that I've been to. I've just traveled a lot. Yeah, I think the first one I ever went to was 113 back in May of 2010, I believe it was, back in Montreal. The only ones I haven't really gone to are the ones in Detroit. I wanted to go there. Like, there's a UFC 123 with Rampage and Machida over there. There's a ton of fights that I wanted to go to. I just never made it out there. So one, I do miss the fans for the energy and the atmosphere that we get. But two, I kind of want to experience that. Like, if Dana can hook your boy up with like a fan pass or something like that, or just a VIP pass to be like, hey, reach the apex, watch these fights. I want that feeling. Like, I told one of my last guests that I had on the stream, I'm like, it's almost like a fight club atmosphere, an underground fight club atmosphere where you're having the baddest fighters on the planet fight for your enjoyment and your entertainment with nobody else there, where you can hear every punch land, where you can hear every kick get checked, you can hear all the coaches screaming and yelling absurdities, whatever the hell that they're saying, right? I want to be there for that. But then there's nothing like having 20,000 people cheering, roaring, and just having that energy that they're putting out there. Like one of the best experiences I've ever had has got to be when Cain Velasquez beat Brock Lesnar for the heavyweight title in I believe it's Anaheim. The crowd was going nuts. Absolutely insane. Obviously, a very Mexican heavy crowd. Everybody was losing their shit. They thought we were Mexican. So we're just partying with them too. We're just like, all right, guys, let's do it. Hit me with some tacos. But it's all good because I loved it. Like I love that aspect of it. But since I've seen so much of it, maybe that's why I'm not so keen on getting fans back. But for your sake, I hope that you're able to actually go out there and see fans. So let's talk a little bit more about 2021 in terms of things that you want to see happen in the sport, maybe a fight that you want to see happen in the UFC belts or whatever it is. Is there anything that you're kind of looking forward to for 2021?
The one thing that's going to break my heart, bro, like these are the two prospects that I've kept my eye on for a minute. Hakeem Dawodu and Shane Burgos, bro. When you talk about a fight that should be 5 rounds,
I know.
This fight should be a main event. It should headline. Okay, let me calm down. It could be a co-main event on a pay-per-view. It could be a co-main event or maybe like, but that's going to break my heart because someone's got to lose. And if we're going to be frank, I don't know if Shane can get through this one. I love Hakeem too, but that one, obviously, and the other one I'm gonna say is I'm curious to see Macy Barber come back. I think she's fighting Alexa Grasso, or
Correct.
Yes, Macy Barber versus Alexa Grasso, because it's about time that we stop this whole Alexa Grasso's a prospect. We've been saying she's been a prospect for like the past 5 years. It's done. She's almost 30. She ain't a prospect anymore. This is her time to solidify that. And this is Macy Barber's opportunity to prove that she can hang with the top of the top. Because a lot of people thought that she was going to run through Roxanne, and it didn't happen. Like, you could say it was an injury. You could say whatever it is, but the fact still remains she lost that fight.
I absolutely agree with that. I think she was like one of the bigger favorites of that year to actually lose an unfortunate way as well too. And I'm sure Macy Barber would be like, you know what? If Roxanne gets past what's her face? Who's she fighting? Viviane Araújo next?
Yes.
Give me that rematch. Let me get that W, or let me get that L back. You know what I mean? Let me try to make up for whatever shit show of a fight that was for me. In terms of Khabib, do you actually see this as the year that he comes back and actually gives us that 30th fight?
I mean, we want him to, but the fact still remains is he's not a person who can be motivated by money. He's not a person who can be motivated by manipulation. Like, this guy has tens of millions of dollars and hasn't bought a car with it. This guy has tens of millions of dollars, still lives with his family and his community. So I don't know if it's going to happen. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I just can't.
For me, I feel like it has to come down to something more competitively than financially for him. Like, if Charles goes out there and continues to strangle dudes, then we'll probably see Khabib come back and be like, okay, this guy's a legitimate challenge for me. Let me see if I can get past this puzzle. Or Michael Chandler. What if Michael Chandler goes out there, crushes Dan Hooker, beats a couple other guys, and makes a name for himself, and has that competitive edge that Khabib is kind of looking for? So those are the only two guys that really come to my mind. That somebody brought up on the stream a little bit earlier too is what if Khabib comes back at 170? What if he fights Kamaru Usman at 170 pounds, maybe gets that second strap and then just calls it a career? But for some reason, I don't feel like that fight would happen. Do you feel like it could? Is there a possibility of an Usman Khabib fight in 2021?
People always call me a Khabib hater, and if this is what you want to say, God damn it, I'm a Khabib hater. Then if you're going to take if Khabib was smart, he would look as far away from welterweight as you can possibly imagine. Y'all better understand one thing: Khabib is a large lightweight.
Yeah,
he is an undersized welterweight and a grappler. You're going to tell me Khabib's going to take Usman down repeatedly and keep him down there? What if Usman just says, nah, you know what? I'm just going to stuff your takedowns. We're going to strike it out for 25. Because if Colby can't take you down, like, I'm just sorry. Y'all better stop acting like this man can win a 175 time. That's it. I'm not going to hold it anymore. This man is not a welterweight. He has no business fighting at welterweight. Him fighting GSP is all fine, and GSP wants to come down 155. But what we're not going to do is keep inserting him into the title picture of 170 pounds. Let it go, guys. Khabib is a great, phenomenal fighter, the most dominant fighter we've ever had in the UFC. But he has no business keeping it at 170 pounds. None. Just like Conor has no business fighting there.
Hey, but Conor did fight there.
He has no business fighting. Okay, I'm gonna pose a question.
Go ahead.
You get it. You're a rational person. Remember when Conor was talking about fighting for the 170-pound title, and Tyron Woodley was in his prime? How do you think that fight would have gone for Conor if Tyron was in his prime? We're not talking about the Woodley who sits back with his back glued against it. We're talking about the Woodley who sparked Josh Koscheck. We're talking about the Woodley who sparked Keith Haring like How would that fight go for Conor?
I don't know, man. That's the issue, dude. That's the one thing that's been plaguing Woodley his whole career is the inactivity. That's the issue. Now, is Conor going to land that death bomb, that left hand down the middle? I don't know.
He's gonna land it, but the fact of the matter is Woodley's so large, it's not gonna matter. Conor could land it 5,000 times, but the fact of the matter is Woodley's 220 pounds in that cage.
Yeah,
those shots aren't gonna carry that much.
Dude.
Yeah, like
it's tough for you to pose to me a question that has Woodley. You wanted me to back Woodley because I'm not really a Woodley fan, to be honest. I mean, like I've faded him in his last couple fights. He's made me some good money coming out on the losing end, but I've just never been a fan of his style. He seems like a guy that goes out there. If he's not able to get the knockout, it's going to be tough for him to win a decision. And yeah, he got those one decision over Wonderboy Thompson where he just rocked him like once in like 3 rounds or something like that. Yeah, Woodley's a tough one for sure. All right, we're getting on the end of this segment here. So I just wanted to pose to you, fighter of the year for 2020. Hit me.
It's tough because I want to say Kevin Holland, but there's other people in the mix too that have had a great year. Like Beneil Darius had a great comeback. You had who was it that actually had a phenomenal year too? Amanda had a great year.
Adesanya had a pretty good year too, I'd say.
Adesanya had a phenomenal year. So it's hard for me to just do Holland, but when you look at what Holland did, it's like you fight 5 times in a year, you get 3 out of 5 of those finishes, you went from unranked to ranked, and the UFC didn't even want you in the promotion. Dana White said it himself. He was like, I didn't sign him because he was talking too much shit. It's like they didn't even want him there, and he still succeeded. Versus Hamzat, they wanted him to succeed at every single turn. Yeah. They wanted this man they started having him at the events, sitting at the table, clapping with Dana White. Y'all hyping this motherfucker up so much. He didn't even beat a ranked opponent. But okay, fine. Do it. Kevin Holland's fighter of the year. I don't care what anybody says.
One of my guy Roberto Lopez here in the chat actually brought up a good name. Mr. Glover Teixeira had a very solid year, given the fact that everybody's saying that he's over the hump. I mean, last time around he goes out there, beats Thiago Marreta Santos, finishes him, finishes Anthony Smith before that, and then obviously the Nikita Krylov fight was the year before. But yeah, Glover Teixeira is just showing that old man can still do the damn thing. I mean, he's trying to be our modern day Dan Henderson at this point in time, going out there and still having high level fights against high level opponents. Roberto Lopez, I'll give him one more shot here. He has Brian Ortega. He's only fought one time, but he came back looking like a great fighter. I mean, something that a lot of people didn't think he was able to do. He went out there and outboxed, outstruck Korean Zombie. Not a lot of people expected that to happen, right? Like, if he's going to win, he's going to get him down, he's going to tap him out. There's no way he wins a decision, right? Does the complete opposite. Probably the least predictable result of MMA this year, in my opinion, is Brian Ortega going out there and outstriking 5 rounds. Outstriking Korean Zombie for 5 rounds. Absolutely amazing performance for him there. All right, on the back end here, let me get you to plug anything that you like. First and foremost, I appreciate you hopping on for me. I know you're running around a lot this morning to try to make this happen and even get your own studio stuff going. So I really appreciate you making the time for me. What do you want to plug on the way out here, brother?
I'm not really the type to do that sort of thing. Other people's stuff. It doesn't feel right for me. I hate when people do that. You hear them plug themselves on other people's pod. I'm not going to do that.
Come on. Where can they find you on Twitter, at least? I'm
good. It just doesn't feel right. I'm just not going to lie to you here. I don't like doing that.
You guys can follow Kairos at Kairos MMA on Twitter. I believe his YouTube channel is under the same name. I'm going to plug it for you. I know you're being a little bit too humble right now. I get it. It's cool. It's fine. But I do want to give you some love for sure, because you are definitely one of the better guys that we have in the community, putting out solid content, has a great personality, and actually knows his shit. And that's the main thing that a lot of people overlook in this industry, is guys that just come into the space thinking they know what they're talking about, but have absolutely no fucking clue. But you can't say that about my guy Kairos here. He knows what the hell he's talking about. So here's the hoping that you're able to attend a UFC event in 2021. Maybe after that event, I can get you to come on my channel. We can talk about that experience for yourself, because I think that'll be some great content as well. But yeah, appreciate you hopping on, dude, man. And Happy New Year. Happy holidays, and I'll see you in the very near future, brother.
Dude, thank you so much again. Appreciate it.
All right. That was my guy, Kairos MMA. You guys already know him. I see him dancing in the background right there. I see you, my guy. I appreciate you hopping on, dude. It was super fun to have you on. Shout out to everybody that was joining along for that little interview that we had here. I do have a bunch of other guys coming on. I do have a little bit of a break here. The next person is coming on at 2:30. What am I talking about? Time is fucking flying on this side. Let me just send out the link to my next guest here. Where's he at? There we go. All right, he's just in time for the John Fitch and Paulo Thiago fight, which is fucking amazing. Let me just tweet it out as well. All right. Let's get to some of these comments before the next guest hops on here. Before my washroom break, where we go. So we stopped at the best prospect. I gave you guys my dogs. Evluev is actually a 145er. So yes, I do agree that he's solid there. Are you pissed that Shab narked out crack streams? I am not. I have my other means of watching these UFC fights. Jordan C saying Tupuria for featherweight, and I absolutely agree. I think he has a very solid shot of being a high-level contender here. Is Magulov going to fall victim to the visa, sadly? Yes. I do actually have somebody very closely knit to Ismagulov coming on later in this stream, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. John Rachmo, do you put money on Jake Paul to KO Askren? I would, depending on what the odds are. I probably would. CD816 is saying 185 for Impa Kasanganay. Despite the viral KO losses, he's still a good prospect. I'm not 100% sure about that. Jordan C, no love for Rodolfo Vieira at middleweight. My issue with him is his potential cardio issues. If he's able to go out there and show us that he has solid cardio, I'm on the train. What else do we got in the chat here? No, John Ratchwell, it was not a weed break for me. I actually had to go to the washroom. I swear to God. I'll let you guys know when it's that type of break. Just catching up on the chat here before we get my next guest in, who's just waiting backstage for me. I will be with him very shortly. You guys are killing it with the comments. People are giving Holland a lot of credit. I agree. Like, some of those are very sketchy wins that he has against guys like Charlie Antiveros, but to end the year the way that he did with 5 victories and the demolishment of Jacare Souza, that was a very big win for him, and I think he has a solid case for being fighter of the year. Greg Hardy versus Jake Collier would be an absolutely great fight, I'm sure. Shout out to my guy Kairos, who's just hopping in the chat. Young Bulla, because going 5-0 in a single year is something that deserves credit. I agree. John Ratchmo is saying, chill, bro. Tanner Bledsoe, any good fights to bet on before the odds change? Just rewind a little bit. I did go over a couple underdogs that I like for the first 3 events of 2021, but I have done zero research on them, so I can't say for certain whether I'll be betting those guys. All right, let me get my guy next guest on here. You guys can follow him at Scott_Shelvock, and he's wearing the Niagara Top Team sweater. I love it. Shout out to those guys down there. Scott, what's going on, dude?
Not much. How about you?
I'm good, man. I'm happy to have you on. I know I had you on for the 100th episode for UFC 154. Unfortunately, Liana Jojua doesn't work out for you with that Miranda Maverick Lander on your nose. But I would have loved to see that fight play out a little bit longer. Just, I'm sure you would have as well, right?
Yeah, I would have liked to have some suck out equity there, but I think we saw where the fight was going.
Yeah, for sure. So Scott, obviously a high-level MMA handicapper. He started his own service recently. How's the website going and stuff?
Website's going awesome. It always blows my mind that people are actually willing to like pay me for information. I'm sure you have the same thing. Your Patreon's blowing up, so it's weird.
I know. I'm at that point where I'm like, okay, I know I've paid my dues. I know I'm putting in the work. I know I deserve it. But to still have 200 plus people that are like, here's $5 a month to continue to give me MMA advice. I'm like, sure, guys, I'm doing my best I can to make you guys some money. And so far it's been working out, which is why it's really paying off on the Patreon side of things. All right, let's get down to you though. So I got a couple questions that I've been asking. I've been asking some of the handicappers that I got coming on. So first and foremost, what would you say is your best bet of 2020?
Best bet of 2020.
One that comes to your mind. It doesn't have to be like accurate, but the one that comes to your mind that you're just like, you know what, I'm most proud of this bet.
Might be the Covington negative 5.5 points versus Woodley. That was, I think it was like, I don't even remember the odds, maybe like negative 110 or something. But that looked like negative 800 out there. So, Yeah, I wish I went bigger on that though. I actually went pretty small, so it's hard to call it my best one, but that's what's coming to my head.
Yeah. No, I had Colby there as well. A very chalky line to play him straight, obviously, but I did poke a little bit of that round 5 pop, and thankfully, Woodley's rib pops out, and we get that TKO victory there.
What was that, like plus
side,
2,800?
Plus 22 or plus 2,800, something crazy.
Yeah,
this is absolutely insane. I did the round 4 and round 5 just to be on the safe side, because I remember a couple weeks before that, I did the Overeem and Sakai fight. I did Overeem rounds 4 and 5. I believe it was wrong. No, I did Overeem rounds 3 and 4, and I forgot to do round 5, and he finishes round 5. I'm like, God damn it! How the fuck did I miss that? So yeah, on the flip side, we had best bet. What would you say was your worst bet in hindsight?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be one that you like. It's Edmund Shabazian, negative 250. It's yeah, that was a rough one. I think it was like my second biggest bet of the year too, and just very assumptive capping. Not happy with what I thought on that one, and obviously he looked horrible. So
minus 250 wasn't a bad line though, compared to what his closing line was, right?
Like, yeah, I got it really early.
Yeah, I bet Brunson initially at plus 257, and then I bet him a little bit more at plus 304. And I was surprised that the line continued to get out of whack, but everybody was just so sold on this narrative, in my opinion, that they thought Shelvock was going to get him out of there in round 1. Just knock him out pretty quickly. And I wanted to see a little bit further than that. The Darren Stewart fight for me truly was the one that like put me over the edge. Like he was panic wrestling in that 3rd round, and I was wondering how that panic wrestling would have worked against a guy like Derek Brunson, who has definitely better grappling than a guy like Darren Stewart, right? And it ended up playing out in a pretty solid way. Now here's a tougher one that you might have to think a little bit about. I'll tell the fans what mine is first, but what's the spot that you regret passing the most this year? So personally for me, it was Holly Holm over Irene Aldana. I predicted her to win. I was kind of tooting her horn the whole fight week, but never ended up pulling the trigger myself on her. Is there one that comes to mind for you?
It was Carla Esparza. I can't remember the name of the girl she fought. Tall girl. It was her. I believe it was Carla's last fight.
Marina Rodriguez.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So I felt like the whole community was on Marina Rodriguez. I capped Esparza as a decent favorite, and then I saw everybody was on Rodriguez, and I couldn't figure out how everyone was so wrong, and I would be right on this spot, so I opted to pass. But I wrote a whole breakdown that basically like explain exactly how the fight would go, and it's exactly how it went. I didn't think Rodriguez was going to stand back up. Everyone else did, and yeah, I really regret passing on that one.
Those ones sting, but for me, I feel like early on in my capping career, if that's what you want to call it, the one fight that really kind of solidified the confidence in myself to go out there and make bets in these types of situations that you're talking about was Wonderboy Thompson against Jorge Masvidal. A lot of people were on Masvidal that night for some reason. I didn't really understand it. And I think a lot of people were just thinking that the wars against Tyron Woodley were catching up to Wonderboy. And I truly thought he still had the chops to go out there and beat a guy like Masvidal, who always fights, in very close and competitive fights. It almost seems like he fights down to his opponent's levels at that time, right? Or fights up, if you want to call it that way too. But Wonderboy put on a great performance that night. And after that night, like I got shit on a lot for picking Wonderboy, but once that actually came through, I was just like, okay, I gotta be more confident in myself, and I feel like that's almost a moment that you just had with Esparza, where you're like, yes, I gotta just trust my reads, man.
Yeah, for sure. I really regret that one, and definitely I've stopped paying so much attention to what the community is doing until like Friday after bets are made and stuff.
Yeah, that's the way that I go about it too, which is why I like getting like nice and early into my tape study. Like tomorrow, I'm going to start working on the January 16th event, but I'm not looking at anybody's breakdowns. I'm not looking at any podcasts. I don't even want to talk to anybody about these fights yet until I do the research myself and make my own opinions and perspectives out of it first, right? I think that's what a lot of people want to start doing now, because I feel subconsciously you kind of get turned the other way, without even knowing it, you just hear somebody say, okay, Rodriguez is going to get back up no matter how many times Carlos Esparza takes her down. And that just sticks with you. Whereas if you see it on tape that Rodriguez doesn't really do a good job of getting back to her feet, and Esparza is probably the highest level wrestler that she's fought to this point, you probably would have believed yourself a little bit more and been confident enough to actually make the bet yourself, right? So, it's a tough time building that confidence, but once you build that confidence, it's kind of smooth sailing from there, because then you just trust yourself and you just like neglect what else anybody is saying, right? So that's kind of the way they're looking at it. All right, another spot here that I've been posing questions for the betting guys is taking you away from the betting perspective, more so from a fan. Put on your fan glasses, put on your fan hat. What was your favorite moment of 2020?
It's easy. It was Joanna versus Whaley. It was like one of the last cards before COVID, and I was in like a bar at Boston Pizza with some friends, and like everyone was just going crazy. Like it wasn't a busy bar, but like the friends were going crazy. Some other random people there were going crazy. It was just like, it was such a good fight. Yeah, it was easily the best moment.
And hilarious that we had the complete opposite in the next fight, right?
Yeah, and then the Yoel and Izzy fight just blows out. But
I remember that fight finishing. I remember the Zhang and Joanna and Jacek fight finishing. I'm like, oh my God, we still got Yoel and Izzy left. And then just slowly, as that fight's trickling along, you're like, come on. You're not even giving me like 25% of what Joanna and fucking Wiley just gave us. You just want to go out there and just stare at each other. That was very, very underwhelming for sure. And yeah, that was the last pay-per-view before the whole COVID shutdown. Absolutely great fight for sure. And one more I got for you, Fighter of the Year. This is another one that was kind of highly debated here. Personally, I'm bouncing back and forth with Kevin Holland and Israel Adesanya, but that Yoel Romero fight just leaves such a bad taste in my mouth that's hard to really say that, okay, that was a great performance on his end. Whereas Kevin Holland went 5-0 in the calendar year, capping it off with probably the biggest win in his career over Jacare Souza, and especially in the fashion that he did it too. Very, very impressive. Who do you think deserves Fighter of the Year this year?
I'm gonna go someone else. I'm gonna say John Blockowitz. You know, the guy was like,
nice.
What was he like? If you had to pick at the beginning of 2020,
how
likely he was to win the champion? Like he had to be like plus 2,000, plus 3,000, something like that. Goes out as a plus 200 underdog, beats Corey Anderson, plus 200-ish against Reyes, wins the title. Like that's my Fighter of the Year, hands down.
That's a very good one. That's a good snipe right there for sure. Because last year this time, if you were to tell me that Jan Blachowicz is going to be the fucking champion at 205, maybe at middleweight, maybe at heavyweight, considering how much of a dinosaur division that division is, right? But at light heavyweight, when you still have, John Jones is probably not. We can say he's not at 205 anymore. But we still had guys like Dominic Reyes who were having very close fights. Even Volkan Oezdemir, who this time last year was still a guy that a lot of people feared, right? Until our guy Yuri Prochazka comes onto the scene and absolutely dusts him. That's another guy that I'm very, very much excited for the new year is Yuri and what he's going to bring to the table. Do you think we potentially see Yuri in a title fight by the end of this year?
Yeah, well, he'd have to get one more fight. I don't know. It depends on who he fights. I'm not as high on him as everyone else. I actually bet against him in that last bout, which lost. But yeah,
I think Reyes next.
Is it Reyes next?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I'd pick Reyes in that. So I don't think he fights for a title then.
Interesting. It's funny to me, like people that have close fights with John Jones, since they've fought John Jones, it's been nothing but downhill, right? Anthony Smith, Thiago Matos Santos, fucking Dominic Reyes, who lost his next fight too, right?
I think that speaks to the decline of John Jones.
Right? So I was always trying to figure it out. Like once he started having these closer fights with these guys, is it John Jones's decline or is the talent of these guys starting to raise to that level of John Jones? And I'm starting to think it's the former rather than the latter, right?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be like these guys just look so bad afterwards. And they're obviously fighting high level guys, but for John, the skill gap clearly isn't there anymore.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited for what Yuri brings to the table. And I'm kind of happy that Jones is deciding to go to heavyweight because it makes light heavyweight that much more interesting. And we might see Jones right back there. Like I think that if his experiment at one or at heavyweight doesn't really go to the best of his abilities, he might come back down to 205. I think he'll be successful at heavyweight, as I believe that the talent level there isn't just the greatest. Like I think he could beat a guy like Francis, technically obviously much better. If he's able to evade the big shots of him, he should be able to kind of just wrestle fuck him or do whatever he wants. Obviously the size difference is going to be huge there, but I'm intrigued to see what kind of shape John Jones comes in 2021. So if I were to say John Jones is heavyweight champion by the end of 2021, would you believe me or would you say that's false?
Yeah, I could believe it. I think I think he beats Francis, loses to Stipe. So I think it all depends on that fight.
Interesting. See, I've always thought that Stipe was a little bit of an overrated talent until he beat Daniel Cormier. The way that he beat Daniel Cormier really like shut me up. I'm like, okay, I'll stop talking shit about Stipe here because I just felt like he was getting lucky in some of his fights here. But the way that he was able to stifle the attack of DC, he could potentially put together a game plan that could do the same thing against John Jones here. But I want to see Stipe a little bit more active. Like, to be honest, he should have fought Francis by now.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, the inactiveness is horrible. Like I think it was a year between the Cormier bouts too, and now it's gonna be almost a year for the Francis bout. And he's not young either. Luckily, he's a heavyweight, but
yeah. Well, these heavyweight guys can fight to like they're 42, 43 years old, right? So they can get away with that shit. If John Jones is just a young prospect in the heavyweight division at this point in time, right? Which is absolutely insane. Speaking of another heavyweight that had like a solid year this year, Cyril Gana, another guy that could potentially be making some waves at heavyweight. Where do you think he could potentially rank by the end of 2021? A top 5 guy?
Yeah, for sure. I like who beats him. I don't know. His striking's so good. I'd like to see like maybe Curtis Blades, like Curtis Blades and maybe Stipe probably, but like I don't know. He outstrikes everybody.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's why I was actually having I put out a bit of a flyer on the initial guy that Gana was supposed to fight a couple months ago against Ante Delaya, I think the guy's name was, from PFL, and then PFL actually stopped him from coming to the UFC. Yeah. But I was impressed with that guy's groundwork. You know what I mean? Getting guys down, doing solid work from on top, getting some submission victories. And that's a side of Cyril Gana's game that we have yet to see. We haven't seen him really tested on the floor, or guys going for takedowns, or trying to take him down consistently. So I'd be interested to see how a fight with him and Curtis Blades would go, right? Like that's the factor that Blades brings to the equation, is he's probably the best wrestler in the heavyweight division, and nobody's really a near second. There's nobody that comes close in that second. Maybe John Jones now. Maybe his wrestling is probably going to be one of the better ones up there, right? And now looking forward to 2021, is there anything that you're hoping in terms of a fight that you're looking forward to the most, or hoping will get put together for 2021?
I mean, I'd like to see Joanna get the rematch against Weili.
That'd be nice.
I'm much more interested in that than the Rose or the Esparza fight people are talking about. But I think Nunes versus Shevchenko has to happen. I don't know why it hasn't happened yet.
It's weird that we are craving a fight where it's already 0-2 for the lady that's getting a challenging shot, but everything that Shevchenko has done to this point in time warrants her a title shot, even though it's been at 125 pounds, and there isn't really anybody else at 135 pounds that stands out that deserves a title shot, which is why Amanda Nunes is fucking fighting Megan Anderson at 145 pounds. That's another division that we're trying to like filter out and figure out whether they even deserve to have a 145 pound division or not. Like, I remember somebody asked me, they should have a heavyweight division for the women's. I'm like, they can barely figure out 145. What do you mean you want a heavyweight division for that, right? Maybe that's what they're grooming Kayla Harrison for, right? She had a 145 pound fight, I believe, in Victor a couple of weeks ago. Maybe she wants to get a couple more under her belt and bring her over to the UFC. Do you think she has any legitimate shot of beating a girl like Amanda Nunes?
She's been fighting such low-level competition. I couldn't ever pick her against someone like Nunes. We need to see more, but she seems like she has legit skills. I feel like if you're going to work on like a 145 division, though, like letting Cyborg go was a huge mistake. Like all these things, like there's just not enough talent. I'd be okay if they just got rid of it, to be honest. All
right. I really like my guy, Ryan Diamond. And now I usually kick people out if they say bullshit. Apparently he's saying breaking news, Khabib has vacated and they're doing Connor Dustin for the vacant title. Let me just take a quick look on Twitter here to make sure that this is actually true, because I don't want to pose this question to you if it's bullshit. You seen anything on it? Let's see. So as of an hour ago, Mail Online Sport has winner of Conor Poirier could be offered title fight with Khabib. Ryan, you better not be fucking around. But either way, I feel like that's the way that things are going to go. It feels like Khabib doesn't want to fight anymore. Seems like Dana wants him around for the money. You know what I mean? This is probably the best way to go, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, for the UFC to have Conor and Poirier fight for the title, right?
Yeah, I think I tweeted out on the night Khabib fought. I think a lot of people did, though. But yeah, this is the way to go. You get a shot at having Conor as champion again, which just makes everything super fun. and it's not like Dustin doesn't deserve it.
Fun to the extent of, yay, Conor has the title, possibly has the title, but how often is he going to fight, right?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I don't want to see him. You're right, because if he wins the title, maybe he just goes and like boxes Jake Paul or something. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to see him just sit on the lightweight title, especially in a division which seems to be the most stacked division, right? Light heavy or lightweight 155 has always been that one division where we have a plethora of talents, guys just on the cusp of getting a title shot. Perfect example, Tony Ferguson. What was it? 11, 12 fight winning streak, didn't even get one undisputed title shot.
Yeah, that's wild.
We had the Khabib situation, always pulling out of fights and injuries, and then the Conor situation going up and down in weight. Like, it's just absolute insanity. So I hope if it is for the vacant title, that Conor's actually able to go out there and defend maybe once or twice if he's able to defend, right? Like, somebody actually ends up beating him. Let me get your early take on that fight, though. Poirier versus McGregor.
I haven't taped it, but Conor, I think people are gonna have a really hard time striking with Conor at 155 and below. I just think he's on the next level. Also, I think there's a good chance we're seeing Dustin start to decline. I don't think he looked nearly as good in the Hooker fight as he has in the past, and yeah, that's sort of where I'm at with that.
I think people are really on Poirier nowadays because he's kind of like seemed to have reached his pinnacle or the peak of the sport where he got his title shot, I believe last year or the year before that. And getting high level wins, main event wins as well too, right? So I think that's why everybody's like, okay, Poirier is finally in his final form, and this final form should be able to beat a Conor who seems like half in and half out at this point in his career. But it seems like the general consensus and even the betting odds is that Conor McGregor should be able to go out there and dust him. We got minus 260 currently on Conor. Do you think that's a solid line for him there?
I won't be betting that line. I don't think. Like, that seems a bit high.
Mm-hmm.
But and I think anytime Conor fights, betting Conor is very, very rarely a good idea because the public's always just pushing his line very heavily.
I thought we would see it go a little bit more towards his side against Khabib, but I feel like everybody knows how good Khabib was, which is why we didn't see that line shift as much as it should have, at least in my opinion.
What were the odds on that? I don't even know. I wasn't betting.
I feel like it was like minus 2. Hold on, let me pull it up. I just remember being very underwhelmed with where that fight was on. Jeez, when you go on best fight odds and you go to Conor's page, it's literally like the first 10 spots are future events. Conor versus RDA, Conor versus Gaethje, Conor versus Floyd.
It's too bad we never got Conor versus RDA.
Right? How crazy would that have been? Jeez.
That would have been a good fight.
So Conor closed, or sorry, wow, what? No way. Khabib closed at minus 190 on 5 times.
Khabib was the favorite. That. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. What? I thought it was way wider than that. Whatever. It is what it is. All right. Let's get on the flip side of this segment now. I'm gonna let you plug any and everything that you'd like to plug here. Where people can find your bets, where people can find you, and if you have any big plans for 2021. You doing a podcast? You starting to go on the audio side yet, or what?
No, maybe eventually, but right now just ss-bets.com. You can get all my bets and DFS information, and yeah, check that out.
And make sure you guys follow him at Scott_Shelvock on Twitter. Very, very insightful guy to follow and a great follow for sure. I'm telling you, as soon as this COVID shit's over, I'm going to get your ass in studio and we'll do a nice 2.5 hour podcast. Maybe have a couple drinks or something, talk some shit, and have some fun. So thanks for coming on. Have a happy New Year, and I hope you're enjoying your holidays, buddy.
All right, you too, man. Thanks for having me on.
Later. All right, that was my guy, Scott Shelvock. I feel like I'm off in terms of being center, so I'm doing my best to be center as well for you guys. All right, I got my next guest coming on in less than 10 minutes, but I do want to address the chat a little bit. UFC 100 just wrapped up. Not paying as much attention as I initially expected to these fights, but I do want to have them on in the background just to be on the safe side. Because I definitely want to watch Shogun versus Henderson again too. Let me pull that up, and I have that ready. I'll be starting that video right at 3 o'clock. So if you guys want to have UFC 139 pulled up on your Fight Pass, I actually have the link in the description below as well if you guys want to pull that up. And then right at 3 o'clock, I'll be hitting play on that. But yeah, UFC 139 is the next one. All right, let me go confirm this this news. One sec, guys. Sangha Malata announces. Justin, Connor, and Dustin will vie for the lightweight strap. Khabib has revealed my belt will be taken by the winner of Dustin and Connor. Okay. So it's based off of what Khabib said. And Khabib said, my belt will be taken by the winner of Dustin and Connor. So this isn't confirmed. And the one issue I do have with this Sangha Malata guy is he actually announced something a while ago as well that didn't come to fruition, and he had jumped the gun in terms of reporting it. So I'm a little skeptical about kind of listening to what that guy has to say. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, let's hit up the chat, see what everybody's saying. Actually, yeah, let's see. Ryan is dead ass. He's right. Martial arts fan. Next UFC card, I see a lot of potential upsets. I'm not really seeing that, to be honest. Yes, they do want Conor with that belt. I agree. CD816, was that the same guy that trolled Tony being out against Charles? No. Ryan Diamond is a solid guy. I would not, I would not put him in the level of that guy, whoever the fuck that guy was. That guy's blocked from my channel, whoever the fuck that was, and he won't be coming back on it. The fight should not be for the title. Roberto Lopez. Who do you think should be fighting for the lightweight title if that's the case? My guy LSU Tigers, Conor McGregor and Dustin Poirier will fight for. Oh, he's copy and pasting from what Chisanga just said. Kind of figured this would happen. Makes sense. I get it. It should be even money, but I favor Conor too. I get that. RT Sport, yeah, RT Sport is doing now. Greg Love is asking if I want Khabib back. I personally wanted him back for the I wanted him back to fight Tony Ferguson. But the fact that we're not getting that anymore, and probably now figured out what that fight would have looked like, I don't care anymore. Like, I want to see him against the guy that he hasn't fought yet. I don't want to see the McGregor rematch. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to see the McGregor rematch. I think it would still go the same. It won't tell us anything that we don't already know. The Charles Oliveira fight, yeah. Oliveira Gaethje or Oliveira Chandler for the title. I'm not really there. I don't know. I get why they're doing Poirier Conor for the title, or if that's where they're going to be going. Completely understand that. But yeah, Oliveira should absolutely fight one of those guys as well. Zach Popkin, what's going on, dude? Wouldn't you want to see Khabib go up to welterweight? I think he's going to be a little bit too small for these big welterweights. Kamaru Usman is a big dude, and I think that'll be a tough fight for him. But I'd love to see that fight for a super fight. If you want to give me a super fight of Khabib against Kamaru Usman, I'm totally in. Just saying. All right, let me send out the link for. Let me send out the link for my next guest, who I don't believe is available at the moment. Let me send him the link. All right. I hope my guy can make it. Not 100% sure if he will, but I am preparing if he is able to. There we go. All right. What else we got here? Roberto Lopez, Oliveira versus Conor. Maybe. Stipe versus Ngannou. Who you got? I got to go with Stipe. I'm not really on the Ngannou train, man. He's Technically, he's just not that great of a fighter. He's just power. That's all he has is power. And if Stipe could stand up to him in that first fight and not get knocked out, I'm on board with Stipe. Jones versus Stipe, I gotta lean Jones, but Jones I feel like is on a bit of a decline, and Jones against Ngannou again. I gotta go with Jones as long as he doesn't get knocked out. Khabib versus GSP, I don't want to see that fight anymore. I mean, I think GSP is long gone from the sport, and it wouldn't really make any sense. I think it's a lose-lose for Khabib almost, where if he beats GSP, he beat GSP in 2021. You know what I mean? Far removed from the 2013, 2012 GSP that we all know. Ugh. It looks like I got the hiccups. Either way. Yeah, I don't want to see that GSP fight. Yeah. I'm not on board with that fight. CD816, referring to what Scott said about doing Val versus Nunes 3, I'd rather just watch the two of them squash unworthy opponents like Iron Mike back in the day. I don't know how many more unworthy opponents either of them have to go through. You know what I mean? If we have Val continuing to crush her opponents and Nunes doing the same in two divisions, it's without a doubt that we got to see Val versus Nunes. But another fight that I kind of just slipped up on, which I wanted to allude to, was I would love to see Valentina Shevchenko against Weili Zhang. You know, size-wise, they're a little bit closer than I believe Shevchenko Nunes are. So if anything, we might get a little bit more of a competitive fight there. But that's definitely a fight I want to see. But we need to see Weili go out there and have a little bit more success with, defending her title. She's still very new to having this to fighting to defending. So I'm just trying to take a look at the time here because I want to start this UFC 139 main card right at 3:00. So if you guys are able to pull up UFC 139, again, the link is in the description below for the Fight Pass link directly to the main card of UFC 139. If you guys pull that up, we will hit play at the same time at 3:00, and then throughout the stream, I'll let you guys know where we're at as well too. As soon as I start this up and as soon as 3:00 hits, I'll get back to the comments. It seems like my guest as well is running a little late, so I'm not sure if we'll get him on right at 3:00 as well. All right, 3:00, and I just hit play. So we got 1 second, 2 seconds, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there you go. Hopefully you're synced up now for UFC 139. All right, let's get back to the chat here. Full screen that bitch. Roberto Lopez, too bad Dana hates Cyborg. Yeah, but we've seen Cyborg go out there and demolish or get demolished by Nunes, right? So I don't really care to see that. Jake Paul versus Askren, who you got? You got to go with Jake. You know what I mean? He seems to be putting way more time into boxing than Askren has ever put in time to that. So unfortunately, I got to go with Jake. Would I bet it? Depends on the odds. Roberto Lopez, Nunes Cyborg 2 has to happen this year. I don't think anybody really cares to see that fight, Roberto. That's the issue. I don't think too many people are set on seeing that fight, considering how lopsided that first fight went. CD816, Cyborg gets handled by Amanda every time. I agree. Cyborg a bully, punch a bully in the face, and they wilt. I agree. I think Nunes is the first opponent that just said, fuck it, I'm going to throw punches too, and Cyborg wilted under it, and we saw it. I'd be interested to see, though, if Cyborg approached this fight with a Holly Holm game plan where she went in there and just outworked Holly Holm over 5 rounds compared to trying to just take off Amanda Nunes' head in that first round. But that's that's Cyborg's game. She built a name off of her name off of going out there and just absolutely mollywhopping these girls, right? So that's the issue there. I'd be in for Weili versus Val 100%. Yeah, I think a lot of people will. Valentina will wrestle Fuckley. Possibly. I'm not 100% sure, not sold on that yet. So I'm not sure about that. Ooh. All right, we are roughly about 1/3 through this live stream. Got to re-up on the water a bit. By the way, for those of you that tuned in for the last MMA Lawcast live stream that I did of the year, I showed off this beautiful mug that my mother-in-law made for me. It's got a nice gold look to it. And then it has my logo. I'll probably be I have an extra one of these, is what I'm trying to say, and I'll probably be giving one of those out to one of my live viewers for the first ever MMA Lawcast live that I do in the new year, which will will definitely be on January 16th, 1 p.m. Eastern. If you guys tune in for that, I'll do a little bit of a draw. I'll try to figure out a way to do it to see whoever wants to get a part of that mug. All right. Why is Cyborg and Nunes never on anyone's pound for pound list? Cyborg, don't really care for her to be on pound for pound list, to be honest, but Nunes definitely deserves to be. Greg Love is saying, I want to see Brandon Royval again soon. And I have to agree. I think Dana even told him that, like, we're going to get you right back in there, dude, as soon as they're able to. Like, he was able to pop his shoulder right back in, right after he lost against Moreno. And he looked to be good to go. So hopefully they're able to get him back in there ASAP. The kid is super fun to watch. I like to call him mini Tony Ferguson. That's the way he fights. No real technique when it comes to the striking realm, but when it comes to the jiu-jitsu, the guy is super fun to watch. And even in the striking realm, throws a ton of spinning shit. Very chaotic fighter. And when you create chaos, and you're able to handle it well, you should be able to pull off the victory more often than not. And that's what we see from Royval here. Unfortunately, my guy Roberto Sanchez lost money on Royval last time. I believe I gave out my best pick on the Patreon for that was that fight to go under 2.5 rounds, and it was unfortunate with how it went down. But the under 2.5 still should have hit. What else we got here? John Rachmel. I want to see Cody Saftik with Khabib beard all year long. I'm not sure if he'd be down for that, to be honest. B-Town Bully, what's going on, dude? Top 5 cappers. Ooh. I hate doing these lists. Just as my guy Rockstar Z did a list a couple of days ago. He made a list on his website of who he believes are the top handicappers, and he got a lot of blowback for missing out on some guys. So I'm just going to say the top 5 that really come to my head in terms of guys that I know have legitimate results, and helps that they had really good 2020s as well too. I got to go with obviously somebody I had on earlier today, Bets and Picks MMA, aka MMA Knockout Bets. As you guys know him, he had a very solid year. My guy AMG Warrior Bet is another solid capper as well too. Had a very good 2020. Best Fight Picks wasn't his strongest year, but still a very sharp and good capper as well. Trying to think of other guys. My guy Josh P UFC Picks is really good as well. And lastly, thinking about guys that had really good years. You know what? Let me pull up Bet MMA real quick. See who we got dwindling at the top. I'm a fan of Magic. His style is a bit unorthodox in my opinion. Gugabe is a really good guy too. Oracle MMA Picks has been killing it as well. And Aussie P has been doing great too. So those are a couple guys for you guys to check out. Hopefully that helps. Again, in no particular order at all. My guy John Rachmel is saying, harden to the Raptors, yay or nay? I'm saying nay. I hope not. I hope that the Raptors need to make some improvements, that's for sure. Like the guys that they lost over the last 2 years, at least since winning the chip, it's only been going downhill. They're putting a lot of hope into Pascal Siakam, I should say, who I hope ends up flushing out a little bit better, panning out a little bit more with the Raptors, as I feel like the Raptors are seeing him as their future. He could fulfill that, I believe, but what he showed us in the past year's playoffs doesn't really have me too hopeful. So, yeah, I don't want to see the Raptors get hardened. I just think that I don't think that he'll be the ingredient that we require to getting another championship. All right. Roberto Lopez is saying, how about Justin Jr., the MMA Jr.? Good kid. He's not a handicapper, though, but he's a good kid for sure. I'm sure he's still very young, still has a lot of work to do, but the grind and work ethic that kid has is very, very solid. I'll give a good shout out to that kid. CD816, I'd want no part of Harden either. I agree. How about your boy Clint at Odds HQ? Good dude, for sure. The one issue I've always kind of had with him, and I've said this to him before, is that I wish that he would personally track himself too, third-party track, as I believe that's a very important thing that a lot of cappers need to do, is have something third-party tracked so we can kind of verify these bets. That's like the only downfall from him. Like, the kid's good. He knows his shit. Likes his dogs, is a big dog hunter. Sometimes it bites him in the ass, but the guy knows his stuff. He puts in the work, and that's what matters at the end of the day. So I love me some Clint. The kids, I'll never say a bad thing about the guy. Greg Love, what are you guys talking about? Raptors? Yeah. Somebody asked whether Harden to the Raptors was a good move or not. CD816, Siakam a solid 2, needs that elite player with him, like when he had Kawhi. Yeah, there is not a truer statement than that. And I don't think that Harden would be that good elite guy to be the number one on the Raptors. If anything, I think that Harden would make it much worse, in my opinion. All right, BNN, let's be honest. Clint is trash, just chasing dogs. I refrain from calling guys trash. He likes his dogs. That's the thing. He loves dogs, and I don't blame anybody for taking shots on dogs. But you got to moderate it, right? So maybe Clint's learned a couple things from his last couple of events where he was a little bit too dog friendly. But I don't mind that. Clint is a good dude, though. He's not trash. LSU, I only follow cappers on Bet MMA tips as they track. Yeah, for sure. It's a solid source, man. Again, and people think that it's just for guys that want to sell their bets to be like, okay, look, here's my record. Now trust me with your money. That's not what it is. It's a good analytical tool for yourself to go back and look at the bets that you've made. The types of bets you made, and then kind of just looking for trends in terms of where you really faltered and what would work out better for you to adjust your things moving forward. So yeah, Bet MMA tips is definitely a good spot, but also be wary of some of those dudes that like to go out there and make 11 unit bets. That's not true. I think there should never be a bet higher than 5 units, which is why that's what I make my lock of the night plays, 5 units. If anybody's making bets higher than 5 units, it gets a little bit shady. I'm just going to say that. Ben Eggs is saying Goatin. I appreciate you, brother. Merry Jingle Jingles, mate. Yes, Merry Christmas, belated Christmas, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year's to you as well, my guy. Roberto Lopez, I'm not a capper, but I'm sort of the go-to guy for MMA at my casino. Nice. For sure. It's good to be that guy. Is that American football? No, Greg Love. That is basketball. NBA basketball. I'm a dog chaser and parlay patriarch. I hope it's working out for you, brother. Killer G is saying, Yossi Khabib said my belt will be taken by the winner of Dustin Cormier. At least Chisanga Malata reported that. Yes, I did see that. I did talk about that a little bit earlier on the stream. Kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm okay with it. I don't mind that as the next move here for the lightweight strap. We just need some clarity, man. As I was telling my guy Scott Shelvock, I hate the logjam that continues. Logjam that continues at 155 pounds. It's easily the deepest division. So why do we keep jamming it up? So if Conor does end up winning the title, I hope he is able to at least defend it this year, probably by even July. I would hope he'd be able to defend it by July. But yeah, I don't mind that. CD816, Charles O versus the winner of Conor and Dustin. I'd be on board with that. Because I think the only other guys that you could make a case for, not even make a case for, but would potentially be in the talk for that would be maybe the Dan Hooker and Michael Chandler winner. Maybe. Tony Ferguson's out of the contention now. He would need at least 2 or 3 straight wins, in my opinion. Gaethje's still hanging around there, so maybe you could throw Gaethje into that conversation. Maybe Gaethje Oliveira. I wouldn't mind that fight. I think that would be a great fight to help determine the next number one contender. That's why I don't want to see Izzy jump up to two divisions. Yeah. See, the thing with Izzy, though, is he is an active fighter. He likes to fight a lot, and I think that helps. Whereas Conor, we've seen his shenanigans, right? Like, he has the UFC kind of at his disposal, where he can do things on his terms. He can go fucking fight Jake Paul if he wants to and just hold up the lightweight division. He can go up to 175 pounds, fight Kamaru Usman if he really wanted to. You know what I mean? The UFC is at Conor's whim, and that kind of fucking sucks. So, again, I'm hoping Conor wins. I hope he defends. Otherwise, I wouldn't be too mad at that. I think I might have my next guest hopping in very shortly. I do have somebody penciled in for 3:30. Looking forward to that conversation. I got a couple guys on here that I'm really, really looking forward to talking to. Just want to see if my guy is going to be able to make it before 3:30. So, again, we are at watching UFC 139 now. I was wondering at what point my that first yawn was going to come in, and here it is, 3 hours and 8 minutes into the stream. All right, so for the UFC 139 main card stream, again, the direct link to the main card link of UFC 139 is in the description below. Make sure you guys click on that if you have Fight Pass. Sign into there, load up the 139 main card, and you guys can follow along. Right now, I am 14 minutes, 13 seconds into the 139 main card. 14 minutes, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So I hope you guys are able to sync up. We're just about to start off, I believe, with Stephan Bonner against Kyle Kingsbury. Goddamn, two guys that we haven't heard from him in a long, long time. Vincent Magno, what's going on, dude? Shout out. I appreciate you hopping on for pretty much every single freaking stream that I do. Roberto Lopez, I think Oliveira will submit Gaethje quicker than Khabib. Possibly. Depends on how easily he's able to get Gaethje down, if he is at all. That's one thing that a lot of people are going to be overlooking is the takedown game of Khabib. Obviously, he was able to get Gaethje down pretty easily. Will Oliveira be able to do the same? Because a lot of people have been touting Justin Gaethje's takedown defense, and it's almost unfair to just say it sucks just off of the Khabib fight. So we'll see if Charles Oliveira is able to give him any issues there. If Conor wins, who would you like to see him fight next? It's got to be either Chandler, Oliveira, Khabib. But again, I don't think we see Khabib come back. Those are really the only fights that I think would be intriguing. Bo Jackson, what's up with Al Iaquinta? Nice. That's a throwback there. When's the last time we saw Al Iaquinta? If I'm not mistaken, last time we saw him was against Cowboy. No, we saw him lose to Dan Hooker at UFC 243 over a year ago now. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm surprised we haven't seen him fight. And it's not even like he can he had no injuries, or at least not that we know of. He didn't have any fights booked. Yeah, he's probably just selling houses, as my guy Roberto Lopez just said. All right. Unfortunately, it looks like the guy that I had on for 3 won't be able to hop in. But I do have somebody coming up at 3:30, so I hope that helps out. God damn, Stephan Bonner looked so thick back in the day. Kyle Kingsbury was a thickie too, though. Sean Ratchma was saying, if you pronounce my name right once, I will join the Patreon. I want to say Rachmel. I don't know. I don't know if it's a k or a ch for the Rachmel, because I know some people that have that ch in their names, but some go k and some go ch. So it's one of those two, I hope. Roberto Lopez, what's next for Diego Sanchez? Retirement, I hope. I'm not sure who else we would want to see him fight. Like, he just lost to Jake Matthews pretty decisively as well too. I don't know what's left for him, man. Far cry from the UFC 107 that we got with him against BJ Penn. Like, even though he got dusted in that fight, much better than what we're seeing from him nowadays. Greg Love, is the Izzy versus Yan fight booked? I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's the way that we're going to be going. Fight Night Picks. Shout out to our guys over there at Fight Night Picks doing big things on YouTube. I will be having one of them coming on the stream tonight, so look out for that. Really looking forward to connecting with those guys. Roberto Lopez, if Conor wins, he should fight Diego for the strap. Leave that here. Killer G is saying OnlyFans for Diego Sanchez, and I'm not opposed to that. Let's be honest. Perfect. All right. Yeah, so we got, how many more guests do we got coming up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more. Really looking forward to talking to everybody here. Got a great community of guys, man. I got a couple of handicappers, a couple of guys that are really big in the game. We got a manager coming on later too. A ton of fun guys to talk to. I can't wait for it. Bo Jackson is asking, what's next for Michel Pereira? That's a solid question. At welterweight, what could we do with Michel Pereira? Let's see. I'm just going to go over the last couple of events and see if there's any other welterweights coming off wins that we would love to see Michel Pereira against. Welterweight. We don't want to match him up with Wonderboy Thompson yet. That's a little bit too much. Wow, not many welterweight fights recently. Ooh, Miguel Baeza against Michel Pereira would be a great fight. I think that's a solid fight to put together. Both guys are on good win streaks, solid wins. Yeah, or even Alan Jouban, if Alan Jouban wants to hop in there. I wouldn't mind that either. How did Matt Serra not kill Diego Sanchez's coach? Yeah, that was a funny interaction that they had on one of the shows that I think it was the Looking for a Fight that they did, and they had that interaction on there. I want to see Sarukian fight again. Yeah, Sarukian is actually scheduled to fight. I believe he's supposed to fight Nasrat Haqparast. I believe that fight is scheduled for that first chunk of events that they're on. Yep. UFC 257, January 23rd, we got Sarukian against Haqparast. That's a great fight. I lost money betting against Pereira. He always bites me. I don't know why you would have picked Chaos Williams with our brother. I thought Pereira had a really good shot at winning that fight. Sarukian fight soon against Nasrat. Yes, Bo Jackson is correct with that. Wonderboy versus Pereira. I think that's just too big of a step up at this point in time for Pereira. The guy's been around the game. Obviously, he has 30-something fights. I feel like we need somebody just below Wonderboy for Pereira. Somebody within that top 15 to top 10 position would be a good fight for Pereira to actually get his shit going. John Rational, who do I got? Romero or Rumble? I got to go with Rumble, man. But then again, we don't know what kind of Rumble we're going to be seeing since we haven't seen him fight for a long freaking time. I actually want to pull up the last time we've seen Rumble fight. I believe it was for against Daniel Cormier the second time around, and that was the last time we were going to see him. Yeah, he lost to Daniel Cormier, UFC 210. That was way back in April of 2017. So we know he's been weightlifting and doing all that shit in that amount of time. Yeah, Romero's just too low output for me, and that's my issue. But that fight would be a fucking barn burner. I hope both guys would be able to go out there and showcase their skills. So really looking forward to that. Greg Love, what are your chances that Khamzat actually runs through Leon? I can see him winning, but not dominating. That's the issue, man. We don't know what Khamzat's gas tank looks like, and that's the issue I have here. That's why I don't want to bet him against Leon. Obviously, in hindsight, it may look like a absolute no-brainer of a bet, but when you still have issues with it, or not issues, but question marks regarding your cardio, then I'm not fully on board, especially in a 5-round fight, and especially against a high-level opponent like Leon Edwards. I'm staying away from that fight. Personally, I would not have any money on that Khamzat fight. Will Martin, shout out. He's saying sorry for not getting back to me sooner. I did actually propose for him to come onto the show. I will say this a little bit on my end. It was a little bit last minute reaching out to everybody, but yeah, for sure, me and Will be doing something in the new year together, and I'm really looking forward to working with him. Very, very solid guy, and an OG of this MMA YouTube game as well. So make sure you guys go give Will Martin a follow as well too. Chris Lewer, what's going on, my guy? An avid supporter of the channel. How you think Dillashaw going to look? Who you want to see him fight? I think he'll look decent, but again, you can't really say that with full confidence. But I'd love to see the fight that was thrown out there a couple of weeks ago, him against Jose Aldo. I think that would be a great fight for both guys. A good way for Dillashaw to get back into the UFC or get back into the game, and a good test for Aldo to see if he can handle that type of style from TJ Dillashaw. Bo Jackson, Sean Brady versus Michel Pereira would be good. I'm on board with that. I do agree with that. John Ratchmo, what do you think is the holdup with Usman versus Burns? I'm not 100% sure. I think they're scheduled for March, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm hoping that's what they're able to put together. Roberto Lopez is throwing money on Leon, and I don't blame you. Edwards is plus money. That is most definitely correct. John Ratchmo, you think Dillashaw was on the EPO for more than just the last fight? I do believe so. It's insane the level of the progress that we saw from him, or the progression of his skill between his Mike Easton fight, I believe it was Mike Easton, and his fight with Renan Barão the first time. Night and day almost in terms of his fight style changing, his approach changing. And I truly believe he could have I truly believe there's a good chance that he was on EPO during his title run. So that's something just to keep in mind. LSU Tigers, question marks. So why have you seen that? What have you seen that he has cardio problems? That's the thing. We just haven't seen it. That's the issue. We haven't seen if he has cardio issues. And I don't like just assuming that a guy has good cardio. You know, I mean, a lot of people, here's a good example, Edmund Shabazian, showed cardio issues against Darren Stewart, but was able to panic wrestle in that fight and actually pull off a victory there. And then when he was put up against that same type of guy here against Derek Brunson, his cardio failed him, right? So we can't say with utter confidence that Khamzat, if he's not able to get Leon Edwards out of there, that his cardio will allow him to still go out there and win at least 3 out of 5 rounds and then have the cardio to survive those 4th and 5th rounds. We need to see more. I want to see more. Just as we wanted to see more of Chaos Williams. And even though he lost against Michel Pereira, at least we got some questions answered in terms of what his cardio would look like later in these fights. Whereas Khamzat, we just haven't seen him in those late rounds, right? We haven't seen him in the 3rd round, at least recently, right? So answer those questions for me first, then I'll be on the Khamzat Chimaev train. Roberto Lopez, Edwards just has better hands than Chimaev. He does. But we still don't know the extent of the potential of what Chimaev brings to the table. Can Leon defend Chimaev's takedowns? I'm not 100% sure. I think he's going to have to give up a couple takedowns here. But I wonder at what pace are we going to start seeing those takedowns, and whether they're going to be good or not, whether his takedowns are going to be good or not. All right. I'm just getting ready now to bring in my next guest. Let me send out the link to the guy. There he goes. Let me get this freaking yawn out of the way too before this guy comes on. Oh yeah, I'm getting nice and cozy in this chair. I love that I got a bunch of guests lined up next, so we're going to keep the train rolling. Let's get to a couple of these last questions before Edwards just has better hands. Greg Love is saying, is Greg already done in the UFC? Want to bet against him one more time and get some money? I think they'll give him at least another fight or two. I don't think he'll just get cut after this one loss. Obviously, he lost to Alexander Volkov, but you got to give him a pass for that due to taking that fight on super short notice and obviously being completely outskilled when it comes to experience and skill itself. But this Tybura fight might show the signs of his decline in the UFC. But again, when he fights guys that are like legitimate talents and are not scared of him, and they could potentially actually even just put up with the power that's coming their way from Greg Hardy, Hardy's going to be in for a rough time. So when he's fighting guys of Tybura's level or higher, I think he's really going to struggle. John Ratchma, I think Edward wins all day, but are you concerned that he is coming back too quick after COVID and losing all that weight? That is absolutely a concern as well, too, and a good X factor that you brought up here, John. I think that definitely has some merit. I think you are absolutely correct in thinking that. And that's why I think that this fight is just an utter pass. I'm not sure how you can have utmost confidence on either side here. And unless you just want to bet for the sake of betting, that fight is a full up pass for me. There's a lot of question marks that we need answered from both guys, but more so on the Khamzat side. But yeah, this is definitely something that people need to take into consideration when talking about this, talking about the Leon Edwards side. LSU Tigers, I lean Leon by KO. I've heard Jim has been knocked down in sparring. Yeah, that's the thing. Heard, right? To have even more confidence, we need to see. So, for sure. Chris Lewer, I want TJ versus Cody rematch. More real grudge matches there are always fun for the build-up. If you want to talk about grudge matches, TJ versus Uriah Faber. If any time to make that fight, that time is now. You got Faber coming off the sauce, coming off a pretty lengthy layoff, and Uriah Faber is still in somewhat decent shape. So let's get that grudge match out of the way right now, and then get TJ in there with other guys. Roberto Lopez, did he get very sick with COVID? Yes. Apparently he lost, he's talking about Leon Edwards. I believe he lost close to 14 pounds while he was dealing with COVID. So did get sick for sure. Greg Hardy versus Tai Tuivasa would be all right. That's a solid suggestion from my guy here, Bo Jackson. I think that's a very, very fun fight to put together. Yeah, no, I like that for sure. Good test for both guys, in my opinion. Martial arts fan. I have Chimaev in a parlay with Dago Higa. I believe Higa is a boxer. And for those of you who have been on my live streams a lot, you know my guy, martial arts fan, loves to drop those boxing gems. So be sure to give him a follow as well, too. Dimitris, again, still fucking up his name. What are your thoughts on Askar Askarov versus Joe B fight? I still got to tape it, so obviously I haven't done my work for that fight yet. But I think that sorry, 1 second. I hope I didn't fuck this up. Oh, 3:30 Eastern. Okay, we're good. I lean Askarov. I feel like Joe B is on the way out, but Askarov's not going to bring the same type of intensity and finishing ability that we saw from Davison Figueiredo. So is this a fight that Joe B could thrive in? Absolutely. As long as Askarov's not going out there and finishing him with a knockout or anything, it could be much closer of a fight. Let me see what the odds are on that too, because I believe those are plus 100 for Askarov. At Joe B minus 120, I could see that line. I understand that. I think that we might see some Askarov money coming in, so you might be able to get better odds on Joseph Benavidez. So that should definitely be something that you keep your eye on, depending on what side you like there. Martial arts fan threw some chips on Higa's opponent. I believe he's talking about boxing there once again. TJ versus Faber. Yeah, that's the fight that I would like to see TJ come back to, given the grudge match that we have and everything going on between them. That's the spot that I do like. So we do have my next guest lined up here. I will just get to these last two comments and then we'll bring him in. LSU Tigers disagreed that he likes TJ versus Faber. Again, if you're going to do that fight at all and squeeze the money out of that grudge match, now's the time to do it, in my opinion. And Blaze Towns fan, good stuff, man. Faber would get killed, yeah, but we still want to see that play out. We still want to see that the lead up, the build up, the promos. I think it'll be great for the UFC to do a fight like that. All right, let me bring in my next guest. He is definitely one of the MMA betting OGs. He's the owner over there at MMA Oddsbreaker. He's also an analyst on UFC On the Line, which is on Fight Pass. And he also does some good work over there for Circa Sports. We got my guy, Nick Kalikas. What's going on, dude? With the Ohio State hoodie on as well. How's it going, brother?
Good, man. Thanks for having me on. Looking forward to this.
Yes, sir. I'm more than happy that you actually agreed to come on to do this. I know it's a little bit last minute, so I appreciate you making the time for me here. I know you're a busy man over there. I'm not sure what you're doing for your holidays, what you got going on for New Year's, but how have your holidays been going with this whole COVID situation as well?
Probably better than expected. Like you said, this COVID situation, I think, has put us, in a different world, so to speak, right? I mean, it's been such a different aspect of our lives to adapt and get used to. So, but it's been okay. We've had some family, travel and stay with us for the holidays as well. So we got some of that same feel that we're used to a little bit. So it hasn't been that bad. And thankfully, everybody's been pretty healthy.
You've actually seen a bit of a change in your career path as well, too, during this COVID times, right? You've had the UFC Rob from the Fight Pass show that you're on as well, but you're also doing work over there with Circa Sports. How has that transition been for you, and are you enjoying it?
Oh, I love it. I mean, honestly, it's probably better than I expected at this point. I'm having so much fun. I mean, the group that I work with on a daily basis, we all get along. It's a very tight-knit group. And it's just fun, when the work environment is great and you're enjoying what you do. I don't think it could get any better, to be honest with you. So, yeah, it's definitely going well, and I'm happy to be part of that circuit group.
For sure. That's a solid group of guys that you have over there. But one of the pieces of work that I wanted to touch on was definitely the On the Line show that you're doing with Pass. Obviously, it tapered down a little bit. I believe you guys are doing almost every card. Now you guys are just doing the pay-per-view cards, right? But you guys are also getting a solid rub on the UFC broadcast, which I've messaged you every single time I've seen your face on the UFC broadcast. And I'm like, the chemistry and teamwork that you and Gianni have are just amazing. Like, I love having both sides of the coin here. We have the analytical guy that knows everything about MMA, and then we have the analytical guy that knows pretty much everything you need to know about numbers and betting, and kind of takes statistics into consideration a little bit more than most people do. How are you liking that teamwork? Are you enjoying the little spats that you guys have, which are amazing to see for television for sure, but we get to see both sides of the coin, and I love seeing it personally as a viewer, but you as the person in that seat, how are you finding that experience?
Yeah, that's awesome as well. That's been so much fun. Yanni and I get along very well. I know we go at each other sometimes, but again, that's kind of part of TV and what they want us to do as well, right? They don't want us to always agree on something. So it's kind of genuine, meaning that if we disagree, we're going to go at it. If we agree with something, we're going to have that respectful kind of taste to it as well. So I think it's made it a little bit more fun recently because we have been going at it. Unfortunately, I've been getting my butt kicked, so that hasn't been that fun, right? But that'll change as well. You guys just hang in there, and the tide will turn, so to speak. Hopefully, I mean that's what I'm expecting at least. But sure. It's been fun regardless. Either way, it's definitely been good.
You haven't gotten to where you've gotten to in the industry without knowing a thing or two about betting MMA. So I'm sure your time will come. It's just a matter of time. I was really hoping that
for sure, yeah.
I was hoping that Moicano bet would have come through for you because that was a good one for sure. I really liked your take on that fight, but Fiziev seems to be the real deal at this point in time. So we can't fade that man a little bit longer, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, hey, Moicano was looking well while it lasted, so to speak. You know what I mean? I think he was doing fairly decent, but again, I mean, you got to credit Fiziev for sure for finishing the fight the way he did. That was amazing.
For sure. All right. So let's get into a little bit of a 2020 recap in a sense. I don't want to go a full recap. I got a couple questions for you on the betting side of things. So let's start off with the easiest one, probably the one that people want to gloat about the most. What do you think was your best bet of 2020 and the one that you're most proud of for this past year? One that comes to mind.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
You know what? It's hard to remember the wins as much as like it's a lot more. I guess it's easier to remember the losses, the harsh losses and the tough beats than it is to
That's
remember
next.
the wins.
Don't worry. That's next.
You know what I mean? So I haven't really thought about the wins as much. I guess one of my biggest and best bets of the year was probably Gaethje over Ferguson. I think that stands out to me. That cashed, that I was pretty strong and heavy. That was, again, one of my biggest bets of the whole year. I thought that it was extremely, as the price progressed even more so, I thought I was getting great value at like the 160, 170 range. And I ended up, I think, getting like plus 195 before post or something on Gaethje. So, I mean, bankroll management is very important, but at the same time, in a situation like that, I kind of overextended a little bit. So I'm just glad it worked out. But that was probably one of my best bets of the year.
I hear what you're saying in terms of like being disciplined with your money management and bankroll management. I had a couple people ask me because I actually had a Tony Ferguson the other week against Charles Oliveira, and I was quite confident in that spot. I was very, very prime on that spot, and I was telling a couple of my people, I'm like, okay, I bet him at minus 160, but the line continuously kept getting better on fight day, and I had a couple of people reach out to me. They're like, should I go harder? Should I go higher on this? I'm like, we got to keep discipline in check here. We got to, like, as good of a line as this looks, you got to make sure that you got to be prepared for the worst case scenario. And in my opinion, the worst case scenario happened with Charles Oliveira going out there and ragdolling him for 3 rounds, which is not a way that I thought he would win this fight. Personally, I thought he was going to go out there, maybe get an early TKO submission or something. But to do that to Tony Ferguson over 3 rounds was very impressive to me, and it opened my eyes a lot. So I'm happy that I advised people to not go as hard on Tony Ferguson as the line continued to get better. So let's talk about the flip side here. Worst bet of 2020. Which one's the one that sticks out to you the most?
Costa over Adesanya. And pre-fight, it was, I thought there was some value there because I thought realistically, stylistically, everything about that fight, I thought Costa was going to show up. I thought he was going to perform at a higher level, and I thought he was going to do really well. Credit Izzy on the other side of it. I mean, he put on a masterclass performance. He looked outstanding. And the thing is, I know how good Izzy is. So it wasn't like I don't respect Izzy. I mean, I've made a lot of money through his career thus far in the UFC as well. So I get the talent level. But, I mean, how that fight played out, obviously I regret pulling the trigger on Costa. I mean, that was just he just didn't show up that fight. Again, no disrespect to Costa. I understand it. I mean, you got to credit Izzy just as much as anything else. But, I was expecting a lot more from him. So from a betting perspective, I think that was just such a bad bet. I wish I could take back after the way it played out. You know what I mean? Disappointing-wise, I think the most disappointing bet that didn't cash was probably Dominic Reyes over John Jones. I really thought that he ended up winning that 3-2. It was very close. I understand. But I thought, and I got plus to 400 or close to plus 400 odds in that fight or whatnot as well. So the value was there. I was very confident about it, and I knew I was getting a good price. I figured it would be a close fight. It played out that way. I thought he edged it out, but it didn't pan out for me. So that was a tough loss. Yeah,
those ones are always the toughest when it comes down to the judges' scorecards. Like, you can deal with, Moicano getting knocked out. You can deal with, having these definitive losses. But when it comes down to a judge who's, has the fate of the fighters in his hands and then giving it to the wrong guy, that's all we should do, especially for the better when you got a plus 400 line, close to a plus 400 line. It really, really sucks to not be able to cash that. I'll quickly go over my quick best bet, in my opinion, of 2020 on my end. Picking Derek Brunson to beat Edmund Shabazi, and I was all over that play. I was very happy to hit that close to plus 300 range. And then my worst bet of 2020, Joe Duffy to beat Joel Alvarez. I regret that to this day. I'll take that one to the grave with me. I really hate that I took all the juice on Duffy there, but I truly didn't believe that Alvarez was UFC level. But now it's 2 fights now that he's going out there and proving me wrong. So I'll bite the bullet on that one. Next category. This you might have to think about this one a little bit, so I'll start off with mine. But the spot that you regret passing on the most this year, for me, it was Hagholm against Irene Aldana. I thought she had all the tools to go out there and beat a girl like Aldana. I was tooting her horn the whole fight week, but when it came to put my chips on the table, I didn't end up betting on Hagholm. But is there one fight or one fighter, one spot this year that you're like, I wish I pulled the trigger?
Man, that is a tough one. I have to personally look back.
One of my buddies that I bring on here, Rockstar Z, he has it on a banner that I put up in my room. It says, "Passing on a win is worse than a loss," and I feel that. I totally feel that because it's almost like you left money on the table, right?
Yeah. My man Z, shout out to Z as well. But yeah, I don't know though. Honestly, again, I hate to cop out on it, but I have to really, think about it and see. But again, everything, there's been just so many fights, so many fight changes. That's been one of the most disappointing things for me as well. There's been so many times that I've been strong on a fighter and then that fight gets canceled and pulled, along the way. So that's been one of my most disappointing things. But as far as passing on somebody, man, again, it's kind of tough. Aldana versus Holm, that's a pretty good one. I can understand your pain there. That I thought Aldana would probably perform a little bit better myself as well. So it was tough to kind of bet Holm in that spot, but hindsight, obviously, that was definitely the right side. I don't know, man. I mean, like I said, I'd have to kind of get back to you on this, I think. So I don't want to hold up the show.
No worries. I did end up betting Wonderboy Thompson over Jeff Neal this past week, and I kind of alluded to the Holly Holm and Irene Aldana fight where scenario wise, it's almost the same. You got two proven strikers, proven veterans, scrappy veterans going in there against young up and coming fighters who have been making a name off themselves from knocking out prior fighters and not really fighting fighters that have the styles of a Holly Holm or a Wonderboy Thompson. And I'm like, okay, I missed out on Holm. I'm not missing out on Wonderboy. I feel like this is a great spot. And luckily it played out for me this time. You know what I mean? I was happy about that. All right, let's take off the betting cap. Let's put on the fan hat. What was your favorite moment of 2020 when it comes to MMA and betting? Or sorry, MMA and UFC, I should say.
I'm sorry, what was the question again? Can you repeat it?
Well, what was your favorite moment as a fan of in the MMA world?
Probably when we came back and started having fights again. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. During the closure, during the shutdown, when the card got pulled, and we were expecting the fights to happen, and then all of a sudden they didn't. So I think my favorite moment, honestly, this year was Dana and the UFC kind of sticking their necks out and going after it and just continuing to keep things grinding and just doing everything their way and getting it done and actually doing it in a safe manner. I mean, that's the thing. UFC's probably not going to get enough credit for how they went about everything and how many tests they and how kind of everything came together, and they really, I think, covered all aspects as well as they could. You know what I mean? So you got to take your hat off to them for that and to keep everything flowing, because, man, I mean, during that shutdown, that was the only form of income that many of us could get, was betting on fights, right? I mean, so that kind of kept us afloat for sure. So I think that was probably, the best moment was, through tough times, that the UFC gave us something to kind of hope for and to kind of make a living off of it, so to speak.
Especially that UFC 249 card to come back to, right? They gave us a banger of a card to come back to, something to really get people talking and get people excited about. And that's the night you got to cash on Justin Gaethje over Tony Ferguson. So I'm sure you were even more excited about being able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. The timing was beautiful for that, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Fighter of the year. Who takes the cake for you?
Oh, man. That's
personally, I like Kevin Holland, 5-0 in 2020. Biggest win in his last fight against Jacare Souza, especially the manner in which he did it. Absolutely amazing. Obviously, you got the Joaquin Buckley and then Charlie Ontiveros fights in there as well too, which people look down on a little bit. But to go 5-0 in the UFC in 2020, especially given everything that we had, like most of his fights came after the COVID situation, which happened. We came back in, I believe it was May, if I'm not mistaken. So in the last 7 months, he's been absolutely on a tear. Is there any other fighter that comes to your mind? Somebody actually said earlier in the stream, Jan Blachowicz, goes out there, beats Corey Anderson, wins the light heavyweight title. Any other names that I'm missing that
Blachowicz definitely deserves, we got to mention him for sure. I don't know if he's fighter of the year, but that was definitely a crowning achievement for him. I mean, a few years back, did we expect him to actually wear the strap one day? We always respected him and thought he was solid, but to actually get that title, he's put the work in and he got himself up there. So whoever voted on Blachowicz, I can definitely respect that opinion for sure and kind of agree with it. It's hard to argue that. Chimaev, I mean, he's been a guy that we got. I understand the level of competition or whatnot, but as far as stardom goes, I mean, his rise has been crazy, ridiculous. I wouldn't give him fighter of the year though. I mean, but I think, again, just coming into the forefront and making a name for himself, holy cow. I mean, you can't do much better than what he did. Like you said, Kevin Holland is another one of those guys that, I mean, with his performances in the octagon, 5-0 or whatnot, he's put himself up there. I think Adesanya, he's come through. I think you got to give a little bit of credit to Volkanovski because a lot of people maybe not talking about him, but he's got a couple big wins over Holloway, controversial or not. You know what I mean? He did that as well. And then Figueiredo, of course. I mean, Figueiredo, with the flyweight division, kind of reviving that. So I think all of those guys probably get, deserve a mention. Fighter of the year, though, I would have to go with my pick would maybe be Izzy, I think, because I think he had the total package. You know, he was able, and again, pre-fight, I know after the fact it didn't seem like it, but I mean, that cost a fight. There was so much pressure and everything that kind of, went along with that fight as well. The Romero fight, I don't think was easy either. And he took a lot of heat from that. So I think he was able to kind of overcome, and then his stardom kind of rose as well. So my pick would maybe be Izzy, to be honest with you.
For me, the Romero fight just detracts that a little bit. I'm not sure if it's because we got fight of the year literally right before that with Yana and Wiley Zhang, but I don't know. Adesanya leaves a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. Amazing performance against Paulo Costa, though. We can't take that away from him. He had a great year, and also somebody that did.
But I agree with you. Not to cut you off real quick, but that Romero performance, I get it. It was kind of flat, lackluster, and that was another tough loss, I thought, because I thought there was some value on Romero there. And again, the way it played out, I'm not saying that Romero deserved to win that fight, but it was definitely close. But yeah, I get that, but I think Romero was a tough opponent, though. You know what I mean? So I'm giving Izzy a little bit more credit than I think people. The way it played out definitely wasn't fun. But sorry to cut you off there.
No worries. Another name that a couple of people have been throwing out is Robert Whittaker. Had a very silent but solid 2020, going out there and beat Darren Till and who did you just beat? Jared Cannonier. I mean, two guys that a lot of people thought were going to go out there and knock out Robert Whittaker because apparently his chin has vanished. Oh, God. I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, Nick.
Oh, that was me too, yeah.
Is that the way that you saw those fighters getting it done, though, is knocking Whittaker out?
Yeah, more than likely, along the way. But I obviously thought that they had a shot on the cards or to perform a little bit better on the cards if it went that way as well. I mean, both fights were close, but the Cannonier fight I thought was obviously a little bit more clear. The Till fight was fairly close. I think it came down to that final few moments in that fifth round. But yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I was one of those guys that, I saw the progression or the decline, so to speak, in Whittaker's game. And I just thought everything was kind of trending in the wrong direction for him. And I was one of those guys that thought maybe his best days are over, but he proved me wrong. He dug deep. He got a couple big wins, and he does have a lot left in the tank. So again, I was wrong. I just thought stylistically, those are both tough matchups for him. And I wasn't sure his chin would hold up, but the heart and the toughness was there. And he definitely has more, room to grow and still kind of get back in the mix, and he deserves to get the recognition and the credit and get back in the swing of things, so to speak, as well. So I'm glad I'm not glad that I kind of, was wrong about those because it cost me a little bit of money, obviously, but at the same time, as a fan, and I guess putting yourself in that scenario, how could you not respect the guy and be happy for him in that sort of way?
Do you think he can still go out there in 2021 and potentially have a competitive fight against Israel Adesanya if they somehow book that rematch?
I think so. I picked Izzy against him the first time, and that was a pretty big bet for me as well. So I cashed in. I thought he would actually knock Whittaker out, but I think what he's shown us lately, and if he game plans properly, I think it would definitely be a more competitive fight, and I think he could give Izzy some problems. But again, matchups are everything, and the way they match up, I think Izzy will eventually find that spot, though, and I don't think it is a good stylistic matchup overall for Whittaker, though. I think he could definitely do better than he did the first time around, though. And I think he might get that shot. He's definitely, like I said, he's close to doing so. There's buzz around Izzy right now, maybe fighting John Jones, moving up, fighting Blachowicz, as we said. I don't know what's going to happen with him. He's got so many options on the table right now. But Whittaker is a possibility, and I think it obviously will be a more competitive fight if it happens again.
If he didn't get starched the way he did in that first fight, you could arguably be saying that a lot of people would clamor for this Whittaker and Adesanya rematch because goes out there, beats Darren Till, goes out there, beats Jared Cannonier, who's just on the cusp of a title shot himself. You know what I mean? So I think he has a very good case for absolutely fighting for that 105-pound strap. And even if Izzy does go to 205, I'm not 100% sure his willingness to keep that 185 strap too. Right? If he goes to 205, he's probably going to vacate 185 if I'm not mistaken. Right. And that just leaves Whittaker another chance to possibly touch gold again. Right? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And he's definitely, like I said, outside of Izzy, he's in the mix. He could definitely get that strap again, right? I think he's just as good as anybody else. There's going to be probably a dark horse contender or two that kind of rises up out of nowhere and, kind of claims a spot for himself as well. But yeah, he's definitely in the mix for this next year.
All right, coming to 2021, what fight are you kind of hoping that gets made? Like is almost on the precipice of getting made that you'd want to see get made? And two, who, if there's one champion that you think gets dethroned in 2021, who would it be?
Oh man, fight-wise, this is probably a couple fights, I guess, and they're both involving Conor McGregor. Just because, you know what, I think the stardom and the recognition he brings to the sport every time he competes, you know what I mean? The clickbait that we all get for the websites across the board. He brings so much value to all of us in this business. And then watching him perform and fight is always, interesting and entertaining, to say the least, right? So anytime we get to see Conor McGregor fight, I think it's a win-win for everybody, for the UFC, for the fans. So I would love to see him rematch Khabib. I know that's, probably unlikely, and Khabib is retired, so to speak, but Dana's working on him coming back. But I wouldn't mind seeing that rematch again. You know what I mean? It would be interesting. It would be a huge fight for the sport, obviously. So I think that would be a lot of good. And also, in the back of my mind, I've been dying to see Masvidal versus McGregor as well. I think that fight obviously would deliver huge fireworks. We would see, two of the best strikers in the UFC go at it. And that would be a huge selling fight too, for as far as pay-per-views, for clicks, all that stuff across the board, bring a lot of good attention, and it would be a fun fight probably. So I would like to see McGregor Masvidal or McGregor Khabib. I don't know if we get to see any one of those, either one of those fights, probably not, but those are two fights that I wouldn't mind seeing put together.
Dude, I think McGregor and Masvidal, the time would be now. I think you could absolutely sell if McGregor goes out there and beats Poirier. You could absolutely sell Masvidal coming back down to 155. I'm sure he would cut that extra 15 pounds to get a McGregor fight if they wanted to do it at 155. I'm sure they do it at 170 pounds too. There's a lot of question marks regarding the title status as well at 155 pounds. We're seeing some conflicting reports now on Twitter saying that the McGregor and Poirier fight is going to be for the title. I think there's just a little bit of miscommunication going on with that right now. But yeah, you would have to do it now, because I did see reports out there about Masvidal potentially fighting Colby Covington next. And I don't think that's a good way to go for Masvidal if you want to continue to kind of squeeze this lemon that you made after that Ben Askren knockout. You lost a little bit of value when you lost to Usman, but if you lose again, I truly think that he loses that fire and that heat behind him. So yeah, I'm down for, I would rather have Conor Masvidal than Conor Khabib too, to be honest.
If I had to pick one of the two, I agree with you. I would probably pick, obviously, Masvidal and McGregor first over Khabib McGregor. But if we get Khabib McGregor, that would be fantastic as well. But yeah, out of the two. And I agree with you, man. The time is now. I hope they do match it, as soon as possible, if that's even a possibility. So I would love to see it.
And the second part of that initial question that I had, which champion do you think loses his title in 2021?
Oh, man. I guess off the top of my head, and I'm a big fan of Stipe. Obviously, he's an Ohio guy. There's a lot of, ties and roots there as well. So, and he's the greatest heavyweight of all time. But Ngannou, I think, is ready to probably claim that strap. You know what I mean? So the heavyweight division, I could see Ngannou finally getting that title shot. It's Stipe. Obviously, he could win again. Again, the greatest heavyweight of all time. Just phenomenal. And him getting the strap back from DC. That's another guy that we got to kind of mention that probably doesn't get enough credit, right? The stuff that he's, been throughout his career and his accomplishments. Stipe is the man for sure. But I think that's a tough fight. A rematch with Ngannou, especially the growth that we've seen with Ngannou recently, I think that's probably a guy that could probably dethrone the champ right now too as well. So I think that wouldn't shock me to see. Blachowicz, I don't know if he's going to be able to maintain that title for the whole year, right? I think that's another guy. Again, no disrespect to him, because he deserves to get that strap and the work that he's put in. But I would say between those guys, so the light heavyweight and the heavyweight titles, I think are the two most vulnerable maybe right now at the moment.
Yeah, light heavyweight definitely has a couple guys on the up and up. You got Reyes fighting Prochazka coming up, and that could potentially give us a number one contender. And a couple of Magomedov and Kalaev is another guy that's very live, and that light heavyweight division that could definitely take that strap for sure. I'm very, very high on him. And personally, I even put it on Twitter. I think by the end of 2022, Ankalaev probably will be the champ, depending on how many fights he's able to get in for these. As long as we don't get another Ion Cutelaba situation where they're just booking and rebooking and booking and rebooking, he should be able to. He should be in that title contention. Even if he's able to squeeze in like 3 fights in 2021, maybe that third fight is a title shot. The light heavyweight division, it's top heavy. And then once you really start to drop off from that top 10, it gets a little bit murky. So guys can really find themselves in that heavyweight or that title shot realm for sure. We are winding down here on the end of your segment at this point in time. One thing I do want to touch upon is, and I'm kind of drifting away from the rewatch portion of this stream because I'm having so much fun talking to these people. But I did personally say that my golden era of watching the UFC was between UFC 100 and UFC 199. I loved everything that transpired in that amount of time. That's where the UFC really took it up a notch too. I'm sure yourself as a MMA handicapper from back in the day, having to study only one fight or one card per month to now fight, covering 4 or 5 cards a month. It's been absolutely bananas. But is there one thing that really stands out to you between that UFC 100 to UFC 199 era that from a betting perspective? Like, let's do it this way. Is there a bet from that time frame that you're like, I can't believe I hit this, or, anything that stands out to you from a betting perspective in that era?
That's a good question.
Like, what's really changed, would you say, between then and now, other than the quantity of fights that we're getting?
I think the hunger for the sports books and, more so than anything, again, I don't know, this isn't exactly maybe the answer you're looking for, but I think, we're seeing it from every market, whether it's Europe, whether it's offshore in Vegas. We are seeing the sports books respect UFC and get involved and try to market, towards that niche group of, customer base or whatnot as well. So I just think the growth is remarkable. And we're seeing, 6 months ahead, we're seeing lines now. That didn't happen in the past, right? So I think that sort of thing stands out to me the most, where the hunger is there. People just want to see these fights. They want to see the lines get posted, and you know what I mean? And the growth of MMA betting in general just continues to kind of snowball. And, I saw from early, back in 2003, the end of 2003, early 2004, I saw what was to come in a way. Like I expected this to kind of blow up and be very popular, but it's actually gone to another level. And the thing is, this is still at the beginning, in my opinion. Now we're seeing all these media outlets and all, like ESPNs and UFC, for example. People are getting involved in the betting aspect, and they realize how important it is and how it can relate to the sport so well. And it kind of goes, ties in, just remarkable, right? So they're taking advantage of that. I think everybody, in the content is what people want. So all of the gambling aspect, to me, the growth of it is just remarkable. So I think that stands out the most. And between 100 and 199, obviously, there's been a ton of growth.
No, for sure. And I'm personally seeing the growth myself too. Like a couple of people that are like kind of newer to this MMA handicapping game, they're like, oh, you're so lucky that, you got in when you did. You're almost a pioneer at this point in time. I'm like, don't look at me. Look at guys like Nick and those guys who've been doing it for years. They are the pioneers. They are the ones who have been doing it forever and have the best base of welcoming these newer gambling fans, especially when it comes to the MMA world. Because on I believe every state now is slowly starting to legalize it. We're seeing the markets open up more. You're seeing all these headlines of all these states that are generating so much revenue from gambling that I expect every single state to eventually hop on board. And that only expands our reach as well too, in terms of people that we're catering to, giving betting advice to, and just trying to, to just continue to explode this market to get to even bigger points. Like I'm seeing my subscribers go up, my followers go up, and I'm sure you're seeing the same thing, because they're just newer and newer fans. And even in my live streams, I'm getting people in the comment section being like, hey, I just started watching MMA post-COVID because it was the only sports on, or now that it's legal in my state, I'm starting to watch it because I find it entertaining, and if I have a little bit of cheddar on it too, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit more entertaining for me as well, right? So I'm happy that we're at the state that we are. I can't wait to see it continuously grow, and I can't wait to see your start grow as much as it is too, dude, because you've put in the time. Like just for the viewers, the first time me and Nick spoke, we spoke on the phone for like 5 or 6 hours. We were just shooting the shit about like gambling and his work, dating back to as early as he's been doing it, all of the adventures and misadventures that he's been a part of. It's been a fun time. So I'm happy to have you a part of this with me, and have you as somebody that I can lean on for advice and anything going on in this world. So shout out to Nick for sure for all that. All right, so we're getting on the tail end of this. Please go ahead, input as you were going to.
No, I'd like to thank you, first of all, for all the kind words. Like you said, I know I've been around this sport for a while and in the business for a long time, but like you said, I think, we're still growing, and the people that are getting in now, it's never too late. And what's going on in the Twitter community and guys like yourself, it's remarkable, because there's so much knowledge to be shared and be found out there. There's so many good shows. The sport is just growing in that aspect, and there's a lot of good people that you could, get opinions from. And like I said, so there's definitely some respect that goes across the board, and I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see so many people that are doing well and making a living, right? Like yourself. It's a nice extra income for a lot of people to be able to go out there and bet the fights and actually enjoy it and make an extra amount of money, along the way by year's end, if you're successful at it, obviously. And it's kind of nice to see. So hats off to all you guys out there in the Twitterverse for MMA thriving right now. So I love it.
You definitely paved the way for us, so I'm very, very appreciative, and I'll always show respect to guys that have been in the game way longer than me. So on the back end here, is there anything that you want to plug yourself? Anything you want to let the viewers know about? Obviously, they can follow you at Fight Odds on Twitter. Is there anything else you want to plug, my guy?
Yeah, check out obviously MMAOddsbreaker.com for your weekly fight picks or whatnot. We have so much content, as you guys know, out there on MMA Oddsbreaker, and a lot of good staff and writers and podcasts are available there. Also, if you guys are in Las Vegas, the new Circa Las Vegas is downtown is fantastic. You guys have to come check it out. From Stadium Swim to obviously the world's biggest sports book inside. I mean, I'm telling you, man, you have to come check it out. It doesn't even, the photos don't do it justice, really. So Circa Sports in Las Vegas. If you're going to put your UFC action, come support us, and we gladly welcome you guys in if you haven't had an account of Circa Sports. So in Vegas, check out Circa Las Vegas and circasports.com.
Once the borders open up, I'll definitely be down in Vegas, and hopefully you can give me a little bit of a VIP treatment over there in Circa Sports.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
No doubt.
Right, Nick, I appreciate you hopping on. Everybody, make sure you guys go check him out, follow him, and check out MMA Oddsbreaker as well too. Probably the go-to sports for MMA betting stuff. They've been around for a while now, and have a great reputation for it as well too, and headed by my guy Nick as well too. So how can you go wrong? All right, Nick, appreciate you hopping on. We'll definitely do something together in 2021, and I'm really looking forward to a great new year, and I hope you have a great new year as well, brother.
Likewise. Thank you guys, and happy holidays to everybody. Thanks. I'm glad to be on here. Thank you.
See you, Nick.
Have a good day.
All right, that was Nick Kalikas, again from MMA Oddsbreaker. You guys also have seen him on UFC on the line on Fight Pass as well. He's all over the place. An amazing dude. Really love chopping it up with him, and I hope I get to do a little bit more live streaming and some video content with him as well too. All right, let's keep the train moving. We got my guy Just Bleed MMA coming in here. What's going on, Bleed?
Not much, man. How are you doing? Hope the holidays have treated everybody well. Happy to hop on, talk to my man, Manpreet. What's up, man?
Dude, anytime I'm on a stream with you, I just got to be like, let him host. Just let him host. Just take over my spot for this stream right now and just host the show, right?
Hey, listen, this is your thing, man. This is the time where I get to sit back and be not host. You know what I mean?
Twiddle your thumbs and shit.
Yeah, exactly, man. Talk to the chat, whatever's going on. No, man, I was just watching the stream though, man. You bringing me in after Nick Kalikas. Wow. Loving it.
You got big shoes to fill, my man. So.
I know it. I better bring the heat.
For sure. So this has slowly transformed from a rewatch stream to a just catch up with everybody and let's talk some shit. So that's what we're gonna do here. Mostly recapping 2020, looking forward to 2021 from a betting perspective, from a fan perspective. But let's start off with the betting perspective first and foremost. So the first question that I'm posing to all the cappers on here, is the one that you can gloat about the most. What's your best bet of 2020? What's the one that you look back on and you're like, I'm happy that I made this bet? And whether it's because the public was against me or it's the one that I was most confident in, what's the one that you're like, this is the one?
Well, you know what, man? Honestly, I haven't done a lot of retrospective thought about betting it, which I know is crazy because the year's over. We've had a whole card off. But the one that really leaps out at me, and you know what? Go ahead and pat yourself on the back as well. When the whole squad, man, when we all backed Glover Teixeira as a plus 200 underdog, I tell people, man, and it's like, it's one of these things, you're on the show, The Final Weigh-In, right? I guess let's shout out our Friday gig, right? The Final Weigh-In, odds.com, odds HQ. I thought I was going to be real sneaky and come on there and back the big underdog, right? And I said, maybe one or two of the guys will back me as well. We'll see how it plays out. I knew it was going to be a close fight. Everybody saw two clear path to victories in that spot, right? But man, we came on, all four of us were on Glover, just too much value. Look what Glover's done. Look at how he matches up with Thiago. That's the one that jumps out to me the most, man, and when we have a full consensus underdog, on that show, I mean, we're cashing those so regularly. It's just, I don't know a bigger green light than when I come on and, you, Guru, and Cody are all backing the same guy as me. It's a no-brainer. It makes it an automatic bet, especially when we're talking about such juiced up odds. That's the one for me, man. Glover Teixeira plus 200. I hit it hard. I was confident. Don't get me wrong. The fight was a total sweat, but at the same time, when you know Glover Teixeira, you know that's how that fight was going to play out. I think at some point, somebody probably mentioned, listen, Glover Teixeira just needs to get the fight to the ground, whether it be Thiago knocking him down, which is how it played out, right? I mean, eats massive shots, takes the big damage. Thiago jumps on him. Worst thing he could do. I mean, it's just, come on, man, right? Sure enough, Glover gets on top, puts in the work, finishes the fight. Glover Teixeira plus 200 underdog. Cashes, I'm not going to say with ease, but I just think that fight played out pretty much how anyone who was backing Glover assumed it would. You know what I mean? So that's the one for me.
No, I absolutely love that spot. And the interesting thing is I had that same perspective of you as when we were going into that stream where I'm like, I can't wait to drop Glover Teixeira on these motherfuckers because they have no idea what I'm going to be dropping this. And it's also because the week before, if I'm not mistaken, we were all in agreement on pretty much every single pick. There was one of those cards where we're like, this is not a good card for betting, but we all agreed on the same freaking picks. So when that Glover fight came up with Thiago, I'm like, all right, we got one that I'm sure we're going to have differing opinions on, but look at us, sharp as hell, all on the same side.
That's how it goes, man. You know what I mean? Great spot. That's one thing that I really love about the show we do on Friday is, there's times where I'll come in with, a pick or a bet that I'm like, fairly confident in. I mean, obviously you love it when everyone backs, they're on it till you go, okay, I've analyzed this. I'm not overlooking anything. But then the other side of the coin is too, you'll have a fight that you feel fairly confident in, you'll chime in, Guru will chime in, Cody will chime in, and, they'll bring up some other red flags, some other exponents to a fight that you say to yourself, you know what? I might have been undervaluing this scenario. I might have been overlooking a specific aspect, and it can kind of back you off. You know what I mean? If anything, you don't necessarily have to say, I'm not going to bet this anymore, but, maybe you back down the unit sizing, stuff like that. And honestly, we've had, especially in the recent fights, the last few cards, we had a couple spots like that where I felt a little overly confident, kind of took a step or two back, reeled back a little bit once I got, once we picked everybody else's brain. And sure enough, man, those concerns came to light. So, it's great. I feel like we've got probably, and again, I don't want to pat myself or even you or Cody or Guru too much on the back, but we've got a really good thing going, kind of like a hive mind, if you will, where we just, when our powers combined, I am Captain Planet. You know what I mean? Like when we're all on the same page, it's a great feeling. When we're not all on the same page, there's probably a good reason for that too. So from a strategic standpoint, I feel like we kind of have a one-of-a-kind thing going, and man, it's been great, and I can't wait to kick off 2021 with you guys. You guys thought we were hammering, you guys thought we were doing some things in 2020. 2021, I have a very good feeling, man. I think we're going to go out there, I think we're going to kill it. The game has changed, right? 2020, we had so many different scenarios, not just from a capper's perspective, from a betting perspective, but from the fighters themselves, the training camps, everything. The game has changed. It's different now. And I think 2020 was that learning curve, right? Where we figured out what makes sense, what doesn't. We've got trends now, we've got data. And I think moving into 2021, where we're going to be in a similar scenario, hopefully a return, a little bit more of a normalization where we get back to the good old days. But I'll keep it real, man. I don't see things being, the way they were early 2020 or 2019 for a while. I think this is going to be a ripple effect. I think we're going to see the sport shift for the next 2021, maybe even into 2022. Who knows? I mean, the old world we might never have that again. It might always be this kind of wishy-washy, where we have to put in the work and figure out every specific guy. Are they getting in the training? Are they at the training camp? Is this camp shut down? Is this gym shut down? Are people allowed to train in this state? I mean, from a research perspective, man, we had to put in so much extra time. I think the social media aspect became far more important this year, just to get a read on, is a guy getting in that good training? Who's he training with? Where's he at? All that stuff. I mean, would you agree with me on that?
No, I absolutely agree. There's so many differences now in terms of guys taking abbreviated training camps. Like more often than not, we see fighters that are, getting fights booked 3 months in advance. But now you're getting guys like 6 weeks, 5 weeks. You know, I mean, they don't get that much time to really go in there, and especially talking about guys like Kevin Holland, who's fighting like every other weekend. I mean, there's just so many other things that we need to take into consideration. How much of an effect is going to happen on their training camp, whether they're able to go travel to Tiger Muay Thai or having to stay home and training out of the garage. Those are all things that we have to take into consideration here with this COVID era. One thing I did want to touch on, which you spoke about earlier, is the having me, you, Guru, and Cody on Friday nights and kind of seeing how that affects our thinking, whether we want to bet on somebody, whether we don't want to bet on somebody, whether we should scale back the units or put more units on them. The one time that it truly came to me where I'm like, okay, this is going to have an effect on my betting, was the Marcin Tybura and Greg Hardy fight this past week, where I was on the fence about betting Marcin Tybura. I don't know why I wasn't taking that full step. But once I spoke to you guys, we had that stream, everybody had their opinions. I felt even more confident on that side, and I ended up going and making that bet. And luckily it worked out for me. You know, it's not always going to be that way, but I feel that effect definitely coming. And that was the one time where I truly felt it have that initial nudge where it's just like, all right, do it. You got the confirmation.
Dude, I could not agree with you more. I mean, you're literally taking the words out of my mouth. You know, Earlier in the week, I picked Marcin Tybura. A lot of people told me I was crazy. I mean, go look at the comments on my channel from that week. I had people telling me, you know, Greg Hardy goes through Tybura like a hot knife through butter. Greg Hardy, future champion. Greg Hardy this, Greg Hardy that. I'm like, guys,
block that person.
Hey, guys, no, we're not going to name any names here. It did happen though. But dude, you nailed it right there. Marcin Tybura as the slight underdog to Greg Hardy. I felt like he should be the slight favorite. The experience factor was there. I came into that spot thinking, you, Guru, Cody, somebody was probably going to end up taking Greg Hardy, and I would have understood it. But again, it was one of those times, full capper consensus. We all four saw Tybura. I was on the fence just as you were. And sure enough, that was enough of a confidence boost to let me lay the money to bet Marcin Tybura. Little shaky in the first round, but man, the adjustments were made going into that second round. We knew Greg Hardy doesn't have staying power, right? Greg Hardy in a second and third round, nowhere near as dangerous in that first. Tybura does the damn thing. I mean, I think we all knew Tybura just needed to get that fight to the ground. He was going to put in the work. Tybura takes it to the ground, makes it look easy. Man, what a spectacular spot. That's one that I absolutely owe you guys a debt of gratitude for helping me pull the trigger on. So yeah, man, great example. And I'm with you fully. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Yeah, I was hoping that Tybura would have delayed the beating a little bit more because I had a round prop on that fight as well. But it is what it is. At least we cashed the main money on Tybura there. All right, so we talked about the best bet. Let's talk about the worst bet. What's one that in hindsight you're like, why the fuck did I make that bet?
That's real easy. Antonio Arroyo on the last card. I mean, literally, that was the only straight bet I lost on this last card. Guru and Cody sounded the alarms. You know what I mean? And I just didn't listen, man. Don't get me wrong. I listened and I agree with their points, but I still felt like Arroyo would have to come out there and put on such a bum performance to lose that fight. And my man, bum's not the word. Okay. That dude was, I don't even know if we can call it takedown defense. I felt like every time Deron Wynn got in on a double, he was just laying down, accepting it. So, I want to be mad at myself, but I'm equally as mad at Arroyo. Terrible bet. Like I said, definitely the worst bet I had on this last card. Just a total whiff. We should have known, man. Arroyo taking the fight on short notice. The guy's never had cardio. It is what it is, but the takedown defense, absolutely mind-blowing out of Arroyo. What are you going to do? I've learned my lesson. Arroyo putting him deep into the fade zone. I'm still not high on Deron Wynn. Deron Wynn went out there, fought his path to victory, which we've got to give him all the props for, right? Went out there, did what he needed to do, fought to his strengths. I'm just still not sold on the guy. It is what it is, though. What are you going to do? I take full responsibility. Take it on the chin. Antonio Arroyo, you did me dirty. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Antonio Hoyo, you ain't fooling me again, son.
I don't even know if we'll see him in the UFC anymore, to be honest, because this is 2 straight now where he's lost to Andre Muniz, and now obviously this fight to Duran Win. Don't worry, I'll make you feel better. My worst bet of 2020 has got to be taking Joe Duffy at heavy odds against Joel Alvarez, and losing via guillotine choke. Probably the worst way you could lose a bet, if I'm not mistaken. Like that's got to be other than getting robbed by the judges, losing to a half-assed guillotine choke after you're the one going for the takedown. Probably the worst way to lose a bet, especially at that minus 280 odds or whatever the fuck I bet him at. And that was one of my worst reads of all time. Easily of all time, one of my worst reads. All right, this is one that I've had a couple of the last guests. They've had to think about this one a little bit more. So I'll let you know what mine is, but then you can let me know what yours is. What's the spot that you regret passing on in 2020? For me, it was passing on a Holly Holm against Irene Aldana. I was tooting the Holly Holm horn the whole week. And then when it came down to putting the chips on the table, I wasn't able to do it. What about you?
Man, I'm probably going to need some time to think about this one because 2020, one of the biggest changes that I felt the need to make in retrospect of 2019, one of the big things that I switched up from going into 2020 that I tried to leave behind in 2019 is 2019, I felt like I left a lot of money on the table. There were a multitude of really, really good spots that I kind of had maybe like one touch of hesitation, but I was like, 9/10 of the way there, feeling confident on the play. And I let a lot of those go by me, man. And a lot of those ended up being really good, solid bets that I didn't pull the trigger on. The one that stands out the most to me would have been Korean Zombie versus Frankie Edgar. I felt very confident in Korean Zombie. I felt like he was going to win that fight. I didn't pull the trigger. And I know that's 2019. I'm honestly struggling to think of any spot in 2020. I know they're out there. There's a bunch of them. I just felt like I did a much better job pulling the trigger this year. Man, I'm trying to think here. What in the last few weeks did I let go by me that I really shouldn't have?
I'll let you think about it a little bit more. But the reason I was saying the Holm and Aldana fight is I even said it on our weigh-in show. I compared Wonderboy Thompson and Jeff Neal to that fight in terms of the mold, where you have a proven striker, a proven veteran going up against a young up-and-comer who's made their name mostly off of knocking dudes out or knocking women out or whatever it is. But they had never fought a striker like a Holly Holm or a Wonderboy Thompson. So I was not letting that pass me by this time when I bet on Wonderboy Thompson. Thankfully for me, a lot of people were saying, even who passed on the fight or had bet on Jeff Neal a minute into that fight, they're like, fuck, what was I thinking? Of course, this is how this fight's going to play out. And that's exactly how it played out. A quintessential Wonderboy Thompson fight, just as how the Anthony Pettis fight would have played out on Wonderboy Thompson and Anthony Pettis. That's how it was going for 9 minutes before he got knocked out at the ending of that second round. So Wonderboy Thompson is still capable of those types of performances, just as they showed against Vicente Luque before this Jeff Neal fight. You know what I mean? That's why I was like, okay, this is another Holly Holm situation. I'm taking the shot here. And luckily for me, it paid off. So, it sucks passing on winning bets, but then obviously it's great when you pass on a losing bet.
Oh,
right?
boy. It's the best. Hey, listen, I like to tell people, man, passing on a bad bet brings as much value as betting on a winning bet. You know what I mean? It is. Money in your pocket is as good as money won. You know what I mean? It's true. And, it's paralysis by analysis, right? And I felt like 2019, I suffered from that quite a bit. I felt like I needed just overwhelming confidence to pull the trigger. 2020, I got a little bit looser. And all in all, man, I got to say, I think it paid off, Don't get me wrong. I'm sure I pulled the trigger on a couple spots, Ahoyo being one of them where, there was danger there, but I went for it. But all in all, I think it was honestly a good strategy overall. But, man, I'm still struggling to think of this spot in 2020, man. I really can't think of anything. I'd have to really look into it. I think it was probably... I'm sure I missed out on a couple earlier in the year, but I don't know, man. I can't think of one. They're out there though. I'm not saying I pulled the trigger on every bet that I wanted. That's for sure. They're out there. I just can't think of any off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take off the betting cap. Let's put on the fan cap now. What's your favorite moment of 2020 in respects to MMA? Whether it's a fight, an announcement, a loss, whatever the hell it is. What was your favorite moment of 2020 that really sticks out to you the most?
Man, what's right off the top of my head, probably, and I don't know if it's a moment, I'm going to call it a phenomenon. Khamzat Chimaev. Okay. And I know this might be fairly unpopular. By the way, Khamzat Chimaev, I believe, was just voted the 2020 Fighter of the Year, right? Now, I'm a Khamzat Chimaev backer fully. Huge fan. Love the guy from the jump. Love the attitude. Love the trash talk. I just love it all, right? I'm sorry, man. Khamzat did not deserve that. I think Kevin Holland needs to get that. But I just needed to throw that out there before I talk about Khamzat. But for me, and here's why I love the Khamzat Chimaev deal, right? You know, he's one of these guys, old Eastern Bloc, you know, comes from that same general area of the world as, you know, your Habibs, whatnot, you know, rocking the Dagestani beard, even though he is the Chechen Wolf, right? For me, I feel like he's going to be the perfect bridge from the Habib era to what I'm hoping is going to be the Chimaev era, right? Habib has now left the sport. I'm hoping that Khamzat can take over, you know, take that fan base and carry it into a new era. Don't get me wrong, we hear rumblings. It sounds like maybe Habib comes back for one more. I'm leaning towards probably not. But Khamzat Chimaev, man, I really do feel like we've got something here. I think this guy's a monster. I think he's a beast. I know he hasn't necessarily gone up against the best level of competition, right? But the amount of people that were backing Gerald Meerschaert, though, I was in retro. And don't get me wrong, before the fight going into it, I can understand the argument, but the way that fight played out, kind of hilarious, right? But for me, yeah, I think it's Khamzat. I'm very, very excited to see what this guy is going to bring. A 2-division fighter, a guy that turns down nobody, a guy that says he'll smash everybody, brother, and he'll do it all in the same night, right? And honestly, up to this point, I'm starting to believe him. You know, I will say this though, man.
How can you not?
Right? I mean, he's only gone. I mean, the guy's literally only got more impressive. Just when you think he's going to take Gerald Meerschaert down and smash him, a 1-punch KO standing, and you're like, okay, what can't this guy do, right? But here's what I'm saying, man. It's going to be an absolutely, probably the biggest step up in UFC history. I was thinking about this the other day. Joe Soto coming into the UFC and taking on championship level TJ Dillashaw is probably going to be the biggest leap in competition that a guy's ever taken.
Yeah.
But number 2 is probably going to be Khamzat going from Gerald Meerschaert to Leon Edwards. My goodness, this guy's jumping the queue by just leaps and bounds. And I mean, you beat Leon Edwards, you're knocking on the door to a title shot. I mean, that could be, if the UFC wants it to be, a number 1 contenders fight. Personally, if he beats Leon, I'd like to see him fight one more top contender. Then let's do a title shot, just because it has been such a whirlwind, so crazy. But I think he's going to beat Leon. I think, you know, when you look at Leon's weaknesses, it's going to be the grapplers. You know, look at his record. The loss to Kamaru Usman. And I think Khamzat knows that. I think it'd be a massive strategic error for him to go out there and try to fight Leon Edwards on the feet, right? I think he's going to take him down. I think he's going to smash. I'm all on board for the Khamzat Chimaev train. So for me, my moment of 2020 is I'm going to call it the emergence of Khamzat Chimaev.
I like that take for sure. The funny thing is, every time I look back on Chimaev, I always overlook the Meerschaert fight for some reason, because I always think about the Reese McKee and the John Phillips fights, because those ones stick out to me so as much as they do. I guess the Meerschaert one was what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds or something. Just absolutely starts him really quickly, so we don't really get to see too much in that, other than, okay, Chimaev has some power. I mean, that's definitely what we found in that. But the difference here with Chimaev and any other fighter that's kind of taken the UFC by storm, like I wanted almost compare him to Conor in the sense of like everybody's all over this guy right now. But the difference between Conor and Chimaev is Chimaev has the most definitive path to victory in MMA, which is high-level wrestling and serious ground and pound. Whereas Conor, he's waiting for that pinpoint accurate strike to put you out or whatever else he needed to do to capture victory in his UFC fights. Whereas Chimaev, you know that he's going to be able to go out there and take these guys down. But we need to see him against higher level of competition now. That's where this Leon Edwards fight gets so interesting. Because if he had this Edwards fight back on December 19th, like he was originally supposed to do it, you can absolutely make a case for him to be fighter of the year if he had come out victorious there. Coming in to the UFC in July, springing off 4 wins, capping it off with the biggest victory over Leon Edwards and potentially putting yourself in title contention. How can you not say that's the fighter of the year, right? But unfortunately, we don't get that. Luckily, though, we do see him in January 20th, where he is going to be fighting Leon Edwards once again. And you are right, where he could absolutely be in title contention with the victory over Edwards here. Edwards originally scheduled to fight Tyron Woodley before this whole COVID situation happens. If he won that fight, he's probably a number 1 title contender, right? Because if you had Gilbert Burns fight Woodley post-COVID, and now he's getting a title shot. You know what I mean? People are just getting title shots off of Woodley at this point in time. So, I'm really looking forward to the emergence of Chimaev as well, too. And we can definitely tell that this is a once-in-a-lifetime-ish type of fighter or once-in-a-generation-ish type of fighter, given the way he's going out there and just absolutely dummying these guys. Now, it will be confirmed if he's able to pass the test, which is Leon Edwards next.
Right.
I'm personally staying away from that fight. I want to see a little bit more questions answered from Chimaev, especially his cardio. That's my main issue with these fighters. That's why I stayed away from the Edmund Shabazians of the world, because I saw chinks in their armor in terms of the cardio, and it paid off for me last time betting against him with Derek Brunson. I'm not betting Leon Edwards in this spot at plus money, but that's the spot that I'm looking at in terms of I want to see this chink in Chimaev's armor, and Edwards might be the guy that actually gives us that chink or shows us that he has those deficiencies, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I got to say this. Let me leave you with this caveat. Absolutely. I'm not going to be surprised if Leon Edwards wins that fight. Leon Edwards is very, very, very good. Massive step up. This is the real test, man. If you can beat Leon Edwards, and if you can beat Leon Edwards dominantly, man, you're championship level in my book. I mean, Leon Edwards, look at the losses. He's only lost to the absolute best of the best. And even some of those fights are years ago. He's a much better fighter now. Again, I'm not going to be surprised if Leon pulls it out, but I'm taking Chimaev. I'm going to ride Chimaev. I believe that he is our next Khabib Nurmagomedov, but it's cage fight, man. Anybody can be KO'd. Anybody can be submitted. Freak injuries. You know what I'm saying? All this stuff can happen. Nobody except my man Khabib avoids that first L in this sport. So that's how I feel about it. So can't wait for the fight, man. So happy we're gonna get a Wednesday night Chimaev versus Edwards card. It's gonna be a banger.
It looks like a really good card too, for sure. All right, we're getting out the end of this segment with you, so I do want to give you the platform. However, people can reach you, how they can find you, and how they can find your work. Let the people know.
Yeah, man. Well, hey, you can find me on all the social medias, even TikTok. No, I'm just kidding. I thought about being the first guy to get into the TikTok game as far as UFC predictions go. Turns out it wasn't a good idea. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, man, Instagram, Twitter. What else, man? Who knows? I mean, Patreon. I got it all at this point. But the main one, man, YouTube. Just Bleed MMA. It says it right here under my face. You can see it. Check out the channel. What do we do? Predictions every Tuesday we drop. Who knows when I'm going to be dropping these next cards, because we have 3 in a week.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, come check it out. And of course, check us out together on the Friday show on Odds HQ and odds.com.
Yes, you can find us every Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern. But we'll have to figure out this upcoming stretch where we have 3 cards in like 7 or 8 days. So we'll have to figure out the scheduling there. But you guys can always find me and Bleed over there on Odds. It's a great time we have over there, especially with Guru and Cody as well too. Bleed, I appreciate you taking time out of your holidays to join me for this. I really appreciate it. Happy New Year, and I hope 2021 is a very profitable one for you.
Hey, man, I will accept no defeat. 2021, man, we're just going to smash it, man. The crew I have around me, the sharp minds, including yourself, that, I have the privilege to pick, to, get the insight of, to, look at strategic angles. I don't know how I could lose. You know what I mean? It's just when you have so much brain power, around you that you take advantage of, it's just great. So big thanks to you, man. Big thanks to the rest of the guys, everybody. Can't wait to see what 2021 brings us. But man, I'm telling you what, I think we've got a phenomenal year ahead of us. The UFC continues to grow. This game continues to grow. You know, channels like yours, mine, everybody. I just see tremendous growth. It is a privilege to be involved in this sport. It is a privilege to be able to come on here, talk about UFC, MMA, and hang out with some great dudes while we're doing it. And man, get paid doing it. It's just unbelievable, man, that where we've come from to where we are. Keeping it simple, this is a dream come true, man. I mean, let's keep it legitimate. We're out here doing what we love. Most people, this is like their free time, their entertainment, their joy. We're out here getting paid for it, my man. What else could you ask for? Living the dream. That's just all there is to it. And we're going to keep living the dream into 2021, no doubt.
Absolutely. I appreciate it, Bleed. I'll see you for this first card whenever we schedule that. I believe January 15th is the next time I'll see you.
Hey, whenever I see you, we'll see you, man. Thank you so much for having me on, and thanks for the peeps watching.
Perfect. See you, Bleed. All right. That was my man, Just Bleed MMA. As you guys know, we always do the odds stream together every Friday night before the fights. So make sure you guys check us out on that. He's a great dude, really building up his channel and doing great things for the MMA community. So I'm always happy to chop it up with him as well. All right, let's keep the train moving. I got a nice big guest up for you guys next. Let me just tweet this thing out so we can get people excited. Just as I am, we got my man, Craig Allen, from Fight Night Picks with the beautiful Christmas sweater on still. Not letting Raptors. I love that. I love that you're not letting the Christmas spirit leave us, even though we're 2 or 3 days removed from it. How's it going, dude?
It's going good. I mean, first time really chatting outside of the DMs, so that's nice. And it's been a good break as far as the Raps are concerned. It is what it is, but I mean, with the absence of the UFC, NFL, NBA really kicking off. So I've been having a good end of the year, with the last UFC card, parlaying it into this. It's been pretty good.
Personally, I feel a little bit burned out. You're another solid YouTube creator and content creator that knows the grind. Since July, since UFC 251, we've had 25 cards, not one weekend off. So yeah, mom, yeah, dad, yeah, girlfriend, wife, we're busy. I'm sure you felt on your side.
Oh man, we actually did. We took off. Which card was it? It was the second or third to last card. I mean, you talk about burnout. You do start to get into that territory, and I mean, we took it off, and then we decided, you know what? Let's do something fun. We're gonna get pretty bored that week. Let's at least have some fun with it. So we did a little bit about Roy Jones and Mike Tyson, and holy smokes, let me tell you, I won't do that again. Oh, man, people hated it. I thought it was fun. It was something different. But, people got upset. I mean, the picks went really well. I think we had a clean sweep on the card. So there was money to be made there, I guess, except for the draw in the main event. But, MMA fans are not happy about that one. Rightfully so, I guess.
So you always got to do the trial and error thing. You got to take chances because you don't know what's really going to take off, right? So, and speaking of taking chances, you and your brother have absolutely been killing it on the whole YouTube game. I kind of want to get a brief origin story in terms of how you guys came upon this idea and just how you've gotten to where you have.
I mean, it's funny because before I came on the show, I was just kind of having a chat in the DMs with another young fellow in the MMA space who kind of was asking some questions as to, what's going to happen in the future, what's kind of the plans with the channel, which kind of brings me to today where we're at. We're Fight Night Picks, it's in the name, and we do fight picks, but it's definitely not where we started. So we started with about a 2-hour long podcast twice a week where I just kind of talk into computer screen and drone on about LFA prelims and fights that nobody cared about and ACB fights at the time. It was 2 years ago when we started. So it kind of went from that. It evolved. I brought in another Canadian out of Ontario, and we started to do daily radio shows. Then we started to do more podcasts. Then we went on YouTube eventually. And then when that kind of fizzled out into 2019, it was like, well, what's next? We're talking about fight previews. People like the picks. Let's try to actually make some fight picks. And it was one of those things where I was always hesitant. Yourself, Guru, anybody that's out there, not hesitant at all about the picks. You stand behind them, you're not worried. But I always had this little voice in my ear saying, you put yourself out there, you're out there for good. It could be fighters, fight fans, gamblers. They're going to get upset if you make the wrong pick. And hey, you're going to make the wrong picks. You're never going to be perfect 100%, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you haven't, I know I have, and it's been more of a recent thing. A lot of those fighters do watch those picks, and they will come after you in the DMs. And it was like a late 2020 thing where it started to happen, and it's so weird. So to kind of answer that, 2019 into 2020, it just went insane. 2020 was kind of a crazy year for the YouTubes. We're starting to get back into what we normally do, and it's different from a lot of the prediction channels out there. I mean, we're not really hitting on many of the props. We're just straight up making the picks. On some of the live shows, we might get more into some of those details. But again, bringing out the podcast, bringing out the shows again, really rounding out the channel. That's kind of what we're doing there now. So a little bit different from the rest of the crew, I guess.
It's funny that you brought up the whole UFC fighters coming on your YouTube channel. I'll say it. I had I didn't pick. Well, I did pick against this guy, but I didn't bet against him. I had Sasha Palatnikov come onto my channel.
Oh yeah.
Say, you ragging on me. You pick Luis Cosi. You don't know nothing. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, where were you before the fight? You know what I mean? Talk to me before the fight.
He came on ours as well, and had a couple of comments underneath. But the one thing that I really did appreciate, there was one comment, and this is going to sound like a tire pump, but it was, you guys really did your research. And then right after that, he put another comment, but you're definitely wrong about it. Yeah, I was wrong about it. I mean, I was wrong about plenty of fights this year.
Of course. We're not going to be right all the time. If we're right all the time, we'd be gajillionaires by this point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Yeah.
I actually work with his manager as well too. So I was telling his manager, I'm like, "Hey, this is what you guys said." And he goes, "Yeah, he has a bit of a chip on his shoulder." I'm like, "Okay, I get it, I understand." So in terms of 2020 really being like a turning point, I felt like you can absolutely say 2020 is a turning point for you guys as well in terms of your popularity and exposure. I gotta say the same for myself too, because I was able to put in more time. Like I have a 9-to-5, and I was commuting to my 9-to-5, and I'm sure if you've been to Toronto before, you know that's not a fun thing to do, to have to commute from just outside Toronto to into Toronto and then back out to your home. I'm spending 2.5 to 3 hours a day just commuting alone, right? So that really cut into my time of being able to research, being able to edit, do produce content, whatever it is. So do you think, like, it's so weird to say, but I say COVID-19 was nothing but positive for me. One, I didn't know anybody that was affected by it, like directly. Nobody died from it. Nobody contracted it. But in terms of being nothing but good for me, it's allowed me to spend more time on this craft that I have of creating YouTube content, researching fights, doing interviews, whatever it is. Could you say the same for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, ask my wife what she thinks of it. We'd have to see what she says. But I mean, for myself and for young Matt Allen, yeah, it's definitely been a bonus. I mean, for him, kind of getting away from what he was doing for work and working for us full time later on in the year, that was one of the major changes that we were able to make this year, just based on the growth. But for myself, I kind of took a bit of a promotion halfway through the year. And of course, you can't really travel. Fortunate for myself, I guess, out here in New Brunswick and even in the Maritimes, I know we had an Atlantic bubble that kind of fizzled out, but we haven't really been affected so much by COVID-19. So it's been a little fast and loose compared to the rest of Canada with the regulations and rules. I guess because we implemented them so early too. But all that to say, yeah, it's given me a lot more time. I mean, I get to work on the Premiere Pro skills. Like, I didn't know how to use Premiere Pro until the tail end of last year. The Photoshops, the whole Adobe, I guess, cluster of apps, that really helped out a lot. And I think that's kind of hopefully showed this year with some of the videos that we have.
No, for sure. You guys have been making strides. Absolutely. Easily one of the better fight picks channels that we have out there. You guys put the time in, you guys put the quality in, and you put the work in. Is it safe to say that you guys are almost like a one-stop shop for everything? Like you're saying, you do the editing, you do the photoshopping. Is that all you?
Yeah, it is. I mean, even with Matt coming on full time, yeah.
You say it so exhaustively.
Wow. I mean, so kind of what we've done, a bit of a backstory. It used to be the two of us talking. We have a picture up next to us of the fights. We go through every single detail, pop up the picks at the end, and that's the end of the video. And I mean, it's great, it's neat, it's fun. But people always wanted more. So we started to add more into stats and then more into graphics. And then it turned from, Sunday afternoon to all of Sunday. And then Monday night, you're doing your picks, you're doing your tape study over the weekend. So it's gotten a little bit more, I wouldn't say exhaustive, but you know what I mean? More intensive. the later the year went along. But yeah, I mean, that's what I enjoy, even in making up those graphics, you're going to pick up on some of those numbers. And that was always the thing for me. Like, I guess, I'd love to ask you some of these questions, but for me, getting into this when I was a kid, I was always memorizing the stats on the back of baseball cards and hockey cards. And that's where it's really translated for me into this, is if I can remember a lot of those numbers and talk about them, it definitely helps out quite a bit. So all that kind of in the end of the year as the package that we've been able to give out, it's definitely grown quite a bit in that regard. But yeah, it is a lot of work.
For sure.
And then it sucks when you're wrong. When you put in all that work and then you get laughed at the end. Oh, well.
Yeah, all the YouTube comments eventually start to add up, and you're just like, where were you on my good weeks? Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But nothing feels better when you get like that one pick that everybody's so against. Like for me personally, the one that I think of that happened most recently, Gavin Tucker over Billy Quarantillo. I mean, everybody seemed to be on Billy Q that night. But like once I make that pick and get that feedback of, well, you're crazy, you're just picking him because you're Canadian. I'm like, no, I'm watching the fight, and this is what my interpretation of what I feel this fight's going to play out like, and it worked out for me. And those people don't come back to your channel and be like, "Oh shit, you were right." They don't do that. I'm sure that first time you get thousands of comments on your channel, right? So I'm sure you see some of those things. Some people come back, some people don't.
And I mean, that was the thing. We started the year off, and again, we were below 1,000 subscribers. You didn't really get a whole lot in terms of comments, or we weren't generating a lot of comments at the time. And as it slowly progressed, my record was great at the start of the year. It was decent in the summer. And then at the end of the year, it started to kind of teeter right off. Whereas Matt Allen just took right off. He had a bad start to the year, took off at the end of the year. So I looked terrible for the last 5 or 6 weeks of the year. I looked awful. And there were a lot of people that were new to the channel that thought, this guy talks a lot and doesn't know a damn thing about MMA. Who is he? Get rid of him. And then at the end of the year, I was able to make up for it on the last card. So it kind of worked out, I guess. You can cap it off, and it was a little bit positive. But to your point, and I listened to the conversation before I came on, man, I hate to toot my horn, but Joel Alvarez against Joe Duffy, I hit that one so hard. So that was the one. Joel Alvarez, the Derek Minner fight against TJ Laramie. You talk about Canadians. I had Minner in that one. And of course, there's some decent sized underdogs that I didn't hit on. There's some big favorites I was so wrong on. I mean, there's a few, and again, hate to cut into your questions. Agapova over Dobson. I went so hard on Agapova. It's not even funny. And I mean, obviously, there wasn't a lot of value in the odds, but I went hard on Agapova. Totally wrong there. The card that really sucked, though, for us, and we still get, like, I get a comment today on this one, was the card that had Tyler Santos, Molly McCann, and Marcia Casey and Fazeev.
Yeah.
Again, to steal from the name of your channel. People are always looking for a lock of the night, right?
Yeah.
So they go, what's the lock of the night? Hands down, Molly McCann. And I shouted it from the mountains. And then Marcia Casey was going to beat Fazeev. Hands down. And we rode those two so hard just to be wrong. And yeah, you definitely get to hear about it. Rightfully so.
For sure. And I do want to touch on the brand that I have, the MMA Lock of the Night thing. Like, I know it's so taboo to even use the L word, but I'm like, it's just a fucking word, guys. Like it's my interpretation of saying this is the bet that I feel most confident in tonight.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by this. I don't mean like, yes, for sure it's going to hit. But even if you look at my Twitter bio, my Instagram bio, anything, I don't hide from any of my losses. And I let everybody know that this is my record on my Lock of the Night plays. Whether you feel comfortable with that, great. If you don't, great. I don't care. You're watching me make my predictions, and you're taking my information with a grain of salt or whatever the hell you want to do, right? That's what I mean by this. So when people get ticked off by the word lock, just like, guys, grow up. It's a fucking word at the end of the day, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's one that, like, even thinking about Molly McCann, Tyler Santos, it just makes me hesitate a little bit because, again, I rode that so hard. And I mean, even looking back recently, you talk about the biggest losses of the year. My biggest loss and feeling so confident on a fighter was Daniel Pineda and Cub Swanson. I made the mistake of riding Glover Teixeira really hard against Thiago Santos. Not that was a mistake. It worked out great, right? That was awesome. but I made the same assumptions of Cub Swanson coming back in terms of, ACL surgery. He's over 35. It's going to affect him. He's been on a decline, hasn't finished anybody since Seaver. And for Daniel Pineda, I mean, he beat our guy, Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, up here in Canada, Jeremy Kennedy, and Haibulaev and Burns, and he's just going to run through Cub Swanson. And I just looked at the fight tape going, holy crap, like this guy, I'm putting him on every parlay. I'm going to just sprinkle some cash on just a straight bet on Daniel Pineda. And I had friends asking me, what's the best bet? Pineda. I can't remember who the other two that I went with off that card. And I said, throw Pineda on there, good value, go with them. And that was bad.
That's it. That happens though. Like I was very confident in Abdul Razak Al Hassan against Chaos Williams. I'm like, Chaos looks like absolute garbage on tape, and you get in a guy with Al Hassan who's not going to be scared of his power. Unfortunately, he should have been scared of his power because he got absolutely starched that night. That was absolutely insane. I was stunned that night. So it's going to happen. You know, I mean, you try, but then you can only work with what's given to you and what's available to you. So we do our work, we make our assumptions, and if it comes to fruition, it comes to fruition. If it doesn't, it doesn't. In terms of betting, so you guys are very much a picks channel, right? In terms of betting, a lot of things that predictors do, and guys in my realm, I would say, is they track their bets, they put units on it, and all that type of stuff. I don't get that vibe from you guys. You guys seem to be very, this is what I'm picking to win, whether you want to play, this is my confidence level on it, right? This is how confident I feel. If not, what would you say? I want to say like company, what do they call it? Company message or company, whatever it is. What would you guys classify Fight Night Picks as?
That's a tricky one. I've never been asked that question. Jeez, good one. It started out, kind of thinking through it. It started out where I wanted to be an MMA journalist, and I didn't know how to do it. So I thought, well, instead of working for some of these other sites, I'll just do it myself. And I did. And then I ended up covering, the UFC when they came out to Moncton, and I started covering more events. And then 2019, I got busy with work. I couldn't really do it. And then when we get into picks, it was like, oh, okay, well, this is a whole new realm. And that just kind of took over. For me, it's more of the analysis and preview type of thing. If I could kind of classify us as a channel, I say this in some of the shows, I'll put it a little bit mild, but what gets me out of bed in the morning, or what gets my dick hard, is those early prelim fights and a lot of those debuting fighters. That's what gets me excited. When I can go in, watch the tape, I have to look up, not just Tapology records, but MMA Form Guide. I have to go on Instagram and see what belt status are they really. Yeah. Then I go on Fight TV. If I have to buy some of these weird pay-per-views, I've never been more upset watching a fight, and I hope you might agree with me here. When KB Buller fought Tom Breeze, I went back and watched KB Buller's tape from out west. Yeah. And I went, man, honestly, doesn't look great. Like, he's fighting a decent level of competition, but, doesn't look all that great, can kind of gas. His wrestling's all right. I know they hyped him up because there was a bit of a connection with Tanner Boser, right? Yeah. But I watched that and I thought, well, Tom Breeze, he's really tricky because you get one Tom Breeze or the other Tom Breeze. It's tough to tell who you're going to get. But we went through, ordered quite a few of those pay-per-views on Fight TV, watched all the KB Buller tape, and, made our assumptions from there, I guess. And then you watch the actual fight, and the guys are like, on actual UFC commentary, we had a hard time finding tape on KB Buller. We couldn't find tape on KB Buller. What are you talking about? It's out there. You just have to pay for it. And I know, with the UFC, they probably don't want to, and they're not really going to mention those regional scenes. But for me, that's what I get excited about. If there was like a, I don't know, like the Michael Jordan that I look up to, this is going to sound really weird. Sean Bitter over on Twitter.
MMA Wizard.
Press, MMA Wizard. Yeah. That's the guy. If I could even get close to him, that's what I try and do. So yeah, previews and analysis. That's kind of what we like to do.
No, shout out to Sean Bitter for sure. That guy is putting in the work, digging up tape on guys we've never even heard of who probably will be champs in like 2 or 3 years or something like that, right? He's definitely putting in the work. One thing I will plug to you in terms of helping your tape analysis and work and all that is the tape index. Something that me and my guy Newsome do is pretty much just putting all the fights that you need on one page, all the links, direct links to them. It's very, very helpful. I'm happy that I use it. It saves me a bunch of time where I don't have to like search the web and just have everything within a click away. So that definitely helps a lot. So let's talk about 2020. We're getting on the tail end here. We just got less than 10 minutes. What's your favorite bet that you had in 2020? What's the one that you were like, I'm super confident, like Daniel Pineda level of confidence, but it actually hit?
Probably that Glover Teixeira one. I mean, we were so confident in that one. And if somebody wants to go back and check the tape, it was either the live show or the original prediction. Matt Allen going, Glover Teixeira is going to win in the third round. And that was one of those ones where it's like, how do you know, or how confident are you in that one? But Glover Teixeira beating Thiago Santos was one that I cashed on, and I really put a lot of stock into it. I mean, and it was a great fight too.
For sure. No, I was on Glover there as well. And that one was very fun too. It's always good to cash a plus 200 dog. You know what I mean? Like, especially when nobody's really on him. Well, one that I'm going to throw out there is being on Jake Collier over Gian Vellante the other week. Everybody was absolutely writing off Collier. And I'm like, guys, look at the freaking tape. I know he doesn't look like he's in the greatest of shape, but you can't compare losing to Tom Aspinall to beating Maurice Green or losing to Maurice Green. In the
just how good is Tom Aspinall?
Yeah,
Pretty
exactly.
Good.
Exactly. So I think a lot of people are overlooking that aspect. All right, let's go on the flip side. Worst bet of the year, hindsight.
Again, it has to be Daniel Pineda, man. Yeah, it was Daniel Pineda. Oh, man.
I'm sure you don't want to see his name in 2021.
Again, out of the DMs, you want to get mad at me for the Daniel Pineda pick. I'm mad at myself. I'm still mad about it. But it is what it is. That or Tyler Santos against Molly McCann. I really stuck my neck out there for poor old Meatball, and it did not work out. I was
one of the few on the other side of that one too, where I was like, I don't understand the love on Molly McCann, but I think it was a lot of, in my opinion, it was a lot of recency bias in that Molly McCann and the Mauro Romero Barella fight with Tyler Santos. That definitely showed a lot of holes in her game, which she seems to have patched up in that amount of time, right? So good luck on Tyler Santos there. All right, I'm not sure how much this question will pertain to you, but you can definitely let me know. A spot that you passed on that you regret most in 2020?
Yeah, that was a tricky one, and I tried to think of it. That is a tricky one.
I know it's a tough one, but it's one of those ones. Like I have a couple. The one that I've been alluding to for this entire stream is the Holly Holm over at Irene Aldana. I was tooting her horn the whole fight week on my podcast, everything. And then when it came down to the time to actually place money, I didn't actually do it. There's those moments where it feels much worse than a loss, in my opinion, where you're leaving money on the table. You're like, I know this person's going to win, but why the hell did I not pull the trigger and actually bet this person? You know what I mean?
Let's see what I got. Let's have a look. I'll give you one, and I just, I pulled up the videos to try and think of it. Prohaksha and Volkan Oezdemir. Nice. So high on Yuri Prohaksha. Again, an MMA name drop, but Drake Riggs, another one of those guys. So high on Yuri from the Ryzen days. And again, Ryzen's a touchy subject today on the internet, so you got to watch what you say about it. And I know you've been on the live stream for a while, but check out Twitter after if you haven't had the chance. But Yuri Prohaksha for me was one of those guys coming into the UFC. I was so excited about it. And I mean, we've got Volkan Oezdemir right there on the wall. So
LinkedIn headliner.
Yeah, exactly. It was a fight that I was really excited about and really, really pumping Yuri Prohaksha's tires, and then just decided to pass on it. And I definitely shouldn't have.
Yeah. No, hindsight is always 2020, but you always want to kind of compare those spots where you're like, I almost pulled the trigger on this guy. Now let me see, if I will do it in the future. All right, two last things before we get out of here. Favorite moment of 2020. It doesn't have to be a fight. It doesn't have to be a fighter or anything like that. What's your favorite moment of 2020 thus far?
So I did actually think about this one from your last interview. So you got to pay attention. The one for me was, and you want to talk about the early beginnings of Fight Night Picks in 2018 when it was an audio only podcast. I was doing a lot of ACB stuff at the time, and Piotr Jan at the time was my guy that I was so excited about coming into the UFC. So for him in 2020 to actually become the champion, and I know Matt and I have been doing this thing for a year or two now, saying Brandon Moreno, future champ 2020, and we had the chance to talk to him a couple of weeks ago on another show. That was insane. But the fact that, Piotr Jan, to do what he's done, I don't know how big of a star he's going to be. And I've kind of talked about it before. Will he end up being like, is this going to be the Machida era that Joe Rogan said we were going to have years ago, and then we never really did? So I don't know how long Petr Yan's going to be your champ, but I mean, it's cool. It's cool right now anyway. And it was cool that he was just able to download the game plan of one of the best fighters of all time, and Jose Aldo, and absolutely beat him down at the end.
It's absolutely, it's amazing when you're able to track these guys pre-UFC and then see them make it to the UFC and then see them achieve the pinnacle of the sport, which is winning a title, right? I almost did that with Conor McGregor back in the day when I noticed him on the Cage Warriors scene, and then eventually came over to the UFC. I'm like, watch out for this guy. He could be something. I didn't realize it would be this big. I didn't realize you transcend the sport and fight Floyd Mayweather in boxing, but it is what it is. I love, I'm sure you do the same thing with the regional guys. You know what I mean? You guys had, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, and that's the thing, especially with the way the world is now. I mean, we're used to going down to Maine and covering the fights. There's the new Fight League Atlantic over in Nova Scotia. Really was looking forward to going to the second iteration of that. Didn't get the chance to. And I know they're kind of teasing new fights today for next year. But that's the thing. I mean, you go to some of those regional shows, and even when you watch some of the amateurs fight, there's a couple of different fighters. Glory Watson, there's a name. If you want a name to follow, somebody that's been around the amateur scene, she's definitely somebody that you have to watch. Great head movement, great boxing, good fighter, coming out of Bangor, Maine. But again, to your point, you look at some of those shows. I mean, Devin Powell's come out of there. We ended up seeing him in the UFC. Ricardo Ramos on Dana White's Looking for a Fight was on one of those cards. So you never know who you're going to see on some of those regional shows. BTC maybe, from Ontario. So you never do know. But that's what gets me excited about the sport.
For sure. I love, I hate actually that we don't get as much regional fights nowadays just because of the whole COVID situation, but hopefully BTC is able to run some shows in Ontario in 2021, and hopefully Jason Hagholm can get me in there and watch his fights live, because that would be absolutely great too. But all right, last question, then I'll get you out of here. Fighter of the year for 2020.
Fighter of the year for 2020. I mean, you're going to get what? One or two, I'm assuming. You're probably going to get Kevin Holland or Khamzat Chimaev. Why not throw a different one at you? Why not throw Bellator's Jason Jackson? Let's talk Jason Jackson.
Okay.
Look at his last fight. He beat Benson Henderson. And yeah, I get it. Benson Henderson's stepping stone for Michael Chandler to go to the UFC to fight Dan Hooker. But Jason Jackson's one of those guys that it didn't work out for him on Contender Series. His leg/ankle kind of gave out on him. Yeah. But you look at the guy since then. I mean, he's been champions in some of the smaller organizations in the States, and he's really starting to make strides in Bellator. His boxing's great. His wrestling's great. You saw that in his fight against Ed Ruth, and it doesn't matter how that outcome came.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Transpired.
Exactly. He put on a good account of himself. The guy's got crisp hands. Again, good wrestling. You know how good his jiu-jitsu is too, if you had the chance to watch that Benson Henderson fight. So Jason Jackson will never win a Fighter of the Year award in any of the year-end award shows, but he's got a special place in my heart.
I love when people bring up those MMA diehard suggestions and those nominations. So I got to give you a shout out for that too. Not a lot of people are looking over at Bellator for a Fighter of the Year nominations, but they're just as worthy, in my opinion, of receiving that. So shout out to you for actually pulling that up. All right. We're pretty much at the end of our interview here. I really appreciate you coming on, Craig. It means a lot to me for sure. I hope we get to work on a couple more things in 2021, because that would be great for sure. Anything you want to plug on the way out? The floor is yours.
I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I mean, it's not often that I get the chance to go on a whole lot of different shows, and it's been a while since I have. So I appreciate that. As always, you can find me down below at Craig Allen FMP. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram there, at Fight Night Picks, and over on YouTube as well. And like I said, a lot of analysis, a lot of preview. We'll make a pick, and these guys can kind of elaborate on that, I guess.
For sure. I appreciate you coming on, Craig. Make sure you guys go follow him. And we'll have him on in the very near future. Take care, Craig, and Happy New Year.
Appreciate it. Thanks again.
All right. That was my guy, Craig Allen from Fight Night Picks. Another solid Canadian. If you guys can't tell, the Canadians are absolutely killing it on this scene right now. We got Cody, we got me, we got Craig, obviously his brother as well too. And it looks like we have a little bit of a lull here in terms of my next guest we have the next guest is scheduled for 5:30. I was hoping that I was going to be able to get him on to watch this Shogun Rua versus Dan Henderson fight, which is about to kick off. So I'm actually gonna hit up. I'm going to hit up. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Actually, first of all, let me go drain the main vein, guys. I've been sitting here for almost 5 hours now. So let me give me 1 second. Let me get up my washroom break. All right, I'll be right back, fellas. Give me 1 sec. All right, we're back. Had to pretty up a little bit again, but we are back. All right, what do we got? Neil the Security. What's going on, brother? He's saying thanks for the entertainment on the marathon. For sure. I think next time I'll ditch the whole rewatch thing. I don't think that's going to work as good as I thought it was in terms of being able to talk to people still and maybe watch some fights and kind of get their thoughts on it too. So I didn't want to do that. Let me hide that. Get back to the comments. All right. Yeah. What's going on, Robot Chicken Wings? Saying God bless MMALOTN. Appreciate the love, brother. Hope you're having a great holiday, and you guys have an amazing Happy New Year as well. So once again, I was hoping that I'd be able to watch some of these fights with the guests that I have on, but it's a lot tougher to do than I initially expected. So I don't want to shortchange you guys and give you guys the best viewing experience that you could possibly have. Why do I have my goddamn plugs in the shop? What am I, a fucking amateur? Can't believe I just noticed that after it's probably been up there for a while now. But yeah, so as you guys can see, there is a bit of renovations going on over here. I'm trying to change up the setup for the MMA Lawcast, giving you guys a bit more, some professional look, as I feel like that's very important in this day and age to truly show that you're investing in yourself, that you believe in yourself, that you're going to be able to do the work to the best of your ability, and it's going to pay off. And that's definitely what 2020 was for me. However, I feel like 2021 is only going to be bigger, and I got to step it up a notch with the production, with the setup, all of that shit. And it's all thanks to you guys. You guys are really helping me out. And even shout out to everybody that hopped on the Patreon as well too. That helps me out boatloads. You guys have no idea. That's allowing me to get closer to doing this thing a little bit more full time. And that's my goal. It's my passion to really work in the MMA industry. And this is the lane that I'm choosing, which is an MMA handicapper and helping you guys out as best as I can. So we're just over the 5-hour mark. We still got about 4 more hours to go, but I got a ton of guests still left to help me bang this thing out. The next guest is coming on at 5:30, so we still got about 20 minutes until they're on here. And then I do have a special guest at 6 o'clock. I have somebody a little bit outside of the betting realm, but still heavily involved with the MMA realm that I hope that you guys are really interested in hearing from. Again, if you guys have any questions for any of these guys that I have on, you're more than welcome to use the chat below, and I'll be able to bring along your questions and bring them onto the show. All right, the fight that's going on currently is Shogun Rua against Dan Henderson, and this was a fight that I was really looking forward to watching back again. So maybe since I have no guests for the next 20 minutes, is something that I can do. Easily my favorite fight of all time, even though my favorite fighter of all time loses this fight. It was an absolute slobber knocker, just back and forth, amazing fight. Potential scorecard for a draw, from what I remember. But I always heard the argument. So it was obviously 3-2 in terms of rounds for Dan Henderson, but I believe it was round 5 that you would have to give Shogun Henderson Shogun a 10-8 in. And then I heard the argument on the flip that if you give Shogun a 10-8 in round 5, you got to give Dan Henderson a 10-8 in one of those first couple rounds where he absolutely mollywops Shogun Rua. So I don't know, maybe if I'll be able to see it on this rewatch, but no real confidence in making sure that I do. But yeah, I remember this fight being put together and not thinking it was going to be this fucking good, but thankfully it was. Because not just to mention, we were blessed with this, as I believe UFC 138, headlined by Lieben versus Munoz, was the first ever headlining fight that was a 5-round fight. That was not, the first main event that was a non-title fight, 5 rounds in UFC history. So we got UFC 139, literally the next event. And if we only got 3 rounds of it, it would not have lived up to the class. Actually, you know what? The first 3 rounds were pretty badass too, but at least we got those second, rounds 4 and round 5 that made it even better, in my opinion. I thought it was a fantastic event. We do have a question here. Let's see. Tyson Jordan, you think Shogun was juiced in Pride? Must have. Come on. If they weren't testing for it, I think he was juiced. But the funny thing is, physically, he never looks like he's been on juice or anything like that. His body has always been a little bit flabby, not like super cut or anything like that. He's obviously in shape, but he's never like looked like he was a guy that was on steroids or anything like that. But I do believe that he was definitely on some sort of PED. You got to believe that. I wonder what life would have been like if we saw Shogun who had 185 pounds, because that's where he probably would have fit in most physically, not being like the smallest guy or anything like that. But yeah, his true weight class probably was 185 pounds. Jordan, hey bro, I know you have probably answered this question before, but what is your tape study routine like? Do you like have fighters last 3 fights or more? Yeah, sure, I'd be happy to answer these questions. Again, if you guys have any questions, please pour them into the chat. It helps pass the time, as I do have another 4-ish hours to go. I'm loving it though. I'm really comfortable in the seat, so it's freaking great for sure. So yeah, in terms of what my tape study routine is, so I do go over the last 3 fights no matter what. I always go over the last 3 fights of a fighter just to kind of see where they're at and what we've seen from them recently. Then I start to dig in a little bit deeper when we're talking about stylistically for a fight. So if I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head right now. Okay, say I'm trying to tape study. Why can't I fucking think of a matchup? Like Wonderboy Thompson. Actually, no, that's not even a good narrative. Let's just say, put it this way. If a fighter is fighting a wrestler or something like that, and the last 3 fights only had them fighting one wrestler, but earlier in the career, they're fighting more wrestlers, I would go back and not stretch it too far. Like, you don't want to go more than 5 or 6 years back, in my opinion, as I believe like fighters truly progress in that amount of time. But I do look back and I try to see, okay, what happened in other instances where they fought wrestlers. And that's kind of where I go about it. Then I look into statistics. I go onto their Instagram accounts and the Twitter accounts to see what they've been up to recently, who they've been training with, where they are, what gyms they're at, things like that. But yeah, a lot of it is surrounded with tape studying itself. I want to see these guys in action. I want to see how they do it when they're in the ring, what they look like against certain stylistic matchups. And that's where I truly make my final reads is tape study. And that's where the tape index comes into definite use. Again, if you guys don't know what the tape index is, pretty much a gambler's prep guide for every UFC event. We pretty much have every link that you need for their fights, every single fighter on one page with a Tapology link, with their Instagram link, with their UFC stats link, everything on one page. So you pretty much just have to bookmark this one page, hop on that page, and everything is a click away. So that's what I use. Again, just Google tape index on MMA Plea 365. It's $3.99 US a month. Super freaking cheap, but very, very helpful and saves a bunch of your time for sure. Waleed Raid, what's going on, dude? Why was Shogun versus Dan a main event pay-per-view though, if it wasn't for a title? So around that time, like before UFC 150, I would say a lot of these fights were like they didn't have as many fight night events. So they could headline a pay-per-view with big names like this. Like even Chris Lieben versus Mark Munoz, that wasn't a pay-per-view, even though it was a numbered card. I believe they put that card on Spike TV, but every event back then used to be a numbered event because they didn't have fucking 7 events a month. They only had like 1 event a month. So that's why it was a main event back then. Well, Martin dropping back in. Shout out, buddy. One of the things I hate to see in this game is these old legends sticking around too long. Yeah, I think now is too long for Shogun. So Shogun should definitely sit back and probably retire. But yeah, his best days are definitely behind him. He's not going to be eking decisions over some of these guys at the top of the division. And yeah, the last fight against Paul Craig definitely showed us that. Tyson Jordan, how about Shogun versus Coleman fight? Both looked old and gassed. Yeah, that was bad. That was, I believe, Shogun's first fight in the UFC. But if I'm not mistaken, that was him coming off of ACL surgery as well, too. So Shogun looked really, really bad in that fight. Actually, I lied. Shogun's first fight in the UFC was against Forrest Griffin. And I believe that was the fight that he was coming back from ACL surgery too. But yeah, that Coleman fight was a shit show. That was really, 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 really bad. And if you were to tell me that Shogun Rua was going to win the UFC light heavyweight title a few months or a year or so later, I'd call absolute bullshit. Tyson Jordan, yep, you are right. Jordan saying, awesome, thanks for answering, man. No worries, brother. I'm here for 9 hours, so I can answer any and all questions you guys have. Please shoot them at me. You're more than welcome to. We got about 12 minutes before I bring on the other guests. We're about halfway through round 3 of Shogun versus Henderson, and Shogun is absolutely getting pounded on. Maybe a couple referees probably would have stopped this. Josh Rosenthal looks very, very close to stopping this fight, but obviously we know he doesn't. How Shogun endured that and then still had the 5th round that he had, absolutely insanity. Tyson Jordan, do you think UFC Bellator will have mandatory vaccines? I'm not sure. See, the thing about the UFC compared to these other sports is it's a bit of a fringe sport where there is a smaller audience for it, but an audience that's quite outspoken and isn't, they don't care if they're liberal or Democratic or Republican, whatever the fuck. That fans come from all walks of life in MMA. And I think with that, a lot of the fighters are going to be kind of against vaccines too. Or they might be for it. So I don't think the UFC would jeopardize their business by making vaccines mandatory, but they'll still have these crazy amounts of regulations and stipulations sorry, I just got caught off guard with one of these questions, but regardless. But yeah, I don't think they'll make it mandatory for these fighters because I think it would be a detriment to the sport to not have some of these fighters that are like, fuck it, I'm not taking a vaccine. You're going to take the vaccine? I'm not taking the vaccine. So I don't think they'll make it mandatory. Neil the Security is saying, what was your favorite season of The Ultimate Fighter? Man, I haven't seen, it's been a while since I've seen The Ultimate Fighter. Obviously, it's been off for a little bit now, but in terms of even recent seasons, I haven't watched any from beginning to end all that often. Honestly, the only one that I've actually, there's a couple that I've watched from beginning to end, especially live too, when they were doing them, on a week-to-week basis. But the one that sticks out to me the most has got to be season 10, I believe it is, which was between Rashad Evans and Quentin Jackson, Rampage Jackson. When they had Kimbo on, they had the heavyweights, they had Schaub, they had Roy Nelson, Marcus Jones, if people remember Marcus Jones, Justin Wren. But from a entertainment perspective, I thought that was the most fun season. I believe the season after that was Koscheck versus GSP. We got Michael Johnson from there, Jonathan Brookins, a couple other guys on that season too. But yeah, I got to say season 10, if I'm not mistaken, which was Jackson versus Rampage. And then obviously gave us Roy Nelson in the finals there. But that's got to be my favorite one. It was the one that I was most hooked on too. Will Martin, once again, man, I remember being at Shogun Coleman fight in Dublin. That doesn't seem like it was nearly 12 years ago. Yeah, that was right around the time I really started to get into the UFC and MMA. So I didn't catch that fight live, but I did obviously see the replay in that amount of time. And yeah, it wasn't that fun. I didn't realize it was in Dublin, to be honest, too. The funny thing is, for people that have been on my streams before, I always like to tout that I can tell you every event from UFC 100 to 199, who the main event was, maybe who the co-main event is, and I can tell you where it took place as well too. But yeah, before UFC 100, I don't remember. First live event I watched. Now, I'm going to interpret that as two things, whether it's live as in being in person there. The first ever event I was live in person for was UFC 113, which is when Machida got knocked out by Shogun Rua in the rematch. That was in Montreal. And then the first ever live event I actually watched, like a pay-per-view. I can't remember the first one that I watched from beginning to end in terms of prelims all the way to the main card. But the one that I have the earliest memory of is Shogun versus... No, not Shogun. Fuck. It was their Ultimate 2008 card, I think it was, where they had a couple title fights on it. One sec. Yeah, Rashad versus Forrest, Frank Mir versus Nogueira. I believe that was the one. Yeah, Vanderlei versus Quentin Jackson, and then Chuck Hollow against Mustafa Al-Turk. Yeah, that was definitely one of the ones that I enjoyed. Yeah, that was one of the first ones that I remember watching, now that I think about it. I did obviously watch when Brock Lesnar came over to the UFC for the first time. I was a huge WWE, WWF fan from back in the day. So when he made the jump over to the UFC, yeah, that got me in. But that wasn't completely the be all end all in terms of me becoming an MMA fan. But now, look at it, fucking almost making a living off this damn sport. All right, we're just starting off round 4 of Shogun versus Henderson. And Shogun is all over Hendo. I think he's starting to assume that Henderson is starting to fade. Crazy that Henderson was still able to get it back to his feet after some of these takedown attempts. Absolutely insane. As you guys can see, I'm still trying to figure out the lighting situation. Your boy finally got some lights, so I'm not hidden in the dark in half of my streams anymore, especially when I'm just wearing like hats and fitteds as well. You guys get a huge like shadow mark over my face. I'm trying to nit these small things in the butt in terms of going into 2021 and just being as professional as possible. And again, it's all thanks to you guys that continues to come out every week, watching my content, giving me the views, giving me the likes, the subscriptions, the Patreon members and shit. I can't believe that I've been able to take this thing as far as I have, but obviously it's not because it's definitely in part to the fandom that I've been able to put together with you guys. Tyson Jordan, wasn't Hendo on TRT for this fight? I absolutely believe he was. I think he admitted to as well. And again, this was pre USADA and pre TRT exemptions, or at least the allowance of exemptions, I should say. But yeah, insane. And he's in full mount now with the guillotine choke. Insane that he was able to do this at like 40, whatever the fuck years he was at. Who do we have next again? Let me just pull this up. Let me get this tweet ready. There's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, guys, that I'm trying to facilitate and make this as enjoyable of a stream as possible. So shout out to everybody that's been joining me during this. If anybody's been on this for the whole 9 hours, you guys are absolute insanity or absolutely insane, and I appreciate you guys. And so apparently, I think it was Craig from Fight Night Picks that told me he said that there's some shit going on about Risen, and I got to see what this is about. Looks like also that we got the fight announcement that Alex Bruce Leroy Caceres is fighting Kevin Kroom. If you guys remember Kevin Kroom, he's the one that knocked out Roosevelt Roberts on super short notice. He's fighting Bruce Leroy on February 27th. I need to find out what's happening on Risen. Apparently there's some shit going on. Okay. If anybody knows what's going on with Risen, please hit me up. I can't seem to find I can't seem to find what's going on here. Yeah, what's going on? Somebody help me out. Drop it in the comment section. Let's see. Shawnee Mac calling me the GOAT once again. I appreciate it, my guy. Yeah, Hendo was definitely a freak of nature physically. Like not Yoel Romero level, but like I forgot who it was. Somebody was saying that they hugged Dan Anderson one time, and it felt like they were hugging a piece of like 2x4. The guy's just made differently, and I absolutely agreed. Hendo and Sakuraba are the most underrated greats. Yeah. See, the thing though, Roberto, is that those guys were back. Like those guys were back in the day. Not a lot of newer fans or the Conor McGregor fans or Conor McGregor era fans, I should say, know about those guys. So yeah, I absolutely agree there. Bo Jackson is saying Risen 26. Yeah, I don't know what Craig Allen was saying though. Craig was alluding to something weird going on about Risen. Let me see if I can DM Craig real quick and ask him what he was talking about, because I can't seem to find anything. Right. Hopefully get my answer very shortly so I can wrap that thing up. Roberto Lopez has been with me all day. I appreciate it. We're 5.5 hours deep, close to 5.5 hours deep. Appreciate you joining me the entire time. We got another 3.5 to go, so hopefully you can stay that time. Tristan Schuerhaus. I'm assuming that's German. Hoping that's German. Hoping that's not racist to assume that's German. But I know what you guys know what I mean. Either way, Davison Figueiredo for Fighter of the Year. You have a very strong case for that. You have a very strong case that Davison deserves that. Let me pull up his 2020. I know he fought yes, I believe in March. All right, so February 29th, he beats Joseph Benavidez via TKO. July 19th, he secures the flyweight straps by beating Joseph Benavidez once again. So November 21st, chokes out Alex Perez via guillotine and then goes to a draw with Brandon Moreno. So maybe that draw is what seems to set people it seems to set people off in terms of, okay, he didn't have a flaw this year. Like a draw is still considered like, you didn't lose, but it's still seen as a bit of a, I guess people can say it's a bit of a blemish since he had such a competitive fight. But yeah, you can make a case for him. My only issue is that he fought Joseph Benavidez twice. And to me, that doesn't really sit too well. I would like a more variety of opponents, especially when he beat him so decisively that first time around. And yeah, there was the whole thing about, potentially the headbutt and all those extra things that were going into it. But yeah, Figueiredo definitely did elevate to a level that I didn't think he would get to in the UFC. But yeah, good on him for sure. Bo Jackson is saying Kai Asakura versus Kyoji Horiguchi. That is correct. That is on Risen 26 tonight. But again, Craig Allen said that. Oh, okay. I get it. So Craig was alluding to Brian Campbell of Morning Combat with Luke Thomas kind of shitting on the Risen 26 card and saying that there was I didn't listen to the clip. You know what? Let me listen to that clip real quick and see if I can figure out what the big hoopla is about. Give me a minute and a half, guys. You know what? I might even be able to play this so you guys can hear it too. Let's see if I can get that. How do I play this on the screen? Okay, let's try this.
And knock the fuck out inside the first round. BC, level of excitement for the return of Kyoji Horiguchi.
It's no disrespect to Horiguchi, who is among the best in the world at what he does in his weight class. Look,
I knew you were going to say this.
I had to look it up. Rising 20s, Kai Asakura. I don't know Kai Asakura. Kyoji Horiguchi hasn't fought in like over a year. I'm looking up and down this card. We got Tenshin Nasukawa, but he's not fighting Floyd again, Luke. And then there's, hey, Takanori Gomi's back. Okay, that's cool. Look, I don't care. Let's be honest. Right? -4, Luke. I'd rather watch that Dana 4-minute video and debate it all again with you and relitigate it than probably watch this. But maybe it'll end up and have you seen this shit if it's good. I'll check Kaposa's Twitter afterwards. Thank you.
Wow, you really are going to be that shitty to Kyoji Horiguchi, who might be one of the best bantamweights in the world? Really?
I have nothing against Asian people. They're fantastic. This is just low profile in my radar of atmosphere. Okay, thank you.
Wow, I'm really glad we're doing a great preview here for the audiences, and I thank you, BC, so greatly for the amount of homework that you did in glancing at Wikipedia.
Here, why don't you preview the fight? I'll entertain myself or read.
Okay, so that wasn't as bad as I initially thought it was going to be. I don't understand the backlash. Yeah, I don't really understand the backlash. No, Jordan, I actually wanted to hear I wanted to hear what the big hoopla is about. Apparently, Brian Campbell and Luke Thomas are getting a bunch of shit for saying something about Risen. So I just wanted to follow up on that and see what that was all about. But yeah, I think it's getting blown a little bit out of proportion. I just wanted to see. Tristan Schurehouse. Yes, it is Germany. Yes, I was correct. And I am a fellow Canadian, though in Vancouver, Canadian nonetheless. I appreciate you checking out the show. All right, we got my next guest lined up here. Let's get into this damn thing. Let me just retweet him or tweet that out. All right. Next up, we got my guy AJ from AJ MMA Betting. You guys can follow him obviously at his Twitter handle, which is right there. AJ, what's going on, dude?
Not much, man. Preet, thanks for doing this with me. Glad to be talking the year with you. You had a great year. Happy to see you in the green, and you finished very strong. You definitely went on a bit of a hot streak, so I'm excited to share our results with each other.
For sure. I appreciate you hopping on. And yeah, I did have a pretty damn good end to the year. I really appreciate you shouting me out there. I had a really abysmal and shitty middle of 2019 all the way to the first quarter of 2020. And then I was finally able to change things around. And yeah, it's been working out for me great, for sure. So this initially was a bit of a rewatch party that we're going to be doing with UFC 100, 139, and 199. However, it seems like a little bit easier to just talk to my guys and just have some fun and catch up with everybody. So I'm going to be putting the rewatch on the back burner for a little bit. But let's start off with you and yourself. The first question I've been asking all the handicappers that have been coming on was, what is your favorite and best bet that you had of 2020? What's the first one that comes to mind for you?
So there's actually a few that come to mind. One of them is Brett Johns against Montel Jackson.
Beautiful.
Justin Gaethje. Yeah, I think you were on it too, no?
I was on that one as well, yeah.
Nice. Justin Gaethje against Ferguson. I know Nick Kalikas, who was on earlier, mentioned that as well. And then also another one, I think you and others were on as well, Gavin Tucker against Billy Quarantillo.
Yes.
Really like the spot there. I want to talk about that one, I guess, the most, and because I think a lot of people are looking at the Rick Glenn fight and kind of just looking at that for that, this analysis. But like Tucker, I just thought was a better technical fighter, like everywhere. Like I thought it was like a possibility maybe Quarantillo clips him, knocks him out. I thought it was maybe possible that Tucker gasses, but his cardio looks so much better against Choi, against Janes. So I wasn't really sold on like Quarantillo winning that fight more than I think I capped Tucker around 65% or so. So it was really nice to see him go out there, get a 30-27 unanimously. Brett Johns pretty much coasted the same way. Had a little bit of a scare with the knockdown there at the end of first or second round. But other than that, he dominated. And also Gaethje, pillar to post. Ferguson landed that uppercut that knocked him down towards the end of the round. But other than that, it was pretty much smooth sailing.
Yeah, no, that was a great performance by Justin Gaethje, and shout out to you for hopping on that. I know a lot of people that were very high on Tony Ferguson in that fight, and obviously it didn't work out in their favor. But I do want to touch on that Gavin Tucker bet because I'll pat myself on the back too. I had a lot of people kind of naysaying me in terms of that pick and saying, "What are you thinking? Like, did you not see the Rick Glenn fight?" I'm like, you can't just solely look at that one fight. Like another example would be Mauro Romero Barella against Tyler Santos.
Great example.
Everybody was putting so much emphasis on that fight and just backing Molly McCann just because of that one fight. And that's another spot where I felt like I did bet on Tyler Santos there because I didn't think we truly saw the full extent of her game against Mara. I thought she was just flat in that fight. And every fight is going to have that anomaly. So Gavin Tucker had the Rick Glenn fight. Tyler Santos has the Barella fight, and it's going to happen more and more in 2021 as well too. So I'm glad that we have people like me and you who are able to show people that, okay, you can't just put stock in one single fight. And it worked out for us in 2020. Hopefully it continues to work out for us in 2021 with that type of perspective. So on the flip side now, let's talk about the worst bet of 2020. Hindsight is always 2020, just like the year. What's the bet that you're just like, God damn, why'd I make this bet?
So there's a couple. Pedro Munoz against Frankie Edgar. Obviously, there's the obvious, like he lost as a big favorite. But why I thought that was a bad bet, even though you can make the case that Munoz won the fight, was I acknowledged going into that bet that like if it hit the scorecards, it was going to get really close. I was pretty much like betting Munoz, like relying on him to finish Edgar because like many other people, I thought Edgar's durability was kind of gone. But that was kind of a lesson learned. I factored that into handicapping. How much do I trust this fighter to win a decision? I, in hindsight, should have just betted Munoz to win inside the distance, right? If I thought that was his main way to win, because Frankie's, a good round winner overall, even if he's not in his prime anymore. And another one, Tony Ferguson. I know that there was a lot of strong opinions both ways. And it is a bet I don't regret. Obviously, if I went back in time, I'd not want to place it. But my reason being is I knew going into that fight that I thought Tony was a good style matchup against Oliveira. That sounds dumb, considering how the fight played out. But how the fight played out just tells me, and maybe yourself or others that were on Ferguson, was this: he's just past his prime. He's just well past that curve. And in his prime, I really truly believe that he'd beat a guy like Oliveira. And I do really believe that Oliveira is improving. I'm very high on him as a fighter as well. But that was a bad bet, considering that Ferguson was just kind of beat pillar to post there.
My concern with that fight is, and I was high on Ferguson in that fight as well. He was my main play for that card, but I personally didn't see Oliveira beating him that way. I thought if Oliveira was going to get it done, it was going to be, a quick submission or a quick TKO or something, because I feel like you can see those are direct issues that were brought from the Justin Gaethje fight, is the durability. But you didn't really see his durability get tested here. It was more so just the control. Like, it was all. Have we ever seen Oliveira beat a fighter like that?
No,
not
right? Really. Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do when we get these types of things on tape that we're taking and we're just so confident on one side, and then you see like I put that, and I put Brian Ortega beating Korean Zombie the way that he did as the most unpredictable results of the 2020, easily, right? Who thought that Oliveira was going to be able to go out there and outgrind him for 3 rounds? And who thought Brian Ortega was going to go out there and outstrike Korean Zombie for 25 minutes? You can't cap that stuff.
Yeah, I always give like the fluke scenario like a 10% chance in my handicapping, just because, we have seen fighters like you just outlined. They win in ways we haven't seen them win before. And it does happen. It doesn't happen often. That's why they're, essentially flukes. But like, yeah, it is kind of like it could be discouraging to some, but at the end of the day, it's like we don't have that in our sample size. So at the end of the day, we can only assess based off what we've seen. And so I don't really feel regretful about it at all.
How far do you think Oliveira could actually take this thing?
It's tough, because I still do kind of worry about like, what if he gets resistance in grappling? And even like the Kevin Lee fight, like he was kind of just, slowing down towards the end of round 2. I'm still not sold on the guy's cardio. Like, it looked better against Ferguson, but did Ferguson really push him? No. Mm-hmm. So it's like, if you get a guy in there, like, I don't know, even like a guy like CDF, like a guy that can neutralize Oliveira's grappling threat, but kind of like outpace him and like, walk him down and just like pressure him, or even like a Nate Diaz type, like any guy that could kind of neutralize his strength and kind of get up from bottom, not be too content off their back, and kind of just, essentially melt him with like the pace and the cardio. So I'm not saying that, those guys would be massive favorites over Oliveira, but those are guys that I'd say kind of fit the prototype of who could stop this guy. Obviously, if he's got a massive jiu-jitsu advantage, like if he gets on Justin Gaethje's back on the ground, we saw the Khabib fight, it's going to be, he's going to be tapping Justin Gaethje out most likely. So against certain guys, it's kind of like Mackenzie Dern. If they just get that one opportunity on the ground, these top 5 type guys, they could really just wrap the fight up really quickly. And then there's other fights where I do think that it could be kind of bad for them in hindsight. So
I'd be very intrigued to see how a fight with Justin Gaethje and Charles Oliveira would go, because honestly, I think that's the fight that makes most sense at this point in time. Like, they should book that type of fight where, you got Gaethje coming off a title loss, you got Oliveira coming over a big win over Ferguson, former interim champ, right? Like, it lines up pretty well. Like, you got Conor and Poirier fighting in a couple weeks, but then next down in the lightweight division, you got to go with those two, right? You got Hooker and Chandler, obviously, but I feel like Oliveira and Gaethje are much closer to a title shot than the other, Hooker and Chandler, right?
I love that suggestion. Yeah, the trajectory of Oliveira coming off a win, Gaethje coming off a loss. They both have wins over Ferguson. I think that's a great fight to make, especially with the pairings that you mentioned are being established. And I don't know if you just saw the news, but I guess Conor and Poirier are going to be fighting for the belt.
So that is actually negative. Somebody put that into the stream, and I looked into it, and that guy that tweeted it out, Chisanga Malata or whatever his name is, he's dialing back on his words now. He's saying it was a mistranslation or something like that. But all he was going off of was thinking that Khabib said Poirier and Conor are going to be fighting for my title, and he took that as, okay, it's a title fight now. So I think he really messed up in terms of translating it that way. And this guy's messed up on a couple other reports in the past, which is why I don't really look too deep into what he's saying. 1 second. For some reason, my sound is going. There we go. Okay, shut that off. All right. Let's keep it moving. So we went through the worst bet of 2020. Now here's one that you might have to think about. I'll start it off. I've already talked about it a bit. The spot that you regret passing on the most. For me, it was Holly Holm against Irene Aldana. I was hoping that Holly Holm would go out there and get the win, and she did. However, when it came down to actually making the bet myself, I didn't actually pull the trigger. Is there one that sticks out in your mind where you're like, I was this close to pulling the trigger, but never ended up doing it?
Absolutely. It was Thiago Moises against Bobby Green. Like, I still agreed with Bobby being the favorite, and that's ultimately why I didn't bet Moises. I don't bet fighters unless if I cap them as the favorite, because like we see, the fight only plays out one time, obviously. But I really thought that the line was way off. I had like Bobby at like minus 150. Like, I was basically like, is Bobby going to knock him out on the feet? Even if I do think he's like the craftier, more varied striker. Like, no, he hasn't won by knockout in so many years. Moises has never been knocked out. Moises isn't a bad striker himself. And it kind of came down to like the grappling dynamic. Like, I know like Bobby is like strong takedown defense overall, but like he gets pushed up against the fence often. We saw that the Guida fight, right, where he was a lot bigger than Guida. And I thought Moises had that to kind of rely on. Like, I didn't think Moises was going to like dominate him with like top control, but I thought, you know, Moises can make this close by making it competitive on the feet. We know Bobby sometimes doesn't fight with his foot on the gas for all 15 minutes. And then, you know, to kind of seal off rounds, maybe he takes Bobby down with like 30 seconds left and kind of threatens a little bit with his high-level submission pedigree. So that was the one that stuck out to me because I just remember looking at those odds. I'm like, man, even though I'm picking Bobby here, I'm like, man, this line is way off. So that would be my only option. Even though you can make the case that Bobby won, the fact that it was that close, I think speaks volumes as to how value Moises was.
That's the thing. I saw a couple of people kind of complaining about it the day after, saying, "Oh, Bobby Green won that fight. I'm pissed. He busted my parlays and all that stuff." But you got to remember, all of his fights are so close. No matter the skill discrepancy in his fights, he always seems to fight to their level, or the vice versa. But the fights are always so close. He goes to a couple of split decisions, and we knew like this was going to be another close fight. He's not going to go out there and starch Thiago Moises. Moises doesn't really get starched. He's not that type of fighter, right? So if Bobby Green was going to be able to do it, obviously he's going to go to a decision. And again, hindsight 2020, I wish I pulled the trigger on Moises there as well. But yeah, I'm not sure what really kept me back from taking the plunge there. But for me, Hagholm against Irene Aldana, another one that I'm just like super pissed that I didn't take the shot, even though all week I was like banging the drum, like Hagholm is going to take this girl to school. She's going to teach her a vet lesson, and that's exactly what she ended up doing. I had that same type of perception going into the Wonderboy Thompson fight with Jeff Neal this past week, where I'm like, same mold. You got, a savvy veteran who's proven, has an interesting striking style, going up against a young up-and-coming fighter who, kind of relies on getting knockouts, going out there and fighting rudimentary strikers who don't really have that extra depth to their game like a Hagholm or a Wonderboy Thompson. So I didn't want to, miss out on that opportunity once again. And thankfully, Wonderboy Thompson pays off for me this past week. All right, let's remove the betting cap. Let's put on the fan cap now. Favorite moment of 2020. What's the one that sticks out to you most? Whether it's a fight, a fighter arriving to the UFC, anything in 2020. What stands out to you most?
Having Wednesday night cards, man. Like that's awesome, right? Then we got one to kick off next year, right? Yeah, we got one to kick off next year. So I love that, man, because it's like, in these times, especially when a lot of us are working from home, it's like it's really no inconvenience. We're not waking up as early to catch a train or whatever. So I love it, man. I think it draws more eyes on the product, and it's paying dividends. Now we're already talking about, this first card coming back, potentially being on ABC, or maybe it's done deal. I haven't really been following that closely, but it really speaks volumes as to like how confident the UFC staff is in their product, all the UFC executives, that they're ballsy enough to put a card on a Wednesday night, and it's like paying massive dividends, and it's on a lead up to a great pay-per-view. So that would be, even though it's only happened twice, that would be one thing that is a big step in the right direction, I'd say.
No, I absolutely agree with those Wednesday cards. They did. So when I went down to Vegas for UFC 194, the Aldo McGregor card, they had that Thursday event, Friday event, Saturday event. And I love that. I love even Cage Warriors is doing it now with their trilogy nights where they just have back-to-back events. And I love that stuff. And even if you remember, I'm not sure, how early would you say you started watching the UFC or MMA?
2016.
2016. So,
yeah.
This was just before that. They used to do fight cards on 2 cards on the same day. So they would do like a card in like the Philippines or some shit. And then in the evening, they would do a card in Austin, Texas or something like that. That's what I enjoy. Morning fights followed by evening fights. Give me that break in the middle of the day to just go and be a human. And then I'll go back to being an MMA degenerate and watching these fight cards. Would you prefer that over Wednesday cards, or do you just like the, splitting it up over a couple days?
To be honest, I don't know if I could answer that truthfully, because I think it would take me to experience what you just described to really know for sure. But I love the Wednesday events. I also like the early events, when we had our European cards. I'd love to get the card up and running, like out of bed at like 10 a.m. or whatever. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, so I'm pretty flexible. Shout out to everybody in like Europe that has to like wake up like at 3 in the morning or whatever to watch all these cards that are like 6 p.m. over here.
Yeah.
But it just shows how intense we are about this. We love this stuff and we're willing to accommodate it and fit it in our schedule. So it's truly awesome.
Yeah, you're not a diehard unless you're in Europe watching the first prelim fight of probably the shittiest card of the UFC has ever put on, right? Like we've had a couple of those over the last little stretch, and shout out to everybody that's been watching those cards live, not even on demand, live. I see you guys for sure. All right, let's get a couple of these questions that we have in the chat here because we have some good questions that I did want to fly by your side. So we got Waleed Raid here. Who are the UFC fighters on top of your fade list for 2021? I'll start off right off the bat. For me, I'm still going to be looking to fade Chaos Williams in 2021. I feel like there'll still be a little bit of love for him out there. And a guy that needs to pan out a little bit more, but I'm slowly starting to like is Tafon Nchukwi. I think he has a massive amount of potential, but I think his cardio might be kind of a bit of a downfall for him here. So depending on the matchup that we have for him going into 2021, I'm looking to potentially fade him in the future. But it's usually these guys that are coming off of big knockout wins who have steam behind them that probably aren't the best around it. Even I'm going to throw it out there. Even Francis Ngannou, like I'm still looking to fade him because technically I don't think he's the greatest fighter, and he's just getting away with landing his lunch pail of hands on people and getting them out of there. You know what I mean, once fights get extended, just as we saw in the Miocic fight, just as we saw in his fight with Derek Lewis as well. Once these fights start to get extended, his volume drops, his power drops, and it's going to be prime opportunities to fade him, especially in 2021. How about you? Is anybody coming off the top of your head right now?
To be honest, and it's going to go to my point of fighter of the year, because I think his stock is so high, and that's a guy in Kevin Holland. I still do think he's got some serious defensive grappling flaws, man. I mean,
I agree.
That was an awesome finish that he got against Souza. Don't get me wrong. I loved it. And I picked him to win and everything. A lot of people picked him to win, perhaps even bet him. But man, I mean, we see it time and time again that you cannot get bailed out by stuff like that, or if it's like a guard sub or what have you. We've seen it time and time again. Holland getting mounted, Holland getting controlled. We saw Stewart almost finish him. We saw Allen finish him. Mearshard almost finished him. Like, he's still got that weakness in his game. Can he improve in the meantime? Yeah. I mean, he's a young guy. He's athletic. I like him. But he would be a guy who I think his stock may be a little bit high. I mean, we need to see. There's no betting lines on any future fights of his. And I also echo, to an extent, your point on Ngannou. I actually bet Rosenstruck against him, but he's to a point now, and I totally hear what you're saying. Like, I understand like the fade on him, especially if you see a big underdog, because he's so reliant on early KO. But I almost feel like Ngannou is just one of these guys. He's just too dangerous to fade, if that makes sense. Like, he's just so dangerous early on that it just takes one bomb, and he's just so athletic, powerful, et cetera, et cetera. So it makes it just kind of risky to bet against him. I've come to kind of terms where I'm either betting on him or I'm kind of not betting the fight at all. Yeah. So, because I bet him against like Kane and maybe Dos Santos as well. But yeah, as far as betting against him, I'm never going to do that again.
I took Blades heavy the second time. And that one really stung as well. I got one more question here. We got Roberto Lopez. Which fighter will make you the most money in 2021? I like this question a lot. Guys that I'm always going to stick by, Movsar Evloev. No matter if he's even chalky, I'll try to take a decision prop or even an end distance prop on him. Damir Ismagulov, I feel like if he stays active, he's going to be another solid guy to continuously tail. I'm not sure. Are there any other names that kind of come to your mind that you're like, okay, they're just waiting to break out in 2021?
One guy that's really sticking out to me is Montel Jackson, and he's kind of on the opposite side of Holland. I think he's going to be a little undervalued based on these recent fights, and even like the Claris fight, it got a little sketchy. Yeah. I truly do believe Montel is like a top 15 talent, but he just doesn't, like, his issues are kind of like not fighting to an optimal game plan. Like, he's grappling with Claris. He's not, disengaging as much as you'd like him to against Johns and Simon. The dude is a really solid wrestler and freak athlete, and that's something that I'm hopeful gets better because he is young. Like, you could teach him these sort of strategies to help optimize his game plan, because the dude has all the talent, freakish hands, long reach, powerful, well-rounded. He would be a guy that I'd say, again, lines permitting, I think is going to be a little bit underrated and on the rise, and even the bantamweight division, which is tremendously stacked.
No, for sure. Yeah, you're right. Bantamweight is absolutely lively right now. We could potentially see a title change as well with Aljo fighting Piotr Jan, who's a very, very live challenger in that fight, in my opinion. All right, let's cap this off with two more things. We're gonna go with what is your well, we talked about favorite fan moment already. Fighter of the year. Who do you got?
I got to go with my guy, Kevin Holland. I mean,
Yeah.
5-0. I know that, he had a split decision in there. I know he's been a massive favorite a couple of times, but just stepping up and then beating Souza. Like I know you could say after the fact, Souza a little bit over the hill, but the dude, I love to see it. I mean, I love to see the progression in this guy. He was kind of struggling there. I remember when he was a pick'em to Anthony Hernandez at the beginning of the year, and now he's a pick'em to Jacare Souza. It just shows the progression. So I got to go with Kevin Holland. How about you?
I'm right there, but somebody actually brought up earlier in the stream, Jan Blachowicz. It's hard to go against Jan Blachowicz, who, coming in against Corey Anderson as the betting underdog, wins that fight. And then he goes out there and, captures the title. Absolutely insane that he was able to do that. So, Jan Blachowicz and Kevin Holland are definitely the top two for me. I actually see a couple of people throw out Davison Figueiredo's name, which is solid, but I'm not really a fan of guys going out there and getting 2 victories in 1 year over the same guy. I mean, especially when he beat them so decisively the other time as well, and then it beats him even worse the second time. I'm not really behind that. But then again, he did capture the title, so that's another caveat that you can add to him. What are your thoughts on the 2020 that Figueiredo gave to us?
I think he's in consideration because, I understand your point. Like, he beat Joe B twice. I think it's and also the Moreno fight, I think he answered a lot of questions. I think a lot of us were questioning what he would look like with the cardio and the pace down the stretch if he couldn't finish Moreno. And I also think he did a little bit of everything. He showed us he could finish in more ways than one. First guy to submit Joe B, that's very impressive. And then just the war that he had with Moreno. I mean, I guess we could have a little debate all day with whoever wants to participate as to who actually won the fight. But the fact that fight was that awesome really speaks volumes to hey, this guy could do a little bit of everything. He could win a decision against a guy that's, hard to win a decision against. He could finish on the ground and on the feet. So I do see that argument for sure.
Do you think the narrative of Figueiredo's cardio being trash is out the window now?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I always try to preface with cardio. I don't think his cardio is great, but I think his cardio is good enough. I don't think we're going to see him gas horribly in a fight based off that. We saw him in a short amount of time go through 2 weight cuts. So I don't think it's fair to say his cardio is bad, but I'm still not there to say his cardio is great, Mm-hmm. So yeah, for
sure. All right. I think that is all that we have on our end. Is there anything that you want to plug on your end on the way out?
Sure thing. Yeah. Just like to say thanks for having me on. It was awesome chatting fights with you as always. A couple plugs, I'm contributing to MMA Oddsbreaker still, my website, ajmmabetting.com, Twitter at AJMMA Betting. And I also, as of this morning, am making all my bets free for the foreseeable future here. They can be accessed on my website, same ajmmabetting.com, the mailing list, or on MMAOddsbreaker.com. And or on betmma.tips/Anthony S364. So everything's going to be there, the bets, the write-ups, where I cap the fighters, and why exactly I did that. So just something that popped in my head, an idea I wanted to capitalize on. Happy to help contribute.
Sorry, just a quick thing there. I'm intrigued by this because you don't really see it often. What was the thought process behind going from paid to free picks? Was there something that pushed you to that, or what was the thought process behind that?
I just feel like I'm adding more value, like I'm helping other people a lot more, reaching that audience rather than wanting to pay a little money to get access to my bets because we just reach a lot more people that way. And I really do want to help people out because I really feel like, guys like you and me and others could help raise the consciousness of MMA betting because there's so much for us to learn. And there's stuff, we could learn, but that's what makes the sport so intriguing and why we're so fascinated by it. Because I really believe if we mastered it, that we kind of get bored by it. But basically, I'm trying to help people learn, make good decisions. They don't have to tail all my bets, obviously, but just to reach more people, basically. Because I know it could be a little hesitant for some people to want to pay for bets. You're just cutting off, a certain amount of people there. But at the same time, I want to help serve as many people as I can. And by doing that, the free bets, I think, helps fit that mold.
I think you're absolutely bang on with that. I think it's a great way to go, especially to kind of help with the exposure to help with your fan base and kind of just widening your reach, that's definitely the way to go. And I feel like a lot of people that do sell picks are a little bit more reserved with their opinions because they don't want to kind of tip people off to what their actual bets are. So I think this allows you to kind of just pull that veil back and just be like, hey, this is what I'm betting. This is why I feel this way. And you can kind of just be unfiltered with it, right? So I think it's a great move that you're doing over there. And again, this market is only growing. So to be able to reach more people and kind of take advantage of that to the fullest extent, it's a bang on move for sure. So make sure you guys go check out AJ. He's killing it over there. One of the brighter minds that we have in this game. And I'm always happy to chop it up with him. So AJ, Happy New Year. Hope you're having a happy holidays. And I'll speak to you again very, very shortly.
Likewise. Same to you. Have a good one, man. Preet.
Take care. All right. So that was AJ's MMA betting. I'm going to be sending the link over to my next guest right now, making sure that they are good to go. This one I'm quite excited for. I hope he doesn't flop on my ass, but I'm quite excited for it. I'll let you guys know once he, hops into the background and gives your boy some love. But yeah, I'm loving. Ooh, I actually got a follow from Mr. Chisanga. Interesting. That is very weird. But yeah, I'm good. I don't know why that guy followed me. That's so weird that I just said something about him and he followed me. Yeah, that's weird. That's very, very weird. But yeah, that fight hold on. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So before AJ came on, we were talking about that whole Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell thing and how he was possibly being racist towards Asian people for saying that he doesn't want to watch it because he doesn't want to watch Risen. I don't know why people are getting their panties in a bunch for that shit. Like, you can't be taking shit too seriously from what people are saying. And half the time they're just trying to create stuff that is not clickbaity, but at least encouraging discussion. And if they're able to encourage discussion, then they're going to be or people are going to be talking about them. And we get what we got today. Unfortunately for Brian, this time around, it was negative publicity on his end. But yeah. Yeah, I love that I've just absolutely ditched the whole rewatch thing for this podcast. It was a tough sell for sure to get people to sync up as much as they are. I think next year when I do this again, I want to do this on a yearly basis where I just do a 9-hour stream or something like that and get everybody in and just schedule people for like half an hour increments and just talk about 2020 or talk about the year that has passed. I'll try to get more perspectives in terms of not just handicappers, but guys that are involved in the MMA industry. And that's what I'm hoping to have for my next guest as soon as he's able to hop on here with me. Yeah. Let me just ensure that everything is ready to go. Okay. But yeah, shout out to everybody that's in the chat right now. You guys are help keeping me company in these lull moments when I'm trying to line up everybody and get them on the stream. When I first came up with this idea of doing a stream, it was to do it for 12 hours. I don't know why the fuck I thought I could do 12 hours, 9 hours. We're about 6 hours in, so we're just about 66% done the stream. But it's fun. I'm comfortable in the seat. I am a little hungry. I'll say that. So Def will be munching down hard as soon as 9 p.m. hits and once I'm done the stream. But really looking forward to talking to the last couple people that I have lined up to you guys. Roberto Lopez is saying Brian C is just not entertaining. Jordan C is saying just get a timer in the corner that's synced up with the round time like Jerry for Company used to. I'm trying to do that, so I was trying to figure out how to get a timer set up here. I'm just not sure how. I think I'd have to. So I'm using StreamYard, which is a very, very good tool in terms of doing live streams and just doing this shit. But yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to get a timer on the stream, but I'm just not able to. It's just not something that StreamYard allows, which is weird as fuck. It's something they should definitely do, but I'll probably try to do it for something in the future. And again, it's hard to really pay attention to the fight or whatever we're rewatching, as well as trying to carry conversation with my guests, whoever it is. Maybe if it's just me rewatching a card, maybe it's a little bit easier, so I don't have to kind of fill the air with asking questions and all that stuff. So that might be something that I look forward to doing by myself in the future. But in terms of having guests on and doing this year-end wrap-up type of thing, I would rather just have the guests, to be honest. Let's see what else we got here. Roberto Lopez says he actually likes Luke Thomas. Not a lot of people like Luke Thomas, that's for sure. Chris Luar is saying this has been so fun already. Damn. Appreciate the love, dude. I never thought I'd be able to get people to sit around and watch me for 6 to 9 hours, but I appreciate it. Jared Garrett Social Anxiety is saying it's been a really, really shit day for me, man. Thanks for being here all day with the calming voice. Oh, I hope your day turns around, dude. And I wouldn't classify myself as having a calm voice, but I'm glad that I can help you out and hopefully make your day a little less shitty than it currently is. Still waiting on my next guest, if he's going to be able to make it. I hope that he can. Very, very interested to talk to this man, but we shall see. Waleed Raid, I think you should do a watch party for a live UFC event. It would be a lot easier to sync up. I slightly disagree. So I've done one on my page already, and then I did one for the club and sub guys. And the only issue is like everybody's on like a different stream, or they're not ordering the event or whatever the fuck it is. And it's harder to get them to sync it up that way. Watching an event that's already done and we have the on-demand functionalities of an event, it's a little bit easier to sync up, in my opinion, since you can just pause, rewind, do all that type of shit. Whereas a live event, you're not able to do that. Jordan C, I really want to bet Cater, sorry. But I'm concerned his nose will become an issue during the fight. Interesting. Cater, broken nose prop. So pre-tape, I haven't done the work for this fight yet, but pre-tape, I'm definitely leaning Max Holloway, as I don't believe that he's as shot as most people are making him out to be. His fights with Volkanovski were very close from what I remember. I'll have to watch the tape once again. But in terms of stylistically matching up, I really like this fight for Holloway. However, the last time Holloway fought a guy that was technically better than him when it comes to the striking game, I think that was... I think the last time we saw Holloway fight somebody technically better of a striker than him was Dustin Poirier, and Dustin Poirier came out with a W that night. Now, Calvin Kattar here, I think he is much better technically than Max Holloway. But when you bring in all the other intricacies of MMA, bring in the cardio advantage, bring in the building style of Max Holloway, building to being a better fighter every single round, I think that just throws a wrench in a lot of people's plans. So really looking forward to breaking that fight down. Can't wait to get into that. Tyson Jordan is saying, do I believe Israel's gyno was due to weed? I don't know, man. I'm not medically that knowledgeable in terms of why that would happen. Not a good look for Izzy, for sure. Not a good look at all. Man, I'm just fantasizing what the hell I'm going to eat after this. It's kind of like a fast. I'm doing a YouTube fast right now. I'm fucking not eating for 9 hours. I can't wait. I can't wait to bust into some food after I'm done this thing. But yeah, in terms of gyno and Israel, I'm not 100% sure, brother. I wish I could give you a better answer to that. Holloway's smart to stay active. Yes, he should stay active. I believe his last fight was UFC 251, which was July. So he's going to have to get back into it and really get things going once again. Jordan C, his last few fights, his nose has been messed up. Yes, it has. And that could absolutely be an issue. Tyson Jordan, a YouTuber named More Plates Moderates, debunked that doctor video explaining that it went viral. Ooh. Interesting. I believe he's talking about the gyno on Izzy. Tyson Jordan, do you think Keller has a shot as a dog? I like him in the Omar guy fighting Breeze. Yeah, so the thing that's making me a little bit hesitant about betting Ricky Simon is Kelleher's takedown defense is really not that bad. And if he does keep this fight on the feet, he could absolutely knock out Ricky Simon. So, yeah, I'll definitely be looking at that fight closely. Pre-tape, I do like Simon, but that Azure fight gives me some concern. And I was heavy on Azure back then, if most people remember that. But I was pretty tied up on that. Qatar is speaking right now. Oh, streaking right now. Yes, he is streaking. He's on a crazy run right now. Robot Chicken Wings. I don't know if Max does that well against fighters tall as him. Cater has the reach advantage. Yeah. That's a good point as well, too. This is going to be a different look that he's really having here with Calvin Cater. So I'm really interested to jump into that fight in terms of a research side. I can't wait for the next card predictions. Let's go, Luck the Night. Yes, sir. I'm actually going to be getting to work on the next card starting tomorrow. I'm going to start looking into the fights. I think the first fight I'll actually look into will be Max Holloway versus Calvin Cater. So I can't wait to break that down for you guys. Again, those breakdowns that I complete will be dropping on the Patreon right as soon as I'm done doing it up and recording it. So if you guys want to get early access to the breakdowns, the Patreon is the best way to go. Again, patreon.com/MMALOTN. I got everything that you guys need there. Obviously, the first episode of the podcast for the new year will drop the week of January 16th. But if you guys want to get nice and early, I got you guys covered on the Patreon. Z is saying, link me up and I can hop in at any time. I appreciate the offer, Z. I do have Z actually closing out the show with me. He's going to be on from 8:30 to 9 o'clock. The next scheduled guest is actually supposed to be on right now. I'm waiting for him to hop on still, but the one after him will be at 6:30. But yeah, I am logged up all the way until I got Z coming on at 8:30. So Z, I will see you then. I appreciate the offer. Roberto Lopez, will that fight go to a decision? I believe he's talking about Cater versus Holloway, and I could see it going to a decision. I would lean the decision there. Jordan C. When does Max's chin finally give out, though? Could this fight look like Gaethje versus Ferguson, where Max has had that after losing two close ones to Volk? Good point. I don't know if Cater will put him out. I think Cater could absolutely have an accumulation of damage on him that might slow down Max a little bit later. Max has definitely been through some wars for sure. Even his loss to Dustin Poirier, he's taken a bunch of damage. Usually he's not a slow starter, but he picks up as the fight goes on. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that here against Cater. Yeah, definitely something to look to, and a very interesting spin on that fight to think if it's actually truly going to be Max Holloway's decline starting in 2021. But the guy's so young still. Like, how old is Max Holloway? Pull that up. Still only 29. I'm fucking like a month and a half older than this guy. So don't make me feel old as fuck by saying that Max Holloway is getting old. Don't do that to me. Bo Jackson is asking, what's up with Zabit? Who the fuck knows? It's funny that Cater's like in discussions to be in title talks and title contention, and that was Zabit's last fight. Not a good look at all, man. Zabit's got to get active. It's insane seeing talent like this kind of just wasted on just politics and just sitting back and waiting. I don't know what the fuck he's waiting for, but yeah. Not looking forward to that. Ooh. So it looks like my current guest needs to push back a little bit, and I'll see what I can do. All right, I'll see what I can do with trying to get him on later. All right, let's keep this train going. My next guest is coming on at 6:30, so we still have a little bit of time before then. But you guys are definitely keeping me entertained with these comments, so please keep them coming. See, I thought I'd be drinking alcohol and getting blazed and stuff on the stream, but given the amount of people that I got coming on and the level of professionalism I need to keep at certain times, I don't think I should be getting blazed here. So sorry about that, guys. You guys don't see Blaze Jazz here. Or Blaze Lock. Chris Lure is saying exactly to Jordan C when he was talking about Max's chin. So yes, there are definitely those question marks. Tyson Jordan, TJ champ in 2021. I'm assuming he's talking about TJ Dillashaw. I'm not sure. Because yeah, if he goes out there and has an impressive performance in his return, you could absolutely make a case for him fighting for the 135-pound strap, seeing that he never really lost his title. You know, when he fought Henry Cejudo, that fight was at 125 pounds, so technically he was still the 135-pound champion. But man, if TJ Dillashaw comes back looking as good as he used to, could you imagine him against Petr Yan? Ugh, I'd be all over that fight. Great fight. Tristan Schuhaus. Fuck. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. This is my guy from Vancouver, originally from Germany. Fun fact: my wife is of German descent, so we got some interracial babies coming in the future. Not saying that she's pregnant, but in the next couple of years, we're gonna have some interracial babies, some Indo-Canadian, German-Canadian babies coming in. But yeah, early prediction thoughts for welterweight David Zavada and Ramazan Ameev. I like Ameev. I like his very efficient style. I've always been a fan of Ameev. His setback to Anthony Rocco Martin was a little bit concerning, but I feel like he should be able to beat a guy like David Zavada, who's coming off of a solid victory, I believe, over Abubakar Nurmagomedov. But yeah, I do like Ameev there. Robot Chicken Wings, Zabit can't go more than 3 rounds. Yeah, we've seen him kind of struggle in third rounds against guys at times, and I'd be interested to see what a 5-round fight with him would look like. Roberto Lopez, Holloway been fighting a long time. Yeah, he came into the UFC, I think, at like 21 or 20 years old with like a 3-1 or 4-1 record. Absolutely insane that he's still in the UFC. And fighting at the level that he has. It's great seeing guys come in at a young age and then flourish and become champions. And that's exactly what we saw with Max Holloway. Roberto Lopez also saying Zabit got screwed by Ali's sleaze. Yeah, he is managing him. I've heard nothing but good things about Ali in terms of managing his fighters. Waleed Raid, how often do you bet on organizations other than the UFC? I used to try to put a little bit more time to like Bellator and Cage Warriors and other promotions that I'm able to get access to in terms of betting lines. But lately, like since I've really started to take this way more seriously, I've just been focusing on the UFC in terms of I only really have time for that, man. Like I work a 9 to 5. I got a wife, I got a family and all that type of stuff. So you got to spend time with them too. But then also put in the allotted and necessary amount of time for 12 fights a week. That's a lot to do, and especially break them down as meticulously and down to the wire as I do. It's a lot of time that I spend on these fights. So to go in there and put time in to other organizations, it's kind of hard. Maybe when I start to do this thing a little bit more full time, which is what I absolutely believe I'll be able to do in 2021. Yeah, I'll focus a little bit more on Bellator and Cage Warriors and these other promotions. But as of right now, I just don't have the time. And I don't want to half-ass it. I want to put in the full amount of work that's required for these fights and these other promotions. And that's what I want to do. And one thing I'll say, like, shout out to all the other cappers and everybody that puts in time to every single UFC event. And people are going to say, oh, they're able to do it. Why can't you? Those guys don't put in the time to every single fight the way that I do for every single card. That's the difference. People will pick and choose which fights they want to get into, whereas I like to look at every single fight so I can give you guys the information that's necessary to do so. I'm not sure if you guys can hear Alfred in the background, but I think my wife just got home, so Alfred likes to lose it whenever somebody comes to the door. All right, Jared Garrett is saying Zabit and Yair were supposed to fight for like 10 years now. Now Yair is suspended. Yeah, you are right about that. That was pretty much our Ferguson Khabib, and now Yair shoots himself in the foot by fucking it up with his location awareness or whatever the fuck it is. Z is saying spark it up. Nah, man. Maybe when you come on, I'll spark it up since I can be a little bit more comfortable around you. But with some of these other guys, I got to be on my game just to be on the safe side. Roberto Lopez is saying it's better to be sober while at work. Yeah, that's the thing. This is kind of work. but it's kind of not, because it is a passion and pleasure for me too, right? It depends on it truly depends on the type of stream that I'm doing. Like this one, I'm having guests on, so I want to be sure that I'm hosting the stream as best as possible, and not just dilly-dallying, giving you guys dead air and just staring off into the fucking nothingness. You know what I mean? I gotta be on. So gotta be sober at this point in time. Maybe not when Z's on. When Z's on, it will be a little bit easier. Bo Jackson, who do you think wins, Johnny Walker or Paul Craig? I lean heavily towards Johnny Walker there. Are there any odds out for that fight? It's even booked. I feel like I saw that book somewhere, but yeah, I would definitely be on Johnny Craig. Jenny Craig. No, I'd be on Johnny Walker if that fight does get booked. Roberto Lopez does not drink during UFC events. I'm not much of a drinker. I'm more into that Mary Jane. You know what I mean? And I don't like to live bet because I like to just sit back and kind of enjoy the fights. And that's kind of where I'll do most of my intoxicating. Tristan is saying, nice, cool to hear. I believe that is in response to which side I'm leaning on for Amiv and Zavada. Robot Chicken Wings, Lizez versus Pereira needs to happen in 2021. That is a great fight. I love that suggestion. I hope that's something that they eventually book. Jordan C, most disappointing fighter in 2020. He's saying Sean O'Malley. I'd agree with that, but I got to go with Tony Ferguson. Yeah, look at that. Roberto Lopez on the same wavelength as me. He's saying Tony Ferguson. I agree. You know what I mean? He had 2 shots to go out there and secure that Khabib fight, and he dropped the ball both times, and that's very, very disappointing. Let's see. Robot Chicken Wings, just focus on UFC, brother. Forget other promotions. You're more accurate. I appreciate it. I appreciate that, but I don't want to pass up on spots that that are enticing when we come to Bellator or One or these other spots, because I feel like if I do spend a little bit of time on them, or if I see odds that I might be like, that looks a little off, I would want to spend more time on that. So yeah, UFC will always get my full attention, but once I'm able to do this thing a little bit more full time, I'll offer a little bit of my attention over to Invicta and Bellator and these other promotions. Roberto Lopez primarily gambles on UFC. Makes sense. All right. Will Martin, dude, shout out to you. You've been in and out of this stream all fucking day, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Will. Give me a fighter to look out for in 2021. For me, it's Arman Tsarukyan, and I went in heavy on him in his fights in January, or in his fight in January. I believe Tsarukyan is fighting Nasrat Haqparast. I think that's a very solid spot for him. I can't wait to tape that fight. I can't give you my best. Thought process on that fight yet, since I haven't looked into it. But yeah, I like Tsarukyan. A fighter to look out for in 2021. There's two guys that I'm very high on. They just need to get a little bit more active. We got Movsar Evloev, who I'm very, very high on, who just picked up a victory recently over. No, sorry, he was supposed to fight Nate Landwehr. Unfortunately, that fight got pulled on the day of. He's someone I'm very high on, as well as Damir Ismagulov. As long as he can get his shit together, I'm not sure what's really keeping him back. Hopefully, I can actually give you guys a direct answer to that with somebody that I have on a little bit later in this card or in this stream. But yeah, those are two guys I'm really looking forward to: Damir Ismagulov and Movsar Evloev. Those are two guys I'm looking forward to in 2021. Yeah, Z is saying that he likes Arman Tsarukyan for 2021. Chris Lure, any idea what happened to Crack Streams? They got found out. There's a couple other streaming sites out there. If you guys are really in the know, there's a couple other sites out there that could definitely scratch your itch. Roberto Lopez, I'm going to fade Walker. Depends on the fight. Will Martin is saying, I heard through the grapevine that a certain Paul Craig versus Anthony Smith is being discussed for March. And I do believe in Will Martin's grapevine. Let's just say that. Not a bad fight. A good fight for Anthony Smith to continuously, build his confidence back in. But I think I like Anthony Smith there. I think I like him. We'll see. Smith Craig would be a banger. Roberto Lopez is on the nail with that one. Bo Jackson, will Drew Dober ever fight for the title in your opinion? Ooh. He's showing good progression in his career, which is something that I like to see from fighters, especially if they've been in the UFC for a little bit. But I feel like he has a fight lined up. Does he not have a fight lined up? Dober versus Makhachev. Is that fight actually booked for UFC 259? I thought Dober was supposed to fight Diego Ferreira. Who can confirm that for me? But if he has to go through Islam Makhachev to get a title shot, I think it's going to be tough for him. It truly depends on the route these fighters take to get a title shot. And I think if he has to go through Makhachev, it gets very tough for him. Robot Chicken Wings is saying that Shabazian disappointed me. Yeah, he disappointed a lot of people, but I still feel like he has a lot to prove before we can truly believe in him. Will Martin is saying, bet on Danny Rube, guys. Will Martin knows what's up. Danny Rube. There's some foreshadowing there for you guys. That's all I got to say. Tristan Schurhaus, do you think Zubeda Tuhugov is a little bit overrated now? He's lost or drew to prospects such as Hakeem Dawodu and Lerone Murphy. And do you think Dawodu is Canada's best current prospect? So about Tuhugov, I don't think he has championship level potential. And we've definitely seen that in fights against Dawodu and Lerone Murphy. Yeah, I think he just got that Khabib rub. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, he's in Khabib's camp. He's Khabib's main training partner. So I think now that we're seeing him kind of just show his true colors, I don't think that he'll truly be on that level. And your last question is, do I think Dawodu is Canada's best current prospect in the UFC? I do believe so. I do believe he is the best prospect for Canada in the UFC. One guy that I'm always gonna be tooting his horn is my guy is Ergis Segeta. He's currently, I believe, 4-0 in MMA, pro MMA. He went undefeated in his amateur career as well too. The guy's a really good wrestler, great cardio, great work ethic, and the kid's a grinder. So make sure you guys search him up. Ergis, it's spelled Ergys. Segeta, Sigeta. He won the IBJJF tournament at the end of 2019. Obviously, COVID has really stunted his career this year, but he's super young still, has a ton of potential, and I can't wait to see how it turns out for him. But in terms of Canadian prospects not in the UFC, Ergis is my guy. In terms of prospects that are in the UFC, Dawodu definitely has the talent to go out there and get that strap. Waleed Raid is saying Ilya Topuria is a guy to watch out for 2021. And Waleed, you are correct. He is definitely up there in 2021 prospects. That works out in the long run. Yes, it does. Shabazian was disappointing. He definitely was. Angela Hill disappointed me too. Angela Hill just always fights to close fights. You know what I mean? So you can't really be mad in terms of what her performances look like. Tyson Jordan, there's your stream. If anybody's looking for a streaming site, there's your stream site. Chris Luyer is already on top of that. Bo Jackson, Dariush versus Diego Ferreira. Oh, yes. So I did get them mixed up. I feel like Dariush and Drew Dober were in talks as well for a fight. But yeah, Dober versus Makhachev is a great fight. If Dober is able to pass that test, yes, I do believe Dober could fight for a title. Absolutely. Dariush versus Ferreira is a very, very fun fight as well. Tristan is saying, thanks for taking my questions. No worries, dude. Keep dropping them. I'm on here for another 2.5 hours. So more than happy to to answer any of your questions. Casey Kenny is my guy. I made the most off him this year. Yeah. I'm super bummed that I didn't take the bet on him against Smoka. Like, he should have been my lock of the night play. Even though he was minus 285, that was a fight that he should have absolutely won. And I'm so bummed that I didn't take that fight on him. But I did cash on him against Haile Alateng. So that's something there. I do have a text from the wife, so I just want to make sure I answered that. And she's already looking out for me in terms of food for after. Oh, that's the type of wife you guys need. Just saying. Let me see something. Give me 1 sec, guys. I apologize. Give me 1 second. All right. God, I love my wife. Holy crap. ton of notifications that I will look at after I'm done this. All right, let's catch up to the stream or the comments, and I'll get my next guest ready as well too. I'm really looking forward to this one. Send him the stream. There you go. All right, let's get through these last couple questions, and then I will get to our next guest. I should say. Tyson Jordan, I was watching you last live stream for the Wonderboy card. What site were you guys using for live betting? Personally, I like to use Betway and Bookmaker, but I'm up in Canada, so it might be different compared to where you are. John Ratchman was like, damn, son, you still going live? Absolutely. I told you this is going to be a 9-hour affair. I've gone away from the whole rewatch thing. I just want to talk to these guys. The rewatch thing is a little bit harder to do than I thought it would have been, but I'm still having a ton of fun talking to these guys that I bring on, as well as you guys in the chat. You guys are killing it for sure. Let's catch up on these last couple. I see my guy in backstage. I'll bring him on very, very shortly. Robot Chicken wins Burgos versus Duwadu thoughts. Early thoughts. I like Duwadu there. I do got to run the tape. Not 100% sure on that yet. Kenny's last fight was a nail biter. Was it really? If I'm not mistaken, he fought highly on the Tang. I might be off on that, but correct me if I'm not. John Ratchma is absolutely right. Happy wife, happy life. That is absolutely true. Chris Luer is saying, lucky man. Yes, she's looking out for me nice and easy. Jordan C is saying, what's your early thoughts on Kies versus Magny? I'm leaning Magny, but I'm really looking forward to actually getting into that. Tyson Jordan's asking, what are we eating? I actually suggested a nice shawarma plate. So if you guys don't know what shawarmas are, probably my favorite food up until this point in time. But yeah, you can never go wrong with the chicken shawarma plate. And that's what I think I'm going to be devouring once I'm done this 9-hour fucking podcast. Bo Jackson, should Scott Holtzman retire? Not at all. I think he still has some solid potential to go out there and get some good wins for sure. PKK Wood is saying he's still hot about Bozer's terrible outing against Arlovsky. Had 2 different parlays with just under 1K with Bozer as the final leg. Yeah, I had Bozer closing out a couple parlays for me too. Yeah, tough one. Very, very tough one. I thought we'd see a little bit more output from him there. Unfortunately, Arlovsky was able to hang with him and get the victory. Shout out to my guy, Justin Jr. He's hopping in the stream as well. Roberto Lopez, I had Arlovsky Glover in a parlay. Man, that must have paid off very, very nice. All right, last question. Then we'll get my next guest on. If you could pick Nick Diaz's next opponent, who would it be? I would love to see him against Jorge. You know, I mean, let's do Jorge Masvidal against Nick Diaz. I think both guys are at relatively similar points of their career in terms of their skill set. But yeah, I would love to see Jorge Masvidal fight Nick Diaz. All right, let's get this next guest in here. Let me just get this tweet out. We got my guy, Luke from Sparring with Reality Betting, as well as the Club and Sub Pod. I love those guys over there. You guys know I love them. Luke, what's going on, dude?
How's it going, man? Thanks for having me on.
I appreciate you hopping on, dude. I know we're in the brink of everybody's holiday season. Everybody's spending time with their family and their loved ones and all that stuff. So I really do appreciate you hopping on with me for about half an hour here to just talk 2020. We were originally supposed to watch UFC 199 currently, but it's a little bit harder to do than I originally expected it. So I'm just going on the fly here. I'm adjusting things on the fly, just letting this be a little bit more of a, you know, just catching up with my old buddies, my old pals, my old friends, and seeing how everybody's 2020 went. So first and foremost, how are your holidays going, dude?
Great. Yeah, I actually just got back home. I was back in Madison to see some family for the week, so that was good. Kept the whole Christmas and everything small. Actually did a virtual Christmas with one of the sides of my family, so that was a interesting first to do, to, you know, have everybody on stream. But either way, it was really good to see everybody. So yeah, I still got a couple more days left on my vacation, but jumping back into everything on Wednesday. So enjoying the last little bits here.
I saw a couple of you guys still out there tape studying on Christmas and Christmas Eve and all that stuff. I'm like, guys, take a break. Sit back. You know, have some wine or something. Go smoke a J. Just chill. Guys like, I want to get into it. I know you're one of those guys that are right back into it. Are there certain fights that you've already managed to tape? I don't need your thoughts or anything on them, but are there certain fights that you're like, I wanted to bang this out right away? Are there some fights that you're already gone over?
Yes, I'm actually through about half of the January 16th card, but as you know, the card is just absolutely massive. So I still got, another 7-8 to go. But yeah, there wasn't like anything, I guess, that I was looking at that I said, I need to tape this immediately. Kind of honestly, my early thoughts in it. I don't really love the card from a straight betting perspective. I currently only have one bet up, but I think there are a lot of props I'm going to be looking to target.
Okay. Before we get over to 2021, let's rewind. Let's talk about 2020 a little bit. So the first question I've pretty much been asking every handicapper that's been hopping on the stream is, what, in your opinion, is the best bet that you made in 2020? The one that you're most proud of? Hit me.
Yeah, so I was actually on Z's stream the other week, and we were kind of talking about this a little too. I guess it depends on what you classify as a best bet. For me, the ones that I classify as best bets are ones that I feel like I'm just kind of on an island on, and everybody else on MMA Twitter is somewhere else, and I'm planting my flag. So I've had a couple of those. One was Chukagian at plus 230 over Calvillo this year. Yeah, I like that one. I was also on the Brunson play with you as well. I had a unit on him at plus 300. I just thought that was a spot where there was a lot of recency bias and poor sentiment on one guy and high sentiment on another guy that really influenced the line. And yeah, it came through. So those were a couple nice ones. Also had a max bet on Buckley over Jordan Wright. I just thought that line was pretty mispriced. I'm not a guy who chucks 5 units around all the time. I think I've only had 3 max bets this year, but yeah, that line didn't really make much sense. And then even the line got bet all the way closer to minus 200, closer to fight time. So I technically actually botched the line. So, I don't know from that perspective, I don't know if it was the greatest bet, but it was one that I was obviously very confident on.
Yeah, I was one of those schlubs that was on the Jordan Wright train. Buckley was a little bit overhyped. I still believe he's overhyped. There's no way he's going to be able to live up to what that viral KO did for him. I don't think he's that type of level. But yeah, that was a good matchup for him in terms of being able to just walk through whatever Jordan Wright was throwing at him. So good bet on you there. But I do want to touch on that Caitlin Chukagian one over Cynthia Calvillo. That's something that I was on as well. But surprised that not more people were on, and even more surprised that the line didn't close even more. I got her at plus 215 or plus 214, I think it was. Surprised to even get it better than like plus 170, to be honest, in a fight where you expected both fighters to fight relatively close as they normally do in their fights. And Chukagian is always live in a fight that's able to go to a decision. When she's not getting ragdolled by Valentina Shevchenko, or when she's not ragdolling Antonina Shevchenko, she goes out there and has competitive fights just as she did against Calvillo. So I really didn't understand the public sentiment on Cynthia Calvillo there. And good on you for spotting that. What was your thought process in terms of making that bet?
Yeah, so I think really the only thing that influenced the line was more so that we have seen Chuk get stuck on her back from time to time, and she kind of will, play guard. And we have seen, Cynthia come out with wrestle heavy game plans. I think she was coming off the Jessica I fight, I believe, where she pretty much wrestled her to death for 25 minutes. So I think that was kind of the big thing that was sticking in people's minds. But I guess kind of where I went the other way with it, obviously having that be a very live consideration that Chuk gets wrestled. But my big thing was, well, what if that doesn't happen? To me, if that consideration didn't come through, I thought the fight was more so a pick'em, or actually Chuk should be the favorite. Because a lot of people forget, just how long she is and how tall she is. Yeah. She's not in how she fights, that just peppering volume, point fighting outside, teep, kick you up the middle, leg kick, just in and out movement. She's just kind of a frustrating girl to fight. So, maybe not the most, quote unquote fun to watch necessarily, but from a betting perspective, a very difficult girl to beat, kind of like a Wonderboy Thompson and to some extent too. So I thought Calvillo would be climbing an uphill battle in terms of, really outworking her on the feet. I think she would really have to effectively close distance to one, justify her price, and then even potentially get a W. But it was one of those spots where the plus number was big enough at around that 30% indication for me to kind of concede the whole Calvillo grind her out thing, because if that, like I said, if that didn't happen, I thought it was choke all day, and that proved to be the case.
That was one of easily the most mystifying lines of the year, I gotta say. Like you gotta, I fully expected that line to close, but when it didn't, I was just like, what am I not seeing? Like, what am I completely disregarding here as to why Calvillo should win this fight? And I think a lot had to do with Chookagian losing to Jessica Andrade pretty close to that time too, right? And that was a relatively quick turnaround, but it wasn't like one of those knockouts where it was like to the head, you know what I mean? It was a body shot, shuts down the body for a little bit, but in terms of durability and being finished, it could have gone much worse for Chookagian against Andrade. So I was happy to get that line on her as well too. All right, now on the flip side, you talk about best, and we're talking about the worst. What's your worst bet of 2020 in hindsight?
I'm probably gonna have to go with Roshkov over Hubbard. It was just another one of these spots where I've made the mistake a couple times this year as someone who kind of preaches, being more passive towards the younger, unproven, non-battle tested fighters with less than 10 pro fights. But it was one of those spots where I kind of thought from a stylistic standpoint, pre-fight, everything really spoke Roshkov. But there's these certain situations when, you're wagering on some of these younger, more inexperienced fighters that, the variance of them coming out and either doing something uncharacteristic or just not being able to handle adversity well because they haven't seen it, I think that is a lot higher when you're betting on these younger fighters. And we saw him face some adversity in that first round, and he, if I'm being completely honest, he kind of just quit after that too. So that it was more so that fight was just kind of the epitome of why you need to be careful or just stay away from those kind of spots. So not only just making the bet, but also laying the chalk on that too, just kind of makes it sting a little bit more. So that's definitely something I'm going to be cognizant of going into 2021. If I am betting these younger, unproven fighters, I better be getting a better number.
Newsome, who actually kicked off this stream with me as well, he said the exact same bet for his worst bet of 2020, and it makes absolute sense. Another example of that we had just recently was Louis Kosi going in there and losing against Sasha Platnikov as a minus 400 favorite. I mean, you got to be very careful of these guys who have a very short amount of time in the cage, just going out there and dusting dudes. It's good to, it's almost been profitable this year to bet on guys who are coming off of quick knockout losses and getting, seeing that the market is on the other side and kind of seeing those deficiencies in the market. Like perfect examples, two back-to-back examples I'll give you. Parker Porter getting knocked out by Chris Daukaus and everybody betting against him in what was the next fight? Josh Parisian. Yep. And Jake Collier the week after get knocked out by Tom Aspinall, and you're getting a great price on him next time against a bum in Gian Vellante. You know what I mean? So we gotta be cognizant of the trends in MMA, which way fans are leaning, but you have to be especially careful in these spots when you're having these newcomers like the Roshkovs and the Louis Kosis. You got to be very, very careful in terms of saying, okay, if you extrapolate their career, how many times are they actually getting this first round knockout? I mean, you're not going to see, or this first round submission, whatever it is. All right. The next spot that I want to talk about is the spot that you feel most, that you regret most on passing in 2020. I'm not sure if you have one off the top of your head, but if you don't, I can definitely start off with mine just to give you a little bit more time to think about it. But do you have one off the top of your head?
Actually, yeah. This one's going to sting for a while and many years to come, but Usman over Masvidal, because pre-fight I was like going into it and I'm like, I'm gonna have a 4-5 unit play on Usman just because everything on paper, it's a terrible matchup for Masvidal, even though I think Usman was up around that minus 230, minus 250 range, so you definitely were paying up for it, but in reality, even pre-fight, how I thought it would be, he should have been, minus 400, minus 500. But it was one of those spots where I just kind of let the almost the aura of Masvidal and all, the hype around it and everything kind of get to my head. But and so I didn't even end up betting it either way, even though, like I said, I was looking at, 4 or 5 unit maxing it. And I went from, that being the case to just not betting it at all. So that one is just, I'd feel sick even talking about it.
Yeah, that one is. I think for me also, like this one was a couple of years ago, but not tracking and officially tipping Floyd Mayweather to beat Conor McGregor is one of my most and not just beat him, but beat him inside the distance. And I was super confident in that. And the odds for that were not that bad. I think it was like minus 150 or minus 200 for him to win inside the distance, which was not out of the realm of possibility given Conor McGregor's shortcomings when it comes to cardio and Floyd being Floyd freaking Mayweather. You know what I mean? So no, I absolutely see that. And I would absolutely be kicking myself if I passed on Usman over Masvidal. I think a lot of people are letting that hype and that aura, like you said, of Masvidal kind of get to them. And that's where we really got to differentiate ourselves from the public and other cappers in terms of having that confidence to go against the grain or go against the popular consensus pick, right? And I know you're really good at doing that for sure, just like the Caitlin Chukagian pick and the Derek Brunson pick, which are two picks that we were heavily against the majority. You know what I mean? Like everybody's like, oh, you're fucking nuts for picking Derek Brunson, or you're absolutely insane for picking Caitlin Chukagian, right? Like you got to be confident in those spots. And that's something that I've been harping on this entire stream with my other guests as well too. All right, let's move on from the betting perspective of things. Take off that betting cap. Let's put on the fan cap. What was your favorite moment of 2020, whether it's an event, a fight, anything happening, news, whatever it is? What stands out to you most in 2020 from an MMA fan's perspective?
Honestly, it's been a crazy year, as you know. But in terms of like moments, I don't think there's been like a ton of real like crazy awesome moments. But the one that sticks out for me is the Masvidal knee KO over Askren, because I was there live for it, and that was my very first UFC
That was 2019.
event. Was it?
Yeah, dude.
Jeez. Yeah, I guess that shows you how messed up my time frame is. But yeah, shit.
We only had like 2 months worth of events that actually had fans at them, which was like January, February, and then halfway through March.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, I guess moments. Was Wiley Joanna? Was that 2020?
Yeah, that was 248. So that was back in February.
Okay, that was a good one. That was a fun fight.
Good save. Good save.
I like that one. I also had a bet on Joanna, which I still think she won, if I'm being completely honest.
I think I was with you there. I think I had a little bit on Joanna in that fight too, because I thought the price was getting a little bit out of hand, which I eventually ended up taking the taking the shot on her. All right, favorite fighter, or not favorite fighter, sorry, fighter of the year, in your opinion. Who takes the cake?
Yeah, it's another tough one just because there haven't been, with the whole COVID thing in terms of activity, there hasn't been a lot of that. So I guess if you're looking at it from an activity standpoint, I would say Kevin Holland. I know he's got a couple, a few layups in there too, but just in general, I mean, going 5-0 in 2020, definitely impressive. But then I think I would probably go up there with Izzy too.
My concern with Izzy though is that Romero fight just left such a bad taste in my mouth, and then obviously the Paulo Costa fight was amazing. Like he looked great in there. Didn't even get hit clean once, it seemed like. But those two fights, I don't know, that Romero fight, you didn't see like masterclass Israel Adesanya there. You saw kind of a hesitant stance from both guys. And another fighter that people want to bring up into this conversation is Davison Figueiredo. You know what I mean? But my only issue there is beating Joseph Benavidez twice in the calendar year. Once is nice, but twice to go in there and do it again and beat him even more decisively, I don't know. It just leaves a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. The name that resonates with me the most this year has got to be Jan Blachowicz. I mean, going out there as a betting underdog to Corey Anderson, knocking him out, then going in there against Dominic Reyes and beating him, and capturing the title while doing so. I think that deserves a lot of credentials. And then obviously the Kevin Holland thing is very impressive with the 5-0 in a calendar year. I think only the third person in UFC history to do something like that. But again, the competition leaves a little bit to be desired as well. But I think Jan Blachowicz is definitely deserving. What do you think of his 2020 year?
Yeah, that's definitely a good one. I guess that proves credence to that not even really popping into my head, because I think that's kind of just the story of Blachowicz in general. He's just always been one of these guys that really just floats under the radar, and I kind of throw him into the Josh Emmett category from like a betting perspective, a guy who has just been a perennial dog in like a large majority of his fights, but at the end of the day is a winner. And he's like one of those guys that if you just, chucked your money on, at least in recent years, you'd be sitting pretty, because for whatever reason, everybody undervalues him. And I'll be the first one to sit there and throw my hand up there that I've been guilty of that as well. I thought I thought the Reyes fight was a good fight for Reyes. But that Polish power is legit.
I started becoming a believer after the Rockhold fight, because I had Rockhold pretty heavy there, and I'm just like, okay, there's no way freaking Jan Blachowicz is going to come in here and beat a guy, in my opinion, who I thought was a really high level 185er and probably would have suited even better at 205 pounds given Rockhold's frame. But that durability of Rockhold just fell off an absolute cliff after he got knocked out by Michael Bisping. So
that was actually 239 too. The Jones card. Yeah, because when I was in Vegas for that, I just chucked like a D-Gen 5-legger on the main card, and I actually had Masvidal as the one dog, but it was the Rockhold knockout that busted my 5-legger. So I'll never forget.
Was that the night of was that Robbie Lawler Ben Askren as well?
Masvidal Askren, you mean?
Oh, sorry. Masvidal. Askren and Lawler was before that. I believe that was 235. But that was also on the Jones card, which is why it's tripping me out in terms of doing that. So looking forward to 2021 now. I had a couple questions in the chat earlier that I'd love to throw by you as well, which is the first of them being, which fighter are you looking to fade most in 2021? Like, who do you think whose stock is like high right now that is going to be very good fadeable material in 2021?
That's one I'd probably have to put a little bit of thought to, but I guess one that's just coming to me off the top of my head, where I wouldn't necessarily say that that stock on them is high right now because they're actually coming off a loss, but someone I'm probably going to continue to bet against, assuming the stylistic consideration is there, but is Marina Rodriguez. And ironically, she's actually a girl that I think with some work in the grappling and wrestling component of her game actually has championship potential. I really do, but it's just been a consistent problem that she can't stuff takedowns and just can't work back to her feet. So if she's going to fight someone with any sort of wrestling grappling competency, I'm going to keep riding that train until I see those improvements be made, because it's fight after fight after fight where those improvements are not being made. So I'm probably going to continue to look to bet against her given the right matchup.
So given that Marina Rodriguez is scheduled to fight Amanda Hebos, and Hebos is minus 310 right now, are you taking a minus 310?
No, well, I haven't taped that one yet either, but I also don't think like Ribas is like this great wrestler either, which I think is kind of interesting. So I think she actually might oblige in some of these stand-up exchanges. And I think Ribas's hands are good, but I would actually still say that Rodriguez's hands are better. So that's one I'm definitely going to have to dig into a little bit. But if she does take her down, I don't see any her having any issues with passing her guard and taking her back or getting in dominant positions. So
I won't lie. When I saw that line, I was a little bit intrigued by Rodriguez, just given the inflated line there. I think it's absolutely insane. The other question that I had is, who do you think will make you the most money in 2021? Which fighter do you think will be a money train?
Yeah, I think I was listening to you a little bit earlier today, and I think I heard you bring up the name Damir Ismagulov. He's a guy that I've been high on for so many years now, and he's just one of these Russian guys who obviously struggles with the whole visa thing, but I've been saying it for a while now that I do think he's another guy who has championship potential, even as how deep this 155 division is. I do think his skill set is there for it. So I hope he gets more fights, because he's definitely a guy I've bet on in the past, even though some of his prices have been pretty chalky. Yeah. He's just a phenomenal fighter. Another guy kind of in that same boat that I hope we see get more fights is Taisimov, Mairbek Taisimov. He's coming off of that L2 CDF at 242, and that's when it was like 116 degrees there or something, and he just completely cardio dumped and gas. Obviously, CDF was in the same situation too, so
But he's made some improvements. CDF is since he moved down to Fortis MMA and really had this new type of game plan where he's just like moving forward, not letting you breathe, mixing in takedowns, having more confidence in his striking. Very tough matchup for Taisimov there. Like obviously in hindsight, going into that fight, I was really high on Taisimov. I'm like, this is a great matchup for him. He should go out there and be able to do work. And CDF absolutely proved me wrong. But yeah, if Taisimov has anything left, I truly believe he still has potential to be like top 15, top 10 guy. Like he's one of those guys that just got bit by that visa bug where it's just like, I can't get fights outside of Europe. I'm not fighting often enough. And then when I am scheduled to fight, possibly pulling out with an injury or whatever the hell, right? So hopefully Demir's actually able to fix that, as I believe that he does have like top 5 potential as well too. His striking style is just so efficient, so smooth, so fluid. Like there's not a lot of fat when it comes to Damir Ismagulov's game, right? Which really sets him apart from everybody else. So I love that you brought his name up. I think he has a ton of potential for sure. Now, is there a matchup that you're really looking forward to in 2021 that you hope gets put together? Nothing outlandish, but something that's reasonably, that's reasonable to happen in 2021.
Honestly, there's nothing that really comes to me off the top of my head. I don't know. I guess I'm like kind of a shitty fan in that way. Like ever since I've gotten more like into the betting component of stuff in obviously I'm still a fan of the sport or whatever, but I guess I kind of take that fan cap off quite a bit. So I'm not necessarily like I was maybe 5 years ago, like thinking about all these other matchups and whatnot down the road, just because I'm like so week to week focused on everything in the capping.
Grind and a half. For sure.
Essentially, yeah. So yeah, I guess there's nothing that really comes to me, especially because there's just been so many things that have been booked and they fall out, or there's this that's been rumored and then there really wasn't any merit to it. So like I said, I guess I'm kind of a shitty no fun fan in that, where I just don't get too fired up really about anything anymore, just because all the shit over the years. But yeah.
No, for sure. You get a little bit desensitized and not take it for granted, but like you truly see through those types of things and not really anticipate anything until it's like day of, and this fighters are stepping into the cage. So I absolutely understand that aspect. Are you going to be one of those degenerates that's going out there and watching Risen tonight, or are you sitting back and just doing your thing?
Yeah. That's. I heard you talking about it earlier in the stream too. Like props to all the guys over in Europe who get up at 3 a.m. or whatever for all these cards, like week in and week out. But as much as I am a hardcore and in the betting and everything, unless it's like something really really big or something I have like a lot of interest in, I'm not staying up that late and watching it. So I don't know. Call me a poor hardcore
casual.
Casual. Call me a casual, but. No, man, I've never been a big Risen guy personally. I don't know.
Yeah, the only things that are really intriguing in those cards is obviously Kai Asakura against Kyoji Horiguchi. Don't really care about Takanori Gomi in 2020. Let's be honest, right? And I believe the guy that fought Floyd Mayweather is fighting tonight too. But again, that's Muay Thai. Don't really pay too much.
That's not Sakawa, right?
Yeah. No. Is it no? Kai Asakawa is the guy that. Asakura, I believe his name is, who's fighting Kyoji Horiguchi. The guy you're talking about is Tenshin. Oh, yeah.
Tension.
Yeah, sorry.
Right? Yeah.
Duh. Yeah, Tenshin Asakawa.
The names are similar.
Close enough. God damn it. All right. Well, we're pretty much winding down to the end here. What do you want to plug? Let people know where they can find you. Go for it. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so you guys can find me on Twitter and Instagram at SWR_betting. And actually, a fun little announcement. I did just officially launch on Patreon today, earlier this morning. So this past year, I was kind of putting everything out there for free. Now I'm going behind a slight paywall, but kind of similar to your model lock as well. It's more so for early access, especially with all the odds makers releasing stuff so early now. Like it's just not like it was 2 years ago, where I think you do need to get in on stuff a tad early. Not saying smoke these opens or whatever, but the whole like thing of waiting to Thursday, Friday of fight week, I just think is I think you're kind of putting yourself in a corner a little bit. The analogy I like to use is like going to a garage sale but you're going to wait till like the last week to go to the garage sale, and then everything's picked over and you don't get anything good.
That's a good analogy.
So I like to try to get in a little bit before fight week and whatnot. So I guess that's the big thing for the Patreon. I tried to make it affordable for everybody. I got 3 different tiers. You can go over there and check it out. The link is pinned in my profile as well. So for whether if you're, casual better, hardcore better, you can check out the different options. The first tier is just to get my bets. Second tier is bets and then breakdowns, props, and parlay piece content. And then the third tier is more so for the newer better who kind of wants to learn the game. I offer like a one-on-one coaching session every month with them to just, help you get started out. So yeah, I put so much time into this over the last 5 years now. Had a nice little 33 unit year in 2020, 4 straight winning years. So yeah, I'm hopefully looking to monetize this a little bit, and hopefully, all the crazy support people gave me this past year is awesome. And I just hope that people will continue to support me in 2021. It should be a fun year for sure, man.
No, for sure. At a certain point, you do deserve to monetize. I mean, you do deserve to, after all the hours and time you put into it. It's not too bad asking people for like $10 a month, $15 a month, whatever it may be, as you're doing the work for them compared to them having to do the work themselves. So I don't blame you for that at all. I think it's a great method as well with the Patreon. I mean, I'm glad more people are taking this approach, as I feel that it's going to be way more successful than the traditional tout route nowadays, right? So yeah, definitely good on you for getting ahead of the curve on that. And yeah, once again, you guys can follow Luke. His Twitter handle is obviously right there under his face. You can also find him on the Club and Sub Pod with my next guest I'm going to be having on, who's going to be hopping in here as well too. Great guys over there. They put a solid podcast every Wednesday night. They go on live for you guys, so make sure you guys hop on for that as well. You might see my pretty face every now and then on there as well too. So that's another incentive for you guys. But yeah, I appreciate it, Luke. Thanks for hopping out with me. Good luck in 2020 and Happy New Year, brother.
Yep. Thanks, man. For sure. We'll try to get you on some of these live streams we do. And I'm sure, some vice versa. And yeah, always fun watching these fights, drinking some beers and, winning or losing some money.
Talking some shit.
Yeah.
I love it. Take it easy, brother. All right. That was Luke Lampe. I believe that's how you pronounce his name, Luke Lampe. But he's from Sparring with Reality Betting. And again, you guys can catch him on the Club and Sub Pod. Speaking of the Club and Sub Pod, we got the head ringleader over there. We got my man, John Stargarian, who is currently putting his headphones in and telling somebody to shut the hell up so that he can go on live. Make sure you unmute your mic so that I can actually get you there. And there we go. We got my man, John Stargarian.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to get my heads to work in my headphones.
No worries. You guys can follow him at MMA Fox. It's FAWKES. You guys can obviously see his work at the Club and Sub Pod Wednesday nights of every fight week. I'm not sure how they're going to do that first fight week since we got 3 fight cards in one freaking week, but I'm sure they'll figure it out. John, what's going on, dude? Enjoy that beer.
Not much. As it turns out, it's not really going to be much of a break with 36 or 40 fights to break down over the next couple weeks. Dude, like, I mean, I've put some work into it too, and I feel like I haven't even made a dent, to be honest. So, yeah, but I'm pumped. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm roughly 7 hours into the stream now, so I'm chilling. I'm doing great. It's a great time. It's actually more from a live rewatch to just me catching up with my guys, because that's where I think it's a little bit more interesting now, because I can't keep up with this fucking rewatch thing. I can't keep telling people to sync up with this shit. So I'm absolutely ditching that aspect of it. Just having a good time with you guys. I was hoping that I could have a couple of drinks too, but I got like 15 guests that I'm trying to get through, so I'm not trying to be shit-faced by the time I get to like 8 p.m. and 7 p.m. Right? So. No, it's fun.
You won't make it there.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
You guys will see me just slouch over, just out live on stream.
Have you played anything for the new year upcoming yet? Anything?
I haven't even looked at next year's cards yet, dude.
What?
No. So my plan is actually to start to start tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to start hammering out the breakdowns on the Patreon for everybody on there. But the first fight that I'm going to be looking to get into is obviously Max Holloway and Calvin Kattar. That's a very, very fun fight. The line is bettable both ways, in my opinion, at least pre-tape. So I'm looking forward to seeing which side I actually end up on. But we're here for a little bit of 2020. We're here for a little bit of 2021. So let's get into 2020 first and foremost. So the one question that I've been asking everybody, or couple of questions I've been asking everybody: what, in your opinion, is the best bet of 2020 that you made, the one that you're most proud of? What do you got?
Oh, it could go one of two ways. One could be a loss. I mentioned this on Z Stream, but I felt like my best read of 2020 was like Dominic Reyes against Sean Jones. Unfortunately, it did not work out quite as well as the read did. But I did like a 15-minute video on my YouTube about how I basically thought Jones was being overvalued and that a lot of what he'd made work in the UFC wouldn't really translate over to his fight with Reyes, because Reyes is a lot bigger and faster than most of the guys he'd fought at light heavyweight coming up. Obviously, that's a loss. In terms of actual winners, I had 5 units on Joe Solecki minus 116 in a fight against Austin Hubbard.
Oh yeah.
In a fight that a lot of people were on Hubbard in, and it was right after he beat Roscoff. I'm kind of proud of it because I'd actually messaged the club and sub guys right after the Roscoff fight with Hubbard and been like, I really hope they rebook Solecki because I'm pretty sure I'm going to max him, because I felt like I took something completely different away from that fight than pretty much everybody else did, which was Hubbard puts himself in really bad spots really easily. It just so happens Roscoff's super submission over position, so if he doesn't sub you, he can't win. And so I just kind of knew I should say my read was basically Solecki's going to get his back pretty much immediately in that fight, and it's just really a question of what his gas tank's like. And sure enough, he got it like a minute in and ended up subbing him right there. So that was probably my favorite bet of 2020.
It's always nice when you have such a strong read and it plays out not maybe to your expectations, but it just blows your expectation away too. Yes. Right? Absolutely amazing. Like the ones that I've been saying for my best bet of 2020 has been Derek Brunson, but I kind of went to a T in terms of how it went against Admin Shabazi, and I called in round 3. It went right down to the wire, right to round 3. He almost finished him in round 2. Thankfully, Herb Dean wanted to see a dead body in there, and we got round 3. So that was fine.
To be honest, I was just going to say his corner should not have let that fight start round 3.
Absolutely not. But they have too big of balls to not send their fighter out. Yeah. Right. That's the issue there. Now let's go on the flip side. What was your worst bet of 2020? Obviously, hindsight is 2020, right? So
there's a lot to dig into there. I guess
Hold on, let me throw one out there. There's one that sticks with me that you made. I'm just like, I'm never going to let him off the hook for this one. But I just want to confirm that was in 2020. Let me pull it up. Oh no! Yes, it was 2020. UFC 247.
Was the Connor card?
It was the one headlined by Jones and Reyes.
Oh God. Yeah, I went so I went 5 units on Juan Adams, and that obviously blew up in my face like a hand grenade. But to be honest, I'm not, obviously it wasn't a good bet as it turned out, but I still think if one of these days Taff is going to fight somebody who can wrestle, and everybody's going to be like, oh, that's why people liked Juan Adams. Mm-hmm. It just so happened he didn't shoot a takedown. But yeah, that was absolutely horrible as it happened. I think probably my biggest regret of 2020 would either be probably Marcos de Lima, who I put 3 units on against Alexander Romanov. Yeah, and because it was just like I played the angle way too hard that Romanov hasn't been in the UFC and hasn't fought UFC competition. Like, this line's impossible to justify. Instead of being like, okay, sometimes like Occam's razor or like the most obvious answer is the right answer. It's like Marcos de Lima, anytime he gets put on his back, is a mess and has no heart and can't grapple really. But instead of just saying, okay, I'm not going to play Romanov because of this, I went 3 units on de Lima, and that bugged me. And then another one that like really, and it's obscure, but Pauliana Botelho, I bet against Jillian Robertson, and it was just like I took all the wrong things from some of her earlier fights, like comparing like the clinch work she had with Lauren Mueller and Pro Gonzalez to Jillian Robertson and how she handled the grappling there, which is just like they're incomparable. Like, to make the comparison, it's just like, especially when you've seen her with a good grappler on top of her, was really bad. Now, she won the first round, but you saw as soon as Jillian got on top of her, it didn't matter. There was nothing she could do. So that was a really bad one. Just in general, you could probably circle 8 to 10 bets I made from September to November and just say, this was really, really bad.
bragging on you about the Juan Adams one because I just found that one to be hilarious, and I think I even DM'd you the week that you put out that bet. I'm like, I can't believe you're doing this, but it played out like worst case scenario played out, which was Justin Tafa early knockout, right? That's what it is.
Yeah, it is, but also what's more frustrating is like Adams fought Hardy and he attempted to take down inside 20 seconds.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, he thought he was Travis Brown now and came out with a new stance and decided he wanted to strike with a guy whose only chance to win the fight was to land a nuke in the first round.
Yeah.
Like it was
you're right.
Yeah. So it was a horrible bet. And it was especially frustrating because that night, that bet I missed on. I hit 3 of my 5 other bets, and then I missed on the Reyes one. And instead of a night filled with really good reads, pretty much got sunk by having way too much exposure to a clown. So
and that was 2020 in a nutshell for John. Is MMA unit betting, scaling, and all that shit.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, honestly, it was like the scaling was huge for me. It was bad, and I ended up winning money on the year, so it was like that's a good year, I suppose. But like there was a moment in August where I think I was up 40 units on the year, and I ended up finishing up 6.8, and a lot of it was just like going way too heavy on dogs. It's almost like I hit this run in July where I think I cashed 4 or 5 plus 200s across 3 cards. And instead of being like, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, I started just upping my exposure to those same spots, even though at the end of the day, it's a plus 200 and they're probably still going to lose more often than not. And so it just like, you're not going to stay on runs like that. It's nice to have the run, but you're not going to stay on it. So
it's not going to stay that way.
No.
No,
So yeah, it was a frustrating year.
Yeah, I think the spot that you're looking to fade Justin Tafa is his next fight against Carlos Felipe. Just saying, I might as well just throw that out there for you.
I like Felipe a good bit, actually. I've actually taped that fight.
That's one of the first ones I would definitely get into, considering where that line's at, and I don't want to miss out on a good line. Let's just put it that way.
It's kind of weird. Like people keep I get he's a favorite now, but like I've seen a bunch of people on Twitter be like Tafa should be pick him at worst, and it's like, when does Felipe get credit for what he's doing? Like he had a pretty close fight with Shelvock, who's pretty decent, and then beat DeCastro. I would take both Shelvock and DeCastro did knock Tafa out, and I think Shelvock would do dirty things to him if they fought. Like it's just weird to me. Like people's overinflated love affair of Justin Tafa.
That's why people come and watch us. Yeah, I mean they want to give these picks that are against the grain and actually have confidence behind them. Not just pick them just to pick them, but pick them because you truly believe it, right?
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. And truthfully, that is probably one of the single biggest issues I had down the stretch of this year was instead of focusing on picks I had confidence behind, I got too into playing angles. Like I put 2 units on Brett Johns against Montel Jackson. That was a very confident bet. I bet Polyana Botello, and I was like, oh, I'm not sure Jillian Robertson should really be a huge favorite in the spot. And it was like I didn't really have like a coherent path to victory from Botello in my head. I was just like, oh, this is a pure value bet. That's
yeah.
So, but yeah, I agree completely.
All right, let's keep it moving. The next spot that I got is the spot you regret passing on most in 2020. Is the one that comes to mind for you? For me, I'll obviously say just to give you guys a little bit of time to think about it, but I had a Hagholm over at an Aldana all week. I was just banging that drum, and then when it came down to actually playing it, I never played it. So what about you?
Actually, so that's one of them, Hagholm, because I actually really liked Hagholm in that spot. And I saw a lot of people like Aldana. I got a little nervous about the volume numbers, even though in both the tape and in my head, I was like, Aldana going from like putting up massive numbers against a bunch of cans like Lucy Pudilova to fighting Hagholm is like a horse of a different color. Plus, like there was no evidence she was even close to the technical prowess that Hagholm had. But I passed on that. I ended up betting it with you on stream, but I didn't end up tracking it with Wonder Boy, who I really liked all week, but I was like, oh, I can see the angle of Neil just coming forward and knocking him out, even though I bet him against Luque with a guy who's more willing to go forward.
Yeah.
So bit of a regret there. In terms of other regrets, not playing Calvillo against Jeff Guy probably was a big one for me. I actually had really liked Calvillo there. And I saw, it's one of those things where you really can't let the opinions of other people get in your head from what you see. And I think everybody can be subject to it sometimes. But I saw a bunch of people who I really respected on and I was like, WMMA fight, maybe this isn't really the spot. She's a favorite, maybe not the right move. And then she went out there and did pretty much exactly what I thought was going to happen, which was frustrating. Yeah,
it's one thing that like I forgot who I was talking to about this on the streamer already, but you really got to get to that point where you build that confidence where you're able to make your reads and not really be too shook by no matter what other people are saying. So that's why I try to do like as much as I want to look forward to 2021 and talk all those fights with you guys, I want to make my reads first. Like I want to do my research, do my work, and then decide whether I'm actually going to be playing these guys or not. And that's it. I learned that honestly from Wonderboy Thompson against Jorge Masvidal a couple of years ago, where everybody seemed to be on Masvidal, and I'm like, what are you guys seeing? Like I truly think that Wonderboy has this in the bag. And lo and behold, it works out, right? That's the one moment that I really look back at, saying that this is where I gained my confidence to the utmost degree, because guys that I very, very much respected were on Masvidal that night, and it worked out on my end.
Yeah, I mean, I agree completely. It's almost like Z says it a lot, but it's like passing on a win is worse than a loss, and it really does feel that way sometimes, especially if you think you see an angle and then someone's like, oh, you're crazy, because there's always going to be, I mean, you see it every week. If you look at Bet MMA, you have sharp people on both sides of every fight almost all the time. So someone's always going to be seeing something else. So like, just why let the couple of people in your universe you talk to get in your head when you don't let the people who you also know are sharp outside of your universe get in your head, right? So, but
you got to figure out that balance, right? Like, okay, you can only take so much information from other people to the point of actually even changing your own pick, right? So,
I kind of think a good way to approach it, to be honest, like, I'm not saying totally ignore everybody else, like, but don't, unless you hear an angle on it that you haven't previously considered, don't listen to it. Because like, if you've considered all the other angles and someone's just reiterating something that you've already thought about, why are you going to change your pick? Because you've thought about this and feel a certain way. Now, if someone mentions something like obviously we probably wouldn't make this mistake at this point, but like there's someone's fighting a grappler and they're like, oh, he gives his back whenever he gets up, and you hadn't thought of it. It's just like, oh, okay, well, that's something to think about why I might not play it. But yeah.
All right, let's take off the betting caps. Let's put on the fan caps. What was your favorite moment of 2020?
My favorite moment.
It doesn't need to be. It could be a fight. It could be a fighter. It could be, Hamza coming to the UFC. Whatever it is. What's your favorite moment of 2020?
Not Hamza coming to the UFC. He is my nemesis. It is. I would say probably Gaethje Ferguson. Just because that whole night was incredible. Because it was the first night back from COVID. We didn't have MMA for 6 weeks, and no other sports.
Yep.
So it was like, oh my God, yeah, it's finally fucking here. The fights that night were incredible. We had Cruz came back that night, and then Gaethje went out there and put on like the performance of his career in one of the more entertaining fights of the year, like on that stage with a lot of people who don't watch MMA watching MMA, because it was literally the only new thing on TV.
Yeah.
So probably that UFC was it 249, I think.
That was 249. Yeah, back in
yeah.
Oh, I remember the one thing I remember most from that card was Francis Ngannou knocking out Jairzinho Rozenstruik, and that was the first time like we saw a knockout of that devastation in an empty arena. So it felt like we were all witness to a murder and nobody was doing anything about it. You know what I mean?
Now that was a fight that passing on a bet was the right move, because I loved Rozenstruik most of the week, and I ended up kind of just getting cold feet at the last sec. Fading Francis is so scary. That's
I learned my lesson after that second Curtis Blades fight. I'm like, I'm done. I'm good. I don't need to.
Yeah, you want to hear? I don't want to get us too far off topic, but you want to hear a story about that second Curtis Blades fight. So I had bet. I think I put 2 units on Francis at like plus 150 or whatever it was. But for whatever reason, like I remember the card was in China. I put together like a full card parlay for it. In the full card parlay, it was to win. It was like $25 to win like 12 grand. I had Blades winning, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna wake up at 3 a.m. and watch this card, and if I need to, I'll be able to hedge it or whatever. My wife and I got smashed, and I woke up and I was like, "Fuck, oh well." And I start looking over on 5 Dimes for each bet on it, and I was like, "Oh my god, oh my fucking god!" Like the only one I got wrong was Curtis Blades and Francis. When I had a bet on Francis separately, it was one of the sickest moments of my life.
The funny, something is very similar happened to me at UFC 235, I think it was. I got every single pick on the card right, predicted everything on my YouTube video correctly, but for some goddamn reason, I put Robbie Lawler in the parlay instead of Ben Askren, and that caused me to, and I picked Ben Askren to win. I picked him to win, but when it came down to making my degenerate parlays, I fucking put in Robbie Lawler for some reason.
Everyone has one. I had Lawler plus 700 round 1 KO that fight.
Oh
I was
God.
I was like so excited and then so horrified in about the course of about 30 seconds.
What sport does that to you though, right? Like within seconds.
It's true. It's true. Just going from victory to snatch in the jaws of defeat. Like the Korean Zombie fight. I needed Korean Zombie that night to win to take down the 25K DraftKings prize, which was also sickening.
Yeah, I get it. All right, here's a tough one, kind of a tough one. We have a couple names already up there, but fighter of the year. So I'll throw out a couple candidates. If you can absolutely go off script here, but I've heard Kevin Holland, obviously 5-0 in 2020, very impressive. Sketchy competition, but still very impressive. Jan Blachowicz is a dark horse for this award, in my opinion. Goes out there and pulls an upset against Corey Anderson, then goes out there and wins the light heavyweight title against Dominic Reyes, both as underdogs. Davison Figueiredo, my only qualm was that is being the same guy twice 1 calendar year, not that impressive. And then obviously we've seen Israel Adesanya thrown in there. The Yoel Romero fight just leaves a bit of a bad taste in my mouth, even though he got it done. Still bad. Anybody that comes to your mind that I didn't mention, or even one that I mentioned that you're like, he deserved it.
Like, it's funny with like the Davison thing, because on the one hand, I do think he probably deserves it just for the level of talent he fought. But that is a good point that I hadn't thought about. And like, if we're being real, Benavidez was basically dead already in the second fight. I mean, he dropped the first time he got touched. But with that said, he went out there and shut up a lot of doubters, myself included, and arguably won the fight with Moreno as well. I think the only other one in that list, I mean, I don't think I'd go off that list. And the only other person in that list that I'd consider is maybe Jan, especially because I have a very high opinion of Reyes, and I thought Reyes was going to style on him that night. And I was absolutely shocked by the outcome there. And frankly, even though Corey's chinny, Corey Anderson is like no joke. That is, Anderson and Reyes are probably better wins than anybody else on the list had this year that we just talked about, right? I can't think of a better one, to be honest.
Well, Kevin Holland's best one was Jacare. We can say what we want.
And that was also kind of weird, for being honest.
Figueiredo beating Benavidez twice. Perez. Yeah, you're right.
Good.
Who are the other names I said? Yeah, that was about it.
And then
Adesanya beating Costa and Romero.
I'd say Adesanya was like the performance of the year. That was insane. I mean, you could make an argument for Israel again, I guess, but like you said, the Romero fight could easily have been scored for Romero. I don't think it was a robbery by any means, but I wouldn't have had an issue with it being 3-2 Romero either. None of those rounds had a stamp put on them, and it's like I really expected that night that Israel was going to go out there and put on, maybe not the show he put on against Costa, but like go out there and kind of assert himself. And instead, like, he looked pretty human, and then he acted, like, for being honest, like a bitch in the post-fight press conference where he got all pissed at the fans and stuff. It's like, dude, you just put on one of the most boring fights of the year. These people paid money. Are you really surprised? I'm not saying not to fight boring. Like, if it's winning, fine, to be clear. But these people paid money. Don't be mad at them because they didn't like how you approached this fight. Like, it was just really rubbed me the wrong way, to be honest. So
it's a weird way that night went down, because we got that crazy fight of the year, the fight before that with the Weili Zhang and Ioanni and Jacek, and then you get an absolute snooze fest in the next fight. So to get those two contradicting almost types of fights back to back, it might have exaggerated how bad the Romero fight was.
To be honest, it like also I kind of think maybe we should have been more ready for that in hindsight. Like Yoel doesn't really engage much unless you engage him. Like that's why he threw so much in the Costa fight, right?
Yeah.
And Israel is a pretty big counterpuncher too. So it's like none of us thought about it going into it, but I was like, after it happened, I was like, that kind of makes some sense, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. No, I thought all things considered with like COVID and all that shit, I don't think 2020 was a horrible year for MMA. Like I think we still got some great fights. We had that 6-week lull, but the UFC definitely made up for it. Freaking 25 fights and since July. Not a week and off.
I would argue it was the best year for MMA we've ever had, in large part because it got more mainstream, not from like a fights perspective, but like for the sport, it got more mainstream exposure than it's ever had in any other year ever. Like everybody was watching it every week before other sports started coming back. The numbers, even after everything came back, are way up from where they had been, both in terms of cable and pay-per-views from what's been reported. So it's like it got a lot more people into MMA. I mean, to the point that, let's be real, we know the reason they did those 2-3 cards in a week this year was to get their 40 fight cards so they get paid by ESPN. But they're doing it the first year of 2021. They don't need to do that. I mean, it tells you something's working and going right. That they're willing to go out there and do that. And put one on 9. They're confident enough to put one on 9 a.m. on the East Coast. Like, that's wild.
I believe it was Luke that brought it up, but I love Wednesday fight cards. Like, I'm loving that they're bringing out midweek. Just give it
during
to
the day. Midweek during the day.
Wait, hold on. What time is that one on?
9 a.m. Eastern time.
Shut up.
I swear to you. It's on ESPN.com. That's what they have it listed as right now. 9 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah.
I heard it was starting earlier, but I didn't realize that much earlier.
So they have the card before. The first one back is noon, and then the Wednesday is at 9, unless that changes. But I saw a tweet about it the other day too.
So on Fight Pass, they have the early prelims for the January 16th card set for 4 p.m. Eastern.
Interesting.
They don't have the 20th card up yet, which is weird.
ESPN has it listed at noon, but I guess it could change. But either way, 9. It's going to be weird. Let's just say I'm going to. It's going to be a lot of emails I'm going to be sent that day. Not a whole lot. I'm going to be catching up on my emails that Wednesday.
No, I'm so glad that I'm working from home so I can pull that shit off. Right. Hold on. Let me see this. Weird. They have the January 16th and January 23rd card even on their website, but they don't have the January 20th card.
Yeah.
Weird. Whatever. It is what it is. Yeah. If it is during the day, I'm totally in. Fuck. You know what I mean? Like I missed the early morning cards, like when they used to be in China.
Me too, man.
Right. And I'm not sure if you were a fan back then, but they had a couple instances where they had 2 events on one day. Right.
I do not remember that.
Like they used to do like China or Philippines in the morning, and then in the evening do a U.S. city.
I'd be here for that, except my wife might divorce me if I start watching. Start watching events today.
John, that's what these 3 weeks are for. We build up the love with the significant other so that we can have 25 straight weekends of UFC events.
But I totally agree with you. The European, outside of the main pay-per-views, obviously the European cards that are start at noon or 11 are probably my favorite cards, to be honest.
Same.
I wake up, get breakfast, and then sit here, and then I'm done by 4 or 5, and I have a free night on a Saturday. It's awesome.
No, I'm absolutely there. Like I would rather have my evenings open to do whatever I want and, just be a human rather than freaking always just staying glued to the TV watching fights live. And I don't want to say unfortunately, because this is a sport that we've chosen to have a passion for, to cover the way that we do and break down the way that we do. So ultimately it is our choice to, take away our Saturdays. Right. But I much prefer the evening card the afternoon or morning cards. Start at 9 a.m. I'm down, dude. I'm down.
You will not lose me.
I'll be up with bells on. You know what I mean? Like just give me a beer or something or give me a J and I'm chilling at 9 a.m. I'm fine.
I'll say this. Obviously, I agree with you completely. Do you remember pre-ESPN how basically every main card for every event basically started at 10 and ended at 2:30? At least a lot of these ESPN cards are wrapping up at 10:30 at night. I much prefer having a main card go live at 8 than 10 p.m. to be honest with you. Pay-per-view, I don't give a fuck. But a regular fight night, especially if it's a week fight night, it's like I'm gonna be up till 2 in the morning for this shit. Like, are you kidding me?
You tell me I gotta watch Angela Hill and Michelle Watterson at fucking 1 a.m. Fuck you. We know this is going 5 rounds.
There have been some rough ones this year. Like of the actually, although I guess like other than Calvillo and like Aldana Holm was wildly entertaining, to be honest. Even though that got shit on.
That was a fun fight.
Well, it was a beatdown, but it was fun.
Like, the couple of the worst headliners we've had, I'd say at least 2 of them came from this year. But the other ones in the past I can think of are like Yair Rodriguez against Bruce Leroy in the main event of a Utah card. That was fucking weird. And how about Cub Swanson against Artem Lobov as a 5-round main eventer? Right?
That's an all-time weird one.
The fuck?
That's called Conor McGregor pulling strings. That is what that is. That is the only answer. That is the only answer.
You want me to resign? Oh, here's my guy, Artem Lobov. Give him my headlining spot, right? All right, let's go ahead.
Yeah, keep on.
Yeah, no, I was just going to start wrapping this thing up because I got to get the next guy on. But yeah, the platform's yours. Let me know.
All right, cool.
Let people know where they can find you.
Yeah. So you can find me on Twitter at MMA Fox. That's FAWKES. I am also one of the co-hosts of the Club and Sub podcast. We are generally Wednesday nights at going to be 10 p.m. going forward. You can also, don't check it out yet. Check it out in about a month when it's all done. But clubandsub.com, we're going to be doing a lot more stuff this year. It's going to be a lot of fun. Some surprises in store, but I think Luke and I might be adding a DFS show to it once a week.
Nice.
We're going to be doing a lot of written content. Luke's going to be moving his 3 Not For Me article over at clubandsub.com. Lags is going to be doing a 3 For Me article in the new year. Nice. I'm going to be writing up all my bets. So there's going to be a lot more content coming from us in the new year. But yeah, every Wednesday night, 10 p.m. And then we also, for entertaining cards, we'll often do a live stream, and you can just same thing, just catch us on the Club and Sub podcast on YouTube. But yeah, thanks for having me on, man. And you got to get back on stream soon. Maybe the first of the year.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see where I'm at that point in time. But yeah, no, I love the work that you guys are doing. And I love that you guys are doing it together too. You guys are a great group of guys. You guys are very sharp. You guys are very entertaining as well when you guys are just chopping it up and talking shit. And I'm glad that you guys are trying to take it to that next level with the website. And for sure, please create a YouTube channel for it. Please create it. Don't keep doing it off the first one. Okay.
I changed mine. It's
perfect.
now the podcast.
Perfect. That's what you should have been doing it from the get-go. So I'm happy I'm happy that you finally made that change. But yeah, no, make sure you guys check out John. He's a great guy, as well as the Club and Sub guys. We do have one more guy from the Club and Sub podcast coming on later for the stream. So you guys will definitely be hearing from him. But yeah, for sure. I appreciate it. All right, John, thanks for hopping on with me. Happy New Year and good luck in 2021, buddy.
Thanks, man. You too. Happy New Year as well. Take it easy.
All right, that was my guy, John Stargarian. Again, Club and Sub podcast. You guys can follow him over there. I do have my next guest waiting. I just want to get through a couple of these quick comments first before we bring him in here. Dean Bushell was saying the last pay-per-view for early prelims to main fight was insane. So many stories from each fight. Yeah, UFC 256, I believe, was that card. That was an absolutely phenomenal card from beginning to end. Tristan is asking, will you post a list of the guests in the chat or description of the stream? I will as soon as I wrap this up. So I'm going to be going till 9 o'clock. I have about 3 or 4 more guests to go. I will be putting all their information in the description below once this live stream is over, so you guys can check that out. All right, no further waiting for my next guest. I've been waiting a long time to talk to this guy. We got my man MMA Takes, aka Brian Peachtree, I believe. Is it Peachtree? Peachtree,
you nailed it. You nailed it, man. You nailed it, buddy. How's it going, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I gotta give Brian a shout out here. He did help me out in terms of like tracking down equipment for myself with the podcasting game. Right. I see he has his game locked down.
I do. I'm a gearhead. I'm that's just what it is. That's just what it is, man. I'm glad I can help you. You sound fantastic. Put out great content. Now you sound even better, buddy. I love it.
I appreciate it, dude. It means a lot for sure. And first and foremost, congratulations on the baby. I know you just had a baby a couple months ago.
I did, yeah.
How's the first couple months of fatherhood?
Well, I have a 3-year-old, so this is my
sorry.
Yeah. And she is the 3-year-old was an angel. Like when she was a baby, she slept all night. We were so lucky. This one, not so much. She's I work at 5 a.m., so I'm not getting the brunt of it. My wife is, but on the weekends, I take care of it. So in between fights, I'm doing bottles and stuff. But she's a beautiful baby. I mean, it's amazing. I'm very lucky to have her. And yeah, I mean, 2 little girls. I'm done. That's it.
That's it. No more shutting down the factory.
Shutting down the factory. I have my appointment to take care of that here in the next coming month. That's right. Already stocked up on the frozen peas, and yeah, I'm ready to go, man. But yeah, 2 beautiful girls. Couldn't be happier.
That's awesome. My guy's going to be busting some blanks very soon.
Right.
But
I need it.
In terms of having the second child, though, is it compared to what you thought it would be like? Better, worse, harder, easier?
It's different. I never really realized how, like, my 3-year-old, like, she's like a little teenager. She's like independent. She like does everything. And like, if I got to leave the room, she'll watch the baby. Like, so it's pretty great. But my wife, she's amazing. She's a superhero. What she did, we had 2 rough births. And what she did was incredible in the fact that she's taking the lead on this. And so I do what I'm told, basically. That's what, you need a bottle. Okay. You need a diaper change. I'm fucking changing diapers like quick. But yeah, it is what I expected. I come from a family of 3. My mom like warned me the second one's always a little blah. But she's great. She's fantastic. So I couldn't be happier. Couldn't be happier, buddy.
That's awesome. I'm glad things are going smoothly for you. I remember we initially did touch base when you were expecting that child.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy that that things worked out great. So let's get into the MMA betting side of things. All right, let's get into this. So the first question that I've been asking every person that's been hopping on the stream is, what do you consider your best bet of 2020?
Best bet. Well, I haven't written down here. So my best money line bet, I didn't really dabble to props until the end of the year. I was a money line guy. I was a fader hit guy, and I was a parlay guy. My biggest money line bet, which was about 3 units, was Werdum over Gustafsson. He was a plus 325. Excuse me. I had no idea why Gustafsson was that high going up to heavyweight for the first time. That was crazy to me. And I'm not a Werdum fan. I was just playing the number. Plus 225. So I hit big on that. That was like my big money line hit. And then I was wavering in and out. I got a little confident. And then my biggest hit was probably Jordan Levitt. I had him a prop KO, which was plus 10,000, plus 1,000. So 10-1. I didn't put enough on that though, for it really to kind of sink in. I was just kind of sprinkling a little bit on the props. And then I put a couple units on Thiago Moises to beat Bobby Green by decision. So I got lucky on that one. That was controversial.
That was a close one.
But that was plus 750. And Bobby Green always fights the decision. Like, the guy's never like a clean cut victory. It's always some kind of shit going on with him. And I thought Thiago was undervalued there. I thought he was a solid play. Bobby's great, but Thiago's tough. And so I got that at plus 750. I got that about, I think I did 2.5 units on that. That was kind of like one of my go big or go home moments. So those were my best plays. I think I have some worse plays too. I'm
getting there. Don't worry. I'm getting there.
I didn't hit all of them.
This show isn't for everybody just to gloat. We got to see.
You need it. You need to talk about your losses. They're important
for sure. No, but good read on that Moises pick for sure. Because even myself, like, I was looking at that play, I'm like, man, this line is way too wide for it to be this way. Like, Moises isn't a garbage fighter, and we know Green always fights to close fights. Why I didn't pull the trigger myself, hindsight always 2020. But shout out to you for actually having the balls to go out there.
Yeah, I was flirting with. I was up big too. I don't think I play via FanDuel. And my bankroll was fat, and I'm like, you know what? Would I made this play if I'm at the 2 units down or whatever? No, but I was up, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it, let's go, let's do it. And I do a podcast with my buddy Tim and Devin. Shout out Tim and Devin. They do it with me, and they both they're all over Green, and I'm like, guys, I'm not saying Green can't win. I'm just saying at plus 750. You got to take a stab at this, and luckily it hit out for me with the judges. So
you killed it with that one for sure, and that's good on your end in terms of maintaining your confidence, no matter what the public perception is, right?
Yeah,
and that's a huge part of this gambling game, right? Like,
what I love most about it is when people I respect all cappers. I follow everyone. I listen to everyone. I truly do. And I listen to them after my picks, and I like when I disagree a little bit, because it's like, the money's great, but I also I want to be fucking right. Let me be right.
Yeah.
Like, you're fading. Okay. And then, but if I'm wrong, then I'm like, man, I read that one completely wrong. Like, you have to have some humility in this game. You have to be able to put your hand up and be like, hey, I read that one wrong. But also when you win, you can be like, hey,
I got that shit right.
I nailed that one.
See, I posed a question a little while ago, and the people just kept giving me the same fucking answer. But I'm like, what feels better? Cashing on a favorite that everybody was fading, or cashing on a dog that everybody was on? And personally, I picked the first one because I'm like, hey, I'd rather be against the public. And obviously, if you're, if they're not the underdog, that means that the public is probably on them as much as you. But in terms of MMA Twitter perspective, there were a ton of favorites where everybody's like just an example, Movsar Evloev against Mike Grundy earlier this year. Everybody seemed to be on Mike Grundy on that plus money, where I'm like, dude, Evloev's got this shit in the bag.
Right.
And I felt way happier hitting that than I did hitting Ilya Topuria against Yusuf Zalal a couple months ago.
Correct. Right. I'm with you. I agree with you. I get scared. Like, I pride myself on picking underdogs. Like, I love picking underdogs. And then when everyone's on the same dog, I'm like, oh, well, I got to go get this in before the line moves. But then I'm like, then I start second guessing myself, like, whoa, everyone's on this guy. And then it's like, well, wait, the people I follow are really fucking smart. The people I follow know this sport. So I'm doing something right. But you're right. Picking the favorite where everyone's like, this guy's trash, whatever. And then you hitting it, even if it's
less money.
That's what
everybody's saying. It's like you're getting less money picking the favorite. So whatever makes me more money is the bet that I'm happier about. I'm like, I'm trying to dig a little bit deeper into that. Not just the money, but perspective and how you feel. Right. And
correct.
You hit the nail on the head.
I love hitting, just if the public's fading someone and I'm all over them, it makes me nervous. It makes me even more intrigued to watch that fight because I'm like, I need to be right on this. And if not, I get egg on my face. But yeah, I mean, 100%. Like, trust me, I love hitting dogs that everyone's on and making money. But I mean, you hit the nail on the head, buddy. I mean, we're in the business where it's very competitive. A lot of people like to take other cappers down, and it's sometimes it can be negative. A lot of positivity on your end. That's why I love your channel. You have a lot of guys that come on that are all positive. I like disagreement. I like when I know he's not going to win. I'm going to win. Not everyone should agree on everything, but when you're right against other smart people, it feels great. It feels
fucking amazing. More than money could buy, to be honest.
100% true. Like, my wife would be like, "Why are you jumping up and down? Did you win a lot of money?" I'm like, "No, I was just fucking right. That's why I'm right. I don't need to be right all that often. I'm right."
For sure. All right, let's flip on to the bad side of things. Like I was saying, what do you think was your worst bet, or if you have a couple? It seems like you have a couple. The way you're propping yourself up right now. Worst bet of 2020.
I don't have a couple. I have one big one, and I went all in. I went on my Instagram. I made a video. I dove into this guy's. It was his UFC debut. I dove into his fights before that. Got on his social media. I DM'd him, tried to get an interview with him. I was all in. I was all fucking in. It was Max Rokoff. I thought was going to destroy Austin Hubbard. I thought this kid was so talented. I love Robert Drysdale. I love this kid's wrestling pedigree. He took the fight on short notice, but I'm like, I'm all in. I'm telling everybody. I'm telling guys at work who don't watch MMA, hey, tune in this weekend. This fucking Max guy, I got 4 units on him. And then he lost, sure. But then he quit and then got cut. And it's like, oof. That one stinks. That one's the one. I mean, I had some losses. Everyone loses. That was the big one where I'm like, oof. Because a lot of times, like if I'm really on a guy and he loses and I go back, I'm like, you know what? Nine times out of 10, I probably would have picked that the same way. There's nothing I could have done different. I supremely underestimated Austin Hubbard, who was as tough as they come. The guy got his like leg almost amputated, right? Yeah. I underestimated him because I was so blinded of this shiny new prospect. And I didn't dive deep enough. I mean, obviously, no one could have predicted that he would have quit. But that was a rough one, and I lost a lot. It took me a little bit that like my confidence dove too. I'm like because I pride myself on finding, like, if a guy's making his UFC debut, I do the proper research, and I'm like, fuck, I missed that bad. Like, have I lost it? Have I lost my eyes gone? Like, what's happening? So it took a minute to kind of bounce back. And then my buddies are, of course, like, hey, dude, they're putting $10 on it. I put $10 on that Max guy. He quit. What the fuck? And I'm like, yeah, sorry, man. I so now people are questioning me who don't even like know what like goes into this. And it took a little bit. I'm a confident guy. I don't waver. That one hurt. So I had to bring that one up. I had some losses as well. I believe I picked Figueroa. I picked Benavidez over Figueroa twice, which was horrible. Now looking at it, because Figueroa is probably fighter of the year. I just have a soft spot for Joe B. But that was the one that I'm like, I got to bring this up because it's so bad. It's a rough one, dude. What about you?
I'll let you know what mine is, but you're the third person on this stream that actually said Roscoff as well, because there were everybody. It seemed like everybody and the mother was on Roscoff that night.
He had like crazy ground game, submissions, wrestling. Drysdale, like what no one could have predicted that. And after the first round, it's like you just get tired and you're like, fuck it, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm tired.
Yeah.
All right, I need to know yours, buddy. I know I haven't watched it. I've been working today, so let me know yours.
Well, I'll say 2 because both of them were chalky as hell, and I don't mind playing chalk, to be honest, because you got to keep a solid percentage to actually keep it up. And I feel like my over minus 180s are hitting at an 86% clip, so I think I'm pretty good at calling those. But 2 worst. We'll start off with my guy. I'm no longer my guy. Abdul Razak Al Hassan getting KO'd stiff by Chaos Williams. I took him at minus 270 or something like that. Bad loss on my end. I mean, I really didn't think that shitty technique from Chaos Williams was going to be able to catch up to Abdul, but it only took 1 punch.
And Abdul's the guy had never been dropped before.
He's durable,
solid, ripped up. I missed that one too. I don't know. I had him in a parlay. I'm sure I didn't bet him straight, but that was a brutal one.
That one hurt. And then the one that I've been telling people most on the stream, the stupidest, most mook bet I've ever fucking made in my life. Joe Duffy at minus 280 to beat Joel Alvarez. Horrible bet on my end. Probably the lowest spot of 2020 for me, to be honest, because I even hit that a couple hours before the card was supposed to kick off because the line was starting to dip towards Joel Alvarez, right? So I'm like, I'm getting value here on Joe Duffy. Little do I know this motherfucker's about to tap to a guillotine after a lazy half-ass shot that he was taking. So
I had Duffy as well. I betted him single straight up, lost that. I didn't know much about Alvarez. I kind of went blind. I kind of went I went into it I'm gonna play every play on this card. I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna play every fight, right? And I just kind of went who I think's gonna win. And then the thing in the Duffy, what the UFC brainwashed us with is oh, this guy beat Conor McGregor. This guy, Irish fucking star. He's had wars out there, professional boxer, whatever. And then I believe he retired after the fight. I believe he was I don't have it anymore. Yeah, so. That's a rough one too. That one, obviously I lost, but I didn't tell people about it. I wish you were seeing me around town at work talking Max Roskopf up. I mean, it's crazy. I got to play the video.
Now you're the Roskopf guy.
I know. I got to play the video. I had it on my Instagram as well. I got to play the video. I got to put it on the podcast or something and just let people listen to it. Just how confident I was. And again, it's not like one of those things where I'm picking fucking names out of a hat. I really dove deep. I was up to midnight looking at tape on this guy. This guy's a real fucking deal. Going through his Instagram, watching a little bit of training I could see. I was like, this kid's fucking good.
A lot of people are on him, dude. You can't beat yourself up too much. So a lot of people are on it. He duped a lot of people, to be honest. I believe I picked Hubbard that event, but I didn't actually bet it. So I can't gloat about it. I can't gloat about it at all.
The guys I picked the podcast with, they picked Hubbard just because they're like, dude, you're so all over this guy that we want you to be wrong, so we're picking him.
More of a humility thing at that point.
months letting it down. Another bad beat, which I'm an O'Malley fan. I don't love Sean O'Malley's I'm not a video game guy. I'm not a weed guy. So I like his skills. I think he's very, very talented. And so I was all over him on Cheeto Vera as well. And that one kind of
I lumped that
30 against Cheeto, which is crazy.
I lumped that in with the Macy Barber and Roxanne Modafferi fight. Almost like banana peel moments where a guy blows his ACL or he, fucks up his leg or whatever it is. Because if you I just watched that Cheeto Vera fight back again recently, prepping for the Aldo fight. But you truly see Vera, either he's being too patient or he's too hesitant until he realizes that O'Malley's hurt. Once he realizes O'Malley's hurt, that's when he starts to let it go. And that's why I can't really take too much from that fight from Cheeto. And even if you took an L in that fight with Sean O'Malley, you can't be too hard on yourself because you can't predict a guy's going to hurt himself, right?
Right. I just wish Sean, because you can't compare everyone to Henry Cejudo. Cejudo had the similar leg injury in the Marlon Moraes fight. It's the dead leg or whatever. And Cejudo battled back, and obviously we know what happens. So Sean, the one thing I don't like about I didn't like when I saw in Sean was he folded just a little bit, right? But I still think he's super talented. I kind of like how now he's turning it a little bit, almost like a Chael Sonnen thing, right? He's like Cheeto after Cheeto just lost to Aldo. He's like Cheeto sucks. I'm 12-0 or whatever it was. A lot of people are gonna hate that. I can understand that. I understand why people would hate that. I, on the other hand, kind of love that shit. Obviously, he's not 12-0. Chael Sonnen was walking around with a belt for fucking years. He was the champ. Obviously, he's not the champ. But it's like a little tongue in cheek thing that I like. I know Sean O'Malley rubs a lot of people the wrong way. I know he's got a huge fan base and people are gonna love him. And then there's the other people like this guy's a joke a little bit. I do think he does have skill. I want to see who he bounces back with. That's going to be my big fight in 2021 is because UFC obviously sees they have a star and it's going to be really important who they put him in there with.
No, I'm really looking forward to seeing how O'Malley kind of pans out here because he does have talent, and I like that he's steering into this negativity now, where he's just like,
when he did this podcast afterwards with his coach, and I thought he handled it pretty poorly. Like he looked like kind of like a little bit of a baby, like whatever. Now he's kind of turned the corner a little bit. I don't know if it's too late for some people, but I like it. I mean, I like the banter. I mean, him and Cheeto are probably going to rematch.
I would love to see that.
I'd love to see a rematch. I was calling for a Rob Font fight for a while with O'Malley because they're both stand-up guys. But Font looks so good, and he's so good right now that I'm like, O'Malley's not that he's not ready, but he does. Rob Font deserves a big fight.
Yes,
that dude's the fucking savage. And what he did with Marlon, regardless of what you think about Marlon, he's washed, he's chinny, he's this and that. Font went out there and KO'd a guy in the first round who is a former champion, former number one ranked guy, fought for the title. And looked fucking good doing it too. And that's a guy that I forgot about a little bit because he was out for a while.
Yeah,
but I remember him now. I
don't think many people expected Font to win in that fashion though.
No, I had Font. I won money on Font, but I thought he was good. It was going to go to a decision. Like on the Mariah, like similar to a Jose Aldo fight, very close. And cardio was going to play an issue for Marlon, and then Rob was going to take over. But I didn't see that.
That was absolutely insane. That was a great performance on his end. Let's keep things moving in terms of the next category that I have. I'm not sure if you'll have this right off the top, but spot that you regret passing on in 2020. You're like this close. For me, it was Holly Holm against Adesanya Aldana. I had a Holly Holm the whole week beating that drum of Holly Holm going out there and giving Adesanya Aldana a vet lesson. And when it came down to it, I didn't put the chips on the table though. Is there anything that comes to your mind where you're like, ooh, I was so close to beating this guy?
So I have on my podcast, I always talk about my guys. There's like a list of my guys that no matter what, I blindly support. I love them. Israel Adesanya is on the top of the list. I saw him fight in Atlanta live against Kevin Gastelum. Unreal fight. One of the best cards I've ever seen in my life. And Izzy's one of my top guys. A lot of people, the guys I do the podcast with, other people who are, I know a lot of people get sensitive with the C word, but guys that I work with are definitely below casual. Whatever, let's invent a word for below casual. They saw this bricked up Paulo Costa guy who's like, dude, your boy Izzy's fighting this guy. This fucking guy looks like Brazilian Superman. Yeah, I'm taking Izzy. So I went heavy on Izzy, which was great. I however, was staring on a prop for Izzy to KO under 3, and it was plus money. I don't remember. I mean, it was like let's say like plus 430 or something crazy. And I was going to go heavy on it because that was the only bet I had on that card. I emptied everything on to Izzy. I was like, I could spread it out. I could do some parlays, but I'm so heavy on my guy. I'm going to go on my guy. So I regret passing on the prop. I won, however, so it wasn't that big. I'm trying to remember if there's any other passes. I mean, again, the Joe B stuff, like me missing Devison Figueroa, that kills me just because of how fucking savage Figueroa is.
I just took under 4.5 in those ones. I was happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a soft spot for Joe B. I'm an old school guy. I've been watching MMA since 2003. Joe B, WEC, Blue Mat. I love him. And the first fight, I thought I would convince myself because I love Joe B. Oh, it was the headbutt. It was the headbutt.
Yeah.
And the second fight, it wasn't that.
It wasn't the headbutt at all.
It wasn't the headbutt in the second fight.
Everything but.
Yeah. And then there was a couple times where, like, I'm watching 199. I got it streaming as well. The Holloway Lamas fight just popped up. I went heavy on Max twice against Volkanovski. So that one hurt as well because did they only fight once in 2020? Did they fight? I mixed them.
They fought at UFC 245 in 2019, and then they fought at 251 in July.
Okay. Yeah, my years are all this COVID is.
I don't blame you, brother. I don't blame you.
But yeah, so I was high on Max. I like Volkanovski. I think he's solid, but I was high on Max on both those fights. And again, blindly, I didn't properly look at whatever. That's another bad beat, but really just the Izzy thing because I feel like I had that fight nailed to a T. Even with my fan bias aside, I really thought he matched up poorly with Paulo Costa matched up poorly with him. We hadn't seen enough of him. Well, he hadn't really beaten anybody. Yoel Romero, kinda. And then, Uriah Hall, right? Yeah, right. Like he looked great against those guys, but like Izzy Adesanya is another level. put your fan base aside, put my bias aside. The guy's another level. So, and I think he proved that. I mean, Paulo Costa did nothing in that fight. So, but yeah, I wish I was doing that.
And in terms of like one of my guys, Z, I always say, I've said it a couple times during the stream now, but it feels like passing on a winning bet is worse than taking a loss.
Right.
Like you're leaving money on the table almost, right? Is that something that you kind of echo?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Like there's times where, cause I got you're in Canada, right? You're Canadian.
Yeah, Toronto.
So how do you bet? Is it legal in Canada?
Yeah, it's absolutely legal. We have a bunch of different bookies.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we don't even get taxed on it.
Right, I love it. So for me, I live in Ohio, and we don't have sports betting yet. But I live in Cincinnati, and I'm 20 minutes away from Indiana, which has sports betting. So I drive every Saturday down there. I don't do my bookie. I don't do any of the offshore stuff because I've been burned in the past with them about payouts and stuff. So I go down there. I use FanDuel. So I take the whole live betting out of the equation. I wish I could live bet so much because there's times where I've been watching MMA. You get this too, I'm sure. You're watching a guy walk out. You're like, oh, he's gonna win. This fucking dude's got the look in his eyes. Like my buddy said that with the Nate Diaz Conor McGregor fight the first time. I'm like, what? He goes, dude, Nate's gonna fucking win this. And you get that feeling. And so if I live bet, that'd be fantastic. But I take that out of my hands. I got to go and I do it. And I got to have all my bets written down. I put them in a notebook and I go down and I do it. So there's a lot of times where I come back, I go, why didn't I put that on that? And then it's so much worse to leave money when you had that feeling. Especially for me, since I can't bet from home, I'd have to drive down there with two kids. It's harder now.
Get them into the baby seats. And
yeah, right. Over there. I used to. It was my daughter's tradition. My 3-year-old, we would go down and I would park in a gas station in Indiana. She would get a juice and a snack, and Daddy would place his bets. Like that's what it was. And she knew. She's like, Daddy, we gonna go place bets on Saturday. I was like, oh, you should not tell this around your grandparents. They're gonna be very upset that I'm doing this to you. But yeah, so it's a little different for me because I feel like I leave money on the table every Saturday because I come back and I go, oh, I should have went with that, or I'll have certain number of units and I want to spend all of them, and then I go, well, I'm more confident in that, and then you get home, you're like, man, I think I'm more confident in that. Yeah. But that's the thing about the gambling that you gotta love. I mean, like that's why people play fantasy football. It makes every game better. Now, if you bet on every fight, it's gonna make every fight, even the fight stinks. It's gonna make every fight better. And it's awesome. I love
have me sweating in a John Fitch fight, hoping that he takes it to a decision or some shit. Right? I always found it interesting. Like I have a couple friends in the US that like are in states that they're not able to gamble in, and then they go over the border. So it's literally that. Like you just take your phone, fucking drive into Indiana, park up, and just.
There used to be a casino. Well, before COVID, I would go after work, and some of my buddies would bet on other things as well. And there's a casino, a really sweet casino in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, Hollywood Casino, and there's a sports bar. And there's the cashier. There's little kiosks. It's awesome. You get food, you drink, you talk about your bets. And then COVID shut that down. So then FanDuel came up and was like, oh, we're gonna do mobile betting via. They call it skins or whatever. Our skin is Hollywood Casino, so you can go down and bet that. Which is pretty cool. So so I had to switch it, but I used to go like every Friday, build my bets down there, have a sandwich or whatever, a couple buddies, and then go to the cashier and print them off and then drive down there and cash them. But yeah, COVID kind of ruined that. So now we're doing mobile betting. Ohio was supposed, I live in Cincinnati. Ohio was supposed to get sports betting, which would have been awesome, but the bill failed to reach the Senate. I don't know about politics, but we got to wait till probably the end of next year to see it through. So.
It's kind of it's weird that most states aren't jumping on it yet. Like you're seeing so much success in all these other states that have just legalized it, right? I think it's just a matter of time, just like weed. Like I expect all these states to slowly start legalizing it. And Canada did it federally, but like in the states, obviously it's a state by state thing. So I'm expecting Ohio and all these other markets to start opening up.
It just doesn't make sense why it's not. It really. Nick Lachey, little fun story here. Nick Lachey from Cincinnati, Ohio, 98 degrees. 98. He had a huge investment in a weed farm or weed dispensary in Cincinnati for Ohio to pass a bill. He would have been like a multi-millionaire, and it failed, barely failed. I'm thinking, why? Who cares? Like, what is it hurting? It's hurting nobody. Indiana alone in November of this year made $250 million on profit on just gambling. $250 million. So Ohio's surrounded by Kentucky. They have horse racing, so they don't care. West Virginia on the very east, which they have sports betting. Pennsylvania, which is huge for sports betting. Michigan up north, huge in sports betting, and then Indiana, which is huge. And I'm sitting here in Ohio like, guys, you're blowing it. We're blowing it. $250 million in 1 month. I know it's football season. It is wild. It is absolutely crazy that we didn't fast track it. I mean, again, I'm on the politics. I follow a website that keeps track of every state. I don't know what happened in Ohio. I just know it didn't make it to what we needed to do. So
it sucks. You can put so much of that money back into the society and the communities and stuff, and they're just like, we're good. It's fine.
Right.
You know what I mean? All right. I'm just coming to the end here of your segment, but I'll end off with this. You can either give me, I got 2 segments that I'm normally locking it up with, so I'll let you choose which one you want to do. Either Fighter of the Year or your favorite moment of 2020. Which one you want to do?
Let's do Fighter of the Year.
All right. So who you got for Fighter of the Year?
I think it has to be. I think you make a really strong case for Kevin Holland because of 5-0 and everything, but it's got to be Deiveson Figueiredo because this is a guy who's the champ, right? Are you shaking your head? Who do you think? I want to hear.
I'll let you make your case. I'll let you make your case. Let me get back to you.
This guy's the champion, right? He beat Joe B, missed weight, which was a blemish, right? Beat him, then had to come back, beat him again. And then he went out and starts Perez, who I thought was a live dog. I had Figueiredo, but Perez I think is a legit dude. And then he goes out there and throws a draw with Moreno, which besides the point deduction, I think he maybe won that fight. I think a lot of people maybe looked the other way. I had Figueiredo winning that fight. And I mean, that's really 4 great performances in 2020. Kevin Holland 5-0, electric. I love him, but didn't really, I think he maybe should win like breakout of the year. Kind of. I know Chimaev probably has that locked up or rookie of the year, whatever they're going to give that to him. But I just Figueiredo, man. I mean, he's one of the only champions in 2020 that fought more than 4 times or more than once, right? Or more than twice. Who else fought twice? Izzy fought once. Stipe fought once.
Izzy fought twice.
Izzy fought twice.
He beat Romero and Paulo. Yeah.
I forgot about the old Romero fight.
Well, I think everybody did, so I don't blame you.
Yeah. But I just think he's been active, and I can see other cases for other guys. I'm curious to see who you think. I want to know who you think.
My issue with the Figueiredo pick is I'm not super impressed when 2 of your wins come to the same guy.
Okay.
I mean, like I get it. Both of them were in very devastating fashion, and he just beat him worse the second time. If anything, like that looked like a prolonged murder scene that nobody was wanting to stop. And I know that hurts for you to hear, being a Joe B fan, but that was a very, very bad fight.
The second one, dude, like he woke up screaming. Like he was in a bad dream. I went, no, turn. And then Megan, his wife's on the fucking
that hurt so much. Yeah, that was bad. I feel like you got to give a little bit more merit to Kevin Holland's 5-0 run this year compared to Figueiredo beating Joe B twice. Obviously, as well as the other 2 fights as well too. But the guy that I think a lot of people are overlooking, I like Jan Blachowicz. Man, the guy goes out there, springs an upset against Corey Anderson, gets a title shot for himself, and then springs the upset against Dominic Reyes, who a lot of people thought beat John Jones earlier this year, right? So, I like Jan, man. Like nobody expected him to be a champion.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick. And here's a little fun fact for you. I've never picked Jan Blachowicz to win a fight.
Wow.
I swear to you, I have slept on the Polish Power, and obviously if he fights Izzy, I can't pick Jan, but man, that's a good one because he's a guy that he's 37, 38, right? At 205, that's a little. I mean, if you're younger, but that's a good point. The one knock on Kevin Holland for me is the Darian Stewart fight. That was a really shaky. I mean, Darian's great, but it was shaky. He won. I saw people say he lost. But I mean, the knockout of Jacare was, to me,
insane.
It would be knockout of the year if Buckley didn't do what he did.
I agree. Like, dude, that looked like some Mortal Kombat shit. Like,
he just kicked his legs, hit Jacare. Jacare was like, "What the fuck?" Like he didn't even know, and then he's knocked out. Like it was unreal. Like I love that knockout. Obviously, Buckley's gonna wrap that up with the Kasana and I fight, but. Man, Kevin Holland, again, solid dude. I think maybe breakout of the year, but again, Chimaev with the 3-0. And I hope those guys fight one day. That'd be a fun fight.
For sure. All right. I got to get you out of here. I got my next guest lined up and ready to go. Platform is yours, though. Please plug any and everything that you'd like the viewers to know about, brother.
You know what? I don't want to plug anything. I just want to plug you. I appreciate you having me on here, buddy. You're a great guy. I've been listening to you since we both were on Anik and Florian. I remember you were on a couple times. I remember some of the pickers they had on there were not great. Yeah, and then I remember listening to you. I was like, this man Pre-Guy, this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about. And then he plugged your MMA Lock of the Night. I followed you on Twitter, but listening to the podcast. Again, I think you bring positivity. There's a lot of negative cappers. We're all in the same space. We're all loving each other. I know it's a competitive world, but guess what? We're all loving the same thing. And the way we make money is bringing each other up and bankrolling or bankrupting the bookies. Let's not tear each other down. Let's bankroll the bookies. And I just think you're a class act, and I really appreciate you having me on, buddy. And you sound fantastic. I'm glad you got the microphone set up, buddy.
Thank you.
And yeah, this is fun. We should do this again. Hopefully I'll have you on the podcast sometime. Maybe we'll do like a pick 'em head to head or something like that down the road in 2021, man. That'd be fun.
Perfect. Brian, I appreciate your go ahead.
Good back, man.
Yes, sir. No, I appreciate you coming on, brother. I really, really appreciate it. We'll definitely do a lot more stuff together in 2021. Good luck with the kiddo. Good luck with the snip. And yeah, I hope everything.
I'm nervous about the snip, but I'm gonna have to because I'm more nervous about a third kid.
Sounds good. All right. Good luck with everything in 2021 and Happy New Year, brother.
All right, you too, buddy. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Later. All right. That was my guy, Brian Petrie from MMA Takes Podcast. Not as well known in this MMA handicapping realm, at least around the guys that I know about, but he's definitely going to take off. The guy has a voice for podcasting for sure. I love talking to him, DMing with him. Great guy for sure. So make sure you guys go check him out. Give him a follow. And I'm sure you guys will be thoroughly entertained what he brings to the table. All right. Let's get back to the show. Next up, I got another guy from the Club and Sub podcast. This is going to be the third man we got from the Club and Sub pod. We got my man Legs, the capper. Danny Legs, what's going on, dude?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I am almost 8 hours into the stream now, so I got 1 hour left.
Crazy.
I got you. I got Z left. But this is a lot funner than I expected it to be. Initially, it was going to be that rewatch podcast I was talking about. We're doing over 100, 139, and 199. But the more I got into the stream and the more that I was getting from the guests, it's just too hard to watch that shit while I'm talking to you guys. So I don't want that impeding on the conversation that we're having. So I'm just absolutely scrapping the rewatch part of this. Even after this stream is done, I'm going to absolutely update the YouTube thing and be like MMA Lock of the Night's year wrap up extravaganza or some shit. Yeah, no, that's definitely the way that I'm going to be going. But it's fun. I'm surprised I'm awake and as energetic as I am 8 hours into this shit, and I haven't even had a sip of coffee. I have this cup of coffee sitting in front of me since the beginning, and I haven't even taken a sip. So
I gotta give it the hand to you, because I definitely wouldn't be awake 8 hours into this shit.
No, it's great when I have a great lineup of guys I'm able to talk to. Everybody brings a different type of energy and their own perspectives to it, so it's a little bit easier to do. How my voice is keeping up, I don't know. I'm attributing it to the water, but it is what it is, and I'm starving, so I can't wait to get this shit over with and just fucking stuff my face with some food. So I'm really looking forward to that. But so again, you guys can find Legs on the Club and Sub pod. They usually do their show every Wednesday of Fight Week. I think John actually brought us up to date with what your plans are for the Club and Sub pod in the new year. I'm really looking forward to that, and I'm glad you guys are all working together, because you guys are a solid bunch of dudes, very sharp dudes, and great chemistry on that podcast as well too. So if you haven't checked out the Club and Sub pod, make sure you do that. All right, let's get into this 2020 kind of recap type of thing that we're doing here. The first question that I'm asking everybody, I'm going to ask you the same. What do you think was the best bet that you made in 2020?
Best bet that I made in 2020. I talked about it a little bit on Z's show just because of the line I got, but I'll be honest, it was only a small bet, but it was a quarter unit on a Minner round one sub at plus 1,700 over TJ Laramie. I just thought pretty much that was his win condition. So I think going forward, and even in 2020, I put quarter units on win conditions that I feel are just mispriced, like the Derek Minner. So plus 1,700 for the round one wily veteran against the new up and coming guy. I thought it was a good spot.
No, that's a very, very good spot. I don't think a lot of people saw that one actually come into fruition the way that it did. But to have those types of odds, absolutely insane. Like plus 1,700, I think you said.
Yep.
That's absolutely insane. I can't believe that you're able to get something like that. All right, let's talk about it on the flip side. What do you think your worst bet of 2020 was?
Worst bet of 2020. I think it would have to be, I had 2 units on Alonzo Menifield over OSP at minus 135, and then I had a unit on him by knockout at plus 140.
And
so Yeah. I mean, I kind of thought if he didn't fight like a dumbass and just stay at kicking range for OSP, that he was going to be able to close the distance and find the knockout. Because I thought OSP, like we know, he's a little bit chinny. But he just didn't really have a good game plan, I thought, to be honest. And I guess going forward, I talked on Z's podcast also that going forward, like the power punchers that have pretty much only like one path to victory, just target the props, target the like KO props at plus money instead of the juiced favorite money line.
No, I think that's a solid take in terms of like, especially catering towards the win condition a little bit more, like you were saying earlier too, with your 0.25 unit stabs. I believe I was on OSP on that fight, and I think that the rudimentary entries that Alonzo Menafield had with his striking really was a detriment to him in that fight. But I also I won't lie, I was sweating it in terms of OSP being able to handle anything that OSP or Alonzo Menafield threw at him. So I could absolutely see the Alonzo Menafield taking that fight. In terms of the spot that you're most upset that you passed on, one that you regret for passing on in 2020, is there one that comes to mind? I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about it, but personally for me, it was Holly Holm and Nadine Aldana. I was banging that Holly Holm drum the entire week, and then when it came down to actually put the money down, I never ended up doing it. Is there one that you feel like you were close to that?
I don't know if there was really a spot like that per se, like just coming off the top of my head, but I know like last week, Wonder Boy, for instance, I played the 4-5 decision line at plus 185 only for a unit, and obviously hindsight, I kind of wish I would have played that a little bit heavier, considering that's kind of how stylistically I thought the fight was going to play out. But it is what it is. It's all hindsight, so.
For sure, exactly. That's what these shows are for, though, to kind of shed light on the spots that we feel like we kind of slipped up on, or where we could have pounded it a little bit harder, so that in 2021 or the next year we don't make the same mistakes and we're able to capitalize on those situations. Obviously, every fight and every fight is different and every outcome is going to be different, but at least this gives us a little bit of insight in terms of how confident we were in certain spots and how we're going to carry that on over to the next event, because we're never the best of our every week we get better and better and better. So it's good that you're able to recognize that.
And actually, quick notable mention also, because I was looking at my Bet MMA tips just before I came on here, and another one that I kind of just wish I went heavier on. I had the over 2.5 in Adesanya Romero. I had 2.5 units on that, but I also had a unit on Adesanya by decision at plus 270. Kind of thought I maybe should have went heavier there, but again, obviously it's all hindsight. But again, finishing Yoel Romero is a tough task in itself.
Very tough task to do. Yeah. So no, for sure. In terms of a betting line that kind of mystified you in 2020, do you have one that, for me personally, like I was mystified that the Katlyn Chookagian and Cynthia Calvillo line stayed as wide as it did. I thought it was going to get a little bit closer as the fight went on, or at least the fight week went on. I know people are aware that Chookagian, when she's not getting finished, she's always in close fights, and Calvillo kind of gives you that opportunity to make it a close fight. So the fact that I was able to lock in Chookagian at that plus 215-ish range, I was surprised that the line didn't come down closer. Were there any lines that either you bet on, you passed on, or whatever it was that you're just like, what are people thinking? Why is the line at this point?
So I guess I don't know how, to be honest. I think it was around for a few days, but Calvin Kattar over Dan Ige was on FanDuel at minus 166 for a long time. So I hit that for 3 units, and I obviously hindsight, maybe I should have went 5 units on it, but it is what it is. I kind of thought it was a steal for where it closed. It actually closed like minus 260, minus 270, and
yeah, I hit Kattar at that range. I think it was like the minus 250, minus 260 range. The fact that you even got minus 166, absolutely insane. Another line I know that you and the crew were on was the over 1.5 in the Torres and Hughes fight. And even though that didn't hit, that line was an absolute joke. Like they should not have had that out. Again, unfortunate that it didn't hit. Very like freakish thing to happen. So you can't really, get too down on yourself about that spot. But that was one of the lines that really had me scratching my head all fight week. Obviously it got steamed, and we eventually saw the bookies go on to the 2.5 and make it higher from there. But whoever the hell was it FanDuel? I think it was.
Yeah, it was FanDuel.
Yeah, whoever the fuck is doing the lines over at FanDuel needs to get like fired immediately, right?
Yeah. And that's the thing too. Like, to be honest, I know a lot of people were talking shit like hindsight, like, because I know the Mike from Bet MMA Tips ended up removing those lines, like everybody from their profiles.
Yeah.
But anybody else who had access to that line definitely would have hit it as well. Maybe not as hard, but still they definitely would have hit it.
Absolutely. No, you'd be stupid not to if you had access to that type of line, right? For sure, especially if they line any Tisha Torres fight at 1.5. I don't care if it's minus 500. I take a little bit of a shot on that. You know what I mean? So no, I absolutely see where you're coming from. All right, let's take off the betting cap. Let's put on the fan cap. Your favorite moment of 2020. What comes to mind most? Like what's the first thing that comes to mind? Whether it's a fight, a fighter, a news thing, whatever it is. What comes to mind first when you think about MMA in 2020?
So I had a bet on this fight as well, but from fan perspective, the Wiley Zhang and Yanawan Jacek, I actually had a 4-unit parlay with Zhang and Adesanya that night for plus 144. I like that. It was obviously one fight of the year. I thought that was a hell of a fight.
Insane fight. Absolutely insane fight. I don't think people expected it to be that crazy of a fight. I thought they expected it to be a little bit more technical, and it was technical, but I expected them to not take as much damage as they took in that fight.
Like, to be honest, I actually had a unit on. I was buying a little bit into the narrative bias. I had 1 unit on Wiley KO at plus 195, but obviously it's tough to finish JJ, as we know, as well. So, but yeah, I'm still happy with the play overall because it was 5 rounds and we saw all the damage he took. I think a doctor definitely could have stopped that, but obviously not regretting that bet at all.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything that you really took from 2020 where you're like, this is what I want to improve on, or this is a mistake that I made this year that I'm not going to make next year? Well, have you done any type of retrospective for yourself in terms of that? Like, what stands out most to you in terms of your game and what you want to improve?
Yeah, so I touched on it a little bit in the beginning of the pod here with Alonzo Menafield, that just kind of like the fighters where I think it's mostly like an opportunistic finish, like KO or sub. And I guess as we're getting into this upcoming card, Brian Kelleher, for instance.
Yep.
I kind of think that it's more opportunistic finish, and you should target those props instead of targeting the money lines, because you're going to have way more value in those spots. And more often than not, if they're not winning by that opportunistic finish, they're just losing the fight in general, like we saw with Alonzo Menafield.
No, absolutely. You're bang on with that. The one thing that kind of scares me off of that, and I like that narrative as it works out more often than not, and especially with the value that you're getting on some of these crazy prop odds, I'm sure you can make it a profitable thing, right? The one thing that scared me off is I had Tyron Woodley via KO over Darren Till, and he goes out there and decides to fucking pull off a Darce choke.
Yeah.
Like we've ever seen Tyron Woodley put off a submission to begin with, right? So that one was that kind of scared me off of like being so confident in props, as things could just happen. Like here's another one. I think a lot of people expected Luis Smoker to sub Jose Quinones recently. He goes out there and gets a ground and pound victory, and that's a plus 600 or plus 650 KO prop that some people are cashing. So it's hard to really tell. Like even with the OSP and Menafield too. Like I kind of warned
people. People are thinking
like,
sub.
Yeah. I'm like, don't count out the KO prop in case he does end up getting him down and ground and pounds him like Luis Smoko Jose Quinones style. But it didn't even end up coming to that. It came out to freaking a check left hook that he just absolutely drops and pulverizes Alonzo Menafield with, right? So if you're able to navigate the props waters successfully, you could definitely make it a profitable venture for sure. So that's a good read on your part to be able to see that.
I think just in general though, just like laying a lot of units on certain props, you just got to be careful of the stylistic matchups. For instance, like obviously I already tweeted out a play. I'm on Connor KO over Poirier for 3 units at minus 125. But for instance, like there, you're not going to see a sub. It's not going to happen.
No. Yeah, you're right.
You would like for those type of instances, like if you see dual like winning possibilities, like a KO and a sub, then maybe you should just target inside the distance. Like for instance, Brian Kelleher, I think he has a KO and sub possibility.
I definitely like that spot. I haven't gotten into the newer cards yet. But yeah, that's definitely a spot that I'm looking at for sure. I think Kelleher definitely has some upside there. Fighter of the year. Who do you got?
Fighter of the year. To me, I know your last guest. I'm sorry, I'm missing the name.
Brian.
Brian. He had Figueiredo. I kind of agree with him. I get the narrative for Kevin Holland, but to be honest, I just don't rate his strength of competition as highly. And then obviously people will point out Hamzat, but again, his strength of competition also isn't that good. So I would have to say it's Figueiredo, to be honest.
If we got Hamzat versus Leon this year and he actually beat him, then you got to easily, by far, say Hamzat Chimaev is a fighter of the year, right? You got to give it to him. Unfortunately, he has to wait a couple weeks now and fight Leon Edwards on January 20th. But yeah, I don't know. The Figueiredo thing just doesn't sit too well with me for some reason. I've seen most places give it to Izzy as well, which I kind of don't understand. The Romero win is great.
I kind of get that. The Costa win was huge because a lot of people were picking Costa over him. Everybody was picking Costa over him, to be honest. And I didn't take Izzy in that fight just because I was scared of the Costa side. I didn't play anything. So
Yeah. With that narrative, then you can probably even go to the Jan Blachowicz side. You know what I mean? Where you got a solid win over both guys who he wasn't favored to win against. And a lot of people were picking the other way. Even Corey Anderson, a lot of people were picking him to go out there and beat Jan. He goes out there, stops both guys too, and captures the light heavyweight strap. So there's definitely a good argument for Jan Blachowicz there. I hope at least some sites give him some love and give him that W, because he definitely deserves it, man.
I think what's his name too? Glover Teixeira wins over Anthony Smith and Thiago Santos.
Yep,
finish both of them.
Old man Glover turning back the clock and really making it known for sure, especially finishing those guys the way that he did. The younger guys, you know what I mean? It's insane that what he was able to accomplish.
Nobody was giving him a chance against Dominic Reyes either.
No, not at all. In terms of Jan Blachowicz and Glover Teixeira possibly being matched up in 2020.
I want to see that. That's the thing. I need Glover to get his title shot. I think
everybody wants to see it.
I just don't want it to be like, oh, it's the Izzy Jan show, and then Izzy moves up.
Yeah.
Maybe fights John Jones, but yeah, I want to see Glover get that, but I think that's a tough fight for him.
What it reminds me of is when Bisping was the middleweight champ, and we got Dan Henderson getting a crack at the title, just because who knows how much longer Dan Henderson has to fight, right? Let's do this for the Glover Teixeira. Here's a birthday present, dude. Let's take the title fight. If you win, you get the strap. If not, at least you got a title fight. Well, he did fight John Jones back at UFC 172, I think it was. But yeah, it's still an interesting angle if Glover Teixeira does end up getting that title shot. So we've touched on the fighter of the year. We've touched on the favorite moment of 2020. In terms of 2021 now, two questions that I had earlier in the podcast I'll post to you as well too. The fighter that you're looking to fade in 2021, is there one that comes to mind that you're like, I could possibly get some good money fading this guy?
Honestly, depending on how this matchup goes, I think fading Khamzat in the next fight, because if he beats Leon and beats him convincingly, I think he's deserving of a title shot against Usman. And I would be hard pressed to say that the bookies wouldn't favor Khamzat and give him the favorite line over Usman. So dog money on Usman is all day for me, to be honest.
That's a no-brainer. I don't even think I would tape study that. I think I would just go right in and just pull the trigger. And then on the flip side, which fighter do you think you'll be able to make the most money on in 2021 betting on them? The one that comes to mind that you feel like is still a little bit underappreciated by the public, still goes out there and gets dubs.
That's a tough one, to be honest with you. I would like to say Adesanya, but to be honest, I don't think we're going to get good lines on him going forward. So that one's a tough one, to be honest.
For me, I think this name just came into my head, but I kind of like it, is Alexander Volkanovski. I think people are still going to be kind of underrating him, saying that he possibly lost to Max Holloway and all that type of shit. And I still think he's a very solid champion, but I think we can get some solid money off of him if, who's at 145? There's a ton of people at 145.
Ortega's going to be next, probably. Volkan Ortega's probably next. Then you got Max and Cater. You probably have Yair and Zabit. Yeah.
We've been trying to get that fight for a minute now, Zabit and Yair. Like, I don't understand. Well, obviously we have that whole location thing right now, but it's almost turning out to be like the new Ferguson Khabib, where we're just not going to be able to get these guys in the cage together. And it's the fight that a lot of people want to see stylistically, especially with Zabit. Like, just get him into a 5-round fight, whether it goes 5 rounds or not. I don't care, but just get him into a 5-round fight. Let's get him like the whole Cater thing that he was able to get out of. Good on him, because that was not looking good for him in that 3rd round.
No,
right? And we know Cater can go round 25.
Yeah, because a lot of people were saying that if that was a 5-round fight, the Cater probably could have finished him and would have looked better, obviously, than he did. But I guess another fighter I was just thinking about that comes to my mind, and a matchup I really want to see, is Aljamain Sterling. I think going forward that he could be a solid money train, because I actually think he has a great shot against Jan.
Can you say that name again? Sorry, who?
Aljamain Sterling.
Aljamain Sterling. Yes. No, you're right. That's a solid spot. I can't wait to actually dig into that fight, because that one's very, very intriguing for sure. I'm high on Petr Yan, but the game that Aljo brings to the table is very, very intriguing for sure. Is there a certain matchup that you're looking to see in 2021 outside of the one that we just spoke about?
Outside of Yan and Sterling, I don't know. It's tough. Obviously, like, I want to see Ngannou Stipe, but do I want to see it again? Like, I feel like the improvements, obviously we haven't seen them in the cage, so it's tough to say that we're going to see something different from that first fight. But There's no like really intriguing matchup. I would say maybe Gaethje and Oliveira if they match that up.
That is a great fucking fight. I'm glad that you said that one because that's the one that I've been kind of like circling in my head. Whereas like it makes sense for both of them. You know, Gaethje's coming off a title loss. Oliveira's coming off the biggest win in his career over a top 5 guy. I mean, if anytime. Dominated, exactly. No, you're absolutely on the head there. The thing about Ngannou and Stipe though, like, how much progression are we really going to see from Ngannou on a fight-to-fight basis when he's just clubbing in dudes and just absolutely demolishing them, right? Like he doesn't even have to be technically sound. Just go out there and throw bombs and hope one of them lands, and more often than not, they do. So, like, I'm not sure what kind of angle we'll see here against Stipe if they put them together again. And what am I going to hope for to land another fucking bomb?
Right. Yeah. See, what he needs to do is just move to AKA. Have Cormier train him up, get some wrestling going, get at least some sort of a wrestling background, just so he's somewhat prepared for that fight.
Could you imagine him with like legitimate wrestling and insane ground and pound? Like Hamza Chimaev on another level. I mean, when he's just punching your face through the fucking canvas, it would be absolutely insane for sure. All right, we're getting on the tail end of this. I got my guy Z coming on very shortly to help me wrap up this show. Z is fucking everywhere, eh?
Yeah,
this guy
is everywhere.
He's hustling, grinding. I love it. I love the work ethic. No, I appreciate it, man. I'm trying. I'm in the middle of a studio renovation right now, which is why we got a pretty blank canvas. But for the podcast, so the first podcast of the year, everybody's going to see the new changes that I made. That's kind of what I've been doing over the last like week or so, is just making sure that the studio's up and ready to go. I wanted to give a different type of feel going into the new year, and I think I notched it. I just can't wait to see what the reactions are. In terms of the holidays, what the hell have you been up to, dude?
I've just been chilling in Florida, to be honest. Nothing crazy. Haven't really been flying because of COVID or everything. I had the family come down for a little bit for a week and a half. Dad was able to work from home, but other than that, just kind of been chilling here. I'm off Thursday and Friday, so that's nice.
Florida, in my assumption, is not closed at all. Where they're just like Wild West, baby. Let's do whatever the fuck we want, right?
It's crazy.
You lucky motherfucker. Like, we literally just went into lockdown. We like in Toronto now, we just went into lockdown again for another 28 days. So we're still able to go get food and do drive-through and shit, and or like curbside pickup for some of these stores, but we're not able to go into malls or shops or anything like that. Schools are kind of still closed down. Obviously it's the holiday right now, so I'm not sure what it's going to look like when people come back, but at least till like mid to late January, we're still on lockdown, which absolute bullshit, but I don't mind it, to be honest. Personally, I'm able to work from home still. I get to do my tape study and I don't have to worry about commuting or anything like that. If anything, COVID has been nothing but positive for me. Like, I've seen a ridiculous amount of growth since I've been able to work from home, right? So it's only been positive. I'm sure from your end as well too. Wait, do you still have to go into the office or no?
I go into office. I work in a lab, so I can't do that.
That's freaking insane. God damn.
Yeah, we work from home for like maybe 2 to 3 weeks, and then right back in.
Yeesh. That doesn't. I'm glad that we're closing in on a year now since I've been working from home, and it's been a dream of mine to be able to work from home, and now I'm getting closer to the dream of possibly doing this shit full time. This whole handicapping and YouTube stuff. So I'm really looking forward to that. All right, I'll let you plug whatever you need to on the way out here. Obviously, I plugged the club and sub for you guys, but apparently you guys got a lot of big things coming up in the new year. If you want to plug any of that stuff, the floor is yours, man.
A lot of big things coming up. 2021 for Club and Sub. We're working on the website right now, working on different articles. I'm actually going to be doing a spinoff of what Luke does. I'm going to be doing a 3 for me, and that's going to be targeting 3 props that I really like for said card. And yeah, we're going to be on Wednesday nights. I think we're going to move now to 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, that's just going to be a better time for us. And yeah, thank you for having me on, and appreciate what you do, man. It's awesome.
Sure,
I couldn't sit here for 8 hours. It's tough.
8 hours and 20 minutes as of right now. So well, we'll see how it continues to spin up. But no, make sure you guys go out there and follow Legs. Legs is great too. We've been DMing for a while now, longer than I actually remembered. Now that I'm thinking about it, god damn, we've actually been chopping it up for a while. But yeah, make sure you guys go follow him. His Twitter handle is obviously right there below his face. And yeah, check out the Club and Sub dudes. And I can't wait for 2021 and see what you guys cook up. All right, happy New Year's. Good luck in 2021, and I'll speak to you soon, buddy.
Thanks for having me on. Happy New Year's.
See you, buddy. All right, that was my guy Legs, Danny Legs. Make sure you guys go follow him. Let me prop up this next guy. You guys all know him. We talked about him pretty much throughout this entire stream. Not the entire stream. But here we go. Some link. All right. Yeah, I can't believe we're in the home stretch of this nearly 9 hour. There's the yawn. There's the yawn that I've been waiting for. Yeah, can't believe I've been doing this shit for 8.5 hours. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Obviously, I slipped up a little bit with the whole rewatch part of it, and I don't think I'm going to be doing that next time around. Just talking to these guys is more than enough for me, and I think it's really great. Everybody brings a great, different perspective to the table. Everybody, has their own views and their own characters as well, which is what I really try to kind of like push on this channel to really get these guys going. Something that my guy Roberto Lopez actually brought up is a solid take. I want to see if I can actually find it before I bring on my last guest here. Where is it? Here we go. Roberto Lopez is saying there's a ton of free content out there. It's all about confidence and personality relationship. And I absolutely agree with that. I think if you're able to build a relationship with the guy that you're watching and taking advice from, I think that's a lot easier than, or a lot more comfortable for people to support your work than winning fucking hundreds of units. You know what I mean? I don't think that matters at the end of the day. We're at the point in time where units truly don't matter that much if you want to build a following for yourself, as long as you're able to actually, show that you know what the fuck you're doing. Show that you have good reads. Your record may not be the greatest, but you're still able to go out there and monetize things to a certain extent and be very successful with it. I'm fucking product number one or example A in this situation where my record's not the greatest. I did end up in the green in this year, thank God. And I've had a great run over the last couple months. But obviously overall, compared to some of these other guys out there, they're absolutely smashing the game compared to me. But you gotta put in work to these other things. And my next guest knows all about that in terms of being able to be a solid content creator and just engaging with the audience. And I think that's what a lot of people truly appreciate. Before I get my last guy in here, great comment. Chris Lure is saying Manfred is gassing out in the 5th. I'm getting there. Thankfully, I got my guy here that's going to be able to help me get through the 5th round. We got my man Rockstar Z coming in to help save the day. What's going on, Z?
Not too much, buddy. I mean, I hope units don't matter because I lost nearly 12 of them this year.
You can help back me up on that claim though, right? Like we have guys out there that are up hundreds of units and whatever 80 units on the year and all that shit, but they're just not able to attract that fan base or that following that's required for them to allow to go to that next level. Don't you agree?
Yeah, man. I mean, content is king now, right? And being
Absolutely.
bitter is bad for business. Like I think what happens with a lot of these guys, and I think Warrior falls into this category sometimes, and he won't mind me using him as an example because obviously he's a super sharp guy, but they'll see guys like me or you put our opinions out there on YouTube or wherever and build kind of a following just based on the interaction and the breakdowns. And they're sitting there going like, man, I'm outperforming this guy. Like, how come he's getting all the love? And that's why I did that list on my site, kind of highlighting, some really sharp handicappers, and trying to give them some love. But yeah, it's just a different side of the coin, the content creation side.
No, I absolutely agree. And I've seen Warrior is one of those guys too that I've seen tweet that out where it's just like, why are all these guys getting all this love and I'm not seeing shit? I'm up 100 and gajillion units, but nobody's giving me any love, right? But it comes down to actually the content creation and actually engaging and being, visible to your audience and the people that are following you. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can be down fucking, even last year I was down 44 fucking units, yet still thriving in terms of like bringing in the subscribers and all that type of stuff, just because people know me, trust me, and actually trust my takes. I'm not a complete bozo that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Yeah, we still put in the work and we do the tape studying and we do the research that we need to, but sometimes it just, the roll of the dice doesn't end up in your side. And now here I am on a almost 40 unit streak since the middle of the year, because I know what the hell I'm talking about, right? Just as you know what the hell you're talking about, but you're going to hit rough runs and rough patches for sure. Yeah. Lately hasn't been the greatest for you, but I know the vast majority of the community will say Z is one of the sharper guys on here. It's just not his time at this point in time. So yeah, just create content, get your face out there, talk to people, do live streams, put podcasts out there, whatever it is. I think that's what people really need to see.
And the thing is that now that you've built the platform, like you have the foundation, so that if you do, or when you did go on that run, right, you're going to reap the rewards of your growth because people are following you. And then when you have a good night, like I had a couple good nights close to the end of the year that pretty much saved me from having, you know, a really bad year. You just see that uptick. Like people are like, yes, this, you know what I mean? They share, tons of people hop on. So yeah, it's definitely, if you're looking at, you know, building something around this, the content is a huge aspect of it, huge part of it.
Well, one thing that I've also found is like I tried pivoting from betting stuff. Like I tried doing like that Combative Story show. I tried doing the split decisions show, but it feels like people are truly just captivated by you with your betting picks and your predictions. And that's what people truly want at the end of the day. Once you cement yourself as that guy, they don't want that extra shit. They're like, it's obviously worth taking the risk and doing those things to see if it takes off or something like that. But I think at the end of the day, at least what I found is that people really want to be there to just hear your take on fights. That's what they truly want to do. And it's good to be able to branch out and do other things. But at the end of the day, I think they come to us at the end of the day just to get our pick and our prediction.
Yeah, and I've noticed like when I do other types of content, it doesn't usually get as much, you know, traffic or whatever as the predictions. Like people really like to hear breakdowns and hear what people are saying. And I liked, I think it was JohnStargaryen who said like he had a great point about hearing other people's takes. And like if you've already thought about that, don't weigh it too heavily. Just like if you're saying like, oh, this guy's going to wrestle. But if I'm like, well, he doesn't have the gas to wrestle, just because you think he's going to wrestle, I've already explained that away. But if you bring me an argument where it's like, you know, oh, by the way, he's been training for EBI or something, so he got a belt in jiu-jitsu or whatever, and I didn't know about that, then that's information that I can include into the big soup that is the, you know, the equation of the fight. So that's why I think people really like hearing different opinions. And yeah.
No, you're bang on with that for sure. So we were originally supposed to rewatch.
I know, and let me stop
right there, I know.
So much work, bro.
Maybe
when I
so
saw
much work. What do you mean so much work?
Listen, when I saw the brackets and the graphics and like, oh, it's which one are we gonna watch? I was like, fuck, man, this guy's got to take a break for Christmas. What are you doing? Too much. And then you don't even, after all the tournament, all the suspense, all the votes I cast, we're not even watching. We're not watching.
So I think I gave up. I gave up after 139 finished, which was roughly around 6 o'clock. At that point, I'm like, nobody's really paying attention to this shit.
You know what I would like to do, because this is a gargantuan task you've taken on, and hopefully I can take over in a little bit and give you some rest, because I got a lot of bad bets to go over. But one thing I want to say is like we should go back to just classic fights and rewatch them, even if it's just one fight at a time. You know, even if it's a 2-round fight, we hop on, watch 10 minutes, talk about it, maybe a 20-30 minute stream. I think that'd be a lot of fun to kind of give commentary on some old classics and dust them off for the new fans. Because like people who are getting into the sport now, I mean, when you and I got into the sport, we got into the sport at the same time when Lesnar came in, except you were a wrestling fan. I just happened to get into MMA at that time. I never watched that bullshit wrestling. But we could, at that point in time, go back and rewatch the entire history of MMA. Pretty much, we could catch up, right? You're never going to catch up now. So there's fights that have been buried on the prelims between two guys who never amounted to anything that are actually a classic banger. And I think dusting those off, especially with a partner and giving commentary on it, I think that could be something that's fun to do.
For me, like at the beginning of the podcast, it was just really hard to kind of like focus on guests and focus on the fights and trying to keep away from dead air. But if to do it for like a fight or something, probably is the better way to go. So I don't mind that kind of concept. I think that's a solid spot there. I think even after this wraps up, I'm just going to rename the podcast and just be like, hey, you know, MMA Lock the Night's end of year.
You're going to rename it what Z did a few days ago. Except it's your version.
Yeah. I'm still stealing content. I'm still stealing content, Z. I'm stealing content apparently. So it's all good, right? It's my fucking image nowadays.
You couldn't come on my stream, but then a couple days later you have your own. Oh, I see.
Exactly. You know, because I have a wife and a family and people to be around that I can't dedicate.
Well, it must be nice.
I feel so loved over here. You know what I mean? I feel so loved. All right, let's get into a little bit of this content here. So I got you got a notebook. Look at this guy. Okay. Let's start off with the first one that I've been asking everybody. What do you consider your best bet of 2020?
All right. Well, I made a few lists. There's not going to be one bet. If I had to boil it down to one bet, it would be Smolka by KO plus 600 prop bet. Also had the under, and I had Smolka inside the distance. So I kind of stacked that one up. Something that I want to do more moving forward is take those type of spots where, you know, it's on all hindsight now, but going into that fight, I thought there was a big level gap. So I was definitely thinking Smolka should be the favorite. But do you really want to bet Smolka as a favorite? Me, not too much. But if it was the margin that I was seeing, I thought a finish was very likely. So to stack it up the way I did, I want to do that moving forward if it's on a favorite. So yeah, I think Smolka by KO, that read was probably my best. Also, one that you tipped me off to would be Mowgli inside the distance on the same card. Great spot there. Another one would have been Sue by KO or the under in that fight, because that one was never going the distance, Sue versus Gordon. I mean, opening that under at plus money is criminal. Like, that's insane to me. You know what I mean? That's charity. And then a couple honorable mentions. I had Glover plus 200 in his most recent fight. And then I also had Rally and Paiva versus Mark De La Rosa. I took the under 2.5 for plus 300.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Right. So that's probably one of the biggest cashes of the year, or the biggest one. But one that was in the beginning of the year that I really like playing this at this number, because it was just a very singular angle, was Michael Chiesa to beat Rafael Dos Anjos. And I knew that Rafael was the better fighter across the board, but I saw the strengths for Chiesa being enough to win him the fight on the cards. So to get him at plus 225, I really like that spot. And that also plays into a long-term angle that I want to focus on more moving forward too, is really taking advantage of long-term angles. And this one was a fighter who has recently moved up in weight and is still the larger fighter.
Not a bad angle to take, actually. That was a solid spot there for Chiesa. I was on RDA that night, and yeah, that definitely hurt. I didn't expect my mook bet of the year, fucking RDA over Chiesa. Yeah, that one sucked. Yeah, no, solid read on your end, and I'm interested to see. Have you actually tracked that narrative that you just brought up for this year?
Not so much this. I mean, it comes around not too often. You know what I mean? Like, how often do we see a fighter?
Like, if we saw that recently, even.
Yeah, some spots where I took advantage of it was Dan Hooker when he moved up and he fought Ross Pearson, and then also when he fought Gilbert Burns. Those are actually two of the biggest bets I've ever made. Were on those spots, so it's just generally a good look, because you know your guy's not sucking weight, but he's also not giving up a size advantage, right? Like, sometimes a fighter might look good at a weight class, move up, but then they can't translate that because they're fighting bigger bodies, like, you know, OSP versus Rothwell is a good example just off the top of my head. But if you're moving up and you have the size advantage, it's all benefits, especially if it's a young fighter too.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that. I even like the you sent it to me earlier today, the betting structure that you got.
Yeah.
Scaling. I glanced over it. Haven't gotten a chance to actually look deep into it because, you know, I had a 9-hour podcast to prepare for. But no, it's good that you're putting that type of content out there, especially for the newer folks, right? Like, they don't really understand that aspect of it, especially when you get into the technical side of things. But no, it's great that you have that. All right, let's move on to the next category. Worst bet of 2020.
I've got a list for this too.
I'll hit you with mine real quick. Joe Duffy over Joel Alvarez, absolute mook bet on my part to bet a minus 275 guy and Joe Duffy. Didn't really think Joel Alvarez had what it took to be in the UFC, and now here he is. I think he has 2 wins in the UFC now. But yeah, that was probably my worst one. What do you got?
A similar line, and those are the ones that annoy you, right? Is when you laid a heavy chalk because you're like, man, why couldn't I have passed this? Did I have to try to make money in this spot? You know, and that's something that just over the years, it's like the bets that are good to make are like Guram Kutaladziz, where he's plus 250, and I'm just like, why is it this wide? Let me get involved. I'd be silly not to. The worst bet, you know, that's comparable to that is I had Andrea Lee at minus 288 versus Lauren Murphy, and I still think she's a better fighter. I think she could have won that fight on the cards, but it's like, why am I getting involved in such a steep line at what's going to be a pitter-patter trust the judge's situation. So that's one that's really bad. Another one that's really bad, and this one is probably the most embarrassing bet ever, just because it's like I put stock into something that was like so terrible, is I bet Olivia Parker at plus 175. This was an Invicta fight.
Okay.
You can go back and watch that, and she just has no business being a professional athlete. So it's like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Honestly, like, what am I doing betting this? And it's just a very bad look. It was this. I got caught up looking for bets. You know what I mean? Like going into the card, looking what can I bet on, instead of just looking at the card. And if anything jumps out, you take advantage of it, right? That's a better position to be coming.
That's uncharacteristic of you too, though, to be betting on Invicta fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, oh yeah. It was. I mean, I can't explain it. Like I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess it was just the size coming down, and I had watched a fight of her opponents that I wasn't too impressed at. But at the end of the day, you can't bet on unathletic people to win fights, no matter what the situation, right? So that was a terrible one. Probably my worst bet of all time, and the one I lost the most money on this year, is Wellington Turnman. And this one I stacked up too, because I had Turnman to win versus Andrew Sanchez, right?
Yeah.
I had him to win inside the distance, and I also had him to win in round 3. So I was predicting that it would be a grinding affair. Sanchez doesn't have great gas tank. Turnman's a good soldier. He'll weather it deep and then finish him late. But what frustrates me about this bet here is because I could have covered myself if I had Turnman to win and the fight doesn't go to decision. Then I would have been fine for the late finish. I would have been fine for all this. But honestly, I just did not see that coming. I did not think Andrew Sanchez was going to knock him out. Like that. That's such a surprise to me.
I'm not sure how you can really call that a bad bet, though, because you didn't lose the way that you expected to lose if you were to have lost.
But that's why I got completely blindsided. Like the whole read was that this fight's going deep, and I'm betting on the gas tank, and then for him to get knocked out, it's like, fuck.
But I think that the popular opinion in that fight was the only way Andrew Sanchez wins this fight is if he grinds out the first 2 rounds, survives the third, and wins a decision, right? I don't think anybody called Sanchez to win round 1 KO. Like that's I wouldn't classify that as like a really bad bet. It's just absolutely something good, like a very unpredictable outcome. I'd call it like that. Charles Oliveira beating Ferguson the way that he did, and Brian Ortega beating Korean Zombie the way that he did. The 3 most unpredictable outcomes of the UFC this year. So to lose in either of those matchups the way that you did, it's hard for me to really call that the worst bet. You know what I mean?
But was that like, just because everyone's surprised by the outcome doesn't mean it was unlikely? By your logic, you could say, well, Ronda to beat Holm at minus 900 wasn't a bad bet because nobody saw it coming. It's like, no, it was a bad bet the way the fight played out.
No, with Holly Holm, we've seen head kick knockouts in the past. So not saying that, like what I mean by worst bet in this Andrew Sanchez case is we've never seen Sanchez go out there and just squabble somebody in that first round. We've never seen that. We've never seen Charles Oliveira go out there and dominate a guy for 3 rounds in the jiu-jitsu realm. We've never seen Brian Ortega go out there and outstrike somebody for 25 minutes. Whereas Holly Holm, we've seen that happen in the past where she's knocked out somebody. Nobody expected it to happen in that fight, but we've seen it before. I mean, you haven't seen Turnman get starched in the first round before. That's why I think that you can't beat yourself up too much on that one, because like nobody expected Sanchez to get that round 1 KO. I would love to see what round 1 KO Andrew Sanchez, what those odds look like. Like that must have been absolutely insane.
They would have been crazy. But again, we're going to disagree on this one, because the whole point of me making the bet was that I was convinced this is going deep. And then when it just busted right away, it was like, that was very bad. And also not only just how it played out, but the amount of exposure I had, I think I had 2 units on him to win, a unit on him to win inside the distance, and then a unit on him in round 3. Of course, if it hit, it would have been a genius moment, right? But to just go so deep on it, and that's why I really like the sizing chart, because it's going to keep me correct and keep me in a good relation to the other bets. It sucks winning a small poke and losing on your heavy shot, right? Especially if it doesn't make sense to be heavy in that situation. But then just 2 more bad bets I had. Menafield as a favorite over OSP. I'm going to run through them quick, man.
Go for it.
That's
we got till
really
9
bad.
o'clock, so we're chilling. Don't worry.
Good. But Menafield over OSP is such a bad bet to me, because I went from targeting a fade on Menafield. Like I saw him, his KOs were, kind of spectacular, but not very process driven, not very technical, not great punching mechanics. they were very overblown against people who were just spinning. So I was targeting the fade, and then I didn't fade him. And then I went to betting on him as a favorite, which is just such a bad look, right? So that's another thing I want to do moving forward into 2021 is have a list of fades and a list of bet on fighters, much like your guy Brian was talking about, where he has a list of these are my guys, I'm riding with these guys, right? And then the last one was our boy TJ Laramie at minus 233. I had 250 on that. And it's just like, maybe it's not the worst bet by your logic, because it's kind of like, well, that was his losing condition, I guess, was like the early submission. But I just felt like he was such a good style to just take this dude down, sit in his guard, avoid the submissions, and then come round two, you'll take over. But betting on a very relatively inexperienced fighter versus a veteran like that is a bad look, especially at that chalk.
Well, I also see your narrative, and though in terms of backing Laramie there, I had Laramie in a parlay, but I thought the fight before that, the Daniel Swain fight, I mean, like, it was kind of stylistically almost the same fight. You have a very active guy with an active guard. Maybe Minner has more credentials in terms of being able to have 27 victories via submissions on his record. Like, absolutely insane. But yeah, that one was a tough one to swallow for sure, because the guy is so well thought out when it comes to his jiu-jitsu game, and he actually latched it on and actually got the submission. And especially betting that and backing that at minus 230 and above, it's a little bit tough. Maybe there was a little bit of Canadian bias coming in there because
but
we
the
wanted
problem
to back
is,
our TJ Laramie
but
guy.
where's my Canadian bias with Tucker and with Dawodu?
I know.
And that's what frustrates me too, is because I let these voices seep into my head. These people, oh, you're Canadian bias, and then I'm like, am I? Like, maybe I am overvaluing Dawodu, who I've been historically high on, and then I don't bet him as a dog versus Tukugov, and I'm just like, man, that's a bad look. That's a bad look.
I had a lot of people ragging on me. I had a lot of people ragging on me for that Billy Q, the Tucker pick and that Billy Q fight. And they're like, oh, you're just doing it because you're Canadian. I'm like, nah, dog, you can't, we're not that, it's not that straightforward for us. You actually have to do the work and come to those conclusions. If I was, being biased at all about guys that I relate to on an ethnic level, I would have picked Baby Buller to fucking beat Tom Breeze. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of course not. I picked Breeze in that fight. I didn't bet it, but I didn't pick Buller either, right? So yeah, you can't read into those people's thoughts too much. All right, this category I pretty much just made for you, but I've been asking everybody the spot that you regret passing on most here. What would you say?
And it's I've got 4 examples, but it's in the same odds range. It's the guys who are bigger than plus 233 dogs, and I just know that's a wide line, and I don't pull the trigger. Passing a win is worse than a loss, because we're talking about plus money. You know what I mean? And obviously I'm being facetious, right? I'm often facetious, but it's like, it does kind of burn you more when you're like, man, this big underdog went out there and won, and why didn't I bet it? Like, I looked into it, I thought this, So what they are is Devin Clark to beat Menafield. But that one, it's a little bit, I'm a little bit torn, because I wanted to bet him at plus 230. And then I was like, wait a minute, I'll live bet him after round 1, because the early danger will have passed and the tides will be turning, and I might even get a better number. Lo and behold, I think I saw like plus 350, but his eye was all fucked up. So then I didn't bet it, and he goes on to win a very close decision. So that's one. Munir Lazez to beat Razak is another one. And that's another one of my bad bets, was Razak at 200. Me and you had that versus Chaos, right? But to go
I feel guilty that I talked you into that one.
No, you didn't. You can't convince me of shit. No, but look, I looked into Lazez, right? Yeah. I knew he's a potent striker. I liked what I was hearing pre-tape. He was at home. He was bigger. He was young. Like, so many things to like. Dude coming off a layoff, right? You get a 250. And the reason I don't bet him is because I'm afraid that he'll get knocked out. And yes, him getting knocked out was a thing that could have happened, but you can't get fixated on one outcome and become afraid of it, or become so fixated on it that you bet on that outcome to happen, even though it's not likely. You got to keep things in perspective. You got to say, look, this is a threat, but does it warrant, the dude being a 70% favorite? No. So you should take the other side. So Lazez's debut is another big one. Pineda's debut versus Herbert Burns, because this is an angle where it's like, this dude's a worldly veteran. This line is crazy wide, and it's wide because the other guy's in the UFC and just more well-known. But when you really compare them, dude's a fucking 40-fight veteran. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he just lost to Swanson, but Swanson's a 40-fight veteran too. So for that one, getting 240 on Pineda, I thought it was a very good look. I didn't take advantage of it. And finally, it's Blachowicz versus Reyes at 235. And that's one where it's recency bias, because people were so high on Reyes going, he should have won versus Jones. It's a new fight. You got to focus on the new fight. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then a couple honorable mentions would be David Dvorak versus Espinoza. I was looking at that pretty seriously. And the big one that bothers me, because Court McGee is such a fade for me, is Carlos Condit at dog odds versus Court McGee. That's one where I was watching that fight happen and I was just like, you idiot.
I feel like a lot of people got the same feeling if they didn't back Wonderboy against Jeff Neal. Within like a minute of watching that fight, you're like, oh, of course.
Yeah, that's another one.
No, for sure. One thing I do want to rewind and touch on is who's the Dominic Reyes. Dominic Reyes and guys that just fought John Jones, and everybody's like, oh, this guy should have won, so he's going to be a huge favorite. Thiago Santos, Anthony Smith, Dominic Reyes, all of these guys coming off the John Jones wins, very close. Well, maybe not the Anthony Smith fight, but very close fights in there, and people are just overstocking these guys because they had close fights with the GOAT. You know what I mean? So I think that really played a lot into their betting lines, and I don't think any of them outside of Anthony Smith beating Devin Clark recently, I don't know how many people have actually won since they fought John Jones. Like out of those three guys, especially, I think Anthony Smith over Clark is the only one.
Glover. He's been winning.
Well, yeah. I mean, like most recently,
I know.
Right? But yeah, that definitely. Did you have a couple other ones that you were talking about, or you done on that list?
I mean, I have an honorable mention here for one of my best bets, and it's nothing crazy, but to get Marc-Andre Barriault at slight dog odds versus Oscar Pecota, that's one that to me, I did a prediction video for that, and it was just like, I read it perfectly. It's a fighter I know very well. I looked into Andre Barriault. He was being undervalued because of his 0-3 record. But when you have 3 competitive fights, you know what I mean? That's a lot different than every time you get to the 7-minute mark, you're completely gassed out and getting murked. You know what I mean? And that's who Oscar Pecota is. So that's one that I really liked. That's that spot, you know.
I'll go over my quick best bets. Obviously, I think you guys have heard them throughout the stream, but love me some Derek Brunson over Edmund Shabazz. I'm not going to. I might have that on my tombstone, to be honest. Even the round 3 prop as well. I might put that on my tombstone. And obviously, Katlyn Chikagian over Cynthia Calvillo plus 215-ish. I thought that was really absolutely absurd. I'm not surprised. I'm kind of surprised that line didn't close. I did have a couple questions in the chat as well that I didn't want to get to from earlier. One of the questions was fighters that you're looking to fade in 2021. I believe you said you have some sort of list that you're trying to compile with guys that you want to stay away from, but are there any names that come to your head right off the top?
I haven't compiled the list. So yeah, that's something I've still got to do. I kind of jumped the gun a little bit and started getting into the tape for the January 16th card. But yeah, I am going to compile a list of just fighters, and I think it'll be more like debutants and people coming into the UFC too, because we all have seen those spots, right? Actually, here's one, and there's a line out for it, is Zarek Adeshev. I don't think he's very good at all. He has fought in Glory, but I watched his Glory kickboxing and it's not impressive. You know what I mean? So I think he could be one. And he's also fighting that Molina kid who's nasty coming off
Contender Series.
So yeah, that's just one, but yeah, I don't have the list yet.
It's interesting that you brought that fight up because I did tape it when they were originally supposed to fight, I believe in September or something like that, and I actually sided with Adeshev. I
really
was going to have a small play on him if he was above plus like 220 plus 230 because I thought the line was just getting crazy. From what I remember, obviously I have to dust up my memory because we've taped 200 fights since then, but I was kind of impressed with him. I didn't mind what I saw, and we did see a little bit of a progression from him on a fight-to-fight basis, being able to implement his wrestling, his takedowns, and I didn't think, I thought that there was a bunch of recency bias on Adeshev getting iced by Tyson Nam that people are just absolutely fading him right off the bat, especially against a guy like Jeffrey Molina coming off the Contender Series, had a great performance on there, has looked good. So I think for me, I think it was maybe a fade on the recency bias that was potentially being baked into that line, but maybe I'll tape it again. It might come out on the other end. Go ahead.
One thing about that angle is if you're gonna fade the recency bias, or you're gonna fade a common angle is like the brother of a good fighter. You want to bet against that guy because he's probably going to be hyped up too much. But and it might be the case with this Adeshev line, but you want to make sure there's still value on the line. It's not just I'm going to bet this. Like if you're fading the brother of a good fighter, but you're betting on a juiced up favorite, it's like, well, you're not getting anything out of it. You know what I mean? Like it's those spots where it is a Herbert Burns versus a Pineda, and Herbert's like a minus 300. Like, why? Right.
That line was absolutely criminal.
Right.
That was a crazy line. There was one more thing that I wanted to touch on. Oh yeah, the other one was in 2021. Which fighter do you expect to make the most money off of by betting on them?
Panny Kianzad, man, she's going right to the title. I'm Panny Kianzad's biggest fan. You know, Castro versus Carrera, Castro again versus Eubanks. No, I don't know. It really that's a tough one because I do want to have a list of fighters I'm like riding, or at least just a list of the elite where it's like I don't ever want to bet against this guy. I'm going to look to bet on them even if I'm paying and biting the bullet a little bit. But to be honest, I don't know.
A couple of names that come to mind for me is like, as long as I can get Usman better than like minus 300, I'm more than likely going to always be betting on him. The Gilbert Burns fight does give me a little bit of a pause, to be honest. This is pre-tape, but I truly think that it's going to be really, really hard to dethrone Kamaru Usman. I just think he has everything that you want in a champion: good cardio, great wrestling, improving striking, better power as well now too. Just the guy that I'm looking forward to. Go ahead, go for it.
I got one. You were talking shit about my man Tafondadon, man. Don't fade Taffin, bro. He's one of these guys like he's very similar to Figueiredo in this regard, where people will look at him and nitpick, and you'll get the technique analysts and whatnot saying he's whatever, but bro, he's just not a guy you want to be in the cage with. Like, you don't want to be in there with him.
I think technically he's quite good. Like,
that's the thing. But I mean, like, don't nitpick like, oh, his cardio, or he's slow paced, or he's slow in general. But like, man, he's just built for war. Like, he's gonna expose weaknesses in people.
Mm-hmm. I do have a couple other questions here that people just want to kill me with right now. So let's just get into these. Neil the Security, who's actually been on the stream for a while now. Shout out to you for sitting through this whole thing with me. What are your thoughts on Roman Dolidze going into 2021? I'll give my quick thoughts. I think he's a solid fighter. I think he still has some improvements to make. The last fight, do you recall who he fought last? I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my head. John Allen. He beat John Allen via decision. A lot of people thought he'd get it done inside the distance. Obviously, that didn't come to fruition. He seems like he has the tools to be a little bit of a force at middleweight. But what are your thoughts on the guy? Or sorry, light heavyweight. I should say light heavyweight.
Yeah, I think with Dolidze, I think he's again, he's got good hardware. He's a good soldier, but he's a little bit green, and I think he just doesn't. He's a dude who hasn't seen that next level yet. You know what I mean? He's been getting by, murking people. You know, he's been handling people, so he's very confident. But if he's in there versus a real like technician or tactician, somebody who can lay traps for him, somebody who can foresee the later rounds and like ride out the first and then turn it on, like a guy like that could give that dude problems, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think some people might have a higher ceiling for him than he deserves to have. But 205, a little bit of a wasteland outside of that top 5, top 6. So luckily for him, he's in a division where he can absolutely make a name for himself. One thing I do want to ask you about Tafon and Chukwi, and then we'll end on this actually. What do you think his career will look like at 185 pounds? Because that was his first fight there. Do you think that this is a better suited weight class for him?
As long as he can keep making that weight, yeah. I mean, I took a screenshot. I think I even shared it. Him and Jamie Pickett standing there after the fight, they looked like different species. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't think these are the same thing. It's just a different build. And I think his career at middleweight looks like he's going to win like probably 3 or 4 fights, and then he's going to get up to fighting contenders, and then we'll make talks. You know what I mean? Then we got to see what the landscape looks like. I don't think he can beat Izzy, but Izzy might be, or I think he is moving up to 205 now, right?
I think that's the word on the block is I was going to be fighting Jan Blachowicz for the title. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. I think Taffin's one of those guys where when you have a bet on him, you just feel confident. You're like, I trust this dude to go in there and get me that money, you know?
It would have been nice if he was able to get the knockout, but it's all good. I'm not going to complain too much or anything like that. Anyway, okay, two last things, then we'll get out of here. I want to end right at the 9-hour mark. We got 5 minutes left at the 9-hour mark since I started this at 12:05. First and foremost, what was your favorite moment of 2020 in regards to MMA? Is there something that comes to mind, the first thing you think of in terms of the year that we had, whether it's a fight, whether it's some sort of news, whatever it is? What stands out to you most about 2020?
You know what it was is seeing the fights with no crowd, because I've always been a big fan of, and I even told you. Remember, I was on there live, And I was talking about this. I was like, we don't need live audiences in MMA. Like we can just, if you could get it down to a point where you're just hosting fights in an arena and then live streaming them, why not just do that, right? Because it seems to be like the gate is a lot of, like obviously the gate's a huge money maker, right? But it's also a lot of issues. Whereas if you just have an arena where it's like, you don't have to worry about all that stuff. And from a fan perspective watching it, I mean, I think it led to a lot of good moments, you know, like when we could hear every shot landing from Gaethje and Ferguson. I rewatched that somewhat recently, having done tape for Ferguson and Oliveira, but it's like, it's fun, man. It feels like the Kumite. It's like, and you can hear the corners, you know what I mean? I wish the commentary was in a separate room. I don't want them cage side.
Yes,
it leads to some fun moments, but at the same time, it's like, I just, it's weird to me, but if you could just hear the corners, I think that'd be fun.
Dude, the video that the UFC put out after Gaethje and Ferguson of the shots that Gaethje was landing on Ferguson, and you could hear every single one. I'm like, how is Ferguson standing up to this shit? Insane.
There's that right hand. I believe it's in the 3rd or 4th round. It's just as clean. Like he sets him up for it. He commits to it. And Tony he's got that, man, he's just got like that Diego Sanchez cardio and chin combination, right?
It's absolutely insane. All right. The last thing I'm going to ask you, Fighter of the Year 2020, hit me.
The Fighter of the Year. Fuck it. I'm gonna say doesn't matter. Gonna smash. I say it's Khamzat. He burst on his. Maybe he's the breakthrough, right? It's a bit of a different category, maybe.
Get this guy out of here. I don't know who this guy is. That's on my stream right now. Damn you, Z. I can't believe you said Khamzat Chimaev as Fighter of the Year for 2020.
Why?
You're telling me wins over Reese McKee, John Phillips, and Gerald Mearshart allows you to have Fighter of the Year? Sure, the method that he got it done in was very impressive, very dominant. Wasn't even losing a second of any of those rounds.
Doesn't matter.
Level of competition has got to count for something.
Doesn't matter. Gonna smash.
And with that, you guys can buy Doesn't Matter, Gonna Smash mugs on Rockstar Z's website. At Z's MMA.
I should be wearing it, eh? I should be wearing it. What a missed opportunity. But let's be real. Because you got 2 more minutes, right? Like, let's be real, dude. People can say, oh, he's overhyped or this or that, but he's one of these dudes. He's given us no reason to doubt him. And when you see how he moves, no, I'm not talking about who he beats. I'm talking about how he moves. It's different, man. It's very, very different.
We're talking about potential compared to actually what you did in the cage against legitimate opponents.
But again, forget about who the opponent is. You could have that blanked off the screen. Just watch how he moves. It's too fast. It's too purposeful. And he's too powerful and strong. It's a very, very different thing. He's like a lizard. You know, he moves like a lizard in there.
So you think that needs to be taken into consideration in regards to like Fighter of the Year?
I mean, he burst on the scene. He's a character. I mean, I've been watching, man. People say Holland.
I would rather breakout Fighter of the Year, which I still have a bit of an issue with, but it's hard to not say Khamzat Chimaev for breakout star of the year or fighter of the year just because of how he emerged onto the scene in 3 quick fights. It's great and all that. But in terms of fighter of the year, you got to have level of competition taken into consideration, right? You have to. For me, it's got to be either Jan Blachowicz or even Kevin Holland to a certain degree, because I'm really kind of overlooking his victories over Charlie Ontiveros and Joaquin Buckley, who in my opinion, I still believe is just all hype. So, all right. Well, Z says Khamzat Chimaev fighter of the year.
This is what I like about this.
At the end of this podcast.
This is what I like about this, though, because some solution in the comments should not be Khamzat. It should be Davison Figueiredo. All right, I'm not going to die on this hill, guys. Come on, let's calm down. Let's have a little fun with it, all right?
Z brings the entertainment, that's for sure. All right, Z, I appreciate you hopping on. I'm bummed we didn't get to watch Polo Reyes and Dong Yun Kim, but maybe that's something that we get to do in the future together. But yeah, I appreciate you hopping on with me.
Mine you can steal the single fight you watch.
Exactly. Then let me steal everything else. Let me steal your mug thing too. Goddamn. Yeah, no, thanks for coming on, dude. Thanks for sticking through and even staying on the stream, man. I saw you commenting every now and then. It's been a long 9 hours for my ass, so I appreciate you watching whenever you have. Go ahead, plug anything that you like to do. The floor is yours, dude.
Sure, man, and go get you some grub. I know you're hungry over there, but just guys, follow me on Twitter, as you see there, Rockstar Z. down to talk fights with anybody. I'm tracked on Bet MMA, Rockstar Z. I've got zsmma.ca. You can go there and check out. I've got a handicappers list now. So if you want to find out who I think are sharp people, it's a list. Of course, it's not an exclusive list. It's just a compilation of some good gamblers in the space. And I also just put out, like Manpreet was saying earlier, the betting guide with the staking structure. I think if you're getting into this, that's really going to help you out. And even if you've been around for a while, if you're making bets without like real purpose of like, why am I risking this much on this guy for this line? I'm very optimistic about how it's going to improve my own betting. So remains to be seen if it's going to translate, but I just, looking over that staking structure, I really think it's going to be very helpful for a lot of people.
No, I'm glad that you're putting that out. It's good to have these types of tools available, especially to the newer fans that are just getting into the MMA gambling. So it's good to have a guy, a responsible gambler like yourself, advising people, on ways to approach their betting kind of strategy for sure. All right, Z, I appreciate you coming on. I will work with you very, very shortly on something. I'm sure we got something cooking up together that I hope to steal from other people, but it is what it is. Z, appreciate you coming on. Happy New Year, buddy.
You too, buddy.
All right. That was Rockstar Z. That was the MMA Lock of the Night rewatch marathon, even though we didn't rewatch shit for the first 6 hours. We actually got to watch 100 and 139. But yeah, I'm going to do this probably every year at the end of the year. I just want to get a bunch of people together. I don't mind the 9 hours, to be honest. I'm just being a little baby, just complaining about it. But honestly, it's really not that bad. It was fun to do. Had a lot of people dropping in and out of the chat. So shout out to everybody that was doing that. And then shout out to everybody that fucking that hopped on for the majority of the stream. My guy Roberto Lopez been here since the get-go. Shout out to Roberto Lopez. You're doing a great job. And Chris Luera as well too. Tyson Jordan, I see you out there. Shout out to everybody that hopped on for the 9 hours. It's been awesome. It's been great. And thank you to every guest that was on this too. I will update the description below to include everybody's name in there. I kind of wanted it to be a surprise as I brought these guests on. The showman that I am, I had to do that. But I will update the description. I'll put all the timestamps in the link below. So if you guys want to rewatch this or go back and listen to anybody specifically, I appreciate you guys doing that. All right. I think I'm going to be done with content, at least until the first card. I will be starting tomorrow my research on the January 16th card, and those breakdowns will be recorded as soon as I'm done researching every single matchup. I do the recording, then I'm going to drop it on the Patreon. So if you want to hop on the Patreon, that's where you're going to get the best content from me in terms of getting it nice and early. Yeah, it was a fun time. Shout out to everybody that came on again. Yes, I'm done. I'm going to be over with. It's over with. Follow me at MMALOTN on Twitter, MMA Lock of the Night on YouTube as well too. Make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up as well, because this was a lot of work. I'm hoping that I cracked the 2,000 streamer or 2,000 subscribers mark at this point in time. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you guys do that already. And then if you guys want to show your boy a little bit more love, Patreon is the way to go. All the links are in the description below. All right, I'm out. I'm going to go eat some food and just chill the fuck out. Appreciate you guys. Happy New Year. And I'll see you guys in a couple weeks.